In the city of Zihong in July, the heat was suffocating. The air clung to the skin like glue, pressing down until it was hard to breathe. From the leaden sky came rolls of muffled thunder. Anyone could tell that a heavy storm was about to break. In front of the Happiness Internet Cafe, a plain-looking black-haired man stared ahead in bewilderment. What's going on? I died again. This was Chen Feng, 26 years old, a game live streamer. By sheer accident, he had struck the cosmic jackpot and crossed over into another world. Fortunately, the language and script of this world seemed no different from those on Earth, and besides the clothes on his back, Chen Feng had brought along a system. In his eyes hovered a transparent light screen, sleek with a futuristic technological sheen invisible to everyone else. On it glowed the words LY03 CE Savian Load System. The name said it all. This system allowed Chen Feng to set a save point just like in a game. Whenever he died, time in the world would rewind, enabling him to load the archive and start over again. Chen Feng could reload his save a total of 9 times, yet now the interface displayed load attempts remaining 8. I've lost a life, he muttered. He searched his memories of the previous run, but could not recall who had killed him. Fat raindrops suddenly began to fall from the sky. Chen Feng turned toward the Happiness Internet Cafe across from him. If he remembered correctly, a young married woman was about to walk out of those doors. With a crisp click, the glass door swung open. Out stepped a mature beauty in a deep V lace trimmed short blouse and a hip-hugging skirt. She was strikingly tall. Even with Chen Feng's height of 1.80 meters, he had to look up at her. A conservative estimate put her close to 2 meters. This was He Ting, the proprietress of the Happiness Internet Cafe, a widow. People say 18-year-old girls are dewy and fresh, but at 36 a woman's allure doubles. Every frown and smile tugged at the heartstrings. She was like discovering an oil field in the backyard, beauty beyond measure right at home. He Ting said, "Handsome, you don't look well. You'd better find somewhere to shelter before the rain really comes down." When she heard that Chen Feng had nowhere to go, her expression shifted. He Ting continued then, "Would you like to come in and take shelter here?" Chen Feng nodded. In his last run, he had likewise been invited into the cafe by He Ting. As the door swung shut, the sounds of keyboards and mice clicking filled his ears. The air conditioning inside was not cranked to full blast. Instead of cold, the temperature hovered at a comfortable, cozy level. Chen Feng noticed a male and a female police officer preparing to leave. The man looked to be in his 40s, a grizzled uncle with a cigarette in his left hand and a lighter in his right. The woman was very young, clearly new to the force, yet her gaze was steady and resolute, like a steel blooming rose. "Master," the young officer began. "How many times have I told you? On duty, use titles," the man snapped back. A classic pairing of veteran and rookie. After the police left, He Ting began introducing the cafe staff to Chen Feng. There were 2 female cashiers, one cold, one warm. Both so beautiful they seemed almost unreal, and 4 male network attendants, silent and taciturn, who at least looked mostly human. "This is she, Ching," He Ting said, pointing to a young woman whose eyes were covered by a black lace hollow pattern mask. "Ching just had eye surgery, so she's a little sensitive to light." "Jie, you've brought a stray in again." Ching's chest was generous, but her heart was not. Previously, when Chen Feng had tried to rest in the cafe, Ching had driven him out. Seeing him enter now, she said coolly, "I just mopped the floor, and he's already tracked dirt all over it. It's pouring outside, you can't just leave him out there in the rain," came another voice. The woman who spoke for Chen Feng was a long-legged beauty named Zhu Qianqian, dressed in a white silk camisole with a sunny smile. She asked with concern, "You must be hungry, right? Shall I make you a bowl of instant noodles?" Chen Feng waved his hand. "No need." Sensing his embarrassment, Zhu Qianqian blinked and said, "It's fine, my treat." Kindness without cause often hides ulterior motives. Chen Feng snorted inwardly. In his previous life, he had been moved by Zhu Qianqian's meticulous care, bewitched until he lost himself completely. But now reborn, Chen Feng had no desire to indulge in some ridiculous love story. "Then let me help out a bit to Next to the cashier's desk was a small beverage bar that provided drinks for customers. At the moment, many guests had ordered coffee, and the 2 front desk girls were overwhelmed. "Coffee, powder, water, stirring ice." Chen Feng quickly finished the work and then turned to Qianqian. "Want me to make you a cup of coffee too?" Zhu Qianqian politely declined. "I don't really like coffee." "You have it." Seeing that his hands were nimble enough, the boss, He Ting, pointed to a notice on the wall that read "Long-term recruitment of attendants, no long-term attendants hired," and asked whether Chen Feng wanted to work there. Base salary is 3200 meals, and lodging included, full attendance bonus, 204 days off a month, and a fixed amount of free internet time every month. Any questions? Here it was. After realizing he had already died once, Chen Feng's first instinct had been to stay far away from this damned cafe. But thinking it through, with the rain pouring down outside, and himself a newly arrived illegal nobody in this world, he truly had nowhere to go. If trouble could find him even in a crowded internet cafe, then would standing alone outside in the downpour not be even more dangerous? So as in the previous run, after careful deliberation, Chen Feng chose to stay. At that moment, He Ting explained 3 rules of the cafe to him. First, you're not allowed on the third floor. Our cafe has 3 floors. The first is the regular internet area, the second has private gaming rooms, and the staff dormitory. The third floor is slated to be converted into a billiards hall, but construction hasn't started yet. It's full of concrete and building materials up there, so don't go up and trample anything. Second, don't set the air conditioning too low. Ching-Ching's caught a cold recently and can't handle the chill. Third, be careful of people in white coats. Those white coats are lunatics who escaped from the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Academy of the 4th Hospital. If you don't want trouble, stay far away from them. These inexplicable rules had puzzled the Chen Feng of the previous life, but given that they were willing to hire a man without even an ID card, he felt he had no grounds to complain. A network attendant was essentially a waiter for the cafe. The work was simple, restocking beetle nut instant noodles and other snacks on the shelves, delivering drinks to customers who ordered them, wiping keyboards and mice, sweeping the floor, and keeping things clean. As for technical jobs like repairing computers, those were outside their scope. Attendant: my machine's lagging. Attendant: my machine's broken. Restart. Whenever someone said such things, the male attendants always gave the same reply. Several hours passed, and outside the rain showed no sign of easing. The proprietress, He Ting, handed Chen Feng a key. Follow the corridor on the 2nd floor to the end. The room on the right will be yours. If you're tired, go ahead and rest early. Also, I live right across from you. If anything comes up, you can find me anytime. With that, the proprietress tossed him a flirtatious look and swayed her way back to her room. Is she hinting at something? Watching the graceful sway of her figure, Chen Feng nearly decided to give up on trying so hard at life. But for the sake of survival, he chose to keep striving. The attendants worked in 2 shifts, from 9 in the morning to 9 at night, and from 9 at night to 9 the next morning. However, since Chen Feng had just joined, strictly speaking, he was not required to take a shift that day. Yet in the previous run, he had obeyed the proprietress, gone back to sleep, dreamed a pleasant dream, and then awakened to find the timeline reset. He could not sleep. Sleep meant death. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the entrance. This time he was determined to see for himself what exactly would happen. As the night deepened, Chen Feng grew increasingly tense. Just then a flash of white light streaked past the window, followed by a sudden deafening clap of thunder. Crack! Chen Feng jolted upright. He looked up to see the fluorescent tube above him flicker violently a few times before going completely dark. The power had gone out. Most likely the heavy rain had damaged some section of the wiring. Inside the now dark internet cafe, a cacophony erupted. Shouts of frustration and confusion burst out from every corner as the gamers reacted to the sudden blackout. Someone casually suggested rebooting the systems, as if that could solve everything. Chen Feng almost burst out laughing, thinking to himself that his colleague was unexpectedly humorous in a moment like this. Amid the chaos, a sudden resounding bang cut through the noise, followed by the sharp crash of shattering glass from the direction of the cafe's front entrance. What on earth was that? Customers raised their phones one after another, shining their screens toward the noise. In the pallid glow, they saw nothing but a floor carpeted with shards of glass, rainwater slowly seeping in, and a gust of cold wind pouring through the gap. Nothing else at all. Chen Feng felt slightly relieved. He had been bracing himself for some dramatic twist, but it seemed it was only the wind. Just then the burly man with tattooed arms sitting near the door suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. What's wrong? People around him asked. The tattooed man's face flushed red, but he could not force out a single word. Then a harsh cracking sound split the air. Under the stark illumination of the phone lights, Chen Feng saw it. Everyone saw it. The tattooed man's head twisted around a full 180 degrees, his neck wrenched violently until it snapped. Here was the twist after all. Only it was his neck that had twisted. Chen Feng's mind exploded. At first he had thought he had transmigrated into a modern romance world. After all, he had started out as an internet cafe manager surrounded by 3 beautiful female co-workers. Wasn't that the perfect setup for a light-hearted story of a man besieged by lovely girls? But now, faced with this grotesque scene, Chen Feng realized something was terribly wrong. This was clearly a world of supernatural horror tales. He was doomed, surrounded not by beauties but by ghosts and monsters. Murder. There's a ghost. With a piercing scream, the entire internet cafe boiled over. Shoving, running footsteps, gaming chairs crashing to the floor, all blended into a single chaotic roar. The world of rivers and lakes is treacherous. When things go wrong, you retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng dashed up the stairs, his footsteps drumming rapidly as he charged toward the 2nd floor. Hearing the commotion downstairs, the customers in the private gaming rooms on the 2nd floor stepped out and gathered in the corridor. What happened? What's going on? Something's happened downstairs. Chen Feng quickly recounted what had happened on the 1st floor and urged them to call the police. No signal. What's wrong with this useless phone? Of course. In times of disaster, a phone might as well be a brick. Chen Feng sighed. At that moment, the sounds of fighting shrieks and dying screams from downstairs suddenly diminished, becoming much fainter. After a while, everything fell completely silent. Was it over? But if it was, why had no one come upstairs? Had everyone down there been wiped out? Questions swirled in everyone's minds. Does anyone dare go down and take a look? Easy for you to say. Why don't you go down yourself? Voices rose and fell, but no one actually stepped forward. Chen Feng swept his gaze around. He saw neither the two reception girls nor the boss's wife. A heavy feeling sank into his chest. Had they already been killed? It now seemed likely that in his previous life he had been slain by this very monster. An invisible creature strong enough to twist a person's neck a full 180 degrees. Being killed by such a creature was something Chen Feng could accept. What unsettled him was that he had absolutely no memory of the monster at all. Could I have been strangled in my sleep? He wondered. But with screams that loud, even a pig would wake up. Besides, I locked my door before going to bed. Just as Chen Feng was puzzling over it, the sound of running water suddenly drifted over from the direction of the restroom. What's that sound? Someone asked. Fearless like a newborn calf, a young man in plastic slippers boldly pushed open the restroom door. He saw a faucet pouring out a continuous stream of water overflowing the basin and soaking the floor and carpet. It looked as though someone had used the toilet and forgotten to turn off the tap. What awful manners, he muttered. Pinching his nose, the young man stepped forward, reaching to turn off the faucet. Suddenly he felt a chill breeze brush across the back of his neck. Puzzled, he thought, why is the air conditioner set so low? Mid-thought, he almost laughed at himself. The power was out. There was no air conditioning at all. Wait, if there was no cold air, why did it feel so freezing? He stepped up to the basin. Water washed over his slippers and touched his feet, a chill stabbing straight into his bones. It was far too cold. Even with the rain outside, the pipes had baked all day in the sun. How could the water be this icy? Before he could make sense of it, he felt a pair of icy, slick hands clamp around his neck. Another sickening crack echoed in the small room. The young man would never again be able to make heads or tails of anything. Run! It's upstairs! Someone shouted. With that cry, everyone bolted once more in a frantic scramble for their lives. Although the boss's wife had warned them not to go up to the third floor with death at his heels, Chen Feng could no longer care about such warnings. He grabbed the railing and sprinted upward. But as he ran, Chen Feng suddenly noticed how strangely quiet it had become around him. Something felt off. He lifted his head. No one was in front of him. He turned. No one was behind him either. What was going on? Where had everyone gone? Chen Feng could not make sense of it, but with the monster downstairs, he did not dare turn back. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on. Just as the boss's wife had said, the third floor was indeed unfinished, a single undivided hall. The air reeked of cement, dust, and an indescribable fishy stench that made one's stomach churn. It was like someone's cesspit had exploded. Covering his nose, Chen Feng looked up and saw countless thick hemp ropes hanging from the ceiling, densely packed. At their ends dangled what appeared to be quilts. Why would anyone hang so many quilts to dry here? When Chen Feng stepped closer and saw clearly, he sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. The surfaces were shriveled and withered, faint facial features still discernible, with limp limbs hanging at the sides. What dangled from the ends of those ropes were not quilts at all, but human skins peeled whole from their bodies. Oh! The hellish sight made Chen Feng stagger backward a few steps, his shoes tapping twice against the floor. Then, though not even a whisper of wind stirred, every single human skin began to sway. They slowly turned, empty eye holes swiveling, until they were all facing toward where Chen Feng stood. What was this? Chen Feng felt his scalp go numb. In an instant, a flood of information surged in. A metallic voice layered with countless echoes rang by his ear. It announced that the original host had died, and that it was scanning and binding to a new host. Then came a barrage of notification-like chimes, one after another. One voice congratulated him on successfully binding to a system designated DS-01ZBDL, another to XH-02SLJD, the Deep Blue Point Allocation System, and more continued to announce themselves. Yet another congratulated him on binding to DS-03SHFX, the Godly Tycoon Cashback System, and so on, the announcements seeming endless. It was indescribable, like hundreds or thousands of people adding him on a messaging app all at once. Mechanical chimes rang incessantly in Chen Feng's ears, each one a new system binding to him. After a long moment, the chaotic thoughts in his mind gradually settled. Chen Feng shook his head and finally managed to calm down, trying to understand what had happened. These human skins had once been transmigrators like him, each possessing a system. They had been murdered, and their systems had been left behind here. Now Chen Feng had become the new master of those systems. He had inherited the systems of his predecessors, but no joy touched his features. Instead, he was gripped by profound terror. What kind of monstrous place was this that it could slaughter so many veteran transmigrators? Didn't I tell you not to come upstairs? A sultry voice tinged with languid weariness sounded from ahead. That voice. Chen Feng's eyes widened as he saw the boss's wife, He Ting, swaying her hips as she emerged from the forest of human skins. Even a fool could see now that the deaths of his predecessors were inextricably linked to her. Stay away from me, he shouted. Better to live to fight another day than die here pointlessly. He spun around to run, but instead pitched forward and crashed to the ground. Looking down in confusion, he expected to see something that had tripped him, only to discover that at some unknown moment his legs had become withered and dried, deeply wrinkled like those of a dying man in his 80s. What was happening to him? Chen Feng felt as though his entire body had been hollowed out, his life force draining away at a frantic pace. An irresistible wave of drowsiness surged over him. He was so sleepy, so very, very sleepy. He just wanted to sleep. As his eyes closed, Chen Feng finally understood how his first life had come to an end. And when he opened them again, the air was hot and humid. Cicadas droned lazily outside. A beautiful woman stepped out of the internet cafe and slowly approached where Chen Feng stood in a daze. "Handsome, you don't look well. You'd better find some shelter before it starts raining. Don't come over. Don't come over." Chen Feng instinctively took 2 steps back, like a startled bird. The landlady blinked in confusion, as she was extremely confident in her beautiful appearance. Whenever she went out, those men would be so captivated that they couldn't move. But this man before her was actively avoiding her, which was quite unusual. So narrowing her beautiful eyes, the landlady asked, "Handsome guy, what are you afraid of?" "Afraid? Am I?" Facing this female demon who had killed over 100 people and turned their skins into human leather, Chen Feng pretended to be calm on the surface, while internally shouting, "Please don't kill me, big sister. I really don't want to end up hanging on the wall." The landlady invited, "Then would you like to come here to avoid the rain?" "No." Chen Feng decisively refused. He didn't want to work hard, but he didn't want to die either. Weird guy. Seemingly displeased by Chen Feng's lack of charm, the landlady swayed away. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. When he touched his pants, he realized they were a bit wet. "Is it sweat?" Chen Feng looked down at his crotch. "Oh, it's urine. I thought, how could this make me sweat? This place is terrifying. No wonder so many predecessors had failed." By the way, predecessors. Chen Feng suddenly remembered that during his last reincarnation, he seemed to have inherited the system of the predecessors. Would this reset because of loading a save? System activate. Chen Feng hurriedly called upon the system, and 3 numbered boxes appeared before him. Chen Feng reached out, and just as his hand was about to touch one of the boxes, a mechanical voice came to his ears. The number on the first box was DS01DSR, and it said, "At the start, human nature is good." The number on the second box was DS01DR, and it said, "Human nature is evil. Those who are good are but pretenders." The number on the third box was LS02SGG, and it said, "It is said that the great trends of the world after long division must unite, and after long unity must divide." Thinking back to the strange series of numbers before his save load system, Chen Feng immediately understood that each box represented a different system. "Let's open one and take a look." Chen Feng grabbed the first box while the other 2 gradually faded. It seems that only one can be chosen. A system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's ears. "Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the Great Benefactor system. This system will help you earn system points rapidly, grow quickly, and complete world-saving task system points." Chen Feng learned that system points were the universal currency of the system, which could be used to enhance certain functions. For example, in the save load system, 1 point could replenish a load attempt equivalent to an extra life. The Great Benefactor system could issue charitable tasks to award system points based on user experiences. If these 2 are combined, won't I become immortal? Chen Feng excitedly looked at the task bar. The landlady of Happiness Internet Cafe, He Ting, is a female demon who specializes in luring souls using the pretense of hiring internet managers to entice and kill male drifters, turning them into human leather. Task objective: destroy the power of Happiness Internet Cafe. Task reward: depending on completion, reward 19 system points. Chen Feng looked at it. Investigating and collecting evidence against the Internet Cafe to report and shut it down would only yield the lowest level reward. Directly storming the Happiness Internet Cafe and driving the demon He Ting away could yield a medium level reward. As for the highest level reward, looking at the words, eliminate the demon, in the task objective, Chen Feng pointed at himself. Am I really going to fight a demon? What's the difference from throwing a meat bun at a dog? Just reporting it would suffice. Just as this thought crossed Chen Feng's mind, he saw 2 police officers, an old man and a young woman, coming out of the internet cafe. "Master, how many times have I told you? Address me by my title while working. Captain, didn't you say you were going to quit smoking?" "Ah, just this last one." Perfect timing. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He was worried about where to go. Finding a bridge or something to avoid the rain was one option, but he remembered that there was a monster lurking outside that could easily snap a person's neck with its bare hands. He needed to find a safe place to spend the night. Chen Feng waved to stop the 2. "Hello, officer." "Hello, comrade, is there something you need?" "My name is Chen Feng, and I am from out of town." Chen Feng fabricated a lie, saying he lost his wallet and phone, had no one to turn to, and was starving. "Can you spare me something to eat?" "A beggar." The female officer Zhang Ruobing scanned Chen Feng from head to toe and said bluntly, "Isn't there a construction site next door? You could earn at least 100 or 200 by working a day." You're a grown man with arms and legs. How could you end up with no money for food? So this person is either a blind drifter or a lazy bum, or perhaps both. Zhang Ruobing despised those who profited without labor, and said, Master, ignore him, let's go. No, don't go. Upon hearing his apprentice's words, Officer Lao Li suddenly thought of tomorrow's headline. The security personnel of Xihong City ignored the suffering of the public and allowed citizens to starve to death on the streets. It is no exaggeration to say that with that headline, every stroke could cost a leader their job. So Officer Lao Li immediately grabbed Chen Feng's hand, fearing he would starve to death before him. My last name is Li. Just call me Lao Li. I know a good beef noodle restaurant. Let's first fill our stomachs, then I'll take you to the rescue station to rest, okay? Good. Thus, under Zhang Ruobing's disdainful gaze, Chen Feng got into a police car for the first time in his life. As soon as he entered the car, a wave of heat hit him. On such a hot day, it was impossible for the air conditioning not to be on, so the car had been parked here for a while. Chen Feng looked at the two in the front seats, pondering, since they had been in the Happiness Internet Cafe for so long, were they investigating the landlady's affairs? As Chen Feng thought, after fastening his seatbelt, Zhang Ruobing began to complain. Master, we've been busy for half a day for nothing. Lao Li, holding the steering wheel, laughed. Look at you, so anxious. Zhang Ruobing retorted. I'm not anxious, mainly after searching all afternoon we found not a single clue. In my opinion, this missing drifter case has nothing to do with the Happiness Internet Cafe. Hard to say. Lao Li advised his apprentice not to jump to conclusions too early. Zhang Ruobing countered, hard to say. Based on our investigation, that landlady hardly ever goes out. Even if she is a killer, where are the victims? Most of them are hanging upstairs. One is even in the car. Chen Feng, while internally complaining, felt puzzled. Those who kill frequently know that while killing is easy, disposing of the body is hard. That third floor was clearly filled with human skin corpses. After searching all afternoon, they should have found at least 2 pigs, yet how could there be no clues at all? Recalling the strange incident earlier when many people went upstairs, but only he reached the 3rd floor, Chen Feng felt that things weren't that simple. Just then the intercom in the car suddenly sounded. This is 823,235. Received. Understood. Lao Li put down the intercom and turned serious. I'm sorry, mister. Chen, are you very hungry right now? Chen Feng waved his hand, indicating he was fine. What's up? Lao Li explained, someone reported that someone is attempting suicide again on the Xihong Bridge. We have to check it out. Chen Feng asked in confusion, why say again? Is that bridge prone to such incidents? Lao Li nodded. You're from out of town, so you wouldn't know. Since its completion, there have been constant suicide incidents on the Xihong Bridge. Later, in order to change this situation, the government installed some signs on the bridge. Chen Feng was taken aback. Signs? Lao Li explained. Whenever someone walks past the Bridge of Life, the lights on the railings will light up and display greetings like, are you tired? Have you been well recently? Does the person you like you back? And so on. Chen Feng asked, is it effective? Lao Li replied, yes, after a year the number of suicides on the bridge increased 6-fold. Oh, that's quite effective. Chen Feng asked, how can there be so many suicides? Is the pressure on the residents of Xihong City? Lao Li told Chen Feng, actually suicides have nothing to do with slogans or pressure. The reason so many people die on that bridge is because. After a pause, Lao Li said ominously, water ghosts. Old Li pressed the horn and suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone, Mister Chen, would you like to hear a story? Old Li pressed the horn and suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone, Mister Chen, would you like to hear a story? Here we go again. Zhang Ruobing rolled her eyes and covered her ears. I want listen, it's just nonsense. Who asked you? Chen Feng nodded. Sure, go ahead, I'm listening. Next I will tell you an absolutely true story, whether you believe it or not. Old Li's voice suddenly dropped. Many years ago there was a wealthy big boss who married a beautiful woman, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. After a few years of enjoying the riches, strange things started happening. The big boss' health declined day by day, and it seemed he was on the verge of collapse. Neighbors said his wife was a calamity that brought misfortune. But this big boss was blinded by love and refused to believe it. Until one day, Old Li's voice suddenly rose. The big boss returned home early, and guess what happened? Just in time. He caught his beautiful wife in the act of infidelity. Chen Feng's heart sank. He thought, isn't this just like the story of Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian? Old Li seemed to see through Chen Feng's thoughts and laughed. Are you thinking that the big boss' declining health was due to that cruel woman poisoning him daily, and after the truth came out, she and her lover killed him? Chen Feng nodded instinctively. Old Li said no. Chen Feng was taken aback. Huh? Did the big boss go into a rage and kill both his wife and her lover? Old Li revealed a few yellowed teeth from smoking. Hey, that's not it either. What the hell, is there a third possibility? Chen Feng was also confused. Could it be that the big boss got so excited that he joined them? Old Li revealed the answer. The big boss pushed open the door and saw the two of them embracing, thinking they were lovers, but upon closer inspection, he found his delicate wife, holding a corpse that had been drained of blood, nothing but skin and bones. Chen Feng gasped in shock. Seeing Chen Feng's strong reaction, Oldly laughed. Have you ever seen a human skin? Not only have I seen it, but I have even worn it. Chen Feng hurriedly asked what happened next. Then the big boss was so terrified by the hellish sight that he died on the spot, losing consciousness. Oldly continued, pointing ahead. When he opened his eyes again, he had already been thrown off the Zihong Bridge by his wife. The icy cold river water filled his mouth and nose, and he drowned. And once the big boss died like this, trouble began. Oldly told Chen Feng, those who died in the water, whether by accident or suicide, had grievances that soared to the heavens, unable to ascend to the sky or descend to the earth, condemned to linger at the bottom of the cold water, never able to reincarnate. Moreover, since the big boss died so tragically, the resentment lodged in his chest turned him into a vengeful. It is said that those who pass by the bridge at night hear the water ghost say that one day he will climb out from the riverbed to take revenge on his wicked wife. So there is a water ghost under this bridge. Chen Feng understood. Oldly nodded affirmatively. That's right. If it weren't for the water ghost, how could there have been so many people seeking to end their lives on this bridge, or falling into the water, in recent years? This is clearly the ghost looking for a substitute to free itself and take revenge on that woman. Just as Oldly finished speaking, a mechanical sound rang in Chen Feng's ears. It turned out that the Great Benefactor system had issued a new task. Under the Zihong Bridge, a water ghost is causing trouble. This demon is transparent and has an indistinguishable face. Whenever it encounters someone who falls into the water, it unleashes a chilling aura to drag them into the depths and drown them. Mission objective: eliminate the water ghost. Mission reward: 13 system points. Based on completion, Chen Feng instantly felt a chill run down his spine. A tall woman, a human skin lover, a water ghost husband. As these clues came together, Chen Feng seemed to realize what that ghostly thing was that had barged into the internet cafe and could become invisible. Seeing Chen Feng lost in thought, Oldly comforted him. Don't be afraid. No matter how fierce the water ghost is, it ultimately cannot leave the water or reach the shore. As long as you don't make a mistake like swimming in the river or fishing by the riverbank, you'll be fine. That would be a big problem. Chen Feng stammered. Uncle, do you know that water ghosts can also come ashore? Oldly replied, oh. There are indeed some places that say that during rain or floods water ghosts can come ashore. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to know so much. How could I not know? I've seen it with my own eyes. Chen Feng just wanted to stop the car and run away. Uncle Lee, I suddenly lost my appetite. Can you let me off? Don't worry, we're almost there. Oldly gently pressed the brake, slowing the car down. By now the downpour was torrential. In the brief moment when the wipers brushed across the windshield, Chen Feng vaguely saw a blurry figure with legs dangling, sitting on the slippery railing. That's him. You wait in the car. The car door opened, and 2 police officers rushed out into the pouring rain. Oldly shouted, don't act impulsively. If there's anything, say it down here. But as soon as he said that, the person dove right in. Zhang Ruobing exclaimed in shock, don't jump. Save him. There was no time to hesitate. Oldly immediately took off his gear and shoes, preparing to leap over the railing. Zhang Ruobing's face turned pale. Master, I can swim too, will go down. Don't be foolish. Oldly knew very well that just being able to swim did not mean one could save someone. After all, a drowning person would grasp onto any rescuer's body without a second thought. If the rescuer lacked experience, even good swimming skills would be useless. Therefore he shouted, you go get the rescue rope from the trunk quickly. With that, Oldly jumped into the river. On the other side, Chen Feng had secretly crept into the driver's seat, ready to flee at any moment. Seeing Zhang Ruobing return with red eyes, Chen Feng hurriedly asked, what happened? Where's your master? Zhang Ruobing struggled to maintain her composure, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. My master jumped in to save him. What? Chen Feng's heart jolted. He jumped in. Didn't he know there was a water ghost down there? Was he throwing his life away? There was nothing on the rope, yet it felt unbearably heavy. Faced with this bizarre phenomenon, Zhang Ruobing was momentarily stunned. What is this? A chill shot down Chen Feng's spine. He knew all too well what it was. It was the invisible water ghost that had slaughtered everyone in the internet cafe. Chen Feng turned to Zhang Ruobing and shouted, quick, shoot at the rope, don't let it come up, hurry. Zhang Ruobing was puzzled. What? Chen Feng in a panic exclaimed, there's no time to explain. The water ghost is coming up, don't you understand? Zhang Ruobing tried to calm Chen Feng down. Take it easy, speak slowly. Speak slowly. No time for that. Good words are wasted on a stubborn ghost. Seeing that the other party was unyielding, Chen Feng turned and ran. He didn't want to die alongside this fool. Just as Chen Feng left, Zhang Ruobing felt the rope in his hand lighten, and a bone-chilling cold surged up. Was it the heavy rain that soaked his clothes, causing his body to lose warmth? Before Zhang Ruobing could comprehend what was happening, a completely soaked, slippery, and powerful invisible hand grasped his neck. Could this be the water ghost that Master spoke of? Before he could even scream, his throat was crushed by immense strength, and he fell helplessly to the ground. At that moment, a police car suddenly roared onto the scene. It turned out that after leaving, Chen Feng had not chosen to escape by car, but had turned back aiming for Zhang Ruobing. The most terrifying aspect of the water ghost was its invisibility. You never knew where its attack would come from, making it impossible to defend. But now there was only one person outside, and Chen Feng was confident that the monster would definitely target Zhang Ruobing. The moment it harmed someone was also the moment it revealed its position. Eliminating the water ghost could earn 3 points, rounding up to 3 lives. Fortune favors the bold. With the roar of the engine, Chen Feng slammed the accelerator, crashing into the area, emanating cold. With a loud bang, blood splattered across the glass window, and the hood of the car was dented insignificantly. Chen Feng was jolted forward, struck dizzy by the airbag that deployed. Damn, I forgot to fasten my seatbelt. Truly, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Driving unsafely leads to tears for loved ones. After a moment, Chen Feng finally regained his composure. Did I die? He summoned the system, and opened his eyes to see that the task of eliminating the water ghost was still in an uncompleted gray state, and his heart sank. I didn't die from that. Then how am I still alive? A shiver ran down Chen Feng's spine. It certainly wasn't the air conditioning being too strong. That thing had come in. Just as Chen Feng heard the sound of the car window shattering, a pair of large hands seized his neck. This hand was so slippery was there oil on it. They say water ghosts can float on the surface. It turns out they swim like ducks, using oil to glide. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Chen Feng lost consciousness. Still in front of the same internet cafe, still with the same proprietress. Ting bent down and said, "Handsome, you look unwell. You'd better find a place to shelter from the rain before it starts." Chen Feng opened his eyes and shook his neck. Compared to the water ghost's head-spinning, neck-cracking, the proprietress' killing method was much less painful. No need, I actually enjoy a little rain. Chen Feng waved goodbye to Ting and then began to summon his system. Just as he had imagined. The number of save slots was down to 6. Dying 3 times on the first day, this alternate world was truly bizarre. No wonder so many predecessors had fallen. The Good Samaritan system was gone. However, to his surprise, the tasks from the Good Samaritan system were retained. Task 1, destroy the Happy Internet Cafe. Task 2, eliminate the water ghost. Then came the box selection segment. Aside from the DS01DR and LS02 SHSG that he hadn't chosen last time, the box in position 1 this time was numbered TY03SLD, and it said, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. At this point, Chen Feng had more or less figured it out. Every time he resurrected by loading a save, he could choose a new system, and the items left behind by the previous system would also be retained. As for which box to choose, Chen Feng inquired about the meanings of those numbers. The result he got was that the first abbreviation represented the system's origin, such as DS for urban systems, LS for historical systems, while TY was for sports systems. Urban, historical, and sports. Chen Feng couldn't help but complain. It feels like all 3 are garbage. If only there was XH Fantasy or XX Fairy Tale. At the very least, even LY Paranormal would suffice. As for the second number, it represented the type of system. 01 was a pure task system specifically for issuing tasks to users for earning system points, just like the Good Samaritan system. 02 was a pure exchange system specifically providing a system marketplace for users to exchange points for items, just like common apocalypse resource exchange systems. 03 was a mixed system referring to special functions not belonging to 01 or 02, like Chen Feng's own save load system. The last number is an abbreviation for the system's name. I currently have no points, so the box numbered LS02SHSG is definitely ruled out. Should I take a gamble and open that box number 03? Forget it, that box comes from sports. Oh, what if it's a system specifically for improving basketball or soccer skills? That would be a waste. I'd better choose the task system honestly and accumulate some points. After much consideration, Chen Feng ultimately chose DS01DR. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the evil person system. This system will help you earn a large amount of system points, grow rapidly, and achieve the grand dream of world domination. Task: the girl Zhong Jilian doesn't want to go to school. To scare her parents, she pretends to jump into the river to commit suicide. Task objective: since she is seeking death, let her go die. Task reward: 1 point of system points. Zhong Jilian, the girl who committed suicide at the bridge. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He liked this task, although the reward was too low. To be honest, seeing that previous heinous act where that girl caused old Li's death, even if it was free, Chen Feng wanted to eliminate her. Officer M from out of town. Just looking for a meal. Using the same excuse, Chen Feng got into old Li's car. Next, the walkie-talkie should ring. Chen Feng considered whether he should smash the walkie-talkie in advance. Oh, as long as they didn't receive the task, they wouldn't have to save the suicidal girl and face that terrifying water ghost. But after thinking it over, it still wasn't safe enough. If the walkie-talkie was broken, others could use their phones. Moreover, just like a clever child wouldn't cry without their parents around. From the task hint, it was clear that the girl named Zhong was standing at the bridge because she didn't want to go to school, not because she truly wanted to die. Therefore, if no one went to save her, she wouldn't jump into the river, and Chen Feng's task would inevitably fail. So this trip was unavoidable. Just as Old Li hung up the walkie-talkie, he heard Chen Feng say, "I'm not hungry, Officer Li, you can go on with your business." Off. Old Li was taken aback. He hadn't said anything yet the other party had already learned to answer. Zhang Ruobing asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Old Li said, "Someone is attempting suicide at Sihong Bridge." Chen Feng pretended to be surprised. Sihong Bridge. But there are water ghosts down there. How did he know there were water ghosts? Old Li was astonished. Wasn't this kid claiming to be from out of town? How did he know so much about the supernatural tales of Sihong City? Moreover, a young man like you believes in ghosts. Zhang Ruobing also mocked. Have you ever seen a ghost? Just thinking it's obvious. I not only have seen one, but have also been killed by one. Chen Feng learned on the spot. Humph, when it comes to ghosts, it's better to believe in their existence than to doubt it. How about this? Let me tell you a story about a water ghost. Therefore, the frequent suicide incidents at the Sihong Grand Bridge are related to the water ghost, which not only can become invisible, but can even come ashore during rainy days. As Chen Feng finished the story, he felt the vehicle slow down. We have arrived. Old Li gently pressed the brake, looking out the window at the figure sitting on the bridge railing. He turned his head and said, "Mr. Chen, wait in the car for us. We will be back soon." Chen Feng nodded. Based on his previous experience, he just needed to wait in the car for the water ghost to appear, kill 3 people, and then drive away to easily complete the task. But why did he feel so uncomfortable inside? Old Li was a good person to save others. He would not hesitate to jump into the raging river, and even after having the life-saving rope snatched away by a girl, he could still repay kindness for malice by pushing her back to the shore. Such a good person should not die here. Thinking of this, Chen Feng suddenly changed his tone. Wait a minute. Looking at the two with puzzled expressions, Chen Feng prompted, "Are you really going to rescue people empty-handed?" All right. After Chen Feng's reminder, Old Li suddenly remembered that there was a life-saving rope in the trunk. After retrieving the rope, Chen Feng even volunteered, "I'll go too." Just like the previous plot. Once confirming that someone was there to watch the suicide performance, the girl with the surname Zhong jumped off the bridge without hesitation. "Ruobing, help me check the position of the drowning person. I'll go save them." Seeing Old Li about to take off his clothes and repeat the mistake, Chen Feng quickly advised, "Uncle Li, don't jump. We only have one life-saving rope. If you jump down too, not only will you not be able to save anyone, but you might even put yourself in danger." If it were just a reminder of the danger of saving someone, Old Li would definitely not give up. But hearing that his jumping down could actually lead to 2 deaths made Old Li hesitate. But can we really save someone with just the life-saving rope? Old Li's concerns were not unfounded. The life-saving rope was not a life jacket. If the girl didn't know how to use it, she wouldn't be saved. Chen Feng rubbed his eyes and pointed below, saying, "Uncle Li, look at how fast the water is flowing below. She is not thrashing around at all, and is maintaining a very stable position on the water surface. This is not something a person who can only tread water could do. Indeed, as the saying goes, those involved are confused while outsiders see clearly." With Chen Feng's reminder, Old Li understood. "Throw." With a command, Zhang Ruobing threw the life-saving rope in front of the girl. Looking at the rope that she could reach with just a bit of effort, the girl remained unmoved and did not move at all. Zhang Ruobing anxiously said, "She is running out of strength." "Not right." Old Li corrected. "Someone who can't swim would desperately grab onto anything that floats. The fact that she isn't grabbing it means she is still fine." Old Jianghu is indeed an old Jianghu. Chen Feng was truly afraid Old Li would be deceived by the girl's act and jump into the river, ruining his efforts. Since Old Li wasn't fooled, he just needed to wait for the water ghost to appear and could comfortably complete the task. "It's about time." As Chen Feng's voice fell, the girl who had been floating on the water suddenly sank to the bottom. Glub glub glub. Noticing something was wrong, Old Li immediately threw out the rope, but the river was turbulent and there was nothing in sight. Where was the girl? A system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's ear. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, player has gained 1 system point. 1 point can be exchanged for a save point. This life was not in vain. Chen Feng looked at the life-saving rope. Ooh, just like last time, the end of the rope clearly had nothing, yet it was taut and moving rhythmically. Zhang Ruobing was stunned again. "What is this?" Chen Feng shouted to Old Li. "Uncle Li, quickly cut the rope. The water ghost is coming up." Water ghost. Looking at the bizarre scene before him, Old Li suddenly recalled Chen Feng mentioning on the way that the water ghost could come ashore and could become invisible, so he immediately drew his gun. Zhang Ruobing asked in confusion, "Master, what are you doing?" Although the water ghost was invisible, it could only come up in a straight line along the rope, so Old Li aimed down and fired several shots. Bang! 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 The crisp gunshots rang out, and with the bullets fired some blood suddenly splattered from the air. Ah! Zhang Ruobing screamed, hardly believing her eyes. There was clearly nothing in the air, so how could there be blood? Chen Feng reminded, shooting it is useless, shoot the rope. Right. Old Li aimed at the rope, and with a bang the rope snapped, and the severed half fell onto the water surface, immediately creating an unusually large splash. Zhang Ruobing's voice trembled, master that. That can't be. Old Li's face was heavy, the water ghost. The scene fell into an eerie silence, only the sound of wind and rain howling in their ears. Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, what are we standing here for? Zhang Ruobing explained, according to the procedure, we should protect the scene, confirm the position of the drowning person, and notify the fire department to retrieve the body. As she spoke, Zhang Ruobing took out her phone, but found there wasn't a single signal. Chen Feng urged, forget about, if we don't run now we will become the bodies. Old Li was taken aback, run. That guy isn't dead yet. Definitely not dead. Chen Feng said firmly. Last time when he drove to hit that monster he couldn't kill it, a few bullets were useless. The three hurried back to the car, started the vehicle, and began to flee. Old Li pressed the accelerator, still feeling a bit shaken, said, Brother Chen, this time I owe you one. If it weren't for this young man's reminder to take the life-saving rope and to discourage him from jumping into the water, he might have already been harmed by the water ghost. Chen Feng waved his hand. It's nothing, where are we going now? Old Li turned the steering wheel. First let's go back to the bureau to change into dry clothes, and then. Just as he was speaking, Old Li saw Zhang Ruobing pick up the walkie-talkie, trying to report the situation, and quickly stopped her. Wait a moment. Zhang Ruobing asked in confusion, what's wrong, master? How do you plan to explain this to the higher-ups? Just tell the truth. The truth. The water ghost killed the drowning person, and then came up along the rope to chase us. Old Li shook his head. Do you think they will believe that? I do not want to send you to the 4th mental hospital. Zhang Ruobing hesitated, as if she herself couldn't believe it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. By the way, we have the body camera. Strangely, why is the body camera broken? No signal on the phone, a broken body camera. Remembering the power outage experience at the Happy Internet Cafe, Chen Feng speculated that every time they encountered a ghostly presence the electronics would malfunction. But Zhang Ruobing still didn't want to give up. No matter what, we can't let that water ghost continue to harm people. Old Li remained silent for a long time before making a decision. This matter will be handled by the master. You should go back and get some sleep and forget about today's events. But, enough. Old Li slammed on the brakes, pointing at Zhang Ruobing's nose, and sternly scolded, this is not something you can manage. If you encounter danger, how will I explain it to your deceased father? Zhang Ruobing also retorted, Master, what if something happens to you? What about Shermu? Chen Feng felt puzzled. Old Li was so old, yet had no children. At this moment the three in the car still did not know that not long after their vehicle had driven off, a series of sunken footprints suddenly appeared on the waterlogged road, washed by the heavy rain. A crisp sound rang out. Old Li opened the lid of his windproof lighter, wanting to light a cigarette, but after fumbling for a while he realized that the cigarette box was already empty. The more restless a person feels, the more they crave a smoke. Old Li noticed a small convenience store ahead, so he gently pressed the brake and parked by the roadside, sheepishly saying, I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes. Normally at this time Zhang Ruobing would definitely intervene, but her mind was a complete mess, allowing Old Li to slip by without any objections. While waiting in the car, Chen Feng felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, feeling uncomfortable all over. Initially when he first got into the car his wet clothes clung to his skin, making him feel cold. After sitting in the closed car for a while, he then felt a sticky and itchy sensation on his skin. I need to dry my clothes and take a shower quickly, otherwise I won't escape a cold tomorrow. Chen Feng called out to the dazed Zhang Ruobing. Hey, could you turn on the air conditioning? Zhang Ruobing seemed as if she had lost her soul, mechanically responding, okay. As the wind entered, Chen Feng instinctively shivered. Why are you turning on the cold air? I'm sorry. Zhang Ruobing came to her senses and hurriedly adjusted the air conditioning, saying, where'd I set it to hot air? Isn't this cold air from the air conditioning? Chen Feng's expression instantly turned grim. He opened the car door and looked back, only to see on the rain-soaked ground that a manhole cover had been pushed up into the air, and in front of the cover numerous sunken footprints were rapidly approaching them. This is bad. Out of fear, Chen Feng's voice turned hoarse. Uncle Li, get in the car quickly. The water ghost is coming. What? Old Li, upon hearing this, quickly looked in the direction Chen Feng pointed, only to see that the footprints were less than 10 meters away from them. Such a strong desire for revenge had actually followed them here. Old Li pulled out his pistol and shot at the empty ground in front of the footprints. It wasn't that he couldn't run, he just couldn't bring this ghostly thing back home, as he had a wife there. Bang! Bang! As bullets continued to fire, blood splattered into the air, and at the same time the footprints in the puddle began to become chaotic. Old Li's face lit up with joy. This is effective. The co-driver Zhang Ruobing also jumped out of the car. Master, I'll help you. The master and disciple crossed their fire-pouring bullets wildly and soon emptied 2 spare magazines. The police-issued 92 model pistol has a double-stack magazine holding a total of 15 rounds. Looking at the empty magazine and the footprints still advancing towards them, Zhang Ruobing felt as if physics had ceased to exist. We shot it at least over 50 times. Over 50 shots and it can still move. Is it really carbon-based life? Out of bullets, Old Li drew his police baton and shouted to his disciple, "You go quickly, you'll hold them off." Zhang Ruobing shook her head saying, "I want leave." "What are you chattering about?" "I'm coming." The engine roared as the veteran driver, Chen Feng, pressed the gas toward the footprints. With a loud bang, Chen Feng was once again knocked around by the airbag, but unlike last time, this time, he was buckled in and felt much better. An invisible creature flew out, landing in the puddle, leaving a human-shaped imprint. "Is it dead, eh?" Old Li brandished his baton and rushed forward, striking at the water ghost on the ground. However, the baton merely glided over it, as if striking a wet bar of soap. What is the principle behind this? Before Old Li could decipher what was happening, the standing water ghost closed in and threw both him and his baton away. "Master!" Zhang Ruobing collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The bullets, the impacts, and the baton, none of those methods worked against the water ghost, leaving her in utter despair. Is it that the water ghost cannot be killed? No. Chen Feng got out of the car, recalling the sensation from when he last died, suddenly realizing why the baton couldn't hit the water ghost. It's the oil. The creature is wrapped in oil, which is why the baton slips off when it strikes. Wait a minute, oil. Chen Feng suddenly had a bold idea and shouted at Old Li, "Uncle Li, where's your windproof lighter?" Old Li lay on the ground looking at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression, not understanding what this young man was planning, thinking he wanted to smoke before dying. Speaking of which, this young man is quite knowledgeable. He only took one look and knew that my lighter was a high-grade windproof one. "It's here. Watch me." A crisp sound rang out. Chen Feng pushed open the lid engraved with a metallic pattern that read, "For Dad," with his right hand, his left hand shielding the lighter as he quickly approached the location of the footprints. SZZ. Cold air surrounded the water ghost. Chen Feng slid the lighter, well, several times, blackening and hurting his thumb before finally managing to ignite it. Fortunately, this is a high-grade lighter that is windproof and waterproof. Chen Feng ignited the water ghost without hesitation. Logically, water extinguishes fire, but this time he decided to go against the grain, using fire to conquer water. Boom. Flames engulfed the water ghost, instantly erupting into a blaze. The blinding light and scorching heat left Old Li and Zhang Ruobing in awe. It was hard for them to describe what they were witnessing, water and fire forming a bizarre harmony, a wildly writhing, burning, human-shaped torch struggling in the heavy rain. Accompanying the ghost's dance was a non-human beast-like sharp howl. Chen Feng stepped back 2 paces, laughing. "Can't understand. Can you speak human language?" The heavy rain couldn't extinguish the flames until they utterly consumed the water ghost, turning it into a pile of charred remains. Ding. The task of eliminating the water ghost has been completed. Task evaluation perfect, rewarded with 3 system points. At the moment Chen Feng confirmed the water ghost's death, exhaustion, cold, and hunger surged over him, as if he had drained all his energy, collapsing onto the ground. Though it was hard, it was finally over. Everything was so perfect. The last time the suicidal girl had caused Old Li's death, this time she received her comeuppance. Good people are rewarded. Although Old Li had broken a few bones and needed to stay in the hospital for a few days, he had at least survived. The water ghost, which had harmed countless people, had finally been dealt with, so the patrons of the Happy Internet Cafe wouldn't face any trouble tonight. My buddy completed 2 tasks, earning 4 system points, and managed to survive escaping from the monstrous proprietress of the Happy Internet Cafe. Chen Feng lay flat in the back seat, feeling as if a beautiful future was waving at him. As his taut nerves relaxed, fatigue surged over him like a tide, and with the warm air from the air conditioning blowing in the car, Chen Feng felt overwhelmingly drowsy. "I'll just take a nice nap first." Chen Feng closed his heavy eyelids and soon fell into a dream, a fragrant and thrilling dream. In the dream, the proprietress, He Ting, lay lazily on the bed, seductively beckoning, "Come play handsome." How strange, why would I dream of the proprietress? Is it too repressive? Chen Feng looked around, feeling a hint of familiarity in the air. This scene seemed... It was the first time he had traveled through time. At that time, Chen Feng was also taken in by the proprietress, becoming the manager of the Happy Internet Cafe. However, that time he had gone to sleep early, and after falling asleep, he had a dream that was just as pleasurable as this one. Then he had died from pleasure. At that moment, just as at this moment. In reality, "Hey, don't sleep. Master plans to treat you to dinner." "Oh, what is this?" Looking at the back seat, where Chen Feng lay with no signs of life, looking like a human skin, Old Li and Zhang Ruobing's eyes widened. The humid air hit Chen Feng once more, and he knew that a new cycle had begun. "Handsome, you look unwell. You should find a place to take shelter before it rains." "You've been chasing me to kill me. How can I be well?" Despite the anger boiling inside him, Chen Feng forced a smile and waved, saying, "Next time, definitely next time." After sending the boss lady away, Chen Feng began to calm down and reflect on the events of the previous cycles. I died again. If it weren't for the save load system, I would owe 3 lives by now. No wonder so many predecessors who crossed over have fallen. This place indeed has its own rules. From my experiences in the 1st and 4th cycles, regardless of where I find myself, be it inside the Happiness Internet Cafe or in a car just a few kilometers away, once I fall asleep, I will be dragged into a dream by the boss lady and drained of life. Therefore, if I want to see the sun tomorrow, I must strike first and eliminate the boss lady before going to sleep. With his goal set, Chen Feng began to summon the system. User Chen Feng load, count 5 system points, 4 task, eliminate Happiness Internet Cafe, incomplete task, eliminate water ghost, completed. Completed tasks cannot be repeated. It seems my plan to farm points using the suicidal girl and the water ghost has failed. Chen Feng looked at the 4 system points he had obtained last time and did not rush to convert them into load counts. After all, he would soon choose a new system, and it would be awkward if he encountered a good exchange system but had no points to trade. It was still the same box to choose from. This time the new box replacing the evil system was numbered LY03ZQZG, and it said the goal is to become a master of ghosts and monsters. This is... Seeing the identifier representing the system's origin as supernatural, LY Chen Feng was overjoyed. Countless classic supernatural figures flashed through his mind: the Maoshan priest mastering the 5 thunder true method, the exorcist wielding a silver crossbow, the Onmyoji controlling Shikigami, and the medium communicating with spirits. Finally, I've drawn something precious. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng grabbed the supernatural box and instantly refined it. Ding. Congratulations on successfully activating the strongest ghost-catching system. A piece of text appeared before Chen Feng. 1. Defeat the ghosts and monsters through combat. 2. Fulfill the ghosts and monsters' obsessions and wishes. When the user meets both conditions, they can capture the ghosts and make them subordinates. Not only do I have to win, but I also need to fulfill their wishes. These conditions are truly harsh. Although the conditions were strict, Chen Feng had a good choice at hand: the water ghost. Firstly, Chen Feng knew the water ghost's weakness was fire, and he had successfully killed the water ghost in the last cycle, so the first condition should not be a problem. Secondly, in the 2nd cycle, Chen Feng had witnessed the water ghost attacking the Happiness Internet Cafe, and in the 3rd cycle, he had heard Old Li speak of the water ghost's backstory, so Chen Feng was certain that the water ghost's wish was to take revenge on the boss lady. After confirming his target, Chen Feng still stopped Old Li and the others as they exited the cafe, with the central idea being 6 words: officer, hungry food. Then they headed to Cihang Bridge. During this time, Old Li recounted the story again. The reason so many people died at Cihang Bridge is because of the water ghost. Chen Feng responded, "Oh." Old Li was surprised and said, "Aren't you shocked? That's a water ghost." Chen Feng coldly replied, "Say something that not everyone knows. Feudal superstition is no better than listening to the news." Zhang Ruobing turned on the radio, and after a segment of soothing background music, a standard male announcer's voice sounded. The annual Youth Mental Health Work Special Report meeting will be held at 9 a.m. at the City Administrative Center Conference Hall at the end of this month. The meeting invited renowned professors in the field of mental health in the city, aiming to guide minors to embrace the online world in a green, healthy, and civilized manner. As the boring news continued, the car arrived at Cihang Bridge. Then it was the same old story. A girl jumped into the river, the water ghost appeared, and began to climb the rope. However, this time Chen Feng did not allow Old Li and the others to cut the rope, but instead borrowed a lighter. "Uncle Li, can I borrow your lighter?" "Sure, but I don't have any cigarettes." "What's the point of lighting a cigarette? Let me light a water ghost, that's more effective." Saying this, Chen Feng waited patiently, igniting the water ghost that had climbed up the rescue rope. The flames spread at a frantic speed. In the last cycle, the water ghost was hit by a car and shot more than 50 times before being extinguished by fire. So this time, it was only a burning water ghost that had not fully perished but collapsed on the ground, temporarily losing its combat ability. Watching the charred figure writhing on the ground, Chen Feng stopped Old Li, who was about to shoot, and stepped forward, saying, "I know your story, and I know you were killed by a treacherous woman and seek revenge on her. And I have also been targeted by that vile woman. If I don't kill her, I won't survive tonight. So I think the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How about we join forces?" After a few words, a system prompt rang in Chen Feng's ears. "Ding. Congratulations on temporarily capturing the water ghost. Water ghost temporarily captured. Grievance level 3 stars. Traits, likes water. The water ghost is incredibly strong in water and can teleport short distances using water bodies. Traits, likes rain. During rain, the water ghost can leave the shore and becomes blurry and hard to discern. Weakness, afraid of fire. Although born of water, the water ghost is covered in corpse oil and ignites upon encountering fire." Chen Feng's mind filled with specific information about the water ghost. So the water ghost can also teleport briefly using water bodies. No wonder in the second cycle the water ghost suddenly appeared in the bathroom on the second floor, while it was clearly on the first floor of the cafe, and in the fourth cycle we had driven so far, yet it still caught up with us. As for the grievance level, that is the system's standard for measuring the combat power of ghostly beings. The more harm they cause, the heavier the grievances, and the higher their star rating and strength. After resolving the water ghost issue, Chen Feng informed the still-shocked old Li and the others, the water ghost under Tsihong Bridge has been captured by me and will no longer harm people. Old Li couldn't help but ask, "Thank you for saving me, but who exactly are you?" Chen Feng replied, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that I came specifically for the missing persons case regarding the homeless." Old Li's eyes flashed with surprise. "You know about the homeless missing persons case?" Chen Feng replied with an affirmative sound. He didn't want to raise suspicions, but anyone with normal intelligence would know that the boss lady who was offering a bounty of 9 points was far more dangerous than the water ghost who was offering 3 points. Thus, to deal with the boss lady, Chen Feng needed more combat power, and he had to persuade Old Li to help. "Two officers, what I am about to say, please do not be frightened. The missing persons case of the homeless is not the work of one person." Zhang Ruobing asked, "Then how many people are involved?" Chen Feng clarified, No, it's not a gang. What I mean is it's not even the work of a human." If it were normal times, Zhang Ruobing would have clicked her tongue thinking this person was insane. But after witnessing the water ghost incident, she was a bit swayed. "Are you saying that the missing persons case of the homeless is also related to supernatural forces?" Exactly. Chen Feng laid bare how the female demon boss lady seduced people, recruiting the homeless as managers, and ultimately harmed them, turning them into human skin to hang in the attic. This is unreasonable. Although Old Li had received numerous tips and had long suspected the Happiness Internet Cafe, after today's investigation, we went to the third floor, and aside from some wood and sand there was nothing unusual. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, thinking that sand absorbs water and wood is flammable. It seemed the boss lady had long anticipated the water ghost would come looking for her, and as for not finding the human skin, could it be that the boss lady had hidden it away? Old Li suggested, "Why don't we go investigate again together?" No. Chen Feng shook his head repeatedly. That boss lady had killed nearly 100 system-equipped transmigrators. Just the 3 of us going would be like walking to our deaths. Uncle Li, you need to rally as many people as possible to help. Old Li was troubled. To gather people we need, Chen Feng urged. Uncle Li, if we don't seal the Happiness Internet Cafe tonight, there may not be another opportunity. At that time, who knows how many people will be harmed. Upon hearing this, Old Li's expression grew determined. All right, I believe you. Zhang Ruobing suddenly looked at her master. Master, what if this is all fake? Old Li reassured his apprentice that there was no need for more words. Even if it's fake, we must go. That is the meaning of being a police officer. Thus 1 hour later, 3 police cars stopped in front of the Happiness Internet Cafe. Amidst the blaring sirens and rain, 8 officers armed with heavy batons and stun guns got out and rushed into the cafe shouting, "Don't move, put your hands on your head, and squat down. We have important evidence and suspect that your internet cafe is related to the recent missing persons case. Please cooperate with the investigation. Unrelated personnel, please leave the scene immediately." Amidst the police, Chen Feng felt, "Great boss lady, I am coming." The captain said, "We caught a few minors. Just give them a warning and let them go." After evacuating all customers from the Happy Internet Cafe, Old Li asked the 2 cashiers squatting on the ground, "Where is your boss?" Zhu Qianqian raised her head slowly and said, "The boss went out on an errand and hasn't returned yet." What nonsense! Chen Feng clearly remembered that whether in the first reincarnation or the second, the boss lady had always stayed in the Internet Cafe and had never come out. Zhu Qianqian seemed like such a good girl. Who would have thought she would lie? Could she be in cahoots with the boss lady? Crack! Chen Feng jolted upright. He looked up to see the fluorescent tube above him flicker violently a few times before going completely dark. The power had gone out. Most likely the heavy rain had damaged some section of the wiring. Holy look, she must have gone to the third. Indeed, she has something to hide. Old Li instructed Deputy Captain Lao Yang handcuff these 2 cashiers. Just after giving the order, Old Li added, "Don't use zip ties, go get the handcuffs from the car." Handcuffs. Deputy Captain Lao Yang was quite surprised. Zip ties refer to disposable police nylon ties, which are small and easy to carry, making them more favored by law enforcement, but they have the downside of being at risk of being broken by stronger detainees. These 2 delicate girls didn't seem to have much strength. Was it really necessary to use handcuffs? Although he felt it was overkill, Lao Yang still agreed out of trust for his companions, saying, "All right. Now divide into 3 teams. You 2 will stay with Lao Yang on the first floor. You 3 will go to the second floor. Robbing Mr. Chen, we will go to the third floor together." As Old Li was about to leave, he noticed Chen Feng standing still and asked, "Mr. Chen, do you have any objections to this arrangement?" "Of course not." Chen Feng said sarcastically, "I think splitting up like idiots in a horror movie and getting picked off one by one is quite reasonable." Zhang Ruobing was unhappy. Can you speak properly? But after thinking it over, Old Li realized that it was indeed the case. Then aside from Lao Yang watching the front desk, the rest of us will go together. A group of people hurried up the stairs. The horrific scene of human skins floating around did not appear. Instead, they found only timber sand and a completely unrenovated empty hall, just as Old Li had described. Chen Feng was puzzled. Where's the boss lady? This is just absurd. Old Li's heart sank. Although they didn't find any human skins, a living person had gone up to the third floor and vanished. Was there anything more bizarre than this? Someone walked toward the window. Could she have jumped out? No, there was dust up there showing no signs of having been opened. Some began to speculate a secret room. An underground chamber. Chen Feng felt something was off. I have been to the third floor before, and I did see a room full of human skins. Even if there is a secret room or underground chamber, she wouldn't have had time to transfer everything so quickly. Old Li said, we came to the third floor this afternoon, and it looked exactly the same as now. Your third floor and my third floor seem different. Zhang Ruobing said helplessly, surely there can't be two third floors. Don't say that, don't say that. Zhang Ruobing's unintentional remark woke Chen Feng up. It's often said that clever rabbits have 3 burrows. As the lair of a female demon, it's indeed possible that there are 2 third floors here. But what are the conditions for accessing the real third floor? Chen Feng recalled the second reincarnation. At that time, everyone was running to the third floor to escape from the water ghost, but only he had reached the third floor. Now that he thought about it, that group might have ended up here. And what was the reason I could reach the real third floor? Could it be that I am special as a transmigrator? Chen Feng quickly dismissed this idea. If he was special enough to reach the third floor, there was no reason he couldn't do it again now. What was the difference between his current self and his second reincarnation? Suddenly Chen Feng had a flash of inspiration and realized the blind spot. I know. It's the key. Old Li beside him was stunned. The key. In his second reincarnation, Chen Feng had obtained the key for this place. At that time, the boss lady had specifically reminded him of 3 rules, one of which was not to go to the third floor. Logically, there was no need to remind him of this rule. After all, with a fake third floor as cover, even if he went up, he wouldn't discover anything. But the boss lady specifically warned him, which meant at that time Chen Feng had the qualification to enter the real third floor. The key was the secret door to the third floor. After realizing this, Chen Feng immediately rushed downstairs with everyone and caught a web manager who was crouching by the wall asking, "Where is your employee key?" The web manager replied, "Mechanically restart." Damn, what an idiot. Chen Feng directly searched the other's pocket and quickly found a metal key exactly the same as the one in his memory. Got it. Chen Feng didn't have time to feel joy. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The web manager, who had only been repeating restart, suddenly emitted a bizarre sound from his throat that didn't resemble a human's. Then, with a click, he broke free from the handcuffs, turned sharply, and lunged at Chen Feng's neck with both hands. But Chen Feng had gone through several life-and-death situations and was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. As soon as he heard something off, he quickly stepped back. At the same time, the alert police officer raised his yellow taser and began to act. The sound of electric shocks crackled, but the web manager's figure showed no sign of stopping. Except for Old Li and Zhang Ruobing, who had encountered water ghosts before, the other 3 police officers gasped, "Is this still human? Go!" The electric shock was ineffective, and the 5 of them had no choice but to pounce on him, trying to subdue him. As police officers, their physical strength was much better than average people, but facing the web manager, they almost couldn't hold him down. What incredible strength! Old Li felt that Chen Feng was truly prescient. If it had only been the 3 of them, they might have really flipped the situation. At that moment, a police officer grabbed the web manager's arm, trying to pin him down. But when he exerted force, there was a ripping sound, and a piece of the web manager's skin fell off like damp wall plaster. Oh! The police officer was startled, and his tug immediately triggered a chain reaction as the web manager's skin cracked and shed at a visible speed, revealing raw red flesh beneath. Monster! Monster! Its skin is cracking. Even the well-experienced police officers had their voices changed at this moment. After all the skin fell to the ground, that mass of rotten flesh lost its vitality and completely died. Chen Feng's ears immediately rang with the ghost-catching system prompt. Fake person resentment level of fake person. This internet cafe is indeed filled with monsters. Chen Feng quickly reminded Hurry use the walkie-talkie and warn the people on the first floor to be careful. Just then, with a snap, all the lights in the internet cafe suddenly went out. At that moment on the first floor, why did it suddenly lose power? It should be because of the rain. The visibility plunged into darkness, causing everyone to panic. The 3 police officers on the first floor were no exception. They reached for their shoulder lamps. At this moment, a faint, dense rustling sound reached their ears. Bugs. The sound of crackling. Old Yang felt something small and hard yet soft crack underfoot. He thought it was summer, so there could be cockroaches, centipedes, spiders, cicadas, all sorts of insects, which wasn't surprising, but what was surprising was the quantity. There were many moving small things crawling up their pant legs. What is that? Quick, turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. In a flurry, the shoulder lamps finally lit up, and the 3 beams of pale light swept around in panic, revealing spiders. Many spiders, countless spiders. The 3 were covered in spiders, and on the ground there were even more writhing, like a black carpet. Now they understood why this internet cafe was so clean. Not a single fly was present. Oh, how could there be so many spiders? Old Yang wanted to escape, but found his body unable to move. It was the silk. The threads spun by the spiders had firmly bound all 3 of them in place. Don't go. A seductive female voice emerged, and the 3 turned to the sound, plunging into an icy abyss. They witnessed the most terrifying sight of their lives, almost beyond description. A swarm of spiders draped over pieces of skin the size of fingernails, connecting the fragments to support the woman, Zhu Qianqian. The sound of rustling filled the air, and the torrent of spiders engulfed the 3. Pain. Excruciating pain. The feeling of being gnawed all over was enough to make one faint from agony. Oldly. Danger. Old Yang realized he wouldn't survive, reached for the walkie-talkie to warn his companions, but as soon as he opened his mouth, spiders crawled into his throat, causing him to cough violently. On the first floor, total annihilation. On the second floor of the happy internet cafe. Hello? Can you hear me? A crackling noise came from the intercom as Zhang Ruobing shook his head at his master. Master, we can't reach Captain Yang and the others. What if something happened to old Yang? A sense of foreboding crept into old Li's heart, when suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The experienced old Li immediately drew his gun. Someone's here. A shadow darted out from the corridor. Who goes there? Shooting without a word. Seeing the other party silent, old Li shot without hesitation, quickly bringing the figure down. Several shoulder lights illuminated the scene, revealing another fake internet manager. The stench of blood filled the air. Looking at the shredded flesh on the ground, the officers felt a chill. Captain Li, what in the world is this? Why ask so many questions? Just take out your guns and shoot when you see it. Old Li himself had no answers. Chen Feng seemed to grasp something. Although the fake had terrifying strength, it possessed a fatal weakness. As long as the human skin on its body was injured, it would immediately shed and die. Hurry, downstairs. Thinking that his partner Captain Yang might still be unaware that the internet manager was a monster in disguise, old Li was filled with urgency, leading everyone to rush down. Hello, anyone there? Old Yang. As they descended the stairs, no matter how loudly old Li called his colleague's name, there was no response. His heart sank. Without a doubt, those 3 had run into trouble. A loud belch echoed. Accompanied by a rustling sound, Zhu Xiangxian's figure gradually revealed itself in the darkness. Old Li raised his gun and asked, "Where are your handcuffs? Where did my colleagues go?" "Them." Zhu Xianxian pouted slightly, patting her slightly bulging abdomen. "They're in my belly." Before he could finish speaking, there were several gunshots, as old Li opened fire. If he wasn't the captain, he would have been decisive enough. After being shot several times, they, like old Yang, saw Zhu Xiangxian's true form. And then they went insane. The officers frantically pulled the triggers, not even noticing when they ran out of bullets. Despite being shot so many times, Zhu Xianxian showed no signs of injury. She simply stomped on the ground, and countless spiders erupted forth, rushing towards the group at the staircase. "Run! Upstairs!" Just as they shouted, the officer standing at the front was instantly engulfed by the army of spiders. "Damn it!" Old Li cursed loudly, pulling out a tear gas grenade from his waist, pulling the pin, and throwing it directly into the swarm of spiders. A loud bang resounded. Countless white irritating fumes burst forth, instantly killing and injuring many of the tiny spiders. Amid Zhu Xiangxian's screams, several people managed to escape back to the second floor. But as they ran, the 2 in front suddenly froze. "What are you dawdling for? The spiders are catching up." Chen Feng patted the 2, only to find the sensation was wrong. He felt like he was patting stone instead of humans. "What's wrong?" A bad premonition surged in old Li's heart. The 3 cautiously approached, and discovered that the 2 officers who had been running in front had actually turned into 2 lifelike, gray-white statues. This is impossible. Old Li's heart trembled, hardly believing his eyes. Just when all 3 were distracted by the statues, a hissing sound like a snake echoed overhead, and a thick, powerful tail swooped down with lightning speed, wrapping around Zhang Ruobing's waist, lifting her off the ground. "Master, save me." Before she could finish her plea, Zhang Ruobing was torn in half by the tail, warm blood pouring down like a torrential rain, splattering Chen Feng and old Li's faces. "Ruobing." Old Li wiped his face and looked up, discovering a half-human, half-snake creature swiftly moving across the ceiling. In his rage and sorrow, he raised his gun and fired. "Close your eyes. Don't look." The snake petrification. Chen Feng realized something was wrong the moment he saw the statue, instinctively shutting his eyes, while frantically warning old Li. Unfortunately, it was too late. "I can't move." Old Li's voice became stiff as a gray-white stone shell covered his body at a visible speed, quickly turning him into a cold statue. "You are the homeless man loitering at the door during the day." I told you to leave, but you didn't listen. Do you regret it now? A voice echoed from the ceiling. It was indeed Shi Qingqing. Upon seeing the petrification, Chen Feng immediately thought of the girl with her eyes covered. Shi Qingqing praised, however, you actually found a way not to look into my eyes. That's quite clever. It has nothing to do with being clever. Chen Feng lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. Because Shi Qingqing was well endowed, when he looked up, his first glance fell directly on her chest, which was why he narrowly escaped disaster. Seeing Chen Feng silent, Shi Qingqing slowly approached, coldly saying, I don't want to kill anyone, but since you came to my door, I can't be blamed. Running won't help. Let me give you a quick death. Shi Qingqing followed behind, not moving very fast, not because she wanted to spare Chen Feng, but because Oldly had just shot her. Oldly, your efforts won't be in vain. In a burst of speed, Chen Feng suddenly slammed open the bathroom door. The water ghost can briefly teleport through water. During the second cycle, it used this method to reach the second floor. So Chen Feng threw himself in front of the sink, quickly turning on the faucet, letting the water gush out, soaking his front. Water ghost, come to me. As the system called, the water's surface in the sink suddenly began to churn violently. At that moment, Chen Feng also heard the sound of the snake tail moving, the scales scraping against the floor. Shi Qingqing rushed into the bathroom, softly saying, Give up resistance. Just look into my eyes, you'll die in an instant, it won't hurt. I closed my eyes, humph. You haven't died before, how do you know it won't hurt? Have you ever died? As Shi Qingqing spoke, she suddenly sensed something was off. Cold. So cold. Snakes are cold-blooded animals and are extremely sensitive to temperature, so Shi Qingqing immediately noticed the drop in temperature when the water ghost descended. Without hesitation, she charged directly at Chen Feng. Feeling the wind before him, Chen Feng shouted, Water Father, save me. Accompanied by a loud crash and splashing water, a blurry, distorted, transparent figure squeezed out from the sink. What? Before Shi Qingqing could react, a tremendous, overwhelming force slammed into her, sending her flying hard against the corridor wall with a dull thud. She truly fell hard this time. Before Shi Qingqing could recover, she felt a pair of slippery, cold hands grasp Water Ghost. Upon recognizing the opponent's background, Shi Qingqing widened her eyes, looking at it, intending to petrify it, but the Water Ghost showed no fear and actually twisted her beautiful head off. At the moment Chen Feng received the information about Shi Qingqing from the system, he knew that the danger had been lifted. However, despite this, he still dared not open his eyes, instead feeling his way through the dark, slowly stumbling out of the bathroom, relying on his memory. In mythological tales, the hero Perseus used the severed head of Medusa to slay the sea monster Cetus, so even a deceased snake demon should not be taken lightly. The consequence of this was that Chen Feng tripped over Shi Qingqing's body and fell face first onto the ground. Ouch! Chen Feng grimaced. Just as he left the bathroom, he heard the rustling of insects moving. Looking up, he saw the figure of Zhu Qianqian appearing at the staircase. The two looked at each other and simultaneously asked, You're not dead yet. Zhu Qianqian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. You didn't think that one tear gas canister could take me down? Chen Feng felt that the other party was bluffing. Although tear gas is not as deadly as a grenade, if it explodes too close, it can still cause severe adverse reactions, even death, let alone to small insects like spiders. That tear gas canister must have destroyed at least half of Zhu Qianqian's body. Therefore you can't possibly be unscathed. Ha! Zhu Qianqian seemed to find it amusing, lifting her abdominal skin to reveal a belly full of tightly packed spider eggs, which were continuously cracking open, birthing countless small spiders. Chen Feng was stunned. What? Zhu Qianqian pointed at the fragments of police uniform in her abdomen, laughing. As long as there is flesh and blood, these kids will keep coming. What I don't understand is how that snake girl let you live. She actually allowed you to survive. Before Chen Feng could respond, she continued, It's so cold, I guess the water ghost is here. I thought so. Countless small spiders swarmed up, quickly forming a humanoid shape ahead. The invisible water ghost tried to sneak up on Zhu Qianqian, but was caught by the small spiders surrounding her. Once discovered, the water ghost no longer hesitated and lunged at Zhu Qianqian. Too slow, have you been petrified by the snake girl? Just as the water ghost was about to grab Zhu Qianqian, she suddenly dispersed into a swarm of spiders, then shot silk to trap the water ghost. This silk could hold an adult firmly in place, but against the water ghost it still fell short. With just a bit of force, the web was broken by the water ghost, but at that moment Zhu Qianqian had already transformed into countless small spiders crawling all over it. No matter how strong it was, it could do nothing. The more Chen Feng watched, the more anxious he became. Although the water ghost is strong, it lacks area attack methods. No matter how many small spiders it kills, new ones will hatch, and it will inevitably lose if this continues. In a moment of desperation, Chen Feng's thoughts raced. If the water ghost dies, I won't escape unscathed either. I must think of a way quickly. At that moment, insecticide would be great. Or fire, generating some smoke would work. Wait, smoke? Yes. Tear gas. Chen Feng turned and ran towards the statue. Although the petrification only affected his body, his clothes and gear were fine, Yet after searching for a long time, he only found one tear gas canister. Not enough. Chen Feng was quite anxious. Just one tear gas canister would at most allow the water ghost to escape confinement, but defeating Zhu Qianqian was still far from reach. On the other side, the water ghost was already retreating again and again, nearly unable to resist. Zhu Qianqian's voice suddenly came from somewhere. Is it already over so soon? It seems the snake girl's petrification still had some effect. Petrification. Chen Feng suddenly thought of Shi Qingxing, who was still lying dead in the bathroom. I can only take a gamble. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and ran towards the bathroom, all the while keeping his head up to look at the ceiling. Upon entering, he crouched down and began to feel around. He felt something cold and scaly. This was a snake's body. Following it up, he encountered two large softballs. Sorry. After apologizing, Chen Feng felt long hair and a round head on the ground. After positioning the head correctly by touch, Chen Feng burst out of the bathroom, just in time to see the water ghost pinned to the ground by the swarm of spiders, unable to move. If I eat you, it'll become stronger. While Zhu Qianqian was feeling triumphant, Chen Feng shouted, everyone look at me. His sudden shout attracted the attention of the spiders. If spiders had a downside, it was that with 8 eyes they could see exactly what Chen Feng was holding. Then they screamed no. The swarm of spiders began to turn white at a rapid pace. In the insect world, there is a method to deal with fire ant infestations which involves pouring molten aluminum into the ant nest. Once it cools, the nest can be removed and washed with high-pressure water to obtain a silver-white artifact. At this moment, the swarm of spiders had transformed into that kind of artifact, only this one was made of stone. Chen Feng also received Zhu Qianqian's information, human skin spider grudge level. After taking care of the 2 front desks, Chen Feng and the water ghost took a brief rest. The situation took a sharp turn. Chen Feng was somewhat on edge. Just a moment ago, he had a large group of people full of confidence, thinking he could easily take down the boss lady, yet in the blink of an eye he hadn't even seen her face, and was left as the lone commander, accompanied only by a half-damaged water ghost. Chen Feng could monitor the water ghost status in real time from the system. Poison, burned, petrified. Those spiders actually carry poison. When did the water ghost get burned? Oh, that was me, my bad. Chen Feng murmured and retrieved a key from the fallen network administrator, handing it to the water ghost before slowly walking towards the 3rd floor. As he passed through the stairs, a foul, rotten smell from his memories rushed at him. This is the smell. Looking at the empty shell of a house transformed into the familiar human skin forest, Chen Feng knew his guess was correct. The key truly was the key to the real 3rd floor. Dead ghost husband, are you back home? The boss lad's charming voice rang out. Chen Feng disdainfully replied, come out and see clearly who your husband is. Who are you? The boss lady found the voice somewhat familiar. Upon stepping out, she directly locked eyes. Chen Feng had nothing to discuss with such a wicked woman as the boss lady, so as he went upstairs he held Shi Qingqing's head in his palm, intending to pull a trick on the boss lady upon their first meeting. Oh, caught off guard. Hearing the boss lattice scream, Chen Feng quickly put down the head in his hand, but unexpectedly, even though the boss lattice face was covered with a layer of stone shell, her body did not turn into a statue. Like the water ghost, she had resistance to petrification. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Chen Feng shouted attack. A pair of hands were reaching out, belonging to the water ghost, which had quietly approached while he was going upstairs. Handsome, if you want to sneak attack, it's best not to shout it out. Although the boss lady had prepared for the attack, upon hearing the voice her movements were stiff due to petrification, and she couldn't evade the water ghost's attack. Thus with a crack her head was instantly severed and rolled to the ground. Is it over? Chen Feng frowned. By instinct he felt that things wouldn't be that simple. Just then the severed head of the water ghost suddenly opened its eyes, lips curling into a strange and seductive smile, saying, husband, don't be in such a hurry, okay? How can one still speak after losing their head? Chen Feng was greatly astonished. He truly didn't understand how a creature without a head could be killed. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. The water ghost rushed towards the head on the ground, preparing to crush it. Just then a loud crashing sound occurred. A sudden change occurred. As the landlady's consciousness stirred, the human skins hanging in the lobby on the 3rd floor instantly came to life, flying towards the water ghost, as if they had a mind of their own. As the saying goes, a single chopstick can be easily broken, while a bundle of 10 chopsticks is strong together. If it were just one piece of human skin, it could be torn apart easily in front of the water ghost, but with hundreds of human skins pouncing together, they pinned the water ghost to the ground, rendering it unable to move. Oh no! Chen Feng held his head. At this moment, apart from cheering from the sidelines, he had no other way. Although he saw that the snake demon could petrify creatures, it needed to have eyes first. Get up. Don't you want revenge? At Chen Feng's call, the water ghost let out a deep growl, struggling to rise, but its injuries were too severe. It attempted to stand several times, only to be pushed down again by the human skins. If it were in peak condition, there might be a chance. Chen Feng set down his head and drew out the heavy machine baton he had taken from old Li, deciding to take matters into his own hands. To capture the thief, one must first capture the leader. As long as he smashed the landlady's head, those human skins would likely calm down. With this thought, Chen Feng swung his baton down towards the ground. With a loud bang, he smashed the landlady's face in half. Did it work? Chen Feng looked at the ground covered in flesh, suddenly feeling a wave of weakness wash over him as darkness enveloped his vision. When he turned his head, he found a piece of human skin had stealthily wrapped around his back, without him noticing. Damn it, die! Chen Feng forcefully threw off the human skin, but at that moment some red firefly-like light spots began to escape from it, flying towards the landlady. As those red light spots merged, the landlady's shattered head immediately sprouted countless bright red flesh buds, growing at an inhuman speed. The grayish-white shell on her face began to peel away, rapidly revealing blood-colored skin underneath. These light spots are healing the landlady. Chen Feng suddenly realized that if the landlady was compared to a mosquito, these human skins were her mouthparts. The more vitality the human skins absorbed, the faster the landlady would recover. Before long, the landlady had reattached her head and smiled, saying, "Handsome, it seems we've only met once, yet you know so much about me. You even know how to get to the 3rd floor, and brought my deceased husband with you." Chen Feng let out a bitter laugh, wanting to resist, but due to the vitality being drained, he could barely stand. "Is that all you know how to do, play these tricks? If you have the guts, let's fight fair." Although he spoke with righteous indignation, criticizing the landlady for her underhanded tactics, as soon as she relaxed her guard, Chen Feng suddenly threw a hidden weapon at her. "Handsome, you're really bad. Oh, I like that." The landlady caught the hidden weapon only to discover it was a pulled-pin tear gas grenade. With an explosion, the landlady was knocked out cold, and losing her control, those human skins immediately froze in place. The water ghost seized the opportunity to escape, lunging towards the landlady with a chokehold. This was the last chance, but just as the water ghost was about to succeed, the landlady's figure suddenly blurred and reappeared several meters away. "She can teleport," Chen Feng gasped. Not only could she command human skins to absorb the vitality of her enemies to heal, but she could also invade dreams to kill and teleport to evade attacks. Such a troublesome monster was truly despairing. The blow missed. The landlady again commanded the human skins to pin down the water ghost, and as they continued to absorb, the water ghost quickly transformed into a puddle of corpse oil. Water ghost temporarily subdued, has disappeared. Mission failed. It's your turn now. The landlady slowly approached Chen Feng, her high heels clicking on the floor. Chen Feng stared at her unafraid. "Come, kill me. Isn't that what you want? So take it." The landlady responded in surprise. "You do have some guts." Chen Feng snorted coldly. Trading a life for information from her was a good deal. "Next time give me a cultivation system, and I will definitely cut down this evil being with a single sword." As the landlady continued to approach, Chen Feng felt his eyelids grow heavy, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Eventually he collapsed to the ground, just as he had before. His skin began to dry and decay, ultimately turning into an empty husk of human skin. Number of saves 4. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. The landlady He Ting said, "Handsome, you look unwell. You should find a place to take shelter before it rains." Chen Feng nodded, eagerly responding, Yes. Then would you like to come to my place to take shelter from the rain?" "Yes, of course." Chen Feng grabbed the landlady's delicate hand. "I'm a drifter out of money for food. Can you give me a job as a network manager?" Another prey has taken the bait. The landlady felt delighted but pretended to be hesitant, saying, "Do you want to join us? Please let me join your team." Chen Feng held the landlady's hand with a sincere expression. Following her into the shop, he happened to bump into Old Li and Zhang Ruobing on their way out. Suddenly, he recalled something and reminded, "Officer, I have something to tell you." Old Li asked what. Chen Feng replied seriously, "You absolutely must not go into the water today, or you will lose your life." Old Li found it amusing, saying, "Why would I randomly go into the water?" A clicking sound echoed in the air. Zhang Ruobing said, "You're crazy. Master, let's go. All that needed to be done has been done." After the last battle, Chen Feng had already understood that the help Old Li and the others could provide in battles against such monsters was limited. The most crucial point was that in the boss battle against the landlady, the more teammates there were, the more targets the human skins would have to absorb vitality from, making it harder to deal with the landlady. Thus this time it would just be me and the water ghost. Chen Feng checked the system. Water ghost temporarily subdued status. Healthy. The water ghost has recovered again and is now in peak condition. Now all that was left was to wait for the rain, and he could summon the water ghost to the shore. After finishing his preparations, Chen Feng began to examine the newly arrived box. Numbered XX01 DKQD, it said, "The path to ascend to the heavens," treading the song with a snap of the fingers to cover the sky. XX Xinxia. Is it really here? Chen Feng was overjoyed, but when he noticed the number 01 behind it, he suddenly calmed down, as if cold water had been poured over him. Damn, it's actually a task system. In simple terms, this system is similar to the systems for great benevolent and great evil people. It issues tasks for Chen Feng to earn points. However, what Chen Feng needed to fight the landlady wasn't some damn points, but an instant boost in combat power. No matter how many system points he had, what good would they do if he couldn't spend them? Moreover, tasks in the Xianxiao world sounded particularly difficult. If he were given a super task like eradicate the initial holy demon sect or stop the dark uprising, what could a mere mortal like him do but sacrifice his head to complete it? So after much contemplation, Chen Feng ultimately chose LS02 SHSG, a historical exchange system that had been around for a long time, but which he had not selected previously due to a lack of points. Now he opened it to see what was going on. As he opened the box, the system's prompt arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully activating the mythical Three Kingdoms system. Myth. Three Kingdoms. Chen Feng suddenly felt that he might have underestimated this system. The system numbered 02 had a very simple and clear function to exchange points for abilities. After some research, Chen Feng quickly learned that this mythical Three Kingdoms system could consume system points to summon the heroic spirits of generals from the Three Kingdoms period, granting protection to targets and providing various extraordinary ability enhancements. Opening the store, there were currently 25 available protections to choose from. Divided by faction, they included Guanyu Zhang Fei Zhao Yun Ma Chao Lu Bei Zhuge Liang, and Huang Yuang from Shu. From Wei there were Chao Chao Xiaohou Dunzhang Liao Su Chu Sima, Yi Guijia, and Jinji. From Wu there were Sun Quan Lu Mengan Ning Huang Gai Zhouyu Lu Sun De Qiao, and Sun Shangshan. Additionally, there were the heroes of chaos Lu Bu Hua Tuo, and Diao Chan. Each time a general's protection was used, it required 1 point, which meant a life. So expensive, Chen Feng thought. But it makes sense. Such an outrageous ability, if it could be activated without cost, the predecessors wielding this system wouldn't have perished here. Looking at the general protections, some were straightforward in increasing combat power, such as the protection of the fiercest general of the Three Kingdoms Lu Bus Peerless, which could double the combat power of the protected. Some were functional, like Zhuge Liang's protection Stargazing, which could predict fortunes within 5 days. There were even lifestyle protections, such as Zhou Ye's protection Heroic Posture, which could enhance the host's charm. These protection names sound familiar. I think I've seen them in some card game. Based on the information obtained from previous battles, Chen Feng pinpointed 3 protections that were effective against the boss lady. Ma Chaos Protection Iron Cavalry ensures that the protected's attacks hit without fail. Lu Sun's Protection Humility prevents the protected from being affected by any abnormal states. Jiao Chan's Protection Divisiveness compels male beings present to engage in duels. With these 3, the boss lady is no longer a concern. As Chen Feng was contemplating, he suddenly received a system notification that the water ghost had arrived outside after a long journey. It was about time to take the next step. To deal with the boss lady, one must first cut off her wings. The 4 fake web administrators were not a concern. The key was the 2 monsters at the front desk. Looking at Shi Qingqing busy at the water bar, Chen Feng smiled wickedly, already formulating a plan in his mind. While Chen Feng was gazing at her, Shi Qingqing was also peering at him through the black veil. Some people are alive, but he is already dead. Shi Qingqing thought to herself, ever since this man ignored her warning and wandered around cursed by the boss lady, his life had already entered a countdown, and now death was merely a matter of time. She just didn't know whether he would be drained by Zhu Xianxian first or turned into a human sacrifice by the boss lady. But no matter what, I have done all I can. Shi Qingqing was an anomaly among monsters. Since her birth, she had hidden in deep mountains and forests to cultivate, never harming anyone. This had also led to her low level of cultivation. After all, humans are the essence of all beings, and the vital energy and yang aura within them are treasures. Take the boss lady of this store for instance. She has only been a monster for a few years, but due to frequently absorbing human souls, she is already stronger than Shi Qingqing, who has cultivated for over 300 years. Then there is Zhu Xianxian. Ever since she followed the boss lady, she has been thriving, having consumed 6 people in just a month. In contrast, Shi Qingqing has yet to find a suitable target. In her mind, for her first kill, she should find a wicked villain. Shi Qingqing, do you know you are a monster? Because of this thought, Shi Qingqing was often mocked by Zhu Xianxian. So should I just randomly pick a homeless man to kill? Lost in thought, Shi Qingqing was distracted, and at that moment a new order for lemon iced tea appeared at the... Lemon iced tea was already the most popular drink at the internet cafe's water bar, but when Shi Qingqing mixed the tea powder and added ice, she found that the lemon slices were missing. Strange, how could we run out so quickly? With no choice, Shi Qingqing had to cancel the order. After a while, a tattooed man approached the front desk and questioned why was my order for lemon iced tea cancelled. Shi Qingqing explained, we ran out of lemons. The tattooed man pointed at the bar and said, are you blind? Isn't that it? Turning her head, Shi Qingqing indeed found the lemons intact in a corner of the bar. How strange. They were clearly missing just now. Could it be that my mask is too thick and I didn't see clearly? Shi Qingqing repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. I'll make it right away. But the tattooed man kept insisting cut that out. Do you believe I'll beat you? Then what do you suggest I do? The tattooed man leered at Shi Qingqing and said unless you let me touch you. This person is so unreasonable. Shi Qingqing was furious, trembling in her chest, wishing to immediately remove her mask and petrify this bastard. At that moment Chen Feng suddenly stepped forward and sternly said, bro, bullying a girl like this is a bit much. The tattooed man laughed sinisterly. And who are you? Chen Feng shook his head at the tattooed man. Who laughs like that? This guy's acting is terrible. Indeed, the tattooed man was an actor Chen Feng had called over. A few minutes ago Chen Feng found this guy and said, bro, I'm the web administrator here. I want to pursue the girl at the front desk who wears a mask. Can you help me act as a hero saving the damsel in distress? I'll treat you to some internet time, how about it? The tattooed fellow was also a person of good nature. Upon hearing about such a chance to do a good deed and earn internet fees, he immediately agreed. Since we're brothers, why say more? Great. I like your spirit. After discussing the plan, Chen Feng took the lemons from the bar when Shi Qingqing wasn't paying attention, and after the order was cancelled, he secretly returned the lemons to their original place. Thus the tattooed brother had a reason to stir up trouble. Chen Feng's purpose for doing this was to build a good relationship with Shi Qingqing, luring her outside, and then letting the water ghost sneak attack, just like last time, snapping her neck, and then using her head to petrify Zhu Xianxian. A Tubert's with an Estone plan. But the issue was that the tattooed brother's acting was overly exaggerated. Fearing exposing the plan, Chen Feng hurriedly said, how about this lemon iced tea is on the house, and we'll also give you 4 hours of free internet. How does that sound? Okay, you're quite brave. The tattooed man made a gesture emphasizing brave, as if afraid others wouldn't know he was in cahoots with Chen Feng. Damn, please don't overact. Chen Feng couldn't bear to watch, thinking that if this could fool someone, it would be a miracle. But after the man left, Shi Qingqing quietly said, thank you, why did you help me? Seems like there is a chance. Chen Feng quickly replied, the moment I saw you, I felt an extraordinary connection, as if we had met in a past life. This statement wasn't a lie. Shi Qingqing's voice grew softer. What are you saying? Chen Feng earnestly replied, it's true, the moment I saw you, I wanted to hold you in my palm. This statement wasn't a lie either. Don't ask what I want to hold, just ask whether I've held it. This. Looking at the squirming Shi Qingqing, Chen Feng felt that half of the plan had succeeded. Just as he was about to find a reason to lure her out, Shi Qingqing suddenly said, seriously, you need to leave quickly. Huh? Shi Qingqing continued, this is the lair of monsters. You are being targeted by monsters, and you don't believe me, do you? Shi Qingqing quickly said, you are under a curse. As soon as you sleep you will die. I know a place that can lift the curse. Come with me right now, and we still have time. Chen Feng opened his mouth wide, having always thought that under the curse the only way was to confront the boss lady Heaton. He never expected there was actually a second way to clear the challenge. Now that he thought about it, Shi Qingqing was indeed a good person. No, she should be referred to as a good snake. When Chen Feng first traversed, Shi Qingqing had already rushed over to him. At that time he thought she was driving away a homeless person. Now it seems she was actually trying to advise Chen Feng to leave this den of dragons and tigers, but back then Chen Feng couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind it. There's no time. Follow me. A pair of fair, delicate hands grabbed Chen Feng, their coolness sending a shiver through him. He was thus dragged out of the internet cafe. Leaving like this didn't seem so bad. However, he couldn't bear to part with those 9 points. If it were his first reincarnation, Chen Feng would have decisively fled. But he had already spent points to buy a temporary military guard, and still needed to complete the water ghost task. If he didn't confront the boss lady, the water ghost would immediately leave, due to task failure, rendering the guard useless. Additionally, there were points to be earned from eliminating the internet cafe itself. In this situation, he would be at a tremendous loss. Chen Feng hesitated for a long time before saying, I'm sorry, I can't leave. As soon as he spoke, a pair of cold, slimy hands suddenly tightened around Shi Qingqing's neck. Chen Feng said, make your move. He added, don't kill her, just knock her out. After a while, Zhu Qianqian, seeing Shi Qingqing had not returned, asked impatiently, where did she go? Maybe she went to the restroom. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhu Qianqian was quite displeased. Although there were 6 employees in the internet cafe, the 4 pseudo-staff members couldn't help at all except to say restart, so the front desk was still very busy. Now that one person had disappeared, all the burdens fell on her alone. Taking advantage of Zhu Qianqian's busy schedule, Chen Feng pulled open the cash register and borrowed 500 yuan. He'll be back soon. After saying goodbye, Chen Feng casually took an umbrella from the entrance and found a nearby supermarket. The store owner was sitting in a chair playing on his phone. Chen Feng approached and asked, hey, do you have any insecticide? The owner looked up and replied, yes, it's on. Chen Feng confirmed, how effective is it? The owner assured him, in running a store would I sell you fake insecticide? Rest assured it's very safe. Even when used indoors it has minimal stimulation to the human body. Chen Feng turned to leave, saying, then I don't want it. The owner paused for a moment and asked, are you trying to pick a fight? You don't want the safe one, do you want something more harmful? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I like the strong stuff. Alright. The owner went into the back room and rummaged around, bringing out a white sealed plastic bucket with no labels. Take this, I guarantee it's potent. Chen Feng confirmed again. What if this stuff doesn't kill the bugs? The owner nonchalantly replied. If it doesn't kill them, bring it back, and I'll drink it myself, okay? The owner scoffed. This is a type of organophosphate pesticide. Have you heard of methylparathion? It's so toxic that it needs to be diluted with water. When sprayed in the fields, it can kill not only bugs, but also fish, shrimp, and frogs. Due to its high toxicity, it was banned long ago. I got this secretly. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied, extremely satisfied. Chen Feng tossed the money, saying, give me 2 kilos to taste the flavor. After returning from the supermarket, Chen Feng began his next plan. Qianqian, do you want to drink some juice? Zhu Qianqian asked. I don't drink coffee. Chen Feng obviously knew Zhu Qianqian didn't drink coffee. After all, from a biological perspective, caffeine is almost lethal to invertebrates like spiders. So Chen Feng said it's juice. Zhu Qianqian happened to feel a bit thirsty, so she nodded. Then I'll have a cup. Alright. Chen Feng said this while pouring coffee powder vigorously into the juice. Here's a cappuccino for you. The mixture swirled energetically. Chen Feng presented the mixed juice to Zhu Qianqian. Next, it was time to disperse the audience. Chen Feng snapped his fingers, signaling the water ghost to act, and cut off the power to the entire internet cafe. My pentakill. So boring, I'm leaving. After all the guests had left, Zhu Qianqian, who had drunk the juice, gradually turned red, becoming increasingly excited. It's so hot, what did you give me to drink? Coffee, I added coffee to it. As Chen Feng spoke, he picked up the plastic bucket filled with pesticide. According to his plan, he would twist off the lid of the bucket and pour the undiluted 100% concentrated pesticide directly onto Zhu Qianqian before leaving in a stylish manner. But an unexpected situation arose. Chen Feng couldn't open the lid. This thing was sealed tighter than a sealed fruit can. The scene became quite awkward. Zhu Qianqian's face darkened as she questioned, why did you deliberately add coffee for me? I noticed your eyes were too red from staying up late, so I made you some coffee to perk you up. Do you believe me? As Chen Feng spoke, he began to back away towards the entrance of the internet cafe. With a crash, the sound of breaking glass echoed, and the cold wind accompanied by rain rushed in. Zhu Qianqian sensed something was off. Water ghost. As a fierce battle was about to break out, Chen Feng handed the plastic bucket over. Come help me open the lid. The water ghost. Zhu Qianqian. With a click, the lid fell to the ground, and Chen Feng splashed the pesticide onto Zhu Qianqian. The acrid smell of pesticide instantly filled the internet cafe. After a brief silence, Zhu Qianqian emitted an insect-like wail, and then her body cracked apart, scattering into a swarm of small spiders. You dare? Zhu Qianqian trembled all over, trying to reform her human shape, but under the erosion of the pesticide, those small spiders clad in pieces of human skin scattered and fled completely, ignoring Zhu Qianqian's commands. Meanwhile, the 4 pseudo-staff members had already had their necks snapped by the water ghost, losing their lives. Watching Zhu Qianqian fall to the ground, convulsing and transforming into a mess of insect corpses, Chen Feng thought to himself, although she was a monster, just like the water ghost, she wasn't so formidable as long as one grasped her weaknesses. But at that moment, an almost invisible fine thread suddenly shot towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng was caught off guard, but the water ghost was not. With quick reflexes, it seized the fine thread and pulled out a noticeably larger individual from the pile of insect corpses, crushing it underfoot. This was Zhu Qianqian's true form. Chen Feng felt a sting on his face. He touched it and found blood. A wave of fear washed over him. That fine thread had gently grazed his cheek, drawing blood. If it hadn't been blocked by the water ghost, he might have already lost his head and gone back to the loading screen. After resolving the issue with Zhu Qianqian, Chen Feng took out the key and headed once more to the true 3rd floor. Here it comes, the final battle. At this moment on the 3rd floor, the proprietress He Ting was strolling through the human skin forest when suddenly she closed her eyes and revealed a strange smile. Another vagrant has entered the dream. The proprietress pursed her lips, feeling herself grow much stronger, giving her more confidence in dealing with the water ghost husband. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Someone was coming up. The air temperature also dropped. It was the ghost husband. The proprietress furrowed her brows, thinking, those useless fools Qianqian and Qingqing. I had them ambush on the 3rd floor and prepared sand and wood to restrain the water ghost, yet they couldn't stop him. It seems I have to handle this myself. The proprietress looked towards the staircase, only to find that the person coming up was not the water ghost, but the new net manager. It seems I have to handle this myself. The proprietress looked towards the staircase, only to find that the person coming. The proprietress hid in the shadows, wanting to enjoy the sight of his panicked face upon seeing the human skin forest, yet Chen Feng remained calm and unafraid. Strange, why isn't he scared? The proprietress clearly remembered how her ghost husband fainted in terror after merely seeing a piece of human skin. Yet this man, having seen so many pieces of human skin, appeared completely unfazed. Unable to restrain herself, the proprietress spoke up. "Didn't I say you can't come upstairs? Sorry, I took a wrong turn. I won't disturb you, will be leaving now." Chen Feng laughed casually, but inwardly he quietly issued a command through the system. "This time I want shout out." "What?" Just as the proprietress was speaking, her throat suddenly tightened, and her fair neck was instantly snapped by the water ghost lying in wait nearby. An ambush. The proprietress sneered. If it had been Ching caught in this trap, she might have actually been done for. But she was a female demon, and as long as her demonic power remained, she could continuously be reborn. A mere fatal wound is insignificant. Human skin arise. With the thought, the human skins hanging from the ceiling suddenly came to life, charging towards the water ghost, and Chen Feng, like sharks sensing blood. Just as the water ghost was about to repeat the previous mistake of being buried under human skin, Chen Feng suddenly activated the protection, delicately employing beauty, causing mutual harm. You have activated Diao Chan's protection. The protector can compel male creatures present to duel. Though the distraction effect only works on male creatures, Chen Feng clearly heard Oldly state that they were investigating the case of missing male vagrants. Moreover, from his own experience, the proprietress' ability to siphon energy seemed to only affect males. Thus all these human skins belong to men. Distraction activate. Suddenly a white phantom appeared behind Chen Feng, a maiden around 18 years old, frowning and holding back tears. With a charming voice, she lamented, "Husband, you must take charge for me." Upon hearing this, the multitude of human skins froze midair, losing control, and began tearing at each other. In an instant, the hall on the third floor was filled with ghostly shadows, with human skins entangled and tearing each other apart, no longer able to attack Chen Feng and the water ghost. "This is impossible." For the first time, the proprietress showed a look of astonishment. No matter how she called out, she could not regain control over the human skins. It was all the humans doing. "As long as I eliminate that human, everything will be fine." Thinking this, the proprietress secretly activated her ability, attempting to extract vital energy from Chen Feng, turning him into a mere shell. However, this time that delightful vitality did not flow into her body. "What's going on?" The proprietress' head on the floor widened, her eyes in shock for the second time. Her ultimate technique had actually failed. At this moment, behind Chen Feng, a green glowing gentleman's phantom appeared holding a precious sword. This was the protection he had activated before ascending the stairs. A modest gentleman, warm as jade. "You have activated Lu Sun's protection. The protector is unaffected by any spells, magic, demonic arts, or abnormal states." "This is bad, this is bad." The human skin formation has been broken, and without a source of vitality, the proprietress felt increasingly uneasy. "I must quickly teleport away from here. As long as I can hide, I'll have as much human skin as I want. Yes. As long as I harm enough people, I can rise again." With this thought, the proprietress prepared to use teleportation to sneak away. Just then the water ghost charged toward her headless body, aiming for her heart. Too late. The proprietress teleported, disappearing from her original spot. "Want to escape?" Chen Feng summoned the Three Kingdoms mythology system and activated the third protection. "Full army assault." You have activated Ma Chaos protection. The next attack of the protector cannot be evaded and will hit without fail. A third phantom appeared, this time red, a handsome man riding a steed, holding a spear, with a face as beautiful as jade and eyes like shooting stars, emerged behind the water ghost. This strike leaves you no way to dodge. At this moment, outside the internet cafe, the proprietress, holding her head, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest despite having escaped by teleportation. What is happening? The proprietress cupped her head with both hands, turning to look at herself. In the pouring rain, she saw a massive void in her chest. On the other side, although the water ghost's black tiger claw aimed at empty air, it still pulled out a beating heart. Snap! The heart was crushed by the water ghost. No. The proprietress' eyes filled with horror and despair. Then she suddenly stiffened, falling to the ground without a sound. Simultaneously, the human skins that had been tearing each other apart also fell to the ground like puppets with severed strings, devoid of life. Ding! Destroying the Happiness Internet Cafe. Task completed. Task evaluation perfect. Without relying on police forces, thoroughly eliminate the evil demon beast, the human skin spider, and the female demon, without harming or causing the death of ordinary people. Reward 9 system points. The water ghost's wish has been fulfilled. All conditions for reclaiming the ghost have been met. Water ghost temporary reclaim has been converted to permanent reclaim, but it has finally ended. Chen Feng stood amidst the wreckage, letting out a long sigh of relief. The female demon is dead and the curse is lifted. I can finally enjoy a good sleep without worrying about being drained. Chen Feng glanced at the system interface. The number of saves still remained at 4, but the system points had astonishingly increased to 1019. I struck it rich. Filled with joy, Chen Feng did not forget to save the game here. Those general protections are all one-time use. Without them, Chen Feng had no confidence to kill the female demon a second time. Save successful. Now what should I do next? Chen Feng looked around momentarily feeling lost. Just then he suddenly remembered that Shi Qingqing, who had been knocked out by the water ghost, was still outside, so he hurried downstairs to bring her back. However, when he stepped out of the internet cafe, Shi Qingqing's figure had long since disappeared. Has she already left? Chen Feng wondered, just about to turn back, when he saw a group of white figures rushing towards him. White coats. Chen Feng suddenly recalled the third rule of Happiness Internet Cafe: beware of those wearing white coats. This is bad, this is bad. Before Chen Feng could open his eyes, a foul stench, as if from excrement, surged into his nostrils. A hard, unyielding surface left his body aching. He forced himself up and discovered he lay prone in a small, roughly 10 square meter dark room, dirty marble slabs beneath him, stifling and reeking. In one corner, a chamber pot emitted the sour odor, the windows were nailed shut, and the iron door was clamped fast. What kind of place is this? Chen Feng recalled stepping out of an internet cafe and seeing a group in white coats rushing toward him. Before he could summon the Shuigui water wraith, he had been knocked unconscious. When he came to again, this was where he awoke. Thud, thud, thud. With heavy earth-shaking footsteps, the door opened, and sunlight sliced in like a flashlight beam. The sun, so it was daytime. Chen Feng shielded his eyes. The brief joy of surviving another day had scarcely risen when 5 figures stepped inside. 4 of them were lean youths in camouflage, the 5th wore a blood-stained white leather apron and possessed a corpulent body far beyond a sumo's, a grotesquely huge belly, likely responsible for those seismic footsteps. When his eyes adjusted, Chen Feng made out their faces for expressionless young men and a rotund fellow wearing the pig-headed man barked in a coarse voice, awake. What is this place? Who are you? Before Chen Feng could ask, the man interrupted. Clothes. Off. Still bewildered, Chen Feng asked, what did you say? The pig-headed man shouted, your clothes. Take them off. Now. His roar threatened to tear the eardrums. Something about the pig-masked man was deeply wrong. Chen Feng felt a dangerous aura and hastily tried to call the Shuigui. Shuigui, come to my side. A system reply chilled him. Cannot summon Shuigui on land when it is not raining. Damn it. One does not endure the same wrong twice. Chen Feng stared back and reluctantly removed his shirt. The pig-headed man's humiliation was not finished. Strip. Chen Feng could only stare in stunned disbelief. Surrounded by hulking men, a sickening realization hit him. He would be violated. He could not hope to win. 2 fists could not match 4 hands, let alone 10. If he spent a sliver of system points to invoke Daekin's aegis, perhaps he could incite them to turn on one another and slip away in the chaos. Chen Feng weighed the cost. A single point could be traded at the save load system for an extra life, and a new system blind. As Shakespeare put it, to live or to perish. This is a question. Likewise, honor or life. This impatience answered for him. The pig-headed man made the choice. You help him now. On command, the 4 in camouflage surged forward. Chen Feng fought with all his strength, but it was useless. Let go. What are you doing? He cried. He clutched at the most private parts of his body, humiliated beyond measure. Confinement 7 days, one of them declared. They took his clothes and strode away. The moment the door shut, the little room sank back into darkness. What the hell was happening? Chen Feng rose and pounded on the door, but no one answered. He felt like a living man closed in a coffin, abandoned by the world. Because no windows or doors were open, the air inside grew stifling, and combined with the hellish heat of Zihong City, it felt like a vast steam chamber or sauna. Chen Feng sat with a heavy expression. He found another piece of bad news. A system notice had arrived due to an error. Save file 02 was corrupted, and upon your awakening, a new save file 03 was created automatically. In short, the save point Chen Feng had made on the 3rd floor of the Happy Internet Cafe, after defeating the manager, the new save was anchored to the moment he awoke in the dark room. In other words, even if he died now, he would be forced back here, stripped and humiliated anew. This world possessed a strange power capable of affecting the system itself. Chen Feng finally understood why so many predecessors had fallen here. The door cracked open, and a bowl was pushed through. Chen Feng scrambled forward. Only during those moments of delivery could he taste the rare sunlight and fresher air. The food was a soured, mushy rice porridge. The very smell almost made him vomit. Is this fit for people to eat? He muttered. I'd rather starve than touch this. Being trapped in the dark room was unbearable. Chen Feng paced the room and studied a square pattern on the wall. From it, he judged the little cell to be part of an old brick-and-tile house. He remembered a palace drama head scene where concubines counted bricks to pass idle hours. So he began to count too. 1, 2, 3. Night fell as the room cooled and new neighbors arrived. Cockroaches, centipedes, spiders. Watching those creatures crawl across the marble made him sick. He swore that if any of them scurried onto him, he would dance there and then. He forced himself to think, to drive away the fear. What kind of other world was this? At first he had believed this to be a city world. After all, the outward normality of Zihong City was deceiving. No wonder so many had lost their first lives. Who could have guessed so many monsters lurked beneath the surface? Now it resembled a city of the uncanny, but that raised a puzzle. Why would transmigrators bearing Xinxia systems appear here? And why among so many systems had no predecessor ever escaped the happy internet cafe? When the mind is engaged in serious thought, fear recedes. Though he trembled with cold, Chen Feng felt somewhat steadier. By the dryness of his lips and the gnawing hunger, it felt like an eternity had passed. Yet when the door opened again and the iron bowl of soured food was delivered, he realized with despair that it was only the second day. Let me out, damn you. Chen Feng pried at the door and tried to resist, only to be met with another brutal beat. When I get out, I'll make you pay. He cursed until he wept, until his eyes could no longer shed a single tear. He was exhausted, parched, ravenous. He stared at the bowl of soured porridge on the floor. Some time later, he had lost track of which day. He was a full circle thinner than before he entered. How many times had they delivered food? Was it day or night? He knew nothing. Long isolation had robbed him of any sense of time. The door opened once more. Chen Feng moved toward it on autopilot, but the iron bowl did not appear. The pig-headed man entered, saw Chen Feng slumped in a corner, clapped his hands, presented him with a set of camouflage, and ordered 2 youths to carry Chen Feng out. Outside the room lay a weed-choked path. Following it led to a large playground where roughly 100 youths in camouflage practiced military calisthenics. Behind the playground rose a 3-story building. The pig-headed man pointed at a plaque reading Wanyin Jiechu School and said to Chen Feng, "Welcome to the 4th Psychiatric Hospital." Bow stance, punch forward. Oomph. Throat strike, kick. Huh. Under the instructions of the pig-headed man, the young man in camouflage constantly practiced his punches. Military physical training lineup: practice running, standing at attention. This is just ordinary military training. Due to his frailty, Chen Feng was permitted to watch from the sidelines. This one, and this one, they're all living people. Chen Feng noticed that most of the people in camouflage were expressionless, only able to utter simple phrases, and unconditionally obeyed the pig-headed man's commands. Having been to the happy internet cafe, he could tell at a glance that these were all fakes. In contrast, those whispering and making improper movements would be caught and punished by the pig-headed man. Those were the real ones. Out of 100 in camouflage, half were fakes. Chen Feng felt a sense of despair. With so many monsters, even if it rained and water ghosts came, he might not be able to cope, let alone with that pig-headed man around. I need to find a way to escape. As dusk approached, the pig-headed man shouted for dismissal. At that moment, a girl wearing glasses looking about 15 walked over and asked Chen Feng, "Hey newcomer, do you want to escape?" "Of course I want to escape, but girl, are you out of your mind? Is this something you can ask in public?" Chen Feng glanced at the pig-headed man not far away. He had just been released and didn't want to be caught again. "Escape? What are you talking about?" Suddenly a crew cut guy interrupted their conversation, warning the girl with glasses, "If you dare to mention escaping again, I'll report you immediately." Upon hearing the word report, the girl with glasses turned pale and ran away at once. The crew cut guy turned to Chen Feng and said approvingly, "So you're the guy who was locked up for 7 days. Pretty clever you didn't fall for it after all." Chen Feng furrowed his brow, realizing things were not that simple. The crew cut guy explained, "If you had agreed to her escape plan just now, she would have immediately reported you to Instructor Pig." Chen Feng asked in confusion, "Why? What benefits does it bring her?" "Reporting others here can earn fruits and candies." "Just for that?" "Yes, come with me, I'll take you to take a shower." The crew cut guy took Chen Feng to the public bath on the 1st floor of the building, where they received some essentials like toothbrushes and towels. "My name is Li Guolong, what's yours?" "Chen Feng, by the way, what exactly is this place?" "Isn't it written upstairs?" "Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Academy. We students were all brought here from internet cafes as internet-addicted youths." "Youth?" Chen Feng was taken aback. He was already 26. How could he be associated with youth? So he asked, "So in Xihong City, as long as you go online, you will be taken to this place?" Li Guolong denied. "To be precise, you can only be caught if you meet 2 conditions: being in an internet cafe and not holding an ID card." "So that's how it is." Chen Feng finally understood why he had been caught here. It was all the fault of being an illegal resident in another world. So they can randomly catch people on the street, and the police don't care. "Should keep your voice down." Li Guolong put a finger to his lips and looked around, saying, "There's nothing they can do. Anyone caught here will have their life trajectory erased from the world." "You mean just like in the novels Dragon Blood and ReZero, anyone caught here will disappear from everyone's memory, even their existence will be replaced by others?" "Although I haven't read those novels you mentioned, it's pretty much the same." Li Guolong nodded. "For example, after I was caught, my parents would not acknowledge that I ever existed. Photographs of me would disappear, and if I had once ranked first in school, that record would be replaced by someone else. So it's an erasure of existence." Chen Feng asked, "So how do we leave this place?" Li Guolong self-deprecatingly said, "Leave. No one can leave the academy. What about escaping?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Guolong was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting someone who had been locked up for 7 days to have the courage to resist. After hesitating for a while, he joked, "What? You also want some candy? Chen Feng felt that Li Guolong was hiding something from him, but since they had just met, wanting him to risk confinement to discuss escape plans was indeed a bit hasty. After taking a shower, Li Guolong took Chen Feng to the dormitory. Though called a dormitory, it was actually a tin house on a construction site. Chen Feng looked around and could only see 4 bunk beds, a simple welded table, and a few worn plastic chairs. Looking up, a bare bulb hanging in the air was the only source of light. An 8-person dormitory, and not even a damn electric fan. Chen Feng internally scoffed, saying that nicely, this is a minimalist decor style. Saying it harshly, it's no better than a prisoner of war concentration camp. On the wall there were 10 rules. 1. Staying up late is for bad kids. 2. Fighting is for bad kids. 3. Being picky is for bad kids. 4. Lying is for bad kids. 5. Being lazy is for bad kids. 6. Dating is for bad kids. 7. Surfing the internet is for bad kids. 8. Not being obedient is for bad kids. 9. Escaping is for bad kids. 10. You are a bad kid. Li Guolong explained, students who violate the rules will be punished. The lightest punishment is physical punishment, followed by electric shocks, then confinement, and finally reformation. Reformation. Do you see them? Li Guolong pointed to the fake students in the same dormitory, saying, they are called model students, all reformed from disobedient students. Chen Feng gasped. Those monstrous fakes were actually humans transformed. Li Gu, is there a new roommate? At that moment, a guy with dyed yellow hair and a chubby one walked into the room. The yellow-haired guy patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and laughed. Brother, you're really something, daring to resist the instructor. I admire you. The chubby guy shook his head and said, my goodness, what's so admirable about being locked up for 7 days? If I were you, I'd just give in. Li Guolong introduced, chubby yellow hair are our living roommates. So as long as you don't resist during the undressing stage, you can avoid confinement. Chen Feng originally planned to reset his save point, but after hearing the chubby guy's words, he changed his mind. No need to rush. After making the bed, it was dinner time. Dinner was indeed a bit better than the spoiled porridge, but not by much. The 2 dishes were an eggless tomato scrambled egg and green chili stir-fried red chili. At first glance, Chen Feng thought he was mistaken. Is it just peppers? Where's the meat? Did they lose it while frying? As for the soup, it was seaweed egg drop soup with eggshell fragments floating on top. After finishing his meal, Chen Feng found that the crew cut and chubby guys were missing, so he asked the yellow-haired guy, where are those 2? The yellow-haired guy mysteriously said they went to do side quests. Side quests? Do you think this is a game? Chen Feng noticed that this guy was indeed a true internet addict. Do you love gaming that much? Of course. The yellow-haired guy said enthusiastically, once I escape, I definitely want to go pro and make a name for myself. Escape? These guys really had an escape plan. Chen Feng immediately seized the key point and continued to probe. Then I wish you success, but do you think you can get past the pig-headed boss? Instructor Pig is not a boss, the yellow-haired guy scoffed. He's at most an elite monster. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh. Then who is the boss? The 4th mental hospital has 2 bosses in total. We students have to get up at 6 in the morning to study, and the one in charge of morning reading is the little boss, Professor Yangyan. He has a goat's head like the pig instructor and can manipulate thunder and lightning. Wow. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect there to be a thunder god in another world. The yellow-haired guy was puzzled. What did you say? Nothing, you can continue. Behind our Internet Addiction Academy, there is a sanatorium, and the head there is the big boss, Nurse Tumia. I don't know her abilities, but all the reformed model students come from there. Since both the nurse and the professor are bosses, what about the principal? The principal of this mental hospital must not be an ordinary human, right? I don't know about that, or it could be a hidden boss. You'll have to wait for the DLC to unlock it. Hearing what the yellow-haired guy said, Chen Feng was shocked. He didn't expect this mental hospital to hide so many. Fortunately, he hadn't acted impulsively before, otherwise, even if he used points to kill Instructor Pig, he wouldn't be able to leave here, which would have been a huge loss. After dinner, it wasn't until it got dark that Li Guolong and the chubby guy returned to the dormitory. They pulled the yellow-haired guy and whispered to each other. Seeing that they didn't invite him, Chen Feng also tactfully refrained from making himself awkward. After their private chat ended, Li Guolong walked up to Chen Feng and whispered, brother, remember to sit in the last row by the window during morning reading tomorrow. Chen Feng said okay, but why? Li Guolong didn't explain but called out to his companions. Let's go to the restroom together. The yellow-haired guy glanced at Chen Feng, hesitating to speak. The chubby guy cursed while getting dressed. My goodness, you're an adult and you're afraid of the dark when going to the restroom, needing someone to accompany you. How embarrassing is that? What terrible acting. Chen Feng squinted, guessing what they were up to. Sure enough, an hour later the 3 of them still hadn't returned. Setting aside the small probability of collectively falling into a cesspit, they were mostly likely escaping. I wasn't called, so using the gaming terminology that the yellow-haired guy loves, it means my friendliness isn't enough. As for the seating arrangement, Li Guolong must have some secret he wants to tell me. Tomorrow morning you'll go see what's going on. Chen Feng lay down on the bed, just about to sleep, when suddenly the incandescent light above him went out. The power went out. The following morning Chen Feng followed his dormitory mates, artificial humans, to a classroom on the second floor. Pushing the door open, he found no trace of the goat-head instructor the blonde boy had mentioned. Were they eliminated by those three? Chen Feng wondered silently as he approached the desk tucked into the corner near the wall. Upon it rested a textbook, a notebook, and a black gel ink pen. Chen Feng opened the textbook, its pages filled with classical Chinese prose and poetry. As for the notebook, upon prying it open, he discovered a slip of paper tucked inside. Indeed, a secret lay hidden. Studying it closely, he realized it was a map of the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation School. First marked was the rehabilitation building, where Chen Feng was confined. The third floor housed Professor Goat's office and the electroshock chamber. The second, the cafeteria and classrooms. The first, dormitories and showers. Behind the rehabilitation building loomed the solitary confinement room, the very dark cell where Chen Feng had previously been locked away. Beyond it stretched the psychiatric sanatorium, illustrated with a skull, and inscribed beneath, "In emergencies feigning madness grants entry, but none who enter ever return." In the blonde boy's gaming-inspired hierarchy, Nurse Rabbit was dubbed the ultimate boss, clearly more perilous than the school itself. Before the rehabilitation building sprawled the schoolyard, a deceptively ordinary space explicitly labeled Ghost Loop Terrain at night, impassable without the key from Professor Goat's office. Chen Feng instantly recognized the parallel to the illusory third floor of Xingfu Internet Cafe. The key, in truth, unlocked a concealed passage. Beyond the schoolyard stood the main gate, flanked by electrified high walls impossible to scale. Adjacent to the gate sat the security booth manned by a boar-headed guard marked with a skull, signifying direct confrontation is fatal. If direct confrontation is forbidden, then circumvention must be possible. Electrified walls cannot be climbed. But what if the current were cut? Recalling last night's blackout, Chen Feng surmised the trio had stolen the office key, severed the school's power supply, and scaled the wall to escape. If they succeeded, so can I. Pretending to study diligently all morning and eating lunch, Chen Feng arrived that afternoon for physical training, supervised once again by the boar-headed guard. Horse stance, hic. Horizontal strike. Oomph. Inward pivot, hic. Rising hook. Huh. Today the boar-headed guard behaved strangely, burping repeatedly, staggering unsteadily, as though thoroughly intoxicated. After 1 hour, a gaunt, towering figure in a white lab coat, crowned with a goat's head, strode in from the school gate. Was this the legendary professor? Chen Feng judged the goat-head professor's emaciated frame incapable of withstanding even a single punch from the boar-headed guard. Yet as the professor approached, the boar guard trembled violently, gripped by palpable dread. Could this earth-shaking monster truly be afraid? The professor extended his hand, and with a crackling surge, a jagged arc of lightning erupted forth. The boar-headed guard convulsed once, then collapsed, unconscious. Having disciplined the boar guard, the professor turned his gaze across the assembly and spoke in a gentle paternal tone. Last night, 2 wayward children attempted to flee. To steer them from ruin, I exerted immense effort. Yet how is it they failed to grasp my profound benevolence? 2, not 3. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, anxiety tightening around his heart for Li Guolong and the others. Clapping his hands, the professor gestured for artificial human students to bring forward 2 captives. Through earnest criticism and guidance, I trust, they have sincerely reformed, and will never again stray down the path of misbehavior. Chen Feng instantly recognized them, the blonde boy and the chubby one. Yet something was profoundly altered. Their faces were blank, their smiles vacant, indistinguishable from the other artificial humans. They had been transformed into monsters. Why only 2? Where was Li Guolong? Had he escaped, or perished? A storm of questions raged in Chen Feng's mind. The professor offered no answers, striding resolutely from the courtyard. That afternoon, after training concluded, Chen Feng immediately approached the blonde boy and the chubby one. Hey, do you remember me? Neither stirred nor reacted, only serene, hollow stillness. It seemed the transformation had stripped them of both humanity and memory. Chen Feng tried to stir their buried recollections. Blonde, wake up. You swore you'd escape and become a professional gamer. At those words, the blonde boy shuddered violently, finally responding. It worked. Just as Chen Feng prepared to continue, the blonde boy raised his hand and reported to the boar guard, going online is for bad children. And so Chen Feng stood alone in the courtyard, punished with an hour of solitary confinement. Dinner time arrived. Gazing upon the blonde boy and the chubby one, now hollowed-out artificial humans, Chen Feng conceived a new plan. Within the mythical 3 kingdoms system resided a protective boon capable of restoring them to their former selves. Huatuo's boon Xingnong. Xingnong, the indigo satchel ancient physicians used to carry medical texts. Legend held that before his execution by Cao Cao, the divine physician, Hua Tuo entrusted his life's work to a prison warden within such a satchel. thus giving rise to the revered Xingnan classic. This boon's effect consumed 1 point of merit to fully restore any living being. Chen Feng weighed its merits and costs with cold precision. Using Xingnan to heal both would cost 2 points, but success would unveil why their escape failed, perhaps even revealing Li Guolong's method of successful flight. Yet spending those same 2 points on a timeline reset would revive both and grant a new system, more efficient yet less informative. Though intelligence would be forfeited, I could simply join them in the next cycle, and witness firsthand why they failed. For days thereafter, Chen Feng adhered rigidly to routine. Classes, physical training, early to bed, early to rise. Truth be told, aside from the inedible fare served thrice daily, the place wasn't entirely unbearable. Given the lethal unpredictability of Zihang City, even successful escape might land one in another nightmare, like Xingfu Internet Cafe, where the female receptionist casually devoured patrons as dessert. Like a bird in its cage, the bird surrenders freedom yet gains sanctuary. Obey the rules, and at least death won't come unbidden. As these thoughts drifted through his mind, Chen Feng sensed something deeply amiss, yet could not name it, until the day he witnessed the bespectacled girl transformed into a model artificial human student. Strange, she'd violated no rule whatsoever. Not only blameless, but zealous in reporting others' infractions. Model among models. Why punish her? Wait, model. Could it be that obedience here over time triggers assimilation, transforming compliant students into model artificial humans? Chen Feng recalled a film, The Shawshank Redemption, and its chilling concept of institutionalization. Simply put, upon entering prison, a man hates it. Gradually, he grows accustomed. Ultimately, he realizes he can no longer survive beyond its walls. That was institutionalization. Likewise, submission to this place's rules would imperceptibly warp one into a monster. Realizing this, Chen Feng slapped his right cheek hard to jolt himself awake. Wake up. Don't forget, I was locked away for 7 days. 7 whole days. He vowed inwardly vengeance against these bastards would be absolute. The day arrived swiftly. Several nights later, torrential rain lashed the city. Thunder roared across the heavens as Chen Feng, feigning sleep in his dormitory, opened his eyes. It was time to unleash chaos. Rain detected. Summoning the water ghost. Summoning successful. As footprints materialized out of thin air upon the courtyard, the surrounding air plummeted in temperature. Chen Feng threw open the dormitory door and pointed at his artificial human roommates, issuing his command. Old Shui. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. Crack. Crack. A series of sounds of dislocated bones echoed, and the fake people in the same dormitory had their necks twisted by the water ghost. Do you like stripping me of my clothes, huh? Do you like locking me up, huh? Chen Feng spat a mouthful of saliva on the fake person and stomped his feet in frustration. It felt good. Let's go upstairs. According to the notes, to pass through the playground and the main gate, he must first obtain the key. Logically, Chen Feng should have been skeptical about the content of the notes. After all, there was the example of the proprietress. He should be wary of anyone who inexplicably shows goodwill. But for some reason, the moment Chen Feng saw Li Guolong, he felt a sense of familiarity, convinced that the other party wouldn't deceive him. Sometimes caution is important, but at other times one must trust their instincts. Chen Feng arrived on the 3rd floor and found the room marked with an office door plate. As soon as he pushed the door open, Chen Feng felt a cold wind blow and making him shiver. Damn monster, you really know how to enjoy yourself. In the student dormitory, they can't even afford a fan, but your office is as cold as the Ice Age. The office was simply decorated, consisting of white walls with slogans, a guest sofa, a tea table with tea sets, an air conditioning unit, an office desk, and a familiar goat face on the office chair. Professor Yang kindly said, "Staying up late is bad, my student. What brings you here at such a late hour?" Chen Feng was mentally prepared. After investigating during this time, he found that aside from the day the 3 escaped, Professor Yang had always been in the office after class. He didn't know what means they used to drive Professor Yang away. But right now this confrontation was unavoidable. Chen Feng got straight to the point. I'm here to fight the boss. Professor Yang stood up, his gaze becoming increasingly unfriendly. Going online is bad, my student. I see you've been deeply harmed by games. Suddenly, while speaking, Professor Yang felt a pair of cold, slippery hands grasp his throat. He had fallen. Chen Feng scoffed inwardly. While he deliberately provoked the other party to attract attention, the water ghost had quietly entered the room. Today it was just a simple matter of snapping a goat's head. At the moment the water ghost made its move, the entire room suddenly flashed with white light. Not good. Chen Feng felt a blur before his eyes, followed by muscle spasms and convulsions, as if every cell in his body was being pricked by countless needles. With a thud, both Chen Feng and the water ghost fell to the ground. The gap was too great. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. To be beaten into this state after a sneak attack, water ghost, are you even capable? The water ghost certainly wasn't capable. It had just stood up when another arc of electricity struck, bringing it back down to its knees. Thus it rose again, and fell repeatedly. After a few cycles, a burnt smell began to fill the room, followed by flames bursting forth. It turned out the ark had ignited sparks which landed on the water ghost, and ignited its corpse oil. Cough cough. Chen Feng could hardly bear to watch. His hard strength couldn't hold up, and now its weakness was targeted. What was the point of playing this game? To reverse the situation, he could only use a protective spell. Moreover, not just one protective spell, first the type that injured the water ghost, and Wachuo's protective spell surely couldn't be avoided, along with a protective spell that increased combat power, at least requiring over 3 points of contribution. Chen Feng quickly chose to give up. Previously, he could spend 3 points of contribution to deal with the proprietress because it was to complete the task of destroying the happy internet cafe and gain more points. But now killing Professor Yang brought him no real benefit other than escaping from this place. Moreover, in a sneak attack, the water ghost couldn't withstand a single blow and was almost completely dominated by the professor. Even if he used a protective spell, Chen Feng had no assurance of victory. It is still too difficult to clear the level in one go. Next time, let's see if I can get the water ghost a set of rubber gear. Soon a charred corpse lay on the ground. Water ghost deceased. Whether to save Li Guolong and the others, or to resurrect the water ghost, Chen Feng knew that this life must be sacrificed. Professor Yang coldly asked, "Any last words?" Chen Feng calmly replied, "Next time maybe." Madness and folly, utterly unreasonable. With a wave of his hands, Professor Yang unleashed a beam of lightning that engulfed Chen Feng in a dazzling, cold and dark. The pig-headed creature's fat body came into Chen Feng's view. Awake. Back to the little black room. Number of saves 3, system points 10, clothes off. Alright. Without the slightest hesitation, with a snap, Chen Feng stripped down completely. The pig-headed creature was taken aback. Having seen so many students, some cried and screamed, some resisted desperately, and some fainted from fear, it had never seen anyone so proactive as Chen Feng. This truly left it dumbfounded. The pig-headed creature was stunned for a while before saying, "Very good, very obedient, come here with me." Sure enough, as long as there was no resistance, he could skip the confinement stage. Chen Feng's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to follow out the door, he was stopped by the pig-headed creature, which threw him a set of camouflage clothes. "Put on your clothes, no running around naked." Even the monster could not bear to watch. At this moment it was morning. Chen Feng successfully followed the pig-headed creature to the classroom. Seeing new students, the existing students cast sympathetic glances. Sitting in the corner, Huang Mao sighed. "Another person has entered the game instance." The chubby guy was speechless. "My goodness, are you not going to say anything when you leave the game? If the professor hears, he will definitely give you a shock." Li Guolong kicked the two. "Should keep your voices down." Under the professor's watchful gaze, Chen Feng casually found a desk to sit down, and then secretly called forth the system. Firstly, due to the save, the mythological Three Kingdoms store he had exchanged for earlier disappeared, but the abilities he had once exchanged could still consume points and continue to be used. Now only Lu Sun, Ma Chao, and Jiao Chan are left. If I had known, I should have used Wachuo's protective spell last time. This way, I could learn more about the details of that day's escape from Huang Mao, and have an additional means of survival. Chen Feng felt a bit regretful. Next, regarding the water ghost that was eliminated last time, it naturally resurrected with the save, but since it wasn't raining, he couldn't summon it to the shore. Finally, there was a new box that appeared. Number KH02 SBFS that said, "It's too late." Another exchange system. Or is it from a sci-fi world? What kind of system starts with SB? Chen Feng really didn't want to spend points right now, as he had already realized a terrifying thing. If no task system appears, won't I be finished? I only have 10 points now, which can only resurrect me a few times. It still feels insufficient. But regardless of how insufficient it was, the Xinxia tasks were still too absurd. After pondering for a long time, Chen Feng chose that system from the sports world. Scanning new host information, binding in progress. Ding. Congratulations on successfully binding the proficiency system. This system will formulate plans for you, assisting you in continuous growth until you complete the task of saving the world. Through his research, Chen Feng has come to understand that the proficiency system will issue various physical training plans, and upon completing these plans, he can receive corresponding ability rewards. It didn't sound complicated. Yet when Chen Feng turned his gaze towards those training plans, he was stunned. 30-hour daily training plan. An ordinary person can complete 1,000 sets of training in 10 hours. If the training volume is increased to 3,000 sets, one can achieve a total of 30 hours of exercise in a single day. Ghost brain training method. Meditate and imagine a 100-kilogram mantis and successfully defeat it. 30 hours of practice in a day. Imagining a giant mantis defeating it in your mind. How could such words possibly form a sentence? After flipping through the proficiency system for a long time, Chen Feng finally found a plan that a human might be able to accomplish. Hero training method requires the system owner to complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run in one day. The training is divided into 4 stages, S, A, B, and C. Club hero training is free to start, and when the system owner persists in training for a week, their physical strength can reach the explosive brick level capable of shattering bricks with a single strike. Level hero training consumes 1 point to unlock. Persisting for a month can achieve the explosive wall level capable of smashing through thick walls with one blow. A level hero training consumes 10 points to unlock. Persisting for a year can reach the explosive building level capable of demolishing houses with a single strike. Level hero training consumes 100 points to unlock. Persisting for 3 years can reach the explosive street level capable of flattening a block with a single strike. Flatten an entire street with one move. With this combat power, what do Professor Yang and Instructor Pig even count as? Chen Feng's heart was instantly ablaze. Although the ghost catching system was also powerful, no matter how strong a water ghost might be, it was still illusory. Only becoming stronger himself was the undeniable truth. Hero Training Plan Activate. User has selected the Hero Training Plan. Warning: during the plan period, the user must complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day or face severe punishment. How severe could the punishment be? Once I finish my training, I will turn Professor Yang into a meatball. At this moment, the spirited Chen Feng had no idea how difficult the coming days would be. After class, Chen Feng intended to greet Li Guolong, but found that the latter was quickly leaving with the chubby guy and Huang Mao. Strange, why were they so cold this time? After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng realized the reason. Last time he was confined for 7 days due to his resistance, clearly opposing the school's hardline approach. This time he chose to compromise, and such weak behavior naturally wouldn't win the favor of Li Guolong and the others, especially in an environment lacking unity among students with suspicious behaviors present. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. The bespectacled girl walked up to Chen Feng saying, "Hey new guy, do you want to escape?" Chen Feng's reply was simple. He raised his hand. "Professor, there is a student who wants to escape." Huh? The bespectacled girl exclaimed in panic, clearly not expecting that her constant hunting would one day lead to being pecked by a goose. Escaping is for bad kids. Child, why would you want to leave such a great place? Come follow me to the electric shock room. As the professor took the bespectacled girl away, Chen Feng found an apple in his hand. The warm classmate had turned into a cold piece of fruit. Chen Feng clearly saw Li Guolong and the others looking at him from a distance, their expressions filled with disdain. It felt like his friendliness with Li Guolong and the others had decreased again. But it didn't matter. Chen Feng had his own way to join them. During lunch, he held a metal lunchbox and approached the three. "Geez, such a big cafeteria, and you can't sit anywhere else. You have to squeeze in with us," said the chubby guy. Li Guolong looked at him in disgust. "Get lost. I have nothing to chat about with a lackey." "Nothing to chat about? What about now?" Chen Feng slapped a piece of paper on the table, which was the map of the 4th hospital, from his notes. Li Guolong's expression changed. "Where did you get this?" "Of course I got it from your seat, but that's not important. What's important is that I clearly know there are rewards for reporting, yet I didn't report you." The chubby guy pointed at the map, still trying to argue. "Hey, why would you report us? This map has our names on it." Li Guolong waved his hand, telling the chubby guy to stop talking. "What do you want?" Chen Feng wasted no words. "Since you made this map, you must have an escape plan. I want to join." Li Guolong stared at Chen Feng. "Why should I believe you?" Chen Feng, unafraid, replied, "Isn't it written on the map? To pass through the playground between the gate and the building, you need a key. Right, that's a necessary tool to clear the game." Huang Mao nodded. "Shut up." Li Guolong asked Chen Feng, "Are you saying you can steal the key?" "Exactly." Chen Feng replied confidently, knowing that Professor Yang would leave the academy at the end of the month. This was information he was already aware of. Therefore, stealing the key, seemingly the most dangerous task, was actually the safest. "Although I don't know where your confidence comes from. If you can bring the key, I'll agree to let you join." Li Guolong still had some doubts, but since the other party had taken on the hardest task, he couldn't refuse. In the afternoon, running distance 1, currently 9, running distance 1, currently 10 ding. The 10-kilometer running plan for today has been completed. Since the physical training content of the Internet Addiction Academy already included running, Chen Feng easily completed the task. When it was time to do military body exercises, Chen Feng proactively approached Instructor Pig. "Report, Instructor, I want to do push-ups." Instructor Pig snorted. "No way. What about sit-ups?" "Not allowed." "Damn." Chen Feng cursed inwardly. It seemed he could only practice extra after the physical training. Thus, after Instructor Pig announced the dismissal, Chen Feng did not leave with everyone, but instead lay on the playground doing push-ups alone. Huff huff. As his arms continuously bent, the training progress also advanced. Push-up count 1. Currently 7. Push-up count 1. Currently 8. Detected non-standard push-up motion. Counting failed. Damn. If it were any other time it would be fine, but now after a whole afternoon of military body exercises, Chen Feng was already exhausted. Just doing 10 standard push-ups had made his face flush and neck thick, and he was about to collapse. And this had barely completed 1/10 of the task. It seemed he couldn't hold on any longer. Chen Feng gasped for breath, and just as he thought this, an emotionless electronic voice rang in his ears. Warning: today is about to end. Preparation is key. A plan must be completed once set detected that the host's training progress is slow, providing assistance. Chen Feng was overjoyed. System, quickly give me a beautiful coach with big breasts and a nice butt. Or give me a small healing pill from a martial arts novel that restores energy and strengthens the body. Just as Chen Feng was lost in his beautiful fantasies, a loud smack echoed. It felt as if an invisible whip struck Chen Feng, leaving a shocking scar on his back. Ouch! It hurt too much. Chen Feng almost passed out from the pain, and at that moment a warning suddenly echoed in his mind. The host must immediately perform push-ups or face whipping. Such laziness and weakness, I really need to discipline you well. 3, 2, 1 whip. Another loud smack. Chen Feng spun like a top, his skin split open. This time he was thoroughly frightened. Stop hitting. Ill exercise, alright. Chen Feng cried with a mournful face, straightening his back at the fastest speed of his life, and continuing to work out. But every time his form deviated, he would be met with a vicious strike from the system. Damn, what kind of ridiculous system is this? Chen Feng felt like crying, but had no tears. Out of fear of the whipping, he could only grit his teeth, tighten his abdomen, and bear with trembling arms, continuously moving up and down. Huang Mao saw this and couldn't help but ask, what kind of person is this? The chubby guy replied, this is a madman, Huang Mao. He's not normal. With the system's notification echoing in that moment, Chen Feng suddenly collapsed onto the playground, overwhelmed by soreness, weakness, and cramps that surged upon him, nearly causing him to faint. The chubby roommate, just finished with his meal, stared in awe. Oh my, we've got an athlete in our dorm. Li Guolong asked with concern, is it over? If only it could be over. Just thinking about the 100 sit-ups and squats ahead gave Chen Feng a splitting headache. At that moment, a warning from the system rang in his ears, detected that the host's training progress is slow. I'm sorry, you'll start practicing right away. In front of Li Guolong and the others, Chen Feng spread his legs, straightened his arms, and began to squat. The chubby roommate pointed to the public restroom on the first floor. What are you doing? Go to your business outside. Chen Feng remained silent, simply continuing to stand up and squat repeatedly. Li Guolong understood squats. The chubby roommate whispered to Huang Mao, I figured it out, this brother must have fried his brain at the pet hospital when he had a fever as a child. You don't get it. At his current level, he definitely can't defeat Professor Yang, this boss, so he's here training hard to level up. Do you understand now? The chubby roommate looked at Huang Mao with a puzzled expression. I see you two must have gone to the same pet hospital. After squats, it was time for sit-ups. Chen Feng lay on the bed, legs together, arms raised, rising and falling, causing the entire iron frame bed to creak. He finally managed to complete all the exercises just before dawn. It hurts so much I won't end up with muscle dissolution, will I? Muscle dissolution, also known as rhabdomyolysis, was something Chen Feng had heard of before. He knew that some people, due to excessive exercise beyond their muscles' capacity, ended up with acute kidney injury and died. If this continues, I might end up dead too. This proficiency system is truly ridiculous. Training for the day has been successfully completed. Just practice more. Your physical constitution has permanently increased. As the system's voice faded, Chen Feng felt a surge of strength arise from every part of his body, and the fatigue from overexertion vanished without a trace. This feeling is quite refreshing. Chen Feng laughed, sincerely experiencing a profound sense of accomplishment in overcoming himself. Who said the proficiency system was bad? This proficiency system is fantastic. The other three who were getting ready for bed heard the laughter and began to suspect that Chen Feng had trained too much and had become foolish. Huang Mao, I bet he definitely won't last 3 days. Fatty, it's already been 3 days. I underestimated him, but he won't last a week. Fatty, he's already lasted a week. Oh my, he really made it this far. What a real man. If he calls me a sissy, I'll immediately buy a pack of sanitary pads and slap them on. Actually, regarding the training, Chen Feng was initially resistant. But as his physical stats continuously improved, the exhilarating sensation of transforming from a shootin' into a powerhouse was truly addictive. On the 7th day, Chen Feng was drenched in sweat on the playground. Push-up count 1, currently 73. Push-up count 1, currently 74. At this moment, Li Guolong and the others quietly approached, ensuring no one was around, and said seriously, we need to talk about serious matters. Here it comes. Chen Feng perked up. Are we acting tomorrow? Li Guolong nodded yes. Huang Mao spread out a map from a gaming perspective. To clear the 4th mental hospital, we need to meet 3 conditions: steal the key from the professor's office, defeat the gatekeeper instructor Pig, and bypass the night patrol of the pseudo-model students. Fatty, interjected Huang Mao, even though I think you're usually a bit out of it, your explanation of the escape plan using a game analogy actually makes sense. Li Guolong handed a key to Chen Feng. Brother Feng, this is the office key. According to our prior agreement, you go to the office, and we will handle the security room. After thinking for a moment, Li Guolong added, remember, we must act tomorrow night. Chen Feng nodded. Li Guolong couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to ask me why we have to act tomorrow night? Of course, because the professor won't be here tomorrow. Chen Feng asked knowingly, then why? Li Guolong explained, because every year at the end of July the professor disappears for half a day. This is why we must wait until tomorrow to act. Chen Feng was shocked. Every year. How long have you been caught? You must know that this cursed place assimilates people. If you haven't turned into a model student in a year, that takes considerable resistance. Li Guolong waved his hand. It's not me, it's a senior named Chen Xinran. She's said to be the only student who escaped from the academy. This map and the office key were secretly left in her notebook. At this point Li Guolong seemed a bit embarrassed. Fatty Huang Mao, and I have only been in the academy for half a year, so we're not sure if the professor will leave that day. If you don't want to, we can swap tasks. No swapping. Fatty was anxious. What if the professor doesn't leave and zaps us into stunned kids? No, the professor will definitely leave. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Although he knew that these three had failed in their last escape attempt due to a flawed plan, he was certain that the issue did not lie with the key. This was because Chen Feng remembered an incident from a previous cycle when he obtained the ghost-catching system. He had become tired of old Li's stories, so he listened to a radio broadcast for a while on the bus. There was a piece of news he recalled vividly. The annual special report conference on adolescent mental health work would be held at 9 a.m. at the end of this month, inviting renowned professors in the field of mental health from the city. Though he didn't know how the professor with a goat-like head would conduct a meeting, it was a verified fact that the professor won't be in the academy tomorrow night and won't return until the next afternoon. Now it seems that the issue lies with Instructor Pig. Chen Feng asked the three, how do you plan to deal with Instructor Pig? Li Guolong explained that Instructor Pig loved to drink and eat meat, so tomorrow they only needed to offer fine wine to get him drunk. Chen Feng was curious, do you have fine wine? Fatty replied, yeah, borrowed from the cafeteria's kitchen. Borrowed, more like stolen. Chen Feng glanced at Fatty and finally understood why the other had stayed so plump after half a year. Thus the elite instructor and the small boss, the professor, are both taken care of. Huang Mao said, as for the pseudo-model students, as long as we are cautious, it should be no problem. No problem. Chen Feng squinted his eyes. From his previous memories on that afternoon, Instructor Pig indeed appeared drowsy and should have been successfully drunk, and without Professor Yang present, they shouldn't have had trouble stealing the key. Yet Fatty and Huang Mao were still caught. So they must have been caught by the pseudo-student patrol. Though Huang Mao jokingly called the pseudo-students small monsters, Chen Feng, having dealt with them before, knew that once the pseudo-students went mad, even several adults couldn't subdue them. But it's alright, this time I am here. 99. 100. After completing the 100th push-up, a system notification echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the Clevel Hero Training Program. The host's physical strength has reached the level of smashing bricks. To unlock subsequent B, A, and S-level programs, 100 points are required. Warning, the host's pseudo-human transformation has reached 50%. If transformation completes, training will be interrupted and points spent will not be refunded. Please seek a safer area. I can't continue training. If I do, I'll become a pseudo-human. Chen Feng picked up a brick from the ground and randomly squeezed it, and the brick was crushed into dust as easily as tofu turning into a pile of powder. Smashing bricks level indeed terrifying. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Splitting a brick with one hand and turning it into powder in a single strike is not the same concept. The former is something street performers can do, while the latter has surpassed human limits. What the hell are pseudo-humans? Can they withstand my punch? The next afternoon, after finishing his physical training, Chen Feng headed straight for the third floor. How careless of the monster to not even lock the door. Chen Feng pushed the door open and searched the desk for a long time, but there was no sign of the key. Strange, is it a mistake in the map information, or did the professor take the key with him before leaving? If it were an ordinary person, they might have returned empty-handed. But Chen Feng was certain that Li Guolong and the others had obtained the key last time. If they didn't have the key, they couldn't even get past the playground, and would surely have given up on escaping, so how could two of them have been captured and one gone missing? I must be opening it the wrong way. Suddenly Chen Feng had a flash of inspiration. He left the room, closed the door, and tried opening it with the key again. This time, as soon as he opened the door, a chill wind rushed towards him. Holy crap, is this a fake office? Chen Feng thought to himself that the monster here was truly devious. If it weren't for Li Guolong and the others having stolen the office key in advance, he wouldn't have been able to escape alone. After searching around, Chen Feng quickly discovered a key with a ram's head sculpture in the drawer of the desk. After all, the monster isn't that intelligent. If it were me, I would carry such an important key with me at all times. Holding the key, Chen Feng returned to the dormitory where Fatty and Li Guolong had also completed their plan to deliver the alcohol. Next, they just had to patiently wait for a few hours until the pig instructor got drunk, and then they could escape under the cover of darkness. Huang Mao was anxiously pacing. Why isn't it dark yet? I wish I could jump ahead to nightfall. Fatty watched Huang Mao pacing back and forth feeling annoyed. Are you in such a rush to die? Huang Mao was excited. You don't understand, I can't wait to perform the speed run at the 4th mental hospital. Fatty asked in confusion. Who are you performing for? Huang Mao pointed to himself. Me. Oh my, you want go to steal the key, you want go to steal the alcohol, and you do nothing, but now you want to perform a speed run. Fatty became increasingly angry. Forget the professor, I'm almost tempted to electrocute you myself. As the two bickered, night finally fell. Li Guolong shouted, let's go together to the bathroom. Fatty pretended to be shocked. Come on, at our age, are we still afraid of the dark when going to the bathroom? How embarrassing is that? Although it wasn't the first time seeing it, Chen Feng still had to comment, poor acting. Fortunately, the audience of this performance, the pseudo-persons, had only the most basic intelligence, and would only act if a living person broke 10 rules. Going to the bathroom in the middle of the night clearly did not fall within the rules. The four of them sneaked out of the dormitory, bypassed the patrols formed by the pseudo-persons, and arrived at the playground. At this time, a thin layer of white mist rose on the playground. If one entered the mist without carrying the key, they would wander all night and ruin their shoes without being able to escape. Feng Gu, the key. I've got it out. Holding the key, they passed through the white mist of the playground, and soon saw the high wall covered in electric wires, the Crimson Academy gate, and the well-lit security room. From a distance, they could hear the sounds of snoring coming from the security room. Huang Mao leaned against the glass window of the security room for a look, and made a gesture indicating everything was fine, sleeping like a dead pig. Fatty commented, that's because he is a pig. Li Guolong made a shushing gesture, be quiet, don't wake the monster. Under the illumination of the security room's light, the central part of the academy gate reflected a metallic sheen. It was a sturdy iron lock. Anyone seeing it for the first time would think of 4 words, indestructible. Feng Gu, give me the key. Li Guolong inserted the ram's head key into the lock, then became dumbfounded. It wouldn't open. Huang Mao's expression changed. The key is wrong, the door can't be opened from this side. The map only mentioned that the key could pass through the playground, but never said the key could open the main gate. Fatty speculated, maybe the key is with the pig instructor. He'll go take a look. Opening the door to the security room, a wave of alcoholic fumes rushed towards him. Chen Feng covered his nose, tiptoed cautiously inside, and soon came out looking dejected, clearly having found nothing. As everyone's morale crumbled, Huang Mao suddenly said, wait, I have a plan. Fatty scoffed, you have a plan, huh? Huang Mao explained, no, I really have a plan. I heard that the academy's power distribution room is over by the nursing home. If we can turn off the power, we can climb over the high wall. As he spoke, Huang Mao's voice lowered. But the map clearly states that the nursing home is even more dangerous than the Internet Addiction Academy, not to mention we've never been to the nursing home. In an unfamiliar place, going to the nursing home alone is no different from sending oneself to death. Fatty exclaimed, hell no, who wants to go to the nursing home to die? After a brief silence, Li Guolong suddenly said, I'll go. Fatty nodded, right, no one wants to go. Well, what? Huang Mao was also surprised. Long Gu, you're joking, right? Li Guolong's expression was resolute as he repeated, I'll go. Chen Feng pondered. So that's why last time Professor Yang only captured 2 people. It was because something happened to Li Guolong at the nursing home. While Chen Feng was thinking, Li Guolong had already begun to arrange for the aftermath. Once you all get out, go find Captain Li of the police force for help. He is my father. Captain Li. He is actually old Li's child. Chen Feng's mind exploded. Oh right, those who are captured by the academy have their life experiences erased from the world. But there will still be some clues left behind. For example, old Li is clearly so old, yet has no children. Although he has no children, the beloved windproof lighter he has is engraved with the metal pattern for father. So old Li actually has a child, but was just captured by the academy. Chen Feng suddenly realized, no wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I first saw Li Guolong. At this point, everyone was already in tears. Li Guolong said, my father often says that if I don't do well in the future, don't come back to embarrass him. If you see him, please tell him that although I didn't come back, I didn't bring him shame either. Huang Mao's eyes were moist. Don't worry, I'll tell uncle. Fatty, also unusually serious. Once I escape, I will definitely come back to save you, I swear. Well then, I entrust the next matter to you all. After saying what felt like a farewell, Li Guolong's expression turned resolute as he turned to head towards the nursing home. At this moment, Chen Feng, who had been treated as heir, clapped to remind them. Hey, there's still another person here. Xiaolong, although your willingness to sacrifice is truly moving to me. But hold on a second. With that, Chen Feng took a deep breath, grabbed the iron chain, concentrated all his strength into one point, and suddenly exerted force. Crack. Under the impact of this immense force, the iron lock instantly twisted and deformed, turning into a pile of debris. This is what you call strength creating miracles. Looking at the 3 who were dumbfounded, Chen Feng said triumphantly, who said you can't open the door without a key? Huang Mao said blankly, I've never seen such an impressive person in my life. Fatty sighed. Well now, as for Li Guolong, just thinking about all the embarrassing things he had just said made his ears turn red. Given the atmosphere, surviving now felt a bit too impolite. For people passed through the gate, and what met their eyes was a place resembling an urban village surrounded by lush green trees and dotted with several 3 to 4-story small apartment buildings. Clothes and cured meat hung from the balconies while electric bikes and bicycles were parked below. Everything was so tranquil and harmonious. If it weren't for the sight before their eyes, who could have imagined that a den of monsters lay right next door? Huang Mao pointed at a small house with lights on and suggested, let's seek help from an NPC. Not a good idea. Chen Feng shook his head. What if these residents are monsters too? To be safe, the group stealthily left the village and didn't relax until they saw the asphalt road. Hooray! We made it through with our lives. Huang Mao suddenly shouted, sprinting down the street like a wild horse. Are you crazy? You scared me. The fat guy cursed, but his expression couldn't hide his joy. Strictly speaking, it was 2 lives. Chen Feng hesitated. It was early morning and most shops by the roadside were already closed except for a convenience store that operated 24 hours still lit up. Inside the store, apart from the owner, lounging in a rocking chair watching TV, there was no one else. Chen Feng asked, excuse me, we accidentally got lost. Could we borrow a phone to call the police? The owner glanced at the 4 dressed in camouflage, his eyes showing a hint of surprise, then replied, no problem, but my phone is charging. Why don't you wait a moment while I go get it? Sure. Chen Feng nodded, then approached the owner, and taking advantage of his unpreparedness, delivered a punch. With a thud, the owner fell asleep. Better safe than sorry. Under the confused gazes of his companions, Chen Feng explained, to travel 100 miles one must make it through 90. We finally escaped, we can't risk failure at the last step. Saying this, Chen Feng patted the owner's pocket and pulled out a phone, checking the screen to find it had 97 battery left. Indeed, there was something off. Chen Feng placed the phone on the counter and said, we're lucky this phone isn't locked. Who wants to make the call? Aye. Huang Mao took the phone and quickly pressed a string of numbers. After a few rings, the phone vibrated slightly, and the call connected. Huang Mao excitedly said, hello? Mom. A puzzled middle-aged woman's voice came through. Mom. Who is Wenbo? We don't have anyone by that name at home. Mom. It's me. Sorry, you've dialed the wrong number. Beep, 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 the busy tone rang out. The expressions of the 3 were dejected, and the joy of narrowly escaping vanished in an instant. They had been forgotten by the world. Only Chen Feng remained calm. He wasn't from this world at all, so it didn't matter if he was forgotten. After a brief silence, Li Guolong stepped forward to comfort. Wenbo, don't be sad. Once we defeat those monsters like the professor and the instructor, Auntie will surely remember you. Right. Huang Mao nodded vigorously. Let's report to the police quickly. He dialed the number. The operator's voice came through. Hello, is there an emergency? Huang Mao said, we encountered a monster. Before he could finish, Li Guolong interrupted, we encountered a kidnapping. Good call. Chen Feng thought that Li Guolong indeed had a bit of wisdom and decisiveness from his father. If they had said they encountered monsters, the operator might have thought it was a prank, or that they were crazy. Calling it a kidnapping was more realistic and could justify sending officers to the academy. As long as they saw the group of monsters with pig heads, sheep heads, and rabbit heads, everything would be explained. At this point, Li Guolong was already reporting information. Yes, the 4 of us escaped, and about 50 others are still tied up. We're at a convenience store near the 4th Psychiatric Hospital on Shuetian Road in Xiaihang City. Can you send someone to rescue us? The operator calmed Li Guolong, saying, okay, we've sent someone out, and they'll be there shortly. Make sure to bring guns. There are many kidnappers, and they're armed with heavy weaponry. After hanging up, the 4 began to wait in the convenience store. Huang Mao had already emerged from his sadness. He grabbed a bottle of cola from the shelf and took a big swig, exclaiming, refreshing. I remember the last time I drank cola was. The fat guy tore open a bag of chips and complained, dude, even farts have a smell, but you talk like you have no flavor at all. Buzz. Suddenly, a low rumble of a car engine came from afar, interrupting their conversation. A van appeared at the convenience store entrance. At this late hour, where did this van come from? Chen Feng squinted. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected was about to happen. This visitor does not come in peace. Huang Mao corrected him. Brother Feng, we are the visitors. The door of the van opened, and 3 expressionless figures in white coats jumped down. They are. Huang Mao's face turned pale, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Damn, it's the fat guy was puzzled. Aren't they only capturing people at internet cafes? Run fast! Li Guolong shouted in a panic. The police are about to arrive. We need to scatter and avoid their attention. We must not let them catch us. I should avoid their attention. Why don't they avoid mine? Chen Feng was furious just thinking about the day he was caught by the white coats and sent to the Internet Addiction Academy. If it weren't for these brutes, would he have suffered so much? Come on! Chen Feng shouted, delivering a flying kick, sending the nearest white coat flying 4 to 5 meters away, crashing onto the street, limbs sprawled motionless. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared off by this scene long ago. But the fake white coats had no idea what fear was. They continued to charge forward stunned. Chen Feng didn't hold back, throwing punches left and right, landing one on each of the two white coats. According to the system, a class hero could crush a standard red brick measuring 24,011,553 millimeters into powder with a single punch. So there was no need to mention a body made of flesh and blood. With a solid punch, he shattered the bones of the white coat, leaving it bloodied and lifeless on the spot. Just as the boss's wife had said, the third floor was indeed unfinished, a single undivided hall. The air reeked of cement, dust, and an indescribable fishy stench that made one's stomach. Listening to everyone's exclamations, Chen Feng was extremely pleased. Back then in Happy Internet Cafe, the six of them couldn't even hold down a single fake internet manager. If they hadn't torn off its skin, it would have almost escaped. But now, facing the skinless weak points of the white coat fakes, he could actually take on three and counterattack. The drastic difference was as refreshing as putting on new underwear and greeting the new year. Just then, another white coat stepped out of the van. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Upon seeing him, Chen Feng's hair stood on end, and every cell in his body was signaling danger. Danger! Actually, there was no need for Chen Feng to remind them. Li Guolong and the others had also noticed. Normal white coats behaved like model students, staring blankly, with glazed eyes and frozen expressions. But the one who just got down was smiling, clearly not an ordinary individual. The white coat adjusted his glasses and said, "Running away makes you a bad child." This familiar voice, this familiar smile. The group shuddered in unison, exclaiming, "Professor." The white coat smiled and replied, "Indeed it is I." Chen Feng's pupils constricted. "How did you find us?" From planning the escape, to executing the action, and finally calling for help at the convenience store, Chen Feng felt they had left no flaws. The only explanation for this intrusion, aside from an insider, would be supernatural powers. But Chen Feng was mistaken this time. Professor Yang smiled and said, "Someone reported to me." He recalled seeing several lit windows in the surrounding residential buildings when he went out. Chen Feng immediately understood, it's the villagers. The fourth psychiatric hospital was built in a remote village within the city where all the villagers acted as the eyes and ears for the monsters. In such circumstances, unless there was a water ghost's invisibility technique, leaving the academy would inevitably lead to being discovered. The blonde was incredulous. Impossible. If that were the case, how did senior sister Chen Xinran escape? Professor Yang chuckled. "Oh, you mean that stubborn little girl? I remember her. She wasn't caught by me, but was sent in by her parents voluntarily. She stayed in the academy for 3 years and still didn't become a model student, which is truly remarkable. After she escaped, she killed her parents and then committed suicide." Professor Yang's sunny smile never faded, yet his words felt like falling into an ice cellar. Since the establishment of this academy, no one has ever escaped. With that, Professor Yang unleashed an arc of electricity, and the four instantly felt as if their bodies were cramping, their muscles uncontrollably contracting and spasming. Thud! Chen Feng knelt on one knee while the other three collapsed to the ground like dead pigs. "Oh, you can still stand." Professor Yang pointed at the three lying on the ground and smiled at Chen Feng. "Not bad, you're a bit stronger than them, but not by much." Though Chen Feng was immobile, he still managed to put on a brave front. "Damn it, if you have the ability, stop using skills and fight me fair and square." Professor Yang admonished, "At this point you're still thinking about games and skills. You've been seriously poisoned by the internet. Surfing the internet is for bad kids." As he was struck by lightning again, Chen Feng did not utter a word of surrender, as he intentionally offended the bad kid rule to provoke the other party just to buy more time. Calculating the time, it should be about right. The sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. The chubby guy sighed in relief. "Finally they're here." Professor Yang paused for a moment, then realized, "So you called the police?" Li Guolong gritted his teeth. "Yes, you're finished." Professor Yang looked at everyone with a mocking gaze. "Oh, is that so?" The confidence of the other party made Chen Feng feel uneasy, and at that moment he noticed that only one police car had arrived from afar. Why are there so few people? The blonde's heart sank. "They're here to deliver heads." Li Guolong yelled towards the police car, "Officer, over here." 4 people got out of the police car. The leading male officer introduced himself, "Im Hu Qing. Did you call the police?" "Yes, they kidnapped us." "Officer Hu, be careful, he has a weapon and might attack you." "Officer Hu, call for backup, hurry." In response to the accusations from Chen Feng and the others, Professor Yang remained calm, raised his hands to indicate he was unarmed, and said, "Hello, Officer Hu. I'm Professor Yang from the 4th Psychiatric Hospital's Internet Addiction School." Upon hearing the title of Professor, Officer Hu visibly lowered his guard. What exactly is going on? Professor Yang took the initiative to accuse, "These are troubled youths and mental patients who escaped from our institution." Li Guolong shouted loudly, "That's nonsense. We were all kidnapped by you. You really can fabricate such things." Professor Yang pointed at the white coats on the ground and the fainted store owner inside, saying, "Look, they resisted, violently injuring not only the convenience store owner, but also our caretaker." Li Guolong panicked. Don't listen to him. But Officer Hu ignored Li Guolong and complained, Professor, you need to strengthen your management in the future. Professor Yang expressed a look of apology. I'm sorry we were negligent. Officer Hu sighed. Students, your parents sent you to the academy because they want what's best for you. Don't cause trouble, just go back with the professor, and don't make things difficult for the officers. Li Guolong and the others instantly fell into despair. The chubby guy yelled, Damn, are you out of your mind? Still cursing? You should be disciplined. Officer Hu said to Professor Yang, You handle it, let's wrap it up. At this point the blonde could no longer hold back and revealed the truth. They're all monsters. The three on the ground can't speak, and the one with glasses can extend a whip from his back. You can ask them and see. Though the blonde spoke the truth, the claim of monsters only made Officer Hu think they were talking nonsense. They really are mental patients. Thus, under Officer Hu's indifferent gaze, the four were loaded into a van. As he watched the cornered four, Professor Yang could no longer restrain himself and burst into wild laughter. The roads in the village were not easy to navigate. The van did not retrace its path, but took a detour entering through the main gate of the nursing home. At the moment they entered the 4th psychiatric hospital, Professor Yang's facial features began to change. His face transformed from round to triangular, then white hair and a white beard sprouted, his ears stood upright and grew larger, his black hair gradually shortened, became bald, turned white, and 2 spiral horns emerged. A goat-like face appeared before everyone. Welcome back, children. Shortly after they were sent to the nursing home, there Chen Feng encountered the legendary rabbit nurse. She was a woman with a rabbit head dressed entirely in white, a white nurse's cap, white nurse's uniform, white stockings, and white rubber shoes. She pointed at everyone with her fingers painted in orange nail polish, and asked the professor, Professor, who are these? Professor Yang respectfully replied, These are the children who tried to escape, and I've brought them back. The rabbit nurse coldly glanced at them. They're really disobedient, get rid of them. You seem to be in a good mood. Yes, the one we caught a week ago is willing to join us now. That's great. Director Nyo will surely be happy. In a moment go to the office and the nurse station to get the keys to let the new colleague out. No need, these little rabbits already stole my keys. The 2 monsters exchanged words. Chen Feng lay on the stretcher feeling a chill down his spine. Director Nyo. The blonde was right, this hospital indeed had a hidden boss. New colleague. If they were to escape again they had to do it soon, otherwise they would have to face another monster. At that moment the rabbit nurse took out a journal and a pen from her pocket, stared at everyone for a moment, then began to draw circles on it. Chen Feng and the others soon felt dizzy and drowsy. They would soon meet that pig head again. This was the last thought of Chen Feng before losing consciousness. Yet when he regained awareness, he found himself standing on the playground, not back in that dark room. No save file. Chen Feng felt something was wrong and tried to call out to the other students around, Hey, can you, what is going on here? Although Chen Feng's consciousness was clear, able to hear the sounds around him and feel the temperature, he could not control his body, as if he were suffering from sleep paralysis. Is this the feeling of becoming a pseudo-human? Chen Feng shouted to the system, Save file. Save file. The system remained unresponsive, as saving and loading could only be triggered by death, and Chen Feng was not dead. Those who often die know that the average human lifespan is 73 years. Chen Feng was 26 this year, which meant he had to endure for another 47 years. That's over 17,000 days, more than 400,000 hours. This is the most optimistic scenario. What if the lifespan of a pseudo-human is infinite? Then I'm done for. Panic surged in Chen Feng's heart. Ever since he had crossed over, this was the first time he encountered such a desperate situation. Thus he no longer cared about saving points and decisively used a protective ability. A modest gentleman, warm as jade, you have activated Lu Sun's protective ability. The protector is immune to any spell, magic, demonic art, or abnormal state effect. A green glowing sword-wielding gentleman's apparition appeared behind Chen Feng. However, regrettably, having wasted a point, Chen Feng's body remained uncontrollable, indicating that being transformed into a pseudo-human did not count as an abnormal state. At least I know that even while unable to control my body, I can still use the system. Awesome, I didn't expect to have so many lives and still be pushed to a dead end. This world is indeed intense. Exciting. Exciting. Chen Feng suddenly went crazy. If he only had a save and load system, he would indeed be like those predecessors who crossed over on the 3rd floor of the Happy Internet Cafe, already doomed. But he had more than one system. Thus on a rainy night a few days later, a shadowy figure pushed open the dormitory door and approached the pseudo-human Chen Feng, snapping his neck. Awake! A call brought Chen Feng back to reality. Chen Feng opened his eyes, shook his neck, regaining the sensation of controlling his body, feeling as exhilarating as taking the first breath of air after surfacing from drowning. I'm back. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face as he successfully killed himself through summoning a water ghost, triggering the save system and escaping from a deadlock. Your clothes, take them off, hurry. You all help him quickly. Amid the shouts of the pig-headed man, several camouflage students rushed over preparing to help Chen Feng remove his clothes. Here we go again. Chen Feng remembered the first time he came here he was stripped bare by these guys, exposed like a monkey on display, utterly humiliated. But this time he was no longer the lamb to be slaughtered. Get lost, Chen Feng shouted, pushing with both hands and toppling the imposter student to the ground. As before, all rewards obtained from the system would be preserved, so the explosive brick-level physique he trained in his previous life remained intact. This is the system, a certificate for eternity. Bastard. Seeing his underlings being beaten, the pig-headed man flew into a rage, reaching out his large hand to grab Chen Feng. Come at me. Chen Feng also wanted to test it, ignoring those electric shocks and similar factors, and wanted to see where the limits of his body lay in a pure strength confrontation. Thus he raised both arms to meet the pig's hand, intending to push the pig-headed man away with brute force. At the same time, the pig-headed man also exerted his strength, trying to use his weight advantage to crush Chen Feng. Bang! The clash of four palms created a dull thud that echoed in the small dark room. Chen Feng was jolted, his arms going numb, while the marble floor beneath his feet cracked. In contrast, the pig-headed man was momentarily stunned. With its pig brain, it clearly couldn't comprehend how this frail human could match it in raw strength. Afterward, due to violating the rules and resisting the instructor, Chen Feng was confined for another 7 days. Once the monster left, Chen Feng immediately called upon the system. Save file count 2 system points 9 available guardians Lu Sun, Jiao Chan, Ma Chao available to summon spirits 3-star water, ghost characteristics loves water loves rain plan available hero training, first phase completed. Would you like to spend 1 point to unlock the second phase level training plan? Chen Feng was overjoyed. Not only has the physique from training been preserved, but even the subsequent training plans are intact. Alright, once I escape and find a safe place, I'll enter closed door cultivation. Next came the selection phase of 3 boxes. One was from the Sci-Fi Exchange System KH02 SBFS. The other was from the Xinxia Task System XX01 DKQD. As for the new box numbered ZT03 LTQ, it said, everyone in the group is talented, speaks well, and I love being in there. This classification, name, abbreviation, and the content of the speech. Chen Feng immediately recognized this as a chat group system from the Myriad Realms. The chat group refers to connecting characters from different timelines and identities using group chat communication tools, allowing for cross-world interaction. In simple terms, it's like creating a group with powerful figures from other worlds. It sounds rather useless. But to give an example, after opening the chat group, Chen Feng might be able to add a great Luo Golden Immortal from the cultivation world as a friend, gaining access to their cultivation techniques, or contact a mad scientist from the sci-fi world to acquire future technology, or even exchange ideas with wizards from the magical realm to learn magic. Indeed, it's a system with extremely high potential. If used well, it's no less valuable than the exchange system, and it doesn't require points. But it's not suitable to activate it now. One must be strong to forge iron. Chen Feng was currently empty-handed, and even if he added a powerful figure, he had no resources to trade. What if he joined a villain chat group? He would need to engage in scheming. Considering this, Chen Feng decided to open the task system first to earn some points. So he activated XX01 DKQD. Aren't you from a Xinxiao world? Come on, give me a few tasks to slay demons and eliminate evil. Ding, congratulations on activating the clock-in system. Clock-in system? Chen Feng was taken aback and immediately saluted. Sorry sir, I didn't recognize you just now. If there were a ranking of the dumbest systems in the world, the clock-in system would be second. Oh, no one would dare place. Its function is quite simple. As long as the system owner checks in at a specific time or place like attendance, they can receive generous rewards. If there were a ranking of the dumbest systems in the world, the clock-in system would be second. Oh, no one would dare place it first. At clock-in location, Sihong Bridge. Sporadic clock-in location, Happy Internet Cafe. 4-star clock-in location, 4th Mental Hospital. Chen Feng carefully checked and found that the more dangerous the clock-in location, the higher the difficulty star rating, and in return the more system points he would receive. Among them, Sihong Bridge and Happy Internet Cafe were originally 3-star and 4-star clock-in locations, but because the monsters there had been eliminated or recaptured, they were downgraded to sporadic. As for the 4th Mental Hospital, why is it only 4 stars? Is it because that so-called great director isn't around? Never mind, I'll just check in and see. Chen Feng silently thought of the words check-in. Ding. Congratulations, user, for successfully checking in at 4th Mental Hospital Professor's Office, 4th Mental Hospital Instructor's Security Room. 2 more locations are required for successful check-in. What do you mean there's still 2 more locations? Chen Feng willed it, and a map of the 4th Mental Hospital appeared before him. The part about the Internet Addiction Academy was clear and easy to understand. However, the section regarding the Rehabilitation Hospital was shrouded in mist, unclear, marked with 2 uncharted locations, the basement and the nurse's station. Originally planning to run directly, but now it seems he must visit the Rehabilitation Hospital. Chen Feng crushed the door lock with one hand and pushed open the door to the small dark room. It was noon, and the sunlight was blinding. Chen Feng placed his hand over his brow and gazed into the distance. Through the metal wire mesh, there was a 3-story building entirely white. Each window was sealed with bars to prevent escape. If it weren't for the sign on the roof reading, Rehabilitation Hospital, one might mistake it for a concrete prison. Looks very dangerous. I know nothing about the situation in the Rehabilitation Hospital or the abilities of the rabbit nurse. If I charge in recklessly, I might end up in the same predicament as last time. I need to think of a way to sneak in under legitimate pretenses. Chen Feng pondered briefly and quickly recalled the notes left by the suicidal senior sister. In an emergency, he could pretend to be insane to enter. Pretending to be insane would prevent him from being attacked by monsters, and allow him to be treated as a patient, which might sound unbelievable. However, through his observations over time, Chen Feng found that the actions and attack patterns of the monsters in the hospital followed certain rules. For instance, in the Internet Addiction Academy, as long as one did not violate those 10 rules for bad kids, they would never be attacked by monsters. Therefore, pretending to be insane was the survival rule in the Rehabilitation Hospital. Having understood all this, Chen Feng stripped off his outer garments and pants, leaving only a pair of shorts, then sprinted toward the mental hospital shouting as he ran, "I'm insane. I am insane. Are you insane?" In 2 orderlies in white coats rushed over. "In, do you have medicine?" Chen Feng surrendered without resistance. Under the escort of the orderlies, he crossed the meticulously trimmed lawn, passed through dim and eerie corridors, and changed into a gray and white striped patient gown, successfully infiltrating the sanatorium. The sanatorium's lobby reeked of antiseptic and cleaning agents. Chen Feng scanned the room and swiftly identified his first checkpoint, the nurse station. Situated at the exact center of the lobby, it resembled a glass-enclosed command hub. Within it sat Boss Rabbit Nurse, the sanatorium's sovereign, observing all patients through the pane like a monarch surveying her subjects. Noticing Rabbit Nurse's gaze fix upon him, Chen Feng immediately responded with a foolish hollow giggle. Ni's acting was unrefined, but more than sufficient to deceive a monster. Soon Rabbit Nurse withdrew her scrutiny, no longer suspicious. And he had slipped through undetected. Chen Feng exhaled inwardly. Being watched by those uncanny crimson eyes was anything but relaxing. Yet he had confirmed a vital truth: so long as one obeyed the rules, no attack would follow. And indeed, every monster in this hospital adhered to an inscrutable code. Just wait. I'll complete my checkpoint, claim my points, and then serve you up as spicy rabbit head. In 3 days later. And having fully acclimated to life in the sanatorium, Chen Feng concluded it was the most monotonous place on earth. First, sleep hours were rigid. All patients must rise at 6:30 am. and retire by 1:00 p.m. Any deviation constituted a violation. Second, movement was strictly confined. During morning rest, patients sat in absolute silence on lobby chairs. During afternoon outdoor exercise, they paced like caged birds within a wire-fenced lawn. Naturally, the nurse station, Chen Feng's target checkpoint, lay entirely outside patient-accessible zones. And lastly, treatment was compulsory and uniform, either 1 or 2 sleeping pills daily or a sedative injection. Refusal meant breaking protocol. From the jarring alarm that wrenched him awake each morning to the final pill swallowed before lights out, every moment unfolded under the nurse's ironclad supervision. Should anyone resist, Rabbit Nurse would produce her logbook, her fingernails painted tangerine orange. And from Chen Feng's observation, it was a diluted version of the death note. Its lethality operated in 2 stages. And first, the holder could learn a person's name simply by maintaining eye contact for over a minute. Second, drawing 5 circles after the name would erase that person's consciousness and volition, transforming them into a pseudo-human. NAS, a registered patient. Chen Feng's name already appeared in the logbook. If she intends to eliminate me, 5 circles are all it takes. That means I must neutralize her within 3 seconds or be instantly erased. Conversely, to kill a stranger, she'd first need over a minute of sustained gaze. And hence an ambush, rather than a prolonged confrontation, is tactically superior against her. In the lounge, patients wandered aimlessly through the lobby. Chen Feng crept silently to the edge of the nurse station and mentally intoned, "Checkpoint activated." It failed. Damn. Must I enter physically? From behind, he studied Rabbit Nurse, the monstrous rabbit head figure, and weighed the odds of shattering the glass and striking from behind. Troublesome. If this were her only ability, she couldn't possibly surpass Professor in strength. She must be concealing something unknown. My chances of success now stand at no more than 20%. 80% certainty of failure. In weighing risk and reward, Chen Feng hesitated, until someone else acted first, with their mouth. A patient suddenly lunged, and sank his teeth into Chen Feng's thigh. Pain flared. He kicked the man away with brutal force. Yet strangely, despite absorbing a blow powerful enough to shatter brick, the man merely tumbled several times, drooled profusely, and barked. Woof! Woof! Damn it! How many lunatics are there here? Chen Feng cursed inwardly. Inpatients in the sanatorium fell into 3 categories. The first were genuine psychiatric cases, like this man who believed himself a dog biting strangers marking territory, with urine lost to delusion. Another was a serial killer convinced everyone around him was a monster, rumored to have slaughtered his entire family perceiving them as such. The second category comprised those who had encountered anomalies. One claimed to have seen an invisible entity beneath Xihong Bridge, another insisted he was perpetually harassed by an unseen rabbit. Still another swore his family vanished during a trip to an amusement park, devoured, he said, by cats. Deemed too outlandish to believe, these individuals were institutionalized by relatives and authorities alike. Yet Chen Feng knew, beneath their madness lay truth. For each account he heard a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. 5-star checkpoint discovered, terror amusement park, and 5-star checkpoint discovered mad zoan. Finally, the third category, patients, or rather pseudo-humans. Like the internet cafe attendant at Xingfu Net Bar or the model student at Wanyin Academy, pseudo-humans here bore a distinct title: cured patients. Just as prolonged exposure to Wanyin Academy induced pseudo-human transformation, so too did extended medication and injections convert category 1 and 2 patients, after which the sanatorium declared them recovered and released them to their families. Each day the sanatorium admitted 5 to 10 new patients and discharged 5 to 10 pseudo-humans. And the thought made Chen Feng's scalp crawl. How many pseudo-humans truly lurked across Xihong City? And perhaps in this city humanity itself was the invasive species. At night Chen Feng accepted his sleeping pill from the nurse station window and swallowed it openly. Then back in his room spat the tablet hidden beneath his tongue into concealment. Prolonged stay in institutions like this sanatorium, or Wanyin Academy, carried the risk of pseudo-human conversion. And this place could not be endured any longer. It was time to act, though rabbit nurse's abilities demanded utmost caution. Musing thus, Chen Feng tore a strip of white cloth from his bedsheet and wrapped it tightly around the lower half of his face. Once certain his identity remained unrecognizable, he snapped the door lock and stepped into the sanatorium's corridor. It was past lights out. The hallway plunged into absolute darkness, sightless and suffocating. Never imagined. Me, who couldn't even stomach the word shit as a child, would one day be creeping through a monster-infested asylum. How utterly terrifying. On tiptoe Chen Feng advanced toward the far end, where deep within the basement a serpentine female, Yao's spirit, coiled in the shadows, frail, broken, abandoned. Shi Qingqing had already been locked up for 3 days. She knew where this place was. In Xihong City, monsters were everywhere: strange tales, demons, ghosts, vengeful spirits, evil beings, and so on. There were countless of them. Yet to this day the citizens of Xihong City remained oblivious to the supernatural. This was all thanks to the 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Whenever someone encountered an unusual event and decided to go public, they would be forcibly sent to the 4th Psychiatric Hospital for dehumanization treatment. In short, the 4th Psychiatric Hospital was a place specifically for dealing with anomalies. Humans should not know too much, otherwise they would become anomalies. Conversely, monsters were expected to kill, otherwise they would be considered anomalies. Nurse Rabbit told Shi Qingqing, originally beings like you were meant to be eliminated, but now I am willing to give you a chance. The so-called chance was to kill someone, to submit an oath of allegiance and join them. Shi Qingqing was in great pain, as she didn't understand why she inherently disliked killing, but having come this far she had no choice. How did things end up like this? How could she have been so naive as to fall for that man's trick? Shi Qingqing knew she was foolish, as she had always known. This was also why she had always been cold and kept others at arm's length. In the beginning there were others of her kind who had shown her kindness. But Shi Qingqing was very afraid. The alliances among monsters were extremely fragile, and it was not uncommon for kind to slaughter each other over territory and resources. So she had rejected everyone. Originally, Shi Qingqing had gotten used to living alone. But when she saw others in groups, a sense of envy welled up inside her. Sometimes she would even have morbid fantasies that these beings would eventually kill each other for some reason. I am truly terrible. Shi Qingqing despised herself for harboring such dark thoughts. Before being consumed by loneliness, she ventured out of the mountains. To join them one must kill. Otherwise they will not accept me, this anomaly. When the tattooed man harassed her in the internet cafe, Shi Qingqing was furious and prepared to break her own bottom line. At that moment Chen Feng suddenly stepped in to help and confessed to her, the moment I saw you, I felt an extraordinary connection, as if we had met in a past life. Huh, you like me. I have been confessed to. Shi Qingqing had heard many stories, such as how a snake demon married an apprentice from a medicine shop in gratitude, or how a scholar fell in love at first sight with a fox demon in an abandoned shrine. Although when she heard those stories, Shi Qingqing always felt they were too fake. How could humans and monsters be together? Yet when this happened to her, her heart raced. Perhaps I am that exception. Shi Qingqing originally came out because she could not bear loneliness. If she could find a human partner, it seemed not so bad. Once the curse on the landlady is lifted, I will invite him to live in the mountains together. Shi Qingqing had planned this, but she never expected that her one act of courage would lead to a deception. The moment the water ghost appeared, Shi Qingqing realized she was not that exception, but rather the fool. Shi Qingqing bit her lip tightly, cursing angrily. Humans are the worst creatures in the world, despicable, cunning, full of lies. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside. Damn, are you talking about me? Outside the confinement room, the sneaky figure was indeed Chen Feng, who silently thought check-in. The system did not respond. It turned out that one must actually reach the check-in location for it to count. At that moment, Chen Feng heard a vengeful voice from within the confinement room. It's you. Sorry. After hearing the other party's predicament, Chen Feng felt quite embarrassed. After all, if he hadn't knocked the other person out, they wouldn't have been locked up here. Alright, deceiving you was indeed my fault. But you know that the landlady is not a good person, right? She put both of you downstairs as cannon fodder to deal with the water ghost. So in a way, I saved your life. Chen Feng tried to persuade Shi Qingqing directly, leaving her bewildered. Is that so? Thank you. Look, he even has to thank me. Chen Feng grasped the lock of the confinement room, preparing to crush it. Wait, I'll get you out right away. But with a click, when Chen Feng exerted force, he found the lock remained unmoved. Sigh, how strange. Chen Feng, not believing in evil, tried once more using all his strength, but the result remained the same. Shi Qingqing informed him it's useless. This room has been enchanted. Without a key, it absolutely cannot be opened. Key. Only then did Chen Feng notice that the confinement room had 2 locks. Remembering the conversation he heard before becoming dehumanized, he quickly realized everything. So, Shi Qingqing is that new colleague. So that's why they said the one captured a week ago. So the key to Professor Yang's office is used here. I remember they said the other key is at the nurse's station. With that thought, Chen Feng set off. Hearing footsteps, Shi Qingqing panicked. Don't go. I'm not angry anymore. Please stay and talk with me a while longer. Being locked up for 3 days, the feeling of loneliness could indeed drive one mad. Chen Feng, having been locked up for 7 days, deeply understood this, so he comforted her. I'll go get the key to save you. I'll wait for me. You want to deceive me again, will you? I never break my word. After bidding farewell to Shi Qingqing, Chen Feng turned and headed back to the corridor, making his way to the nurse's station in the lounge. At the nurse's station, Nurse Rabbit was lying on the sofa resting. He had to be careful, moving slowly. Chen Feng took off his shoes and quietly approached. He had done his best not to make any sound, but when he was within 5 meters of the nurse's station, those long rabbit ears still twitched. Long ears are indeed effective. Chen Feng clenched his fists and struck the glass of the nurse's station. Since he had been discovered, he no longer pretended. Life and death were nothing to him. If he didn't like it, he would fight. With a bang, as the glass shattered, countless shards flew towards Nurse Rabbit, but those shards were blocked before reaching her. A translucent barrier like glass appeared before Nurse Rabbit. Was this a shield? Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, then continued his assault. At the same time, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to the user for successfully checking in at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital Nurses Station. The dull sound reverberated throughout the lounge. How painful. A piercing pain shot through Chen Feng's hand. This punch solidly struck the barrier, but the expected scene of the shield shattering did not occur. Instead, the recoil force injured Chen Feng himself, and the barrier remained intact. What a hard turtle shell. Chen Feng shook his numb arm. Meanwhile, although Nurse Rabbit saw Chen Feng in a patient outfit, she could not recognize him at once, because his face was wrapped in torn sheets. Who are you? Guess. Chen Feng thought to himself. He wouldn't foolishly speak out and let her deduce his identity from it. But this barrier is really hard. My full-strength strike, even someone of the instructor's size would have to think twice, yet this barrier is completely unscathed. This hardness, even if I draw the 3 Kingdoms mythology system next time and use Lu Bu's unparalleled buff to double my strength, it would probably be useless. Perhaps there are weaknesses in other directions. With that thought, Chen Feng circled around, trying to attack from behind and smash down glass shards from above, but he was still blocked. It seems like a semicircular barrier. If I had the ability to dig underground, perhaps I could break through from below. This move might have a duration, but it definitely lasts over a minute, enough time for the nurse to figure out the names and other things. It seems I don't have more abilities left, but at least an invincible defense for a minute in addition to an offensive capability that can kill enemies in a minute is already top-notch. The battle lasted less than a minute, but Chen Feng had already tested the nurse's limits. At the same time, a name suddenly appeared in the logbook in the nurse's hand. So it's you. The nurse pulled out a ballpoint pen from her pocket. My hand doesn't feel good today. Consider yourself the winner. Chen Feng picked up a shard of glass from the ground and slashed at his neck. There were still several days until the next rain, and Chen Feng did not want to be a faux person for several more days. But next time I will definitely kill you. Blood gushed out as Chen Feng cut his own throat. Wake up. Chen Feng looked at the instructor's pig-like head and said, you won't be able to see your pig head anymore, which is somewhat nostalgic. Such a blatant provocation naturally aroused the instructor's displeasure. Bang! After the door to the small dark room closed, Chen Feng, who had just received a 7-day confinement package, began to devise a strategy in his mind. He needed to organize the intelligence he currently had. The barrier of the rabbit nurse was indeed invincible, or at least it could not be breached by physical attacks. Therefore he needed help. The petrification of Shi Qingqing could be triggered simply by gazing at her. Coincidentally, the holder of the logbook must continuously gaze at the opponent for a minute to obtain their name. Staring at Shi Qingqing for a minute. Even the clearly stronger boss lady and the water ghost only turned pale and stiff after just staring for a minute. The rabbit nurse would undoubtedly die. And to gain Shi Qingqing's assistance, he must rescue her, which conveniently aligned with his check-in plan. The confinement room's barrier required the sheep face key and the rabbit face key to be broken. If he wanted to avoid conflict with the professor, he could only get the sheep face key a week later when the professor went out for a meeting. The rabbit face key, on the other hand, required entering the nurse's station to obtain. Let's not even mention how to get the key while avoiding the rabbit nurse's interference. Even the sheep face key is a problem. Although I can successfully obtain the key with the trio after entering the Internet Addiction Academy, by that time, Shi Qingqing, who has been confined for 7 days, will have joined the hospital. I must contact Shi Qingqing in advance to ensure she can hold on until the 7th day, but if that's the case, I won't be able to sneak into the Internet Addiction Academy to steal the sheep face key. Damn it, if only I could clone myself. Wait, I have a plan. Chen Feng suddenly recalled that on the 7th day the trio who had stolen the key would find themselves unable to exit the main gate, so, in order to cut the power lines of the high wall, Li Guolong would venture into the sanatorium alone. The main gate was shrouded by a foggy playground, so the sheep face key must be with Li Guolong. Am I too clever? Newton would barely compare. After coming up with a solution, Chen Feng took a deep breath and began to check the system number of saves. 1 system points 9. I'll consume a few points to convert them into save opportunities. Although points are relatively abundant, Chen Feng still only charged 1 life. The reason for being so stingy was to prevent situations where he could buy something with just 1 point left after charging the save opportunities first. Some might ask, if that's the case, wouldn't it be better to wait until the number of save opportunities hits 0 before charging? It could still save a few points. But that would be an oversimplification. Previously, Chen Feng thought that having a save and load system allowed him to act recklessly only to encounter a dead save and nearly end up finished. With the pain of experience, he quickly realized that the save and load system was not infallible. If he got stuck at a resurrection point and died consecutively twice, a very foolish situation would arise. When a person dies, their points would still be unspent. Therefore, to be safe, it was better to leave at least 2 lives at the Chen Feng looked at the remnants of the check-in system. Aside from the expected unfinished 4th mental hospital task, it was still ongoing. The tasks for the crazy zoo and the horror amusement park that he heard about earlier were also among them. Chen Feng exclaimed in regret. Damn, if I had known, I would have chatted more with the snake girl. Being a local snake, she must know quite a few check-in locations. The new box had also arrived, its number being YX03HKS, and it said technology and ruthless work. YX, that's from the game system. Speaking of technology and ruthless work, the first thing that came to Chen Feng's mind were those pre-packaged meals, additives, and industrial sweeteners, but these things seemed irrelevant to the game. Could it be a food game system? With the precedent of the Three Kingdoms system, Chen Feng did not underestimate this game system anymore. But now he was eager to escape, so for the sake of improving combat power, it was best to exchange with the system. Thus, Chen Feng opened the KH-02 SBFS box. Let me see what this ESP starting system is all about. Ding. Congratulations to the user for successfully activating the Cyber Ascension system. Users can consume points to undergo body modifications, achieving the great goal of mechanical ascension, skin modification, subcutaneous armor, increasing the defense of the modified individual, allowing them to withstand pistol, shotgun, sniper rifle attacks, arm modification, mantis blade, implanting blades into the modified individual's arms, capable of executing biological enemies with health below 100, 3050 leg. Modification, tendon enhancement, increasing the modified individual's running speed and duration by 123 times. Immunity modification, reverse inductance, allowing the modified individual to convert electric shocks or electromagnetic pulses into 508.0100 energy. Cycle modification, secondary heart, reviving the modified individual upon death, restoring 305.0100 health. Modifications are divided into 3 tiers: ordinary modification, 5 points, epic modification, 10 points, legendary modification, 20 points. Damn, so expensive. But it is indeed a good thing compared to the Three Kingdoms Heroes Protection that requires points each time this body modification is permanently effective. Especially the reverse inductance modification. With this, the professor would instantly become a power bank. However, spending 5 points specifically to deal with the professor is not worth it. Since it's a body modification from the cyber world, there must be. Chen Feng suddenly recalled the super body modification that the protagonist David used in Cyberpunk 2077, which could slow down surrounding people. Is it there? Is it there? By frantically searching the store, Chen Feng quickly found its Sion Weist active body modification after activation can grant the host extraordinary reaction speed and athletic ability with action speed exceeding that of ordinary people by 48-16 times. Warning. Using this body modification will severely affect the host's health, leading to muscle damage, nerve overload, memory loss, and other symptoms, ultimately resulting in the loss of personality and turning into a cyber mental patient. Tip: the higher the physical strength, the lower the side effects of Sion Weist. There's a saying, my acceleration equals others' deceleration. Although excessive use may lead to memory decline and bodily harm, being able to slow down the speed of surrounding people by 4 times is practically the same as stopping time. Right? Chen Feng pondered in his heart. I currently have brick-level physical strength. Using it once or twice should be fine, right? Come on system, give me a standard version of Sion Weist. Ding. Performing body modification for the host. It seems a bit painful. System, be gentle. After the modification was complete, Chen Feng pretended to be insane and foolish, once again sneaking into the sanatorium. Then that evening he stealthily slipped to the outside of the confinement room and informed Shi Qingqing of his escape plan. Upon hearing that Chen Feng planned to kill the nurse and escape from the 4th mental hospital in a week, Shi Qingqing was skeptical and asked, with just us, can we really do it? Chen Feng replied, what are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to have a go with the nurse? Under Chen Feng's persuasion, Shi Qingqing ultimately agreed to give it a try. The night was as dark as ink. A sneaky figure slipped into the sanatorium. Where is the power distribution room and the circuit breaker? Li Guolong looked around warily, afraid of waking the monsters here. Despite being careful with his toes touching the ground, Li Guolong was still tackled to the ground by Chen Feng, who lay in wait around the next corner. Finally he has come. Chen Feng pretended not to recognize him and whispered, die monster. Li Guolong was taken aback and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, don't make a move, big brother, I'm a living person. Do you think I would believe that? Big brother, can you see the internet addiction school over there? I was taken here by these monsters. Besides, have you ever seen a fake person who can speak so fluently? That makes sense. Big brother, who are you? Chen Feng pretended to frown and then deliberately said, oh, my name is Chen Feng. Do you know Captain Li from the city bureau? I am an informant he sent to investigate the hospital. In Chen Feng's plan, Li Guolong was supposed to say he was the son of Captain Li, and then they would build trust based on that relationship to obtain the key from Li Guolong. However, Li Guolong unexpectedly said calmly, you claim to be Captain Li's person. What evidence do you have? Oh, quite vigilant. No wonder he is Captain Li's son, having a bit of his father's cleverness. Chen Feng said proudly, don't believe me. Captain Li's badge number is 823,235. He has a female disciple named Zhang Ruobing whose parents are also police officers. By the way, Captain Li also has a beloved windproof lighter which he rarely lets others use. What is written on the lighter's cup? It says, for father. You really are my dad's person. Li Guolong believed him this time and hurriedly said, Brother Feng, my name is Guolong, I am Captain Li's son. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If he asked me what Captain Li's name was, I would have been exposed. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and took the initiative, saying, you say you are Captain Li's son. Liar. Captain Li has no children at all. It's true, those taken here will. Li Guolong recounted the things he had erased from his memory to Chen Feng again. Brother Feng, think about it, my dad is so old, how could he not have children? And if he has no children, who gave him that lighter? You have a point. Once trust was established, the subsequent matters became much simpler. The sheep key, it's in my possession. Guolong, you still need to help me with something. After obtaining the key, Chen Feng revealed the purpose of his visit. If it were just to obtain the sheep key, he could have simply forced it away without needing to go through so much trouble risking exposure as a time traveler to gain Li Guolong's trust. The reason Chen Feng did this was to have Li Guolong help him lure the rabbit nurse away from the nurse's station, creating an opportunity for him to steal the other key. This task couldn't be assigned to someone else. After all the patients in the ward were listed in the logbook. Once discovered, it would mean death. Chen Feng said seriously, Guolong, although you're not on the logbook and won't be killed by the rabbit nurse if she focuses on you for even a minute, there's still a risk of death. Are you willing? Li Guolong did not hesitate at all. I am willing. Good man. Chen Feng knew that the child from the Li family was not a coward. So in the rest area, the rabbit nurse was originally asleep at the nurse's station when suddenly a water bottle flew through the air and smashed her proud nurse's station. Li Guolong thought the other party would be angry and scream. However, that did not happen. The rabbit nurse calmly shouted, caregiver, go see what happened. The rabbit nurse had seen plenty of lunatics in the psychiatric hospital. This little commotion was nothing to her. But when the expected white coat did not appear, the rabbit nurse raised her voice and urged, hurry up. Still there was no response. No one would come even if you screamed your throat raw. Chen Feng chuckled outside the hall. He had already taken action in advance and dealt with those fake people. Footsteps approached from the hall. The crisp sound unmistakably belonged to the rabbit nurse's rubber shoes. It's up to you now. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up, and Li Guolong understood and ran towards the door. Quick! Be fast! After the rabbit nurse left, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to break into the nurse's station, rummaging through it, and indeed finding another key. Got it! Chen Feng rushed to the basement, inserted both keys, and with a click unlocked the door to the confinement room. Did you find the key? Wait, I haven't put on the eye mask yet. I haven't opened my eyes. Chen Feng walked into the door with his eyes closed, silently reciting the sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully completing the sign-in at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Reward for system points. As the mechanical voice fell, Chen Feng suddenly felt a cold sensation as warm jade embraced him. It was Shi Qingqing hugging him. From the trembling of the other party, Chen Feng could sense her happiness and fear, so he comforted her, saying, I told you, I will definitely save you. I never go back on my word. That's a very cool line, at least Chen Feng thought so. But Shi Qingqing questioned, did you ever say that? Huh, didn't I say it? Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his head, suddenly realizing. Damn, that was something my last life said. Oh, I've been practicing Stanislavski, recently messing up my memory. Before long, the sound of rubber shoes echoed in the sanatorium corridor. Li Guolong, with his eyes closed, was caught and brought back by the nurse like a dead dog. He did not die, nor did he turn into a fake person, because when the nurse caught up with him, Li Guolong had rolled on the lawn outside the sanatorium, pretending to be a lunatic, triggering the rules of the sanatorium and successfully surviving. This trick was taught by Chen Feng. It was indeed very useful. But the other trick was a bit puzzling. Why did Brother Feng want me to keep my eyes closed after getting caught? Li Guolong, unable to figure it out, suddenly heard the nurse's voice. Who are you? At that moment, 2 figures appeared in front of the nurse. The continuous, uninvited guests and the disappearance of the caregivers made the nurse very vigilant. So, she put down Li Guolong and took out her notebook. At this moment, one of them reached for the switch. The corridor lights turned on. But the moment the nurse saw the faces of the 2, her previously confident smile froze. It's you. A surprised grunt escaped the rabbit nurse's throat as she raised her hand, wanting to shield herself from direct eye contact with the other, but her arm had become incredibly stiff, as if bound by stones. Seeing her skin turning grayish-white, the rabbit nurse had to concentrate her strength to resist this petrifying force, and in doing so the translucent glass barrier she had maintained could no longer hold. In the instant the glass barrier vanished, the figure standing next to Shi Qingqing, dressed in a patient's outfit and wearing a mask, suddenly disappeared, and then appeared right in front of the rabbit nurse. So fast. When did he come? The moment this thought flashed through the rabbit nurse's mind, she felt a sharp pain in her head, and then with a bang she exploded like a bursting balloon. Time rewound to a second ago. Seeing the glass barrier in front of the rabbit nurse vanish, Chen Feng decisively activated the S-on-way stand. Smash Voluto. Time stop. In an instant it felt as if the world had been pressed into slow motion, and the speed of those around him became incredibly slow. It was as if he had entered a world playing at 0.25 times speed. However, Chen Feng himself was unaffected. He calmly ran to the rabbit nurse, while she showed no reaction. Die, you bastard. Chen Feng tightened his fist the size of a sandbag and pounded it into the opponent's head, alternating basic attacks and punches, landing over a dozen strikes directly to the nurse's face. After doing all this, Chen Feng suddenly felt the world spinning, feeling as if he were drunk and about to vomit. From the private training over the past few days, Chen Feng realized his body could not withstand it anymore, thus he decided to quit while he was ahead and ended the S-on-way stand. Time resume. In an instant, the dozen punches Chen Feng had just thrown simultaneously exploded on the rabbit nurse's head. Each punch carried enough force to turn bricks into dust. Even a meat shield like Instructor Zhu would have to reconsider his life after taking this barrage. Thus the nurse's head exploded on the spot. Seeing this scene, Shi Qingqing's eyes widened in shock, unable to restrain her exclamation. How did you do that? You just need hands. Chen Feng's expression remained calm, as if he had merely completed a trivial task like eating or drinking. He then strolled over to the rabbit nurse, squatting down and starting to feel around. Strangely, where had that logbook gone? Did it disappear with the nurse's death? Shi Qingqing could not help but ask, what are you doing? Nothing. Chen Feng firmly declined and explained, I just want to confirm whether she is truly dead to prevent her from resurrecting. Li Guolong, unaware of the situation, asked Brother Feng, is it over? Can I open my eyes now? Seeing Shi Qingqing wearing an eye mask, Chen Feng casually said, open them if you want, it's already over, we can leave now. But at that moment a white figure blocked their path. No one can leave the sanatorium without my permission. With rabbit ears, a nurse's uniform, and rubber shoes. Watching the creature that had just had its head smashed into a meatball appear before him and scathed, Chen Feng's heart sank. You're not dead. Oh. As soon as the word left his mouth, Chen Feng activated the S-on-way stand again, using the opportunity of speaking to launch a sneak attack, a skill he was proficient in. But this time he failed. With a bang, Chen Feng crashed into a translucent barrier, quickly stepping back 2 paces and canceling the S-on-way stand. Damn it, this rabbit is clever, having set up a barrier in advance. Li Guolong blinked, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Brother Feng had been standing right next to him. How had he suddenly moved in front of the monster? The rabbit nurse was startled as well. At this speed, you're not human. Chen Feng scoffed. Hey, a gentleman fights with no words. If it's a fight, then let's fight. Why resort to insults? At this moment, Shi Qingqing suddenly expressed concern. Chen Feng, you have a nosebleed. I know. Chen Feng wiped his nose, and indeed his hand was stained red. The side effects of S-on-way stand were significant. In his current state, using it once a day was still within a safe range, but any more would damage his memory and body. Speaking of this, Chen Feng found it quite strange. S-on-way stand is a body modification component from a mechanical future previously used by V, the protagonist of Cyberpunk 2077, and David, the protagonist of the anime Cyberpunk Edgerunners. In the worldview of Cyberpunk, the more modifications one has, the more powerful they tend to be. The game's protagonist V is a super soldier who has undergone various modifications with his flesh, not even enough to stir up a dish of ants, so he can walk and play while using S-on-way stand. Without issue, Chen Feng had no objections. However, David in the anime was just a student, yet on his first day obtaining S-on-way stand, he used it 8 times. 8 times. And I can only use it once. I can't believe I'm even worse than a student. Chen Feng had no idea that while his physique was stronger than David's, David was a future person from 2077 who had already installed other compatible body modifications, while Chen Feng had nothing but the original body given to him by his parents apart from S-on-way stand. This was akin to having a thoroughbred horse equipped with a car engine. It was no surprise that it didn't fit well. The rabbit nurse also noticed Chen Feng's weakness. She deactivated the barrier and provocatively said to him, as long as I'm in the hospital, you will never kill me. Her words were intended to instill despair in Chen Feng. However, to Chen Feng, this statement revealed 2 important pieces of information. The nurse said that as long as she is in the hospital, she won't die. So conversely, if I had the power to blow the building up and could punch her out of the hospital, wouldn't she die? Although Chen Feng did not possess the power to blow up buildings, he found a way to break the deadlock from another piece of information. S-on-way stand activate for the 3rd time. The moment Chen Feng entered bullet time, he felt a splitting headache, as if his head might explode. I can't hold on any longer, it has to be quick. Chen Feng instantly arrived beside the rabbit nurse, but this time, instead of choosing to kill her, he snatched away her logbook and pen. The logbook would automatically scan the names of surrounding beings, and the rabbit nurse was no exception. Chen Feng quickly flipped to her page. Breaking the cycle of resurrection was indeed a challenging problem. However, during the previous cycle, the nurse had already provided a clue. Dying would lead to resurrection. Then what if I turn you into a lifeless, immobile pseudo-being? How would you respond to that? Chen Feng swiftly drew 5 circles with the pen. Just then the S-on-way stand ended. At this moment the rabbit nurse was still laughing maniacally, but suddenly she felt her whole body stiffening, gradually losing control over her body, which made her panic instantly. Before she could even question what was happening, she realized she had lost control over her throat and vocal cords, unable to utter a word. Watching the rabbit nurse transform into a faceless pseudo-being before him, Chen Feng spat. Some villains die from being too flamboyant, some from talking too much. You damn it are both flamboyant and talkative. If you don't die, who will? At that moment Chen Feng suddenly felt his head sink, and he was thrown to the ground. Brother Feng. Chen Feng waved his hand, telling the 2 not to panic. It's fine, I just feel a bit dizzy. Listen carefully, this psychiatric hospital is surrounded by a village, and all the villagers are pseudo-beings. It's impossible to avoid detection by them. So you need to go to the Internet Addiction Academy. Qingqing, the pseudo-beings there are no match for you. You and Guolong should free all the students at once, let them scatter and attract attention. And we will hide in the Happy Internet Cafe, the 3rd floor. There is an alternate space, very safe. Remember, once you escape, do not call your parents or report to the police. After giving all the instructions, Chen Feng's vision went dark and he fainted. When Chen Feng woke up again, familiar words echoed in his ears. Awake. Did I die again? Chen Feng opened his eyes in despair, and what came into view was a chubby face. Oh my, you've been sleeping for almost a day. Startled, it turned out to be the fat guy. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and then noticed that he wasn't on the dirty cold marble, but on a soft bed. Looking around at the decor, computers, gaming chairs, beds, central air conditioning. No doubt about it, this was the staff dormitory on the 2nd floor of Happy Internet Cafe. So it seemed he had successfully escaped last night. Chen Feng almost wanted to save a game to calm his nerves, but out of caution, he decided to clarify the current situation before making any plans. Brother Long, he's awake. Amid the fat guys shouting, Li Guolong, Huang Mao, and Shi Qingqing entered the room. Through their conversation, Chen Feng learned that they had secretly released all the students and patients the night before, and under the cover of darkness evaded cameras and escaped to the Internet Cafe. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. I can't believe you thought to use the students and patients to distract attention. Guolong, you did great. Very well done. Upon hearing this, Li Guolong was stunned. Brother Feng, what are you talking about? Wasn't it you who told us to do this? Chen Feng, confused, rubbed his head. Due to the overuse of Sonwei Stan, his head still hurt a bit, and his memories of last night were somewhat fuzzy. So we should be safe now? Only for the time being. Li Guolong activated the computer in the room and found a news report for Chen Feng. Brother Feng, you can read it for yourself. A magnetic male voice emanated from the speaker. Yesterday, a major security incident occurred at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital in Xihang City, where several patients killed the attending physician and escaped from Shuetian Road. Currently, most of the patients have been recaptured, but 5 are still at large, and the police are conducting a full-scale manhunt. Citizens with relevant information are urged to report it as soon as possible. At the press conference, Director Nyo from the 4th Psychiatric Hospital made the following statement. On screen, a middle-aged man dressed in a yellow training outfit addressed the camera calmly. I assure all citizens of Xihang City that we will swiftly capture these lunatics and return them to the hospital. No one can escape from the hospital, never has, never will. Damn, do you really think you can catch me? The toad yawns. What a bold statement. Although Chen Feng knew in his heart that this director was certainly much more powerful than the nurses or professors, the director's nonchalant attitude, as if he had already secured his victory, made him extremely furious. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and instructed everyone. Now all the imposters in the city are hunting us down, so we need to keep a low profile for the next month at the very least until the storm passes. Don't worry about food. There are snacks and drinks on the first floor of the internet cafe, and there's money in the cash register. If things get tough, we can buy a few boxes of instant noodles and hot dogs from the supermarket next door to last us a month. It shouldn't be a problem. It's just that I wonder if you can stand not going out for a month. The chubby guy thought he had misheard. What the hell, playing computers at the internet cafe, eating snacks, and drinking drinks every day? Do we even need to endure that? The Emperor's life couldn't be much better than this. The yellow-haired boy's eyes lit up. Don't say a month, I could stay here for a lifetime. Only Li Guolong asked. Brother Feng, aren't you going to report the situation to my dad? The Emperor's life couldn't be much better than this. The yellow-haired boy's eyes lit up. Don't say a month, I could stay here for a lifetime. Only Li Guolong asked. Brother Feng, aren't you going to report the situation to my dad? Why don't we stand up? The chubby guy joked. Li Guolong shot him a glare, and the latter immediately got the hint and shut his mouth. Chen Feng had indeed considered Li Guolong's question. Although he didn't have the noble idea that with greater power comes greater responsibility, even if it wasn't to save people, he couldn't let go of the grudge for being killed twice by that sheep professor. Chen Feng made his promise. Give me a month. Li Guolong solemnly bowed. Brother Feng, I thank you for those trapped in the academy. After the trio went to play games, Shi Qingqing asked Chen Feng. After a month, will you still go find them to settle the score? Of course. Chen Feng nodded. He planned to use his points to start a month-long level hero training program. Once his skills reached perfection, he would turn that sheep professor into lamb skewers and that cow director into beef balls. Shi Qingqing sighed. I wish you success. Chen Feng sensed the underlying meaning. Are you leaving? Shi Qingqing nodded. Yes, you knocked me out once, but saved my life, so we're even now. Are you going home? Shi Qingqing jokingly said. To be more precise, I'm going to become a nun. Ooh, I have a dilapidated temple in the mountains. Chen Feng didn't expect her to joke, so he laughed. Have you seen through the red dust? Not inviting me this time. I can invite you. My abandoned Bodhisattva temple, although a bit broken, is very safe. If you want to eat meat, we can catch wild chickens in the mountains, fish in the river, and also grow crops. Shi Qingqing finished speaking, her eyes veiled by a gauzy cover, looked at Chen Feng. But you won't agree, right? Chen Feng fell silent. Running away with a beautiful monster to live a peaceful life, like in Peach Blossom Spring. To be honest, he was somewhat tempted. But thinking of those scenes the first time on the 3rd floor, the sight of a forest of human skin. The first time being chased by a water ghost, the footprints appearing out of nowhere in the stagnant water. And the countless spiders bursting from Zhu Qianqian's body, the sheep professor who smiles with a human face, but has no smile. And so on. These terrifying images that could leave psychological shadows. When Chen Feng recalled them now, he felt not fear, but rather an accelerated heartbeat and a surge of adrenaline. I am enjoying the thrilling sensation of the gamble between life and death. Unlike Shi Qingqing, who inherently disliked killing and preferred a peaceful life, Chen Feng was addicted to danger and enjoyed excitement. Thus they were destined not to be on the same path. If fate allows, see you again, Qingqing. Shi Qingqing stuck out her tongue. Okay, 100 years later when you die, I will come to sweep your grave. Cut. When I open the cultivation system, who sweeps whose grave is still uncertain. After sending off Shi Qingqing, Chen Feng called out the system. Save successful. You have consumed points and initiated the level training program. Please ensure that within 1 month you complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers daily. Push-up count 1, currently 1. Push-up count 1, currently 2. Running distance 1, currently 8. Running distance 1, currently 9. Chen Feng was running back and forth in the second-floor corridor when he suddenly heard a honking sound from downstairs. It seems someone is coming. Out of caution, Chen Feng carefully pulled open a corner of the curtain and looked down just in time to see 4 people in white coats getting out of a van, ignoring the seal on the internet cafe's door and starting to pry open the iron roller shutter. They really found us. Is it prophetic ability? Or did they mark us with something? Chen Feng didn't have time to think further and quickly instructed the 3 playing on the computer, "Quick, shut down your computers. Each of you grab a key and follow me to the 3rd floor. Hurry, move fast." They hurried up the stairs, and as soon as they reached the 3rd floor they were greeted by a room full of human skins. Up. Accompanied by a scream, the psychologically weakest yellow-haired boy fainted instantly. The chubby guy had never seen such a scene and nervously asked, "Brother Feng, I remember the 3rd floor was all sand, and how did it become like this?" Chen Feng reassured the chubby guy, "The monsters here are long dead, the head 7s have passed. It's very safe." The chubby guy looked at the bloodstains and human skins everywhere asking, "Brother Feng, is that really true?" Chen Feng nodded, "Rest assured, no matter how powerful that director professor is, without the key, they won't be able." Speaking of this, Chen Feng asked, "Although I was caught by an imposter in front of the internet cafe, those imposters lack intelligence. Logically, the hospital shouldn't know we are hiding here. Did someone see you when you entered the internet cafe?" Li Guolong assured, "No, we entered the internet cafe in the dead of night, and there wasn't a soul on the street." "Huh, that's strange." Chen Feng suspiciously asked, "When you were playing computers you didn't do anything unnecessary, right?" Li Guolong suddenly looked uneasy as if he had thought of something. Chen Feng learned that Li Guolong had posted several articles online exposing the dark side of internet addiction schools, warning everyone not to send their children there. "Damn idiot." Chen Feng kicked Li Guolong to the ground. "This city has long been controlled by monsters. Aren't you throwing yourself into a trap by doing this? Speak. Are you trying to get us all killed?" The chubby guy quickly interceded, "Brother Feng, don't be angry." Guolong meant well. He realized his mistake. He is the sinner. His sins are deep. He has acted unjustly and unkindly. Stop, stop, stop. Chen Feng was getting confused. "Chubby guy, what are you rambling about?" But just then Chen Feng suddenly found himself unable to control his mouth, and he began to ramble. "I have deep sins. I act unjustly. I act unkindly." Li Guolong continued, "The apocalypse, the end of everything, the world's endpoint, is about to arrive." Even the fainted yellow-haired boy murmured in his sleep, "As sinners we can only burn all sins in the presence of the holy cow to reach heaven." The witness of the holy cow. Cow. Is it referring to the cow director? This is bad. Chen Feng covered his mouth, but the voice still slipped through his fingers. "Damn. I've hidden in another space, yet I can still get caught." Chen Feng suddenly felt a heat surging through his body, and the temperature around him began to rise rapidly. What's going on? Chen Feng noticed that flames suddenly erupted from the chubby guy who had completed the chant first. They were on fire. Realizing he was on fire, the chubby guy's eyes filled with terror as he patted his body to extinguish the flames, but it was futile. He wanted to call for help from the others nearby, but his throat could only produce the chant, no other sound. Soon flames also erupted from Chen Feng. "I wasn't hit by a fireball or anything, yet I'm still on fire. So the effect of this spell is self-ignition." Chen Feng thought to himself and decisively activated the Seinweisten. Smash Voluto. Under the effect of time deceleration, Chen Feng felt the flames on his body solidifying instantly. "Since I am going to die anyway, I might as well fight back." Enduring the burning pain, Chen Feng dashed down the stairs, intending to try and take down the director before being burned alive. After activating Seinweisten twice in succession, Chen Feng successfully reached the 1st floor. Sure enough, the 4 people in white coats were chanting something on the 1st floor. Which one is the cow director? Time was limited, and Chen Feng couldn't worry too much. He directly punched each of them once. What puzzled him was that these 4 people in white coats were incredibly weak. Just one punch was enough to shatter their heads, and they died instantly. Their bodies are this weak. Chen Feng stopped the Seinweisten, and before he could catch his breath, he realized that the flames on him not only did not extinguish, but instead burned even fiercer. Moreover, he had not stopped chanting, "I have deep sins. I act unjustly. I act unkindly." Can skills be activated even after death? Death rattle. In his confusion, Chen Feng turned into a pile of charcoal. System points 6, loading save 1, a body modification 5, training plan 1, a hospital check-in 4. Load count 1. After being reborn, Chen Feng shook his head, feeling that the problem should not be serious. "Fortunately, I had the foresight to save my progress in advance. Otherwise, if I had been burned to death, I would have to start all over again in the little black room. I already know where I exposed my flaws. Next, I just need to stop Guolong from posting, and it will be safe." Although losing a life is quite frustrating, looking on the bright side, my points are tight now, and the cyber modification system is of little use to me. Opening a new system is also a good thing. Having completed his calculations, Chen Feng found the 3 people who were playing games. What he wanted to say was, you can play games, but you must not post anything about the hospital or school online. These monsters are very clever and will trace us back. However, what came out of his mouth was, I am deeply guilty and my actions are unjust, what I do is unkind. The 3 were stunned. The fat guy questioned, my goodness, I'm not a nun if it's useless for you to confess to me. How could this happen? Did I fall for it again? Chen Feng was also puzzled. He clearly remembered saving his progress right after Shi Qingqing left, and it was still early before the white coat arrived downstairs. Moreover, Li Guolong had just powered on, and had not yet had time to post. Dean Yo still did not know where they were. After loading the save, all the injuries on my body will completely heal. Aside from memories and any system rewards obtained, nothing else will be retained. Memories. Could it be? In an instant, Chen Feng understood that his memories had been tainted by that chant. Even if I load the save again, as long as that memory remains, I will unconsciously start chanting again and then self-immolate. Realizing all this, Chen Feng felt a chilling coldness settle in his heart. To say that the save load system would be considered a top-tier cheat, even in a cultivation novel. Yet Chen Feng had only been in Xihong City for less than half a month and had encountered 2 deadened situations. This truly is a grand stage of Xihong. If you're small, don't come here. I must find a solution before my point. Chen Feng instantly clutched his throat, forcing himself to stop chanting. As long as the chant was not completed, the flames would not descend. Is there a way to make myself mute? This was the first idea that came to Chen Feng. He certainly couldn't destroy his vocal cords, but finding a cloth or tissue to stuff in his mouth should work. Damn it. Chen Feng activated Xian Wizishan and rushed towards the staff room, tearing a sheet off the bed and stuffing it into his mouth. But at that moment a sentence flashed through his mind. As sinners we can only burn away all sins under the witness of the holy cow to ascend to heaven. After that phrase flashed by, flames suddenly erupted from Chen Feng's body. Damn it, can thinking about it count? Chen Feng was a bit dazed. He truly did not expect the dean's abilities to be so tyrannical and troublesome. He truly is someone who can become the head nurse. Chen Feng felt pain in his heart, but could only spend some points now. Lu Sun's protection activate. The gentleman is modest and warm as jade. You have activated Lu Sun's protection. The protector is not affected by any spells, magic, demonic arts, or abnormal states. The moment the gentleman's shadow appeared, the flames on Chen Feng's body instantly vanished. Now it seemed he could speak. He took out the cloth from his mouth, tried to utter a sound, and indeed, he no longer chanted. Did it work? Chen Feng closed his eyes, meditated for a moment, and found that the memory related to the chant still lingered in his mind. Something seems off. Chen Feng noticed the green light from Lu Sun's protection was gradually fading, and his mouth was starting to lose control. No, the protection only ensures no effects during its duration, but as long as the memory remains, once the protection fades, I will still repeat the same mistakes. Sure enough, the moment the protection disappeared, the flames on Chen Feng reignited. After 2 consecutive failures, Chen Feng could only try to open a blind box, hoping the new system would provide a solution. System. As he called out, 3 boxes appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. They were ZT03LTQ, the chatting group system from the multiverse. YX03HKS, the technology and harshness from the game. And a new system from fantasy numbered XH03CJHS, which said, a substitute is a good thing. The sensation of being burned by flames is almost enough to make one faint from the pain. Chen Feng endured the pain and quickly analyzed. I'm about to be cremated, so chatting with others is definitely useless. So I can only try fantasy or games. Given the curse I'm currently under, fantasy is definitely more reliable, and this system mentioned the concept of a substitute. Perhaps it can die in my place. Please, fantasy system. Chen Feng reached for the box, and immediately a prompt sounded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the Super Avatar system. You have obtained the avatar Lu Xiaohu. Super Avatar. Chen Feng's expression changed. Oh, just moments ago, he had learned all the functions of the Super Avatar system. In simple terms, this is a system that can resurrect recently deceased individuals and turn them into avatars for manipulation. The host can obtain some memories from the avatar's past life. Completing tasks through the avatar equals the host completing tasks, and the avatar can inherit all of the host's skills. If the avatar accidentally dies, it will not affect the host. Moreover, the host can choose to spend 1 point to create another avatar. It can be said that this is an incredibly overpowered system. Chen Feng was originally in a wanted state, but now with this system, he can use this avatar, named Lu Xiaohu, to go out and play without worrying about himself getting into trouble. If he dies, it's simply invincible. Unfortunately, it doesn't help with the current situation. It seems my luck isn't that good. Chen Feng smiled bitterly, turning into charcoal. Loading the save again. Chen Feng's load count had reached 0 and his points had turned into 5 because of Lu Xun's protection. To make matters worse, due to his death, the training plan he had activated earlier was also scrapped. I can't keep loading saves like this, my points are about to run out. Rather than hoping for luck, I should think about what I have on hand that can resolve this predicament. Water Ghost won't work. I can jump into the water to extinguish the fire, but I can't live my life underwater. Protection is just a temporary fix. Xianhuization can only slow down the speed of the flames. After reaching a dead end, Chen Feng did not despair, but instead calmly contemplated a way to break the deadlock. The Dean's ability is a curse that directly affects memories. If I could erase that memory, it would be perfect. How can I erase this memory? I can't just find a brick and smash it on my head, right? Wait a minute. Chen Feng suddenly thought of an idea. He remembered that during the body modification process, the system had warned him that excessive use of Xianhuization could lead to memory loss for the host. In the original cyberpunk anime or games, there are many who become mentally unstable and turn into cyber psychopaths due to excessive use of body modifications. There's no time to hesitate. I can only take a gamble. Chen Feng endured the headache and began to repeatedly activate Xianhuization. Internet cafe private room. The fat guy opened the game, logged into the client, and suddenly felt the urge to urinate. Damn it, I need to go take a leak. You two don't start the game without me. Saying that, the fat guy got up and ran to the bathroom. After running just a couple of steps, he saw someone lying in the corridor. Oh, my brother Feng. Are you okay? The fat guy hurriedly helped Chen Feng up. Chen Feng opened his eyes, his pupils glinting terrifyingly. He was smiling. At first it was a low voice, but then the laughter gradually grew louder, turning into a madman's frenzy. Ha 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 ha, I succeeded. Oh my. Brother Feng, are you okay? The fat guy's heart dropped from the other person's smile. He saw no trace of sunshine, only a chilling coldness that penetrated to the bone. Recalling that Li Guolong had encountered Chen Feng in the psychiatric hospital, the fat guy suddenly felt scared. Brother Feng can't really be a lunatic, right? He won't suddenly bite me, will he? Just as the fat guy was in a mental struggle, hesitant whether to turn and run, Chen Feng's smile gradually faded, and then in the confused gaze of the fat guy, he silently walked to the front of the gaming room, entered, and pushed aside Li Guolong, who was registering a forum account. If there's a next time, get the hell out. With that, Chen Feng delivered a punch that shattered the screen. Returning to the employee dormitory, Chen Feng lay on the bed and began to review the system. After being attacked by the dean, he was left with 5 points. To be safe, 2 of those points would be used to charge the archiving and reading system, preventing a repeat of just now, where he lost 2 lives at once, and 1 point would be used to restart the hero training program. Calculating like this, I've suddenly become a pauper. However, I've gained 2 new systems. When he discovered that each time he loaded a save he could obtain a system, Chen Feng considered whether he should continuously commit suicide to activate multiple systems at once. But after thinking it over, he chose to give up. After all, this method only made sense for the system numbered 03. The task system numbered 01 had to issue tasks based on his own experiences. Dying too quickly meant he could hardly complete any tasks. For instance, the Great Villain system issued a task, but it was immediately wiped out. And the exchange system numbered 02 required the consumption of system points. The better the item, the more expensive it was. Even if Chen Feng could access the cultivation exchange system with the points he had, he couldn't afford any foundation establishment pills or cultivation techniques. So for the time being, he couldn't use the system 02. Chen Feng looked at the new box and shook his head. Numbered YX02 QDMJ, it said, backpack loaded. Another system from the gaming world, and it was a 02 system, which he couldn't choose from at all. Can I get a Reluctantly, Chen Feng could only choose that technology and tough living system from the gaming world. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully activated the hex system. The gaming system is indeed different. Even the terminology has changed, no longer calling users or hosts, but referring to them as players. The hex system isn't that from Teamfight Tactics and the Golden Shovel. Chen Feng glanced over. This hex system allowed him to have 1 opportunity to consume points in exchange for hex runes each time he loaded a save. Of course, like all 03 systems, the first time is free. I want to see what trick you have up your sleeve. Just like opening a box, each time he exchanged for runes, it was a choice of 3. This time Chen Feng drew 3 runes. Going with the flow, the player cannot leave the Happiness Internet Cafe for the next 3 weeks, after which they will gain 10 temporary points. Transmutation Reorganizer. The player's water ghost will permanently transform into a random monster of higher than 1-star war treasure. Monsters killed by you have a chance to drop 1 temporary point. The stronger the monster, the higher the drop rate. Note: temporary points can only be used for the 02 exchange system and cannot be used to charge the 03 system. Wow, that's impressive. Chen Feng originally thought that the proficiency system was already the peak of the 03 series, but he didn't expect there to be something even better. Moreover, this was Chen Feng's first time seeing a function to earn points from the 03 series. Although they were temporary points only useful for purchasing items, it was still quite powerful. If I had known you were so impressive, I would have chosen earlier. But which of these three should I choose? From the perspective of increasing combat power, the Transmutation Reorganizer is undoubtedly the strongest. Although after losing the ghost-catching system, Chen Feng could no longer check the star level of monsters from the check-in system's calculations, the landlady, professor, and nurse were at most just 1 star higher than the water ghost. Being able to conjure a monster at the level of the landlady, even if it was random, would be enough to take on the dean. Forget it, a gentleman's revenge is not too late. Right now points are more important. Chen Feng looked at the other 2 ruins. From a long-term perspective, the war treasure surely has the highest potential for points. If he runs out of points, he could go hunt some monsters to earn more. The more monsters he slays, the more items he can exchange. The more items he exchanges, the stronger he becomes, and the faster he can slay monsters. It's practically a perpetual motion machine. Chen Feng asked the system what the drop rate was for monsters at the level of pseudo-humans. Pseudo-human internet cafe version drop rate 0. 1 pseudo-human mental hospital version drop rate 0. 2. Damn, that's quite stingy. Chen Feng calculated to earn 1 point, he would need to slay 500 pseudo-humans like the one in the lab coat. That's insane. Even if he went at it for 3 days and nights, he wouldn't finish. Chen Feng decisively gave up and looked toward going with the flow. Just right during this time, he planned to exercise in the internet cafe and had no intention of going out, so it was a perfect match. Before making a choice, Chen Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, during this going with the flow period, if I use my avatar to complete tasks, does that count as leaving the Happiness Internet Cafe? The system quickly replied, no, as long as the player's main body does not leave the cafe. Then what else was there to say? Chen Feng decisively chose to go with the flow. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully obtained the going with the flow rune. Now it's time to train the alternate account. Chen Feng summoned the avatar he obtained from the last reincarnation, Lu Xiaohu. Loading memories. As the super avatar system loaded, Lu Xiaohu's memories began to play before Chen Feng's eyes in the form of a film. Name Lu Xiaohu, gender male, age 24, background intern, agent of the P.E.C.D. organization. Note P.E.C.D. is a secret organization that recruits talented individuals from around the world to protect humanity from monster harm, combating supernatural entities. Interesting. Chen Feng was not at all surprised by the existence of extraordinary beings in this world. After all, one could encounter 8 monsters, even when just stepping out to buy a pack of cigarettes. If humanity had no resistance, they would have been extinct long ago. Finally, I can understand this world. In Lu Xiaohu's memories, the so-called P.E.C.D. DP is phantasm, referring to monsters with specific behavioral patterns, killing patterns, and methods of. Chen Feng recalled that in the mental hospital, as long as you followed the rules, you wouldn't be attacked. So the professor, nurse, and dean all belong to the phantasm category. E is extraterrestrial, alien invaders with pure malice towards all life. So they are aliens, huh? A is a grudge spirit, a supernatural being transformed from intense negative emotions, obsessed with indiscriminate killing. Chen Feng immediately thought of the water ghost. Indeed, the water ghost was clearly killed by the landlady, but was indiscriminately killing under the compassion bridge, completely fitting the behavior of a grudge spirit. C is creature entities born from plants or animals, absorbing environmental energy, that is intelligent beings that emerge after cultivation. This Chen Feng was familiar with, like Shi Qingqing, who turned into a spirit, and Zhu Qianqian, who turned into a spider, and the landlady. Wait a minute. Chen Feng paused. Wait, what kind of spirit is the landlady? Then he slapped his head. Oh, humans are also animals, so that's fine. The last one, D, is a demon, high-dimensional predators from the subspace or other worlds, feeding on the souls and negative emotions of intelligent beings. Damn, there are so many monsters. This world is truly too dangerous. As the memories played, Chen Feng soon discovered that Lu Xiaohu had been conducting an investigation in a monster area called Horror Paradise and unfortunately perished due to breaking the rules. Horror Paradise. It sounds familiar. Chen Feng flipped through the check-in system. 5-star check-in location, Horror Paradise. Required activities for check-in: hide and seek, dance, haunted house doll, playing roller coaster, bumper cars, ring toss, catching goldfish, shooting air guns, walking through mazes. Tip: the more facilities you play, the higher the check-in. Rewards 5 stars. Doesn't that mean it's even more dangerous than the mental hospital? When not controlling his avatar, the avatar remains in standby mode and sleep. Thinking about how his avatar was in such a dangerous place, ready to kick the bucket at any moment, Chen Feng didn't even bother to watch the memories anymore. Quick, activate my avatar. July 31st is 6 in the evening, Xihong City, Kongbu, Liyuan. The heat had receded, and the sunset lay softly across his shoulders. Chen Feng woke on a park bench. When he opened his eyes, he was met by an ugly monstrosity as tall as a building, its blood-red eyes fixed upon him. For heaven's sake. Even someone as steady-nerved as Chen Feng flinched, but he soon realized it was a false alarm. The reedy creature was nothing but a colossal inflatable doll. It was unnervingly lifelike. Chen Feng rose and stretched. Though this body was clearly not his own, it obeyed him as if it were. The avatar system really is uncanny. A clear female voice sounded nearby. Xiaohu, you're awake. You fainted just now and scared us to death. A scent of spices drifted to his nose. Chen Feng squinted. From Lu Zaihe's memories, he recognized the speaker as a single ponytail girl named Meng Qingqing, 20 years old, a medium. A medium communes with gods and spirits, commanding ghosts and deities to carry out rites that aid the world. In plain terms, she is a sorcerer who converses with the dead and directs spirits. Powerful people are welcome wherever they go. Besides, Meng Qingqing was beautiful and full of vitality. Suitors pursued her across Tihang City, among them Lu Xiaohu. Although Meng Qingqing devoted herself to cultivation and had no interest in trivial romances, Lu Xiaohu was convinced that by sending milk tea in autumn and slipping red packets on holidays, he could eventually win her notice. God, isn't that just pathetic groveling? The thought of inhabiting such a nauseating avatar made Chen Feng recoil. Seeing Chen Feng wake, but say nothing, his expression unreadable, Meng Qingqing asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The goddess herself had addressed him, cooing and fussing. If Lu Xiaohu were still alive, he would have eagerly lapped it up like a dog seeing a bone. Chen Feng left her words unanswered and began patting himself down. Wait a moment, he murmured. The most important thing now was to determine precisely what rule Lu Xiaohu had violated to die. While scanning the memories, he recalled that Lu Xiaohu should have had a visitor guide. He looked down and found a colorful leaflet on the ground. Dear visitor, welcome to Kongbu Liyuan. We strive to offer each guest the most terrifying and exhilarating experiences. For your safety, please abide by the following rules, otherwise you assume full responsibility for any consequences. 1. Do not discard the visitor guide you hold. Be wary of anyone who does not have a guide in hand. 2. New visitors receive a game token upon entering the park. Tokens are as precious as life and may be exchanged for exquisite souvenirs. 3. The park offers many attractions. Playing them yields token rewards. Guests must experience at least one attraction per day and should depart only after completing half the attractions. 4. Kongbu Liyuan operates from 7 in the evening until 7 in the morning. During off-hours, guests may rest at the Central Inn. The inn's safety measures are absolutely reliable. 5. For the enjoyment of others, guests shall not repeat attractions nor disclose their contents to those who have not participated. Violators will be fined 1 token. The park is a place of joy. Crying is forbidden. This sentence is emphasized. Violation of the above rules may trigger unpredictable dangerous events and even cause varying degrees of harm. Please comply to avoid any unnecessary accidents. Urban legends here take the form of monsters that kill according to rules. Clearly, this visitor guide set out the rules for that legend area. Chen Feng tried to piece together Lu Zaihe's memories. The mission arose because the organization had discovered a survivor who had escaped from Kongbu Liyuan. Though over the years others had sometimes escaped, only this man had emerged unbroken, sane, and even carrying a souvenir. The souvenir was a reedied monster doll. Research had shown that if one wrote one's name on a slip of paper and placed it inside the doll would die in your stead when you suffered a fatal attack. A thing that could spare one from death was indeed as precious as life itself. Lu Xiaohu's task was to collect 10 tokens, redeem the souvenir, and hand it over to the organization. To curry favor with his goddess Meng Qingqing, Lu Xiaohu had secretly slipped the token he obtained into Meng Qingqing's bag, hoping to surprise her. Then he died, giving the goddess a fright. Chen Feng pressed a hand to his forehead, his contempt rising. The visitor guide's second rule had explicitly stated that tokens are as precious as life. Something as precious as life, could it be casually gifted away? A groveler deserves a bad end. At least he was already dead. The thought brought Chen Feng no small measure of relief. After sorting through it all, Chen Feng calmly retrieved the token from the bag and said to Meng Qingqing, "I'm fine. What about the others?" C. operates in 5-person teams, so besides the 2 of them, there should be 3 other operatives. Meng Qingqing extended a slender hand and pointed to the nearby lawn. "They're over there smoking." Following her gesture, Chen Feng saw 3 figures standing on the grass. One was a handsome youth with a top-knot clad in a yellow Taoist robe, a Bagua mirror hanging at his chest, and a Jiangxian sword slung across his back. His name was Lin He, a Taoist and Lu Zaihe's chief romantic rival. Lin He had lost his entire family in his youth to an anomalous event. Taken in by a temple, he apprenticed there and vowed that one day he would slay all the evils of the world. Orphan parents, having given hatred. What a textbook protagonist origin. Stealing the heroine from the lead, Lu Xiaohu, you really were courting death. Chen Feng muttered as he glanced at him. The second figure was a nearly 2-meter-tall blonde giant who, despite the heat, wore a black priest's robe. The robe's pockets bulged, and a silver chain bearing a cross hung around his neck. Haman, though a priest by title, smoked, drank, permed his hair, gambled, and indulged every vice. He often asked Lu Xiaohu for money, only to be turned down. The last was a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes and a knife scar across his face. His name was Wu Changshan, an exorcist, and the team's captain. An exorcist, a priest, a medium, and a Taoist. Chen Feng sized them up. Each member of this squad was uniquely skilled. C. The organization ranked operatives by the number of monsters they had eliminated, dividing them into 6 tiers: D, 1 monster; C, 10; B, 100; 0S, 0. Captain Wu was a tire operative. The priest barely missed C. Meng Chengqing and Lin, he were both tire. Only Lu Xiaohu was nothing. He had never even killed a chicken, let alone a monster. By rights, a nobody like Lu Xiaohu should never have been assigned such a mission, but he had slipped ample bribes to those above to get in. The officer allocating missions was astonished. After all 9 out of 10 operatives sent into Kongbu Liyuan never returned, being sent, there was little different from placing one's head beneath a blade. I've never seen anyone so eager to die that he pays for it himself. A request like this is unheard of in my career. In the end, with a single stamp on the paperwork from the leader, Lu Xiaohu successfully slipped into the team. Seeing Chen Feng and the others approach, the priest said sarcastically, "Look, our great romantic has a way." Lin he disdainfully replied, "I don't understand how someone like him who has no skills and just follows Miss Meng around all day managed to join our team." Captain Wu scolded the two. "Damn it. No matter how he got in, as long as he's part of the team, he's one of us. Keep your mouth shut." The opening hours of the horror paradise start at 7 in the evening. So before the official mission, they still had an app. Captain Wu passed the time on his phone. In the anomalous area, having no signal is common, so he had downloaded and cached plenty of novels and videos in advance. At that moment on the phone screen, a man in a yellow training outfit was speaking confidently. "No one can escape from the hospital. It has never happened." The priest chimed in, "Captain, are you watching this video too?" Captain Wu sighed. "This video has spread throughout the circle, damn it. To actually escape from a mental hospital is quite impressive." Lin he interjected, "Captain, is that mental hospital really that terrifying?" Captain Wu added, "Shaolin, you just came down from the mountain, you don't know. The director, nurses, professors, instructors, and those monsters in the mental hospital are quite notorious in our Compassion City." Meng Chengqing snorted, "One day, I will eliminate them." Captain Wu reminded, "Chengqing, having confidence is good, but don't be too arrogant. Recently a team of Blevel agents was sent to assassinate the director, and in the end they suffered heavy losses with none of our people returning. A team of Blevel agents had killed over 500 monsters, yet not a single one returned." Lin he hurriedly asked, "What about the director?" Captain Wu sighed, "He was seriously injured, but he didn't die." Chen Feng, who was eavesdropping, suddenly understood. No wonder they hadn't encountered the director while escaping. This was the unknown reason for the mental hospital's downgrade from a 5-star checkpoint. The priest remarked, "To escape from such a dangerous place, those 5 really had good luck." Captain Wu corrected, "It's not luck. According to the organization's reports, they killed the nurses and forced their way out." "What?" Everyone except Chen Feng gasped in shock. Lin he thought he had misheard. "Captain, are you saying that the target, which even Blevel agents couldn't take down, was defeated by those 5? Captain Wu lamented, "Yeah, those 5 were really something." The priest sarcastically added, "If only such capable people were in our team." Everyone instinctively glanced at Chen Feng, knowing full well that this guy was a useless addition who didn't deserve to carry out this mission. Chen Feng chuckled to himself. This bunch of fools, if they knew the fierce person who killed the nurses was standing right in front of them, they wouldn't know what expression to make. Time flew by. Soon a strange melody echoed throughout the park. Boys and girls come play in the horror paradise. Whenever the music plays, you know the gathering has begun. Goldfish, goldfish, let's catch some goldfish. Don't fall into the pool. Air guns, let's play with air gun. The safest things might be the most dangerous. A music box and wind chimes formed the main melody, while applause served as the bass, interspersed with the giggles of children. As the theme song sounded, it also announced the official opening of the horror paradise. According to the map on the back of the visitor guide, the group could see the geographical locations of the park's 10 attractions. The rules stated that they had to play at least half to leave. Captain Wu asked, "Everyone think about it, which 5 should we choose?" Meng Chengqing shrugged, "It doesn't matter. Since an ordinary person can clear all the attractions and come out alive, we can do it too." The priest suggested, "How about we roll dice and let God choose?" "Captain, what do you think?" Captain Wu replied, "Nonsense. Since we have all undergone firearms training, we must choose the air gun game." "Lin he, you seem to have something to say." Lin he suggested, "I brought a compass, we can choose the maze, and the haunted house is fine too. Each profession has its own strengths, and Taoists truly aren't afraid of ghosts." The few of them took turns speaking, but they hadn't asked Lu Xiaohu's opinion, as if he were already dead. Although Lu Xiaohu was indeed dead, it wasn't right to bully him like that. Chen Feng thought to himself, and suddenly interrupted, "Captain, can I say a few words?" The air suddenly became quiet. Captain Wu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Previously, when their team was discussing, Lu Xiaohu was either acting meekly in the corner or staring at Meng Chengsheng with infatuation. Now he was acting out of character and speaking up. Was he trying to show off in front of Meng Chengsheng? Captain Wu nodded. Go ahead. Here's the thing, I believe we should prioritize the ring toss, goldfish catching, and air gun games, while we should avoid the maze, haunted house, and roller coaster as much as possible. Lin He had just said the haunted house and maze were okay, when Chen Feng immediately countered him, naturally feeling displeased. Aren't you scared? The other party didn't give Chen Feng a good face, and Chen Feng naturally wouldn't let it slide, retorting, Are you stupid? Whether we toss rings, catch fish, or shoot guns, the initiative is in our hands as visitors. Even if we encounter danger or traps, we can choose not to play. On the contrary, how big is the maze and how many ghosts are in the haunted house? We have no way of knowing, especially the roller coaster, which moves at high speeds in the air. If we encounter danger, it would be too passive. Meng Chengsheng blinked as if she was seeing him for the first time. When did this guy become so opinionated? Did he suddenly get smart after being scared? Captain Wu decisively said, Damn it, you really are a genius. Then let's go catch goldfish first. The group immediately set off, leaving only Lin He, who felt slighted, walking at the back with a hint of malice in his eyes. The map indicated that the goldfish catching area was located in the eastern part of the park. There was an artificial circular river that wasn't very deep, at most 1 meter, and it was clear enough to see the countless goldfish swimming below, as well as the human bones scattered on the riverbed. The boss in charge of the fish catching project was a guy with a goldfish head. He held a wooden board that read 1. Pick up the fishing net and fishbowl from the stall. 2. If you catch a goldfish from the river, the boss will reward you with a game token. 3. Absolutely do not damage the fishing net. 4. Each person can only catch 1 goldfish. 5. If you do not catch a goldfish within an hour, you fail. Behind the fish boss was the stall where a row of fishing nets and large glass fish bowls for temporary fish storage were placed. Although they called it a fishing net, it was not the kind of net Chen Feng imagined being thrown on the surface of a river, but more like the net used by fishermen. It consisted of a metal rod framework, a circular frame like a basketball hoop, and a green net made of nylon. Chen Feng picked one up and weighed it. It was quite heavy. This thing could easily scoop up a dozen kilograms of grass carp or silver carp. Catching a goldfish the size of a 30-centimeter mineral water bottle would be a piece of cake. But was it really that simple? Captain Wu instructed the team not to act rashly and to observe the situation first. Soon, tourists participating in the fish-catching project surrounded the river. They were roughly divided into 2 types. The nervous and anxious ones were obviously old hands who had been in the park for more than a day and had already sensed something was wrong. The ones chatting and laughing, seemingly unaware, were probably newbies who had just entered the park and were still oblivious, thinking the bones at the bottom of the river were decorations and the boss's fish head was just a costume. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. By the riverside, a curly-haired girl picked up a net and began attempting to catch fish. Holding her breath, she quietly submerged the net into the water. A few cautious goldfish were startled by the ripples and swam away, but many more remained in place complete. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a goldfish fell into the net, but just as she was about to succeed, an unexpected change occurred. The goldfish suddenly opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. The curly-haired girl was startled and almost threw the rod away. At the same time, the goldfish began to frantically bite at the net, quickly creating a hole and escaping. Not good. The fishing net was damaged. Chen Feng knew that the monster would kill according to the rules of the horror story, and once the rules were broken, they would attack. Sure enough, at the moment the fishing net was damaged, the curly-haired girl suddenly froze, as if her soul had been lost, and dove into the river. Like a piece of meat falling into a dog's den, countless goldfish immediately pounced on her, surrounding her in a ball. Then, with a splash, a cloud of blood mist erupted on the surface of the river. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this what you call a goldfish? Is this a magic act? Honestly, it's rather frightening. At first, the newcomers assumed the curly-haired woman was a magician hired by the park. After all, this place is called the Terror Park. And unsettling performances were to be expected. But soon, plop, plop. As the second and third victims plunged into the river, every visitor realized something was terribly wrong. By then it was too late. From the moment they had entered the park, 1 foot had already stepped into hell. Only by clearing 5 challenges could they leave. Damn it, they can even chew through nylon rope. Whatever's in this river is far fiercer than piranhas. Captain Wu cursed, then asked, Heyman, any ideas? The priest stroked his chin. Is it possible with sheer force and speed to snatch one up in an instant and throw it ashore before it can react? Wouldn't that be too risky? Might as well take a gamble. Captain Wu asked again, Chengqing, what about you? Meng Chengqing flicked her ponytail and smiled confidently. Too easy. I already know the answer. Look closely. The rules only say we must catch fish. They never specified whether they must be alive. Captain Wu frowned. What's the difference between dead or alive? Meng Chengqing explained, of course there's a difference. Using a net, would that kill the fish? Of course not. So this implies we may use other means to catch them. The rules only said they'd give us a fishing net. They didn't mandate we must use it. Captain Wu brightened. Hey, you mean? Meng Chengsheng replied. As long as we don't use the net to catch them, the net won't be ruined. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. It made sense. No wonder she had become a spirit medium at 20. The gifted girl truly possessed a keen intelligence. Just as Chen Feng drifted off, Captain Wu suddenly turned to him. Xiaohu, what do you think? The others were stunned. The captain had never before asked Lu Xiaohu for his opinion. Today the sun had risen from the west. Chen Feng wanted to say something but feared standing out and arousing suspicion, so he mimicked Lu Xiaohu's tone and grinned foolishly. Me. I think Ching Ching's plan is already perfect. There's nothing to add. Damn, as soon as he spoke he sounded like... Indeed, all his earlier eloquent analysis had been for show in front of the goddess. Captain Wu wanted to slap himself. What a fool for entertaining this lovesick nonsense. Lin, he snorted softly beside him. What a disgrace. I must perform well, and let Chengsheng see the gap between us. Thinking this, Lin, he formed a hand seal and chanted the incantation Ji Ji Ru Lu Ling, drew the money, sword woven from copper coins, and red thread from his back, and tossed it into the air. Go. Under the infusion of his power, the money sword hovered, tip pointing downward. It aimed at a goldfish on the riverbed, emitted a sharp churring, and a golden blade of light shot into the water. Soon a goldfish flipped belly up and floated to the surface. Witnessing such a miracle, many visitors swarmed around him, treating Lin he like a savior. Taoist priest, save us. Please get me out of here, I'll pay anything. As Lin he found himself pressed by the crowd and unable to escape, please poured in. Captain Wu abruptly opened his jacket and drew a pistol engraved with a cross. Traditional exorcists relied on crucifixes and holy water at close range. Dangerous and outdated. The new-style exorcist had modernized, adding firearms to tradition, producing this exorcism weapon called Holy Judgment, Xinxing Xinpan. Refitted by the E.C.D. Armaments Division, it held 15 rounds, each bullet enchanted with holy water to strike demons. With a gunshot. Captain Wu was quick. He scooped up a dead fish and exchanged it with the stall owner for a game token. 2 people had already completed the task. Meng Chengsheng and the priest grew anxious. But Captain Wu had not forgotten his teammates. Although the rules stated one person could only catch 1 fish, they did not forbid helping others, so he tossed the holy judgment over. Thanks. Damn it, they're our own people. What are you thanking me for? Although Chengsheng and the priest had undergone firearm training, their marksmanship paled beside professional exorcists. Hitting underwater targets is difficult due to resistance, darkness, and light refraction, making the shot even harder. Meng Chengsheng fared better. 3 rounds, and she secured a token. The priest with merciful aim fired 6 times before he succeeded. Enchanted bullets were prohibitively expensive. On normal missions, Captain Wu allowed at most 10 rounds. This time, because the task mattered, he had brought 100. Now a 10th was wasted, and the sting of it made him want to jump in the river. Damn it, are you an idiot? Watching Captain Wu curse, Chen Feng sneered inwardly. Captain Wu truly had a fickle face. Just moments ago they were comrades, now he's cursing like mad. The priest forced a smile. My aim's off today. He handed the pistol to Chen Feng. Xiaohu, it's your turn. Huh, my turn. Chen Feng froze. As a gaming live streamer, had played many shooter games, but had never handled a real firearm. Lu Xiao, who as a trainee agent might have undergone weapons training, but Chen Feng had only inherited memories, not skills. If even those trained could miss, how much worse would an untrained hand be? He'll just grit my teeth and do it. To avoid exposing himself, Chen Feng mimicked scenes from games and films and tried to pull the trigger. But the pistol gave no response. As Chen Feng wondered if it was jammed, Captain Wu cursed, damn it, you haven't taken off the safety. What are you doing? Oh, chamber it. Chamber it. How do I chamber? Damn it, did you learn your firearm class from a dog? Seeing Captain Wu's expression darken, Chen Feng hastily returned the pistol. Forget it, I won't use it. Wu paused, assuming Chen Feng was sulking. Though he cursed, he did not want his men to die, so he softened his tone. Xiaohu, my tone may have been harsh. Don't feel pressured, take your time. What a responsible captain, Chen Feng thought, and hurried to explain. Captain, don't misunderstand. I have another method to catch the fish. Lin He, who had just shrugged off the crowd, walked over. Seeing Chen Feng bungling with the gun, he teased, you wouldn't be thinking of wading in, would you? Wading into the river would be suicide. Chen Feng glanced at the surface. If he weren't afraid of revealing himself, he'd summon a water ghost and take as many fish as he desired. But now they had to rely on wit. It was clever of Meng Chengsheng to realize the net wasn't necessary, but that insight alone was insufficient. The survivor who had escaped to the base and obtained the souvenir was an ordinary person. Surely he had neither a gun nor a money sword. How against such ferocious goldfish had he managed to prevail? Chen Feng had 2 hypotheses. 1, as water ghosts fear fire, the survivor had found the goldfish's weakness. 2, there existed a more efficient, safer fish-catching tool. He had no clue about a weakness, but he had an idea about an improved tool. The rules mentioned only 2 items: a fishing net and a fishbowl. Many people's thinking was fixed. They believed only a net could catch fish. But conversely, a glass fishbowl designed to hold fish must be sturdy enough not to be broken by them. With that thought, Chen Feng picked up a fishbowl and walked to the riverbank. The other 4 immediately understood his intent. Captain Wu slapped his forehead. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Meng Chengcheng was startled. Is this still the Xiao who I know? Only Lin He's expression darkened as he thought, no way, no way. The river was a meter deep and the fish lay on the bottom. How with just a small glass bowl could he reach them? Then Chen Feng made a decision no one had anticipated. He plunged his arm into the river. From the eerie white bones at the bottom of the river, it was evident that these goldfish feasted on flesh and blood. Once any foreign object fell into the water, all the goldfish would rush over in unison. Team leader Wu was taken aback. Damn it, has this kid gone mad? Meanwhile, Lin He looked on with anticipation in his heart. Yes, yes. Just like that, bite him to death. As he saw his arm about to be torn apart by the sharp teeth in a moment of crisis, Chen Feng exerted a sudden force, and the fish tank burst forth with a goldfish leaping out of the water. At the same time, a prompt from the system echoed: ding. Congratulations to the user for successfully signing in to the Horror Paradise Goldfish Catching Project. Lin He's expression darkened as he thought, didn't bite. This guy is really lucky. In fact, he did get bitten. Chen Feng shook his hand, revealing several inconspicuous, white marks. Amidst the earlier chaos, he had indeed been bitten several times. Fortunately, his transformation could inherit the powerful physique cultivated through the proficiency system, so Chen Feng merely felt as if pinched by a claw, experiencing a slight pain. Meng Chengcheng rushed in front of Chen Feng, complaining, Xiaohu, just now your arm was almost gone. Do you know you are playing with fire? Chen Feng waved his hand, saying, you are mistaken. Meng Chengcheng was taken aback. What did I get wrong? Chen Feng replied seriously, I am clearly playing with water. His unexpected response caught Meng Chengcheng off guard, causing her to burst into laughter. Watching the two joke and laugh, Lin He nearly ground his back teeth to dust. In the past, he had never taken this so-called rival seriously, but today the other party seemed transformed, making him feel a sense of threat for the first time. With Chen Feng setting an example, the other tourists began to imitate him. Some, like Chen Feng, passed without injury, while others, slower on the uptake, were bitten until bloodied, but they all completed the project and received game tokens. Those who were afraid of being bitten and had been observing from the shore after an hour seemed to be under a spell, collectively plunging into the water. This is Horror Paradise. If you don't play the game, you only meet death. Leaving the riverbank, Meng Chengcheng said casually, so we've completed a project already. It seems this Horror Paradise is not as formidable as rumored. Team leader Wu took out his phone. It was just past 8, and they had plenty of time for the next project, so where to next? Before he could finish speaking, Lin He interjected, the air gun project, right? Just as Brother Lu said, catching fish and using air guns are projects where we have some initiative, and since we have undergone firearms training, it makes sense to choose the air gun. The drunken man's intention is not on the wine. Chen Feng knew that Lin He had seen his embarrassing performance with the gun earlier and wanted to make him look bad in the air gun project. Or perhaps he simply wants me dead. This kid is a bit scheming. Chen Feng noticed team leader Wu looking at him with a strange expression, clearly also considering this possibility while seeking his opinion. So he replied, let's go then. When the soldiers come, we meet them with arms. When the water comes, we dam it up. Chen Feng was not skilled with guns, but based on his experience at the hospital, and just now the rules set by this weird tale, must be achievable by ordinary people. If a project rigidly required a specific skill to pass, then there wouldn't be survivors escaping. The air gun location was in a forest near the small river. From a distance, everyone could see a line of people queuing in front of the forest, which did give a bit of an amusement park feel. The proprietor of the air gun booth was also inhuman. Disheveled black hair, pale skin, and hands that were not flesh, but 2 blood-red scissors. Whenever new tourists arrived, he would wave, producing a light clicking sound to welcome them. Chen Feng heard a tourist nearby say, damn. The boss makeup is terrifying. Just like a real monster. This was the real deal. Chen Feng corrected himself in his heart. At the boss feet, there was also a wooden board with the rules written on it. 1. Collect an air gun and 10 bullets from the booth, then enter the forest. 2. Monsters will attack players in the forest. Please be very careful. 3. You can use the air gun to defeat the monsters, 1 monster per bullet. 4. The game is 1 person at a time. Each person has 10 minutes, and you cannot leave the forest until the game ends. Other players are strictly prohibited from watching. 5. Players who defeat 10 monsters during the game can receive a game token from the boss. Chen Feng frowned. Shooting, defeating monsters, and passing the level. From the rules, those with accurate shooting skills indeed had a significant advantage, as 1 bullet was needed to take down 1 monster, and for someone like him, with a poor shooting skill, not hitting himself would be considered lucky. Could I be mistaken? Is there really a project that requires gun skills? As Chen Feng was doubting himself, team leader Wu as usual asked the team's brain, Chingching, do you have any thoughts? Meng Changcheng didn't have a good idea at the moment, but she noticed a detail. This game actually includes a prohibition on watching in the rules, indicating that there is some secret that can be easily passed by watching. This perspective is quite insightful. Chen Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lu Xiaohu may not be that great, but his taste in choosing goddesses is pretty good. While they waited, the boss had already led in several tourists into the forest, yet not a single one returned. Everyone grew increasingly uneasy. Other tourists began to lose courage. 1, 2, 3 more tourists continuously fled from the line. Their departures made the team feel anxious. Team Wu lit a cigarette. Facing 10 or more monsters, even if they are just fake ones, it's still dangerous. Qingqing used that one. Meng Chengqing nodded, okay. Saying this, she took out 3 sticks of incense from her backpack, lit them, closed her eyes, held one stick in her left hand, while her right hand extended 4 fingers straight, with the thumb bent inward. This was to summon spirits. Due to Lu Xiaohu's dog-like behavior, Chen Feng had learned quite a bit about mediums from memory. Every medium goes through 4 stages, the first 3 being opening, cultivation, and binding. Opening refers to knocking and sculpting in the medium's 7 channels and 8 vessels to create a passage for possessing spirits. A medium who has undergone opening can communicate with the dead by allowing their souls to possess them. Cultivation refers to the process where a medium is favored by a celestial being and begins to accept celestial fate. During this stage, the medium experiences much suffering, but the frequency of spirit communication increases rapidly. After success, they can reach the binding stage and form a contract with the celestial being. A medium who has undergone binding can summon celestial beings if their power undergoes tremendous changes. Currently, Meng Changcheng was only at the opening stage, so she could only ask the dead to possess, and could do so only once a day. If it were a medium in the binding stage, they could kill most ghosts and monsters with their divine power. A minute passed, and a good amount of the incense had burned, yet Meng Changcheng still showed no reaction. Team leader Wu asked in surprise, Qingqing, why is it so slow this time? Meng Changcheng frowned, saying, I don't know why, but there is a ghost that didn't die here lingering around, interfering with me. Wait, I connected to it. Has the possession succeeded? Seeing Meng Changcheng's calm demeanor, her tone remained unchanged. Chen Feng was greatly amazed at witnessing a medium's abilities for the first time, as his stereotype suggested that a medium should display extreme emotions, swaying and singing off-key during a seance. Captain Wu urged Chen Feng to be quiet, don't disturb Changcheng while she's channeling. The abilities of a junior medium are limited. In most cases, they can only summon recently deceased spirits, so Meng Changcheng chose a tourist who had just failed the game. The amusement park only specified that the living could not disclose game content, but unexpectedly the dead could also speak. Although the deceased had not completed the game, perhaps they could provide insights on how to succeed, and at the very least they would not repeat the same mistakes. Meng Changcheng began recounting the experiences of the deceased. He took a gun and entered the forest, where balloon monsters began to appear around him. Captain Wu asked, damn, can balloons really turn into monsters? Meng Changcheng explained, yes, they look just like balloons on the outside, but they are alive, moving swiftly with tails as sharp as blades that can even cut through trees. As she spoke, 3 incense sticks suddenly snapped in midair. Meng Changcheng gasped, he died. Everyone hurriedly asked, how did he die? Meng Changcheng opened her eyes, sweating from her forehead. One balloon monster was making noise ahead to attract his attention, while another ambushed him from above using the cover of leaves, catching him off guard and killing him. Feigning an attack from one side to strike from the other. Captain Wu couldn't help but curse, damn it, this monster is playing tactics. The priest nodded in agreement. It seems like all those in front have been ambushed like this. Impressive. While everyone marveled at the monster's cunning, Chen Feng was in awe of the medium's abilities. To think she could make the dead speak, such a capability is incredibly useful for gathering intelligence. And this is only the first stage of mediumship. In a world teeming with monsters, encountering such a powerhouse should be tightly embraced. Chen Feng felt he was beginning to understand Lu Xiaohu. Speaking of which, as a sycophant, shouldn't he say something now? Just as Chen Feng was about to speak, he heard Lin. He flattered, thanks to Miss Meng, or else we would be doomed. Meng Changcheng shyly replied, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Damn it, those were my words. Chen Feng now understood why Lu Xiaohu despised Lin he so much. Time flew, and soon it was the turn of the 5-person group, but among the dozens who had participated in the game before them, only a pair of twin brothers had successfully completed it. The death rate was close to 90%. Captain Wu, fearing for his team, boldly stepped forward. I'll go first. If it's too dangerous, we can switch to another project. But the vice captain, the priest, disagreed. No way, Captain, you are our backbone. If something happens to you, the mission will be a failure. Let me, your deputy, go first. Captain Wu hesitated, but your shooting isn't very good. The priest casually replied, then let's take a gamble. The Lord will protect me. Seeing the other party's insistence, Captain Wu had no choice but to compromise. All right, stay relaxed and be careful. Got it. The next 10 minutes were fraught with anxiety for everyone, but fortunately, when time was up the priest's figure appeared at the forest's edge. Captain Wu couldn't help but shout good job. But soon the joy was abruptly halted. Captain Wu noticed that the priest's right sleeve was completely empty. He had lost an arm. Chen Feng frowned. To have such a severe injury seemed to confirm what Meng Chengqing said. Those balloon monsters indeed had sharp tails. However, in a state of preparedness, the priest should not have been ambushed. The priest reassured everyone, "I've already treated the wound." As the team's medical personnel, the priest could heal injuries through prayer, performing simple first aid and wound healing, but he was powerless against such severe injuries like limb loss. Thinking that the other party might have to live with one hand in the future, everyone was at a loss for words. Facing the silence of the crowd, the priest took it lightly. "It's okay, it's just an arm. At least I'm not dead." Captain Wu sighed. "You seem to take it well, but with so many extraordinary people in the organization, surely someone can handle this kind of limb regeneration." While they were chatting, the boss also emerged from the forest, waving his scissors and urging the next tourist. When he returned, his face was ashen with a horrifying long wound across his chest, but thanks to the priest's prayers, the bleeding was quickly stopped. Even Captain Wu was injured. Could it be that there were more than 10 monsters? If there were over 100 monsters in the forest, then the twin brothers and the priest should not have come out alive. Or was the captain simply conserving bullets? While Chen Feng was deep in thought, the third person to participate in the game, Lin, he also emerged from the forest. Lu Xiaohu must have been particularly concerned about his primary rival, so Chen Feng knew that the Bagua mirror was a talisman given to Lin He by the temple capable of resisting one instance of demonic harm. The shattering of the Bagua mirror indicated that he had also been hit. This didn't add up. Initially, Chen Feng thought there were too many monsters causing Lin He to exhaust his magical power, but upon reflection, if that was the case, he wouldn't have survived after the Bagua mirror, which could only resist one attack, shattered. Therefore, the real situation should be that after the Bagua mirror broke Lin, he reacted in time and counterattacked the monster. That was a sneak attack. Perhaps one of the balloon monsters was particularly special, possessing abilities like invisibility or teleportation, and ambushed the three. But wait, if that were the case, ordinary people would almost certainly be doomed. As Chen Feng pondered, the team's atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The group, who had been boasting grandly after finishing the fishing project, now fell silent like eggplants hit by frost, each more taciturn than the last. Wu drew on his cigarette, seemingly having made a decision, suddenly stopping the remaining two. "Xiaohu Qingqing, you two should not participate in this project." "Captain." Meng Chengqing looked at Wu. She understood that the captain was trying to protect them, but she was unwilling. If not, then according to the rule against re-participating in the project, she would have already lost her qualification to complete the task starting from now. This was unacceptable to her. Meng Chengqing pressed her lips together and looked at the captain. "I must go." Captain Wu could empathize with Meng Chengqing's feelings, but her ability to channel the dead for intelligence was far too precious to lose here. "Chengqing, if you still acknowledge me as your captain, you will obey orders. You must learn to assess your capabilities, and Xiaohu has done this very well." As he spoke, Captain Wu suddenly sensed something was off. Lin He pointed towards the forest gleefully, saying, "He's already gone in." People die for wealth, birds perish for food. In order to earn points for signing, and even if the path ahead leads to a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, Chen Feng must muster the courage to proceed. At the stall, he received a gas gun and 10 steel ball bullets, then followed the boss to the center of the forest. The trees here were adorned with lights, so there was no need to worry about visibility. It was just this smell. When most people think of a forest, they envision fresh air, fragrant soil, and occasional animal droppings, but it is definitely not unpleasant. However, this balloon forest was different. Corpses, corpses, and more corpses. Chen Feng rarely used the idiom "everywhere one looks" to describe humanity, but that was the situation now. Tourists who had failed to pass were sprawled all over the ground alongside rubber fragments of balloons and strands of black, string, a bloody scene that even reminded Chen Feng of the human skin attic. This was no joke. Chen Feng steeled himself. The current situation was not good. To rid himself of the self-ignition curse, he had already used the Xian Waystand too many times today, and if he activated it again, he would likely faint. He had to rely on his wits. He needed to find a way to survive. Chen Feng began loading the gas gun, and just as he finished, he saw the boss hurriedly run away. The game had begun. Chen Feng heard laughter not far away. With the help of the lights on the trees, he spotted a white balloon floating in midair, swaying gently, with a black string below it swinging back and forth. Chen Feng decisively raised the gas gun. This slight movement caught the balloon's attention, and it turned to reveal its face. It was a grinning human face, its eyes bulging like light bulbs, its mouth elongated with many sharp teeth. Upon seeing its prey, the smiling balloon rushed towards Chen Feng at incredible speed, and in less than a second the balloon that was originally 10 steps away was now right in front of him. "Damn, this is a bit scary." Chen Feng said he was afraid, but his hand decisively pulled the trigger. With a bang, facing such a fast-moving object, Chen Feng unsurprisingly missed. "Damn." Chen Feng cursed silently, but to his surprise after hearing the gunshot the smiling balloon that had rushed in front suddenly froze in place, as if startled. There was a flaw? Seizing this moment of stillness, Chen Feng quickly stepped forward and shoved the gun barrel into its mouth. This is the first one. Chen Feng pulled the trigger, and the smiling balloon exploded in front of him, splattering its internal blood all over him. Spit, spit, spit. Suppressing the taste of blood, Chen Feng approached to check the situation. First was the tail of the balloon monster's string. Chen Feng intended to pick it up, but as soon as he touched it he felt a sting like being stung by a scorpion. It bled. This sharpness was too much. The skill that could completely inherit the essence, even a flesh-eating piranha with sharp teeth, could only leave a white mark on the body of a class hero. And this unassuming string was able to cut my hand. If it had cut my neck, wouldn't it mean decapitation? With an uneasy heart, Chen Feng continued to search. Among the rubber fragments of the balloon, he could not find any trace of the bullets. Instead, not far ahead in the mud lay a steel ball bullet. He had fired 2 shots, yet only found one. Chen Feng pondered. After hitting the balloon, the bullet disappears while the missed bullets can be reused. I seem to understand the rule of 1 bullet per monster. Furthermore, judging by the previous situation, even if the bullet is empty, it can still immobilize the balloon, and this time lasts at least over a second. Faced with a stationary target, even a pig could hit it. To verify his hypothesis, Chen Feng recovered the bullet and began searching for the next target. The second balloon monster he found was crouched on the ground, gnawing on the flesh of a failed tourist. The bloody scene would make most people wet their pants. But Chen Feng calmly raised his hand, fired a shot to immobilize the smiling balloon, then began silently counting down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly the smiling balloon resumed its movement and charged towards Chen Feng. Was the control time over 3 seconds? Chen Feng remained unhurried, pulling the trigger to once again immobilize the balloon, then calmly killed it. Through experimentation, the control effect can be reused. That just leaves one question. Chen Feng discovered a dead and 1 bullet per monster means that when facing the last monster, he would only have 1 bullet left to fend it off with no other bullets to control it. So the last shot absolutely must not miss. This was still quite challenging. Chen Feng pondered. The balloon's speed was so fast a single shot must hit, yet he had no confidence even in a 10% chance. No wonder the previous 3 people failed. It turned out they fell at the last monster. Everything made sense. A foolish method flashed through Chen Feng's mind. Do not kill the monsters while placing the gun on the ground, picking up bullets, and reloading, repeating this cycle to buy time. Though this method was somewhat ugly and would not earn game currency, surviving was absolutely feasible. After all, this project did not stipulate that all monsters must be killed. Chen Feng continued to patrol with the gun, eliminating 5 monsters in 5 minutes. Now only 3 left. The 7th balloon monster did not appear directly, but hid in the shadows, continuously emitting a hee. Following the sound, Chen Feng found the balloon monster hiding behind a tree, only revealing a black string tail. Such an obvious lure must be the situation Meng Chengcheng had mentioned. When Chen Feng looked up, he indeed saw a thread peeking out from the leaves. If it weren't for Meng Chengcheng's prompt charging and recklessly, would have surely led to being ambushed from above and below, and the outcome would definitely be dire. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Feng understood Meng Chengcheng's importance. A medium, what a great ability. Chen Feng raised his gun, fired to stun 2 balloons, then shot them down one by one. Now only 1 left. And I have no bullets to control it. Chen Feng reloaded the last steel ball. The closer he got to the final one, the more cautious he had to be. The last one was even more cunning, lacking any laughter. The entire forest was deadly quiet. Without any sound, as a reminder, Chen Feng felt on edge. Perhaps in the next second the balloon monster would assault from some direction, snapping his neck. He couldn't act rashly. Chen Feng patiently waited quietly, when suddenly a noise came from afar. Here it comes. Chen Feng perked up, but then he heard the sound of scissors snipping. It turned out to be the boss. Damn. The game time was up. Chen Feng felt a bit regretful, just 1 step away from perfection. If he had taken down 1 more, he would have earned game currency. But Chen Feng had no regrets. Taking the initiative was too risky. He was not Lu Xiaohu. Earning game currency and completing organizational tasks were merely sideline benefits, while signing in was the priority. As long as he could last until time was up and complete the sign-in, there was no need to risk it all and lose this avatar. As Chen Feng contemplated, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. Where is the system prompt? In the previous goldfish catching project, Chen Feng was immediately notified of a successful check-in after clearing, but now the system seems to have vanished without a trace, offering no response. Perhaps one needs to obtain game currency to successfully check in. If that's the case, he should have made an effort just now. Chen Feng seemed to have found a reasonable explanation, but his instincts told him otherwise. He felt that he had overlooked some important information. Now reviewing the rules of the air gun: 1 monster, 1 bullet. Players who knock down 10 monsters can receive a game currency from the boss. Viewing during the game is strictly prohibited. In the rules for catching goldfish it states that the boss will reward a game currency, whereas here it is obtained from the boss. This line has already hinted at it. Doesn't the boss in this manner also fit the definition of a monster? The rules have never stated this. The monster is only the balloon. We have preconceived notions. After figuring everything out, Chen Feng raised his gun and asked the boss game currency handed over. The boss remained silent and suddenly swung his scissors, lunging at Chen Feng. But what awaited him was the black barrel of a gun. Within 10 steps the gun was both accurate and swift. Bang! If I can't hit a balloon, how could I miss such a large target as you? Chen Feng looked at the boss lying on the ground and silently thought to himself how dangerous that was. The first 9 were the same type of monster, and the last one turned out to be a dark horse under the light, truly catching one off guard. Especially the fish boss from the previous project was merely a mascot introducing the rules, so everyone easily let their guard down, not being cautious around the boss. Then with a crack, Chen Feng now understood why this project strictly prohibited viewing as long as one person gets caught the others can easily clear the game. After searching the boss, Chen Feng successfully found a game currency. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully checking in at the Horror Paradise Airgun project. On the other side, on the outskirts of the forest, Team Leader Wu was furious. Damn it, this kid actually went in without a word. When Xiaohu comes out, I will definitely slap him. Lin He silently laughed. Come out. He probably won't be coming back. But in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. He saw Chen Feng emerge unscathed from the forest. Lin He, the captain, and the priest were all stunned, although they didn't speak. Their expressions conveyed 4 words: you didn't die. Not only did he survive, but he wasn't even injured. Lin He couldn't figure it out, nearly breaking his Dao heart. Captain Wu was about to ask, you weren't tricked by the boss, were you? But he suddenly realized that Meng Chengcheng was still present and hadn't participated in the project yet. If she heard, he would lose game currency and be disqualified from completing the task. So despite wanting to know how the other party cleared the game, Captain Wu had to remain silent. At that moment, he also realized something terrifying. Although the person in front of him looked exactly like Lu Xiaohu, his behavior, speech, and demeanor were completely different from the cowardly sycophant Wu knew. In Xihong City, there were countless monsters capable of disguising themselves as humans. Could it be that this person is not Lu Xiaohu? Captain Wu placed his hand on his holster. But just as his suspicion of Chen Feng reached its peak, Chen Feng dispelled his thoughts with just 2 sentences. Chen Feng pointed to the forest and asked, are you going in again? Meng Chengcheng replied affirmatively. If even Lu Xiaohu did not give up, she had even less reason to back down. But Chen Feng's next sentence made her furious. Ching, there's something wrong with the boss. Be careful, the 10 monsters mentioned in the rules also include the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng felt a slight emptiness in his pocket. The game currency he had just earned had vanished without a trace. But Chen Feng didn't care. From the very beginning he planned to clear only 5 projects, earn check-in points, and withdraw beautifully. What benefits would it bring him to hand over a souvenir doll to the organization? A life transformed is still a life. Moreover, Chen Feng realized that performing exceptionally twice in a row could easily arouse suspicion, so to play the role of Lu Xiaohu the sycophant, he decided to make a brainless move. The effect of this move was immediate. Captain Wu's frown instantly relaxed, replaced by a smile, as he was both angry and amused. No monster would act so obsequiously. Therefore Lu Xiaohu was not a bad person, but his intelligence could be questioned. Meng Chengcheng's entire face visibly reddened. Xiaohu, what do you mean? Do you think I wouldn't notice? To be honest, Meng Chengcheng didn't know what expression to wear. Was she angry? Xiaohu actually gave her a hint. Didn't that imply he looked down on her, thinking she would get into trouble? But on the other hand, could it be that the monsters in the game also included the boss? If I hadn't received a hint, would I really have been able to discover this? Even the captain, vice captain, and Lin He fell for it. If it were me, I would probably have died. Realizing this, Meng Chengcheng could no longer voice her accusations and could only leave behind a sentence, just wait. After I finish the game, we'll talk privately. After saying that, she tossed her hair and stormed into the forest. Seeing this, Lin He finally felt a bit better. Xiaohu, you truly are the world's biggest fool. Knowing full well that Chengcheng has a very strong sense of pride, you still did this. Now you've made her dislike you, haven't you? Just as Lin He was preparing to see how the other party would explain, Chen Feng asked the captain, when Chengcheng comes out, are we continuing today? No. Captain Wu glanced at the team members. Those who were injured, and those who were damaged. They surely needed some rest. Then I'm a bit tired, we'll head to the inn first. Chen Feng had already controlled his avatar for long enough. The logic between the avatar and his real body was that whichever one his consciousness lingered on, the other would fall into a dormant state. Though the trio was busy playing games and not paying him any mind, remaining as the sleeping man for too long wasn't ideal. Moreover, he hadn't completed today's hero training plan yet. Captain Wu was taken aback. Well, okay, but isn't Chengcheng looking for you to talk? Chen Feng casually responded, didn't we book our room in advance? She can just come to my room. In the middle of the night, asking the goddess to find a sycophant. Captain Wu didn't voice it, but internally thought you really know how to think. So when Meng Chengcheng completed the project and came out intending to find Chen Feng for a proper talk, she discovered that he had already gone back to sleep, leaving her in the lurch. She completely lost her composure. Lu Xiao, who? Captain Wu felt the situation was too crazy. A sycophant actually dared to make the goddess come to find him in the middle of the night. The most crucial part was that the goddess actually went. In a bid to get an explanation, Meng Chengcheng suppressed her anger and immediately headed straight to Chen Feng's room. Upon entering the and knocking loudly, Open the door. But an even more explosive situation occurred. The door did not open. Push-up count 1, currently 45. Push-up count 1, currently 46. At this moment, Chen Feng was exercising at a happy internet cafe, completely having no time to log into his alternate account and discuss any nonsense love story. As for whether Meng Chengcheng would be angry, he couldn't care less. Lu Xiaohu was a sycophant. What did it have to do with him? Chen Feng. In the early morning, Chen Feng finished his workout, had a bowl of instant noodles with a sausage, and poured himself a glass of chilled ice black tea, intending to enjoy a nice bath and sleep afterward. Suddenly, a notification from the system sounded. Ding. The avatar Lu Xiaohu is detected to be in a state of hunger. Please eat as soon as possible. Do avatars need to eat too? Just as Chen Feng switched back to his alternate account, his stomach protested loudly, and due to excessive hunger, he even felt a bit anxious and shaky. I must eat immediately. Following the map on the back of the flyer, Chen Feng jogged his way to the cafeteria of the amusement park. Pushing open the glass door, the aroma of food wafted through the air, showcasing various stir-fried dishes under warming lamps, fresh vegetables, and grilled meats in the freezer, along with desserts, fruits, fried snacks, sushi, ice cream machines, and chocolate fountains. Everything one would expect in a buffet can be found here. Damn, the avatar actually eats better than my real body. Chen Feng initially thought that his instant noodles and sausage were already a luxury for the night, but in comparison, they seemed utterly worthless. The most crucial part: everything here is completely free. As the saying goes, one would spend money to save their life, but in this twisted amusement park it's the opposite. Life is more valuable than money. All food, activities, and accommodations here are provided at no cost. If it comes to that, I might as well move in here. Chen Feng casually picked some food ready to indulge, when suddenly a mysterious uncle walked up to him and asked, "Brother, are you selling?" "What?" Chen Feng looked at him warily. "Selling what?" "Selling his rear end." "Let me be clear," I'm not. Seeing Chen Feng's hesitation, the uncle scoffed. "So you're just a clueless one." As the man turned to leave, Chen Feng, afraid of missing out on some important information, called out to him. "Hey, what are you selling? Tell me, brother." The uncle turned back. "Information, you understand." "Selling information? Aren't you afraid of losing game currency?" Chen Feng paused for a moment, then immediately understood. Right, although selling information could lead to losing game currency and not getting any souvenirs, other tourists didn't know the purpose of the souvenirs. They just wanted to complete the 5 activities and leave this haunted place as soon as possible, so exchanging information became the optimal solution. "My last name is Wang. Friends who eat here are all here to exchange information." Mr. Wang informed Chen Feng that everyone knew now that losing the last game currency would lead to trouble. Moreover, they had already figured out the loopholes in the rules. 1. For each project leaked, 1 game currency would be deducted. 2. If a project is leaked to multiple people at once, the more it is leaked, the more game currency will be deducted. 3. The judgment of deducting game currency is subjective. As long as the tourist believes they have leaked information, the deduction will occur. 4. Those who learn the secret and participate in the project will not receive game currency. 5. 2 who have not participated in any project can share the information they observed without being deducted. Impressive. Chen Feng looked at these people with newfound respect. Indeed, when pushed to the limit, people can demonstrate some cleverness. Glancing around, Chen Feng even noticed that the pair of surviving brothers from the second project were discussing with someone. It turned out someone had already done this long ago. Chen Feng said, "I currently have information on the goldfish catching and air gun shooting projects. Oh, which one do you want to exchange for?" Mr. Wang smiled. "Brother, the goldfish catching project isn't worth much. It's a group project. As long as one person figures out the way to pass, the others will know just by watching. By the way, the judgment for leaking information is very strict. If you haven't participated in the goldfish catching project, just that one sentence I said has already deducted game currency. So strict." "What was leaked?" Mr. Wang explained, "The information about catching goldfish is not sought after. Just that one sentence can determine the difficulty of the project, which counts as leaking information." Chen Feng wondered if the other party was being too careless. "Then discussing this with me is quite risky." Mr. Wang pulled up a chair and sat down. "No worries, I have some knowledge of feng shui and physiognomy. From your features, you seem to be an honest person." "Me?" Chen Feng answered honestly. "Actually, I'm not just honest, I don't even have a heartbeat." The young man is quite humorous. Mr. Wang asked, "I have information about the haunted house. Do you want it?" "Yes." Chen Feng, adhering to the principle of honesty, said, Let me share mine first, but please don't record what I say and share it with others to harm me. What do you mean by that? Mr. Wang took out his phone, turned it off to show sincerity. I have no grievances with you, why would I harm you? Moreover, I already mentioned that the judgment for leaking is subjective. Only you can determine if you believe you have leaked. But what if that statement is also a lie? Chen Feng thought to himself, but unusually didn't expose it. Instead, he spoke frankly. The rules for the air gun shooting project are to eliminate 10 monsters where the trap is the boss and it counts as one of the monsters. Mr. Wang, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Oh dear, that's truly sinister. Without purchasing that information, it seems certain death awaits me. Chen Feng looked at him, remaining silent. Mr. Wang knew it was his turn, so he began recounting the story of the haunted house. The rules of the haunted house also consist of 5 points, but only one condition could lead to death: turning back. Turning back. The rules state that no matter what happens in the haunted house, do not turn back. Otherwise you will die. Exactly. Upon entering the haunted house, it will read your deepest fears and materialize them. If you can't swim, you will fall into the ocean. If you're afraid of insects, a horde of cockroaches will crawl out. Sounds quite creepy. Indeed. And what you need to do is keep walking no matter what happens. Do not turn back. Is that the information? Of course not. What I want to share are the 2 dead ends in the haunted house, which are the what traps? The first trap is that the haunted house will transform into familiar faces calling your name from behind, luring you to turn back. That's still quite easy to see through. Not so fast. I've seen many people fall for it. The illusions are just too realistic. What about the second one? The second one is the most insidious. Inside the haunted house, there's a simulated space resembling the outside, where the owner of the haunted house, a person dressed as a corpse, will wait for you, making you feel like you've exited the haunted house. At that moment, if you let your guard down and turn back, you will definitely die. A game within a game, a dream within a dream. Classic. How did you figure it out? The game currency. As long as you pass, you will receive game currency. I realized I had no game currency in my pocket and immediately saw through the trick. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Uncle, you're really clever. Mr. Wang laughed heartily, quite pleased with himself. Of course, only when you obtain the game currency can you truly say you've made it out. But you mentioned earlier that those who were leaked upon cannot receive the game currency reward. Although you told me how to pass, I can't use it. This? Mr. Wang's expression stiffened. He had only approached to exchange information because he realized this point. My apologies, brother. But Chen Feng was magnanimous. Since we're calling each other brothers, what else is there to say? However, I do want to ask you a question. Mr. Wang paused. What question? Chen Feng said earnestly. You also said the haunted house creates illusions, so how can you be sure the game currency is real? Mr. Wang's expression instantly froze. This. Chen Feng smiled. Perhaps you never really made it out. You're still in the haunted house. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mr. Wang suddenly became agitated. Impossible. The hotel is absolutely safe. The rules stated so. What if the hotel is also an illusion? With a rumble, it was as if thunder echoed in Mr. Wang's mind, and he suddenly recalled when he greeted Chen Feng earlier, the latter had asked him to turn his head. Are you implying that you also? The next second, Chen Feng's face suddenly turned monstrous. You are the boss. Mr. Wang's face drained of color as he recalled the rule plaque in the boss hand before entering the haunted house. 3. No matter what happens in the haunted house, do not turn back. At that moment in the cafeteria, Chen Feng was indeed exchanging information with someone who was also a survivor from the haunted house. The haunted house can conjure various things to deceive you. I fell into 5 traps at least, and even now feel like everything is fake. Doesn't that mean you can never clear the game? Not at all. The secret is in the promotional guide. Guide? Are you referring to time? Chen Feng immediately realized that the amusement park's opening hours were from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Right, I was trapped in the haunted house for a whole 12 hours, and only released when the project closed at 7 a.m. That survivor bitterly smiled. I advise you not to choose this project, otherwise even if you make it out you'll be a madman. Thank you for the warning. Suddenly a system prompt rang in Chen Feng's ears. Ding. Due to the inability to earn game currency, the check-in project Haunted Amusement Park Haunted House has become invalid. The next day at 7 in the morning at the Happy Internet Cafe, Chen Feng finished his morning exercise and was having breakfast with his trio. The fatty, feeling wrong, said, "Oh my, I haven't had a proper meal this month. Have some pity on me." Huang Mao, puzzled, replied, "Huh? Is that true?" Fatty responded, "Wait, today is the 1st. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Huang Mao said, "Brother Feng, sneezing means someone is thinking of you." Chen Feng dismissed it, saying, "More likely someone is cursing me." Ever since learning in the cafeteria that tourists with leaked information couldn't obtain game currency, Chen Feng felt uneasy. With Meng Qingqing's proud character, losing her mission qualification would surely drive her mad. In fact, Chen Feng guessed correctly. At that moment, Meng Qingqing, who hadn't slept all night, was at the door banging loudly. "Open up. Xiaohu, stop hiding in there. I know you're inside. But no matter how hard she knocked, the door remained shut. It was the first time Meng Chengqing encountered such a situation with Lu Xiaohu. In the past, he would do everything to please her, but now being ignored when she wanted to talk to him alone was infuriating. This stark contrast made Meng Chengqing very unhappy. She knew Lu Xiaohu liked her, but having seen many suitors since childhood, she had long since grown accustomed to it, and didn't take him seriously. She never expected to develop an interest in this guy one day. With a complicated expression, Meng Chengqing looked at the door and suddenly recalled the domineering CEO dramas she had watched on TV, self-mockingly saying, "Is this what they call interesting, man? You have caught my attention." Just then the door suddenly opened. Chen Feng teased, "Interesting man who? Me, eh?" Meng Chengqing's expression tightened, and she flustered began to fix her hair. You deliberately didn't open the door, but were secretly listening to me. When people are nervous, they can indeed act busy. Chen Feng smiled, and said, "That's unfair. Oh, I just woke up." "Are you dead? Didn't you wake up from such loud knocking?" Chen Feng retorted, "How do you know I'm dead? Stop with the playful banter. I haven't settled yesterday's score with you yet. Do you know your actions caused me to fail? It doesn't matter, the captain will cover for it. Always leaving everything to others. Xiaohu, can't you show some?" After a round of argument, Meng Chengqing stepped forward reluctantly, and said, "But still thank you. Without your reminder I might. Well, maybe things would have gone wrong." The fragrance of sandalwood wafted through her nose as she looked at the shy girl in front of her. Chen Feng didn't know what a simp should say at this moment, but his own words were bound to be cheeky. "Then why don't you hurry up and offer yourself to repay me? Get lost." After a moment, Captain Wu notified everyone to go to his room to discuss the next project. After Chen Feng went back to sleep, Captain Wu didn't waste any time, but instead he began gathering intelligence. "I first went to the prize exchange center at the amusement park and confirmed that only the 10 game coins obtained by clearing the game can be exchanged for souvenirs. They cannot be transferred to each other. Then I investigated the danger levels of each project. Although most projects are like catching goldfish, once you choose to join you can't exit. Captain Wu can assess the survival rate by the numbers entering and exiting the park. This uncle has quite a bit of experience." Chen Feng listened to Captain Wu's conclusion. Among the 10 projects in the amusement park, 3 are considered no-go zones: the haunted house, the maze, and the roller coaster, with a success rate close to 0. The more you go, the more die. Chen Feng thought Captain Wu's information wasn't entirely reliable. Take the haunted house project for example. The condition for clearing it is to stay in the amusement park and rest. Thus it's normal to observe no one coming out, and doesn't necessarily mean the survival rate is 0. Next is dancing and playing as dolls with a success rate of about 1 in 20. Subsequently, there are air guns, bumper cars, and hide and seek with success rates around 1 in 10. Finally, the 2 easiest projects, catching goldfish, have a very high success rate. As long as someone discovers a rule loophole, everyone can clear it. And then there's hoop tossing. The number of tourists entering equals the number exiting, with a survival rate of 100%, although the expressions of the tourists who come out are quite grim. Something feels off. Just as Chen Feng was about to speak, he heard Meng Chengqing analyze. "Things are not that simple. It's like a flock of wolves wouldn't have a sheep among them. It doesn't make sense for there to be a project with a 100% success rate. Perhaps hoop tossing is the most difficult one of all." Chengqing is right, Chen Feng thought, still needing to play the role of a simp in front of everyone. "Then let's exclude the suspicious hoop tossing tonight. We'll choose hide and seek and bumper cars." Captain Wu is a straightforward person. Meeting adjourned. That evening, boys and girls come play at the horror paradise. Whenever the music plays, you know the party has begun. Haunted house, let's brave the haunted house together. No matter what happens, don't look back. Hide and seek, let's play hide and seek together. Cunning mice will never escape the cat's eyes. As the theme song reverberated through the park, once again the 5-member group gathered at the hide and seek location. This was a British-style castle with a cylindrical main tower at its center, topped with a triangular roof resembling a crown, all the windows adorned with stained glass, featuring complex abstract geometric patterns akin to Picasso's work. So beautiful it feels like being in a vampire movie. Chen Feng said this because the owner of the hide and seek event had a pale face, sharp teeth, bat wings, and wore a black noble cloak, a classic vampire outfit. Captain Wu joked, "Priest, this is your specialty." The priest felt confident, saying, "Looks like I'm lucky." As per the rules, the hide and seek project has 5 main points. 1. Obtain a doll costume in the castle hall. 2. Players cannot leave the ancient castle during the game. 3. The game lasts 1 hour. The first 30 minutes are safe for players. 4. After 30 minutes the cats begin hunting. They are as clever as humans, so mice must be very careful. 5. Survive for half an hour in the doll costume to earn 1 game coin. After quickly scanning the rules, Captain Wu looked at the team's strategist. Chengqing, any thoughts? Meng Chengqing, having lost her qualification to complete the mission, was even more eager to contribute her intellect. The rules are no different from ordinary hide and seek. It's just 30 minutes to hide and 30 minutes to seek. Only the seeker is replaced by monsters. During the game, players can't leave the ancient castle, which means the cats can leave the castle, but can the other players also explore? Rule 5 specifically states that only those wearing doll costumes can earn game coins, so I suspect wearing the costume might increase the chances of being caught by the cats. If the goal is just to clear the game, then not wearing the doll costume is also an option. After hearing Meng Chengcheng's analysis, he felt a wave of frustration. Oh no. Lu Xiaohu, that simp, because he leaked information and had his game coins deducted, couldn't complete the mission. In this project, he could naturally choose not to wear the doll costume and reduce his risk. In the hide and seek game, if others reduce their risk, it means oneself is in greater danger. No, I need to think of a way to provoke them. With that thought, he quickly declared, Chengqing Xiao, who since you've already failed your mission, just don't wear the doll costume. Leave the danger to the three of us. As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the words mission failed. Proud Ming Chengqing indeed fell for it. What do you mean? Am I the kind of person who fears death? Seeing the two about to argue, Captain Wu quickly interjected, stop it. In this project, I'll wear the doll costume. The task only requires bringing back one souvenir, so to ensure all team members return safely, Captain Wu decided to take all the burden upon himself. Damn it, whatever dirty stuff comes, let it come to me alone. The vice captain, the priest, shook his head repeatedly. No. At least I should join in, so, if something happens to either of us, the mission can still continue. Is it just the captain and the vice captain who wear it? That's not bad. He wanted to continue fanning the flames, but after careful thought, ensuring his own safety was more important than taking Lu Xiaohu down, so he chose to keep quiet. But at that moment, Chen Feng suddenly spoke up. Are you implying that I'm a coward? Everyone wears one. One for each person. Damn it. He was furious. He never expected Lu Xiaohu, this coward, would dare to volunteer. Now they were all in it together, leaving the other 5 random players at an advantage. I want to see how you die? He glared at Chen Feng fiercely. As a low-level spirit medium, Meng Chengcheng could only summon souls of those who died recently, so the team didn't choose to be the first wave, but decided to observe the situation first. Under the owner's guidance, the first wave of tourists entered the castle, beginning their search for hiding spots. 30 minutes later, the sound of a cat meowing signaled the official start of the game. From a distance, they could only vaguely see several large black figures moving rapidly within the castle. Captain Wu couldn't help but curse. Damn it, they're bigger than lions. You call that a cat? Then came the sounds of screams, which should mean some participating players had been found. Fortune favors the bold. A tourist gritted his teeth. He decided to take the risk and enter the castle to gather more information. Since I'm not one of the current game players, I shouldn't be attacked by the cats. That was his thought, but he was wrong. Just a few steps into the castle, a massive black cat lunged at him, and this gruesome scene made all the onlookers take a step back, with some even losing their stomachs and vomiting. Only 2 of the 10 tourists returned alive, and they weren't wearing the doll costumes. They likely used Meng Chengcheng's strategy to survive without earning game coins. As for those who wore the doll costumes, there was no doubt that no one survived. After a quick tidy, the proprietor led the second batch of players into the castle. Pushing open the oak entrance door revealed an immense banquet hall. The dining table alone was absurdly long, seemingly able to seat more than 50 people. On the table lay 10 mouse costume suits, dusky gray, for slightly curled tails, the unmistakable round mouse ears, and off-white incisors with whiskers. Are these the doll suits the rules mentioned? They are almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Meng Chengcheng cast a disdainful glance. She had expected cartoonish mascots from an amusement park. Instead, they were hyper-realistic, almost nauseating. Chen Feng, ever blasé, couldn't resist a taunt. Why are the mouse suits laid out on the dining table? It's a hint. Put one on and you're cat food. While they spoke, the vampire proprietor had already withdrawn. It became clear he was not part of the game itself. Chen Feng suddenly thought it might have been wise to join the airgun event early. The more events one took part in, the harder it became to realize the proprietor might also be a monster. Spread out and recon the terrain. Under Captain Wu's order, they discovered the castle had 4 floors. Beneath the ground was a dungeon and cellar. The ground floor contained a kitchen, baths, a great hall, and a chapel. Outside were a greenhouse, swimming pool, training ground, stables, and a cattery. The second floor consisted of numerous bedrooms. The third floor served as the tower, housing a collection gallery, study, conference room, music room, alchemy chamber, and an art studio. Including toilets on each level, the castle conservatively boasted about 100 rooms. Merely circling it would take over 10 minutes. If one ignored supernatural variables, hiding for 30 minutes would still be utterly feasible. Captain Wu searched and found no corpses, cursing, damn it. Failed players have been disposed of. I wanted to see where one shouldn't hide. The priest noticed swords and knight armor in the training room and mused, perhaps it's a hint to arm ourselves against the monster. Meng Chengcheng looked toward the stables and asked, can a horse outrun the creature? He eyed the pool. Cats hate water. Maybe soaking in the pool for 30 minutes is the answer. They pooled their thoughts and offered many useful suggestions. Meng Qingqing's idea was the most audacious. The most dangerous place might be the safest. Captain Wu frowned. You mean the cattery? Meng Qingqing nodded. The rules say the cats only begin to hunt after 30 minutes, but they don't say whether the cats return. Perhaps hiding in the cattery might be our chance to survive. It was a bold notion, but not impossible. Chen Feng glanced at the cattery and suggested since the cats wouldn't attack in the first 30 minutes they should take a look inside. Know your enemy, know yourself. Though they knew monsters lurked within the group, nonetheless pushed open the cattery door. A hiss. Accompanied by feline huffs, everyone gaped in shock. Eyes like glowing light bulbs, bright yellow, shaped pink noses and canine-like fangs. These features might have been endearing on normal cats, but when each beast matched a lion in size, charm turned into terror. Worse still, their mouths dripped with blood, some gnawed on severed limbs, others carried a head between their teeth. 1, 2, 3. There are 10 in total. Chen Feng finally understood why the castle held no corpses. The cats not currently feasting regarded them with malicious appraisal, lips curled in a grotesque toy-like smile. Meng Qingqing's Adam's apple bobbed, but no sound came out. Though trained enough not to faint like an ordinary person, fear gripped her nonetheless. Captain Wu, lighting a cigarette, muttered, "Damn, now I know why a mouse freezes when it sees a cat." As their hearts thundered, Chen Feng suddenly proposed audaciously, "Since the first 30 minutes are safe, why not kill them now?" "What?" The others were stunned. "The monsters not eating you is one thing. How dare you provoke them?" "But it might work." Meng Qingqing approved at once. "Yes. Captain, let's try. He'll go first." Lin He drew his coin sword, channeled mana, and struck for the creature's most vulnerable spot, the eye. A sharp feline mew pierced the air as the blade's light blinded the black cat. In response, the cat, stung by pain, slapped the skull it held with a paw, shattering what is among the densest bones of the human body. I struck with all my strength and only wound it, yet it slapped to my head. Do I still have a life left? Staring at the monster glaring at him, he broke out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, the first 30 minutes were meant for hiding. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Then Captain Wu took action, raising the divine judgment and aiming its barrel at the black cat's skull before squeezing the trigger. Each discipline its own. Against beasts, bullets were far deadlier than arcane arts. After 3 rounds were expended, the one-eyed black cat finally toppled. Was it down for good? Just as Captain Wu despaired at the thought of wasting 30 bullets, the cat suddenly scrambled up as if nothing had happened. Even its pierced eye reopened. It was resurrection. Having dealt with the landlady and the nurse before, Chen Feng was not shocked. Legend says cats have 9 lives. Perhaps we must kill it 9 times. What nonsense. Captain Wu spat. By your logic, it takes 3 shots to fell it once. 27 shots to kill one. There are 10 of them. Where am I supposed to get so many bullets? Seeing that brute force would not work, the group retreated from the cattery. Meng Qingqing took out 3 incense sticks to commune with spirits. As soon as she lit them, her brow knit. That thing is still here. Captain Wu paused. Still what? The little ghost that clung to me yesterday. It's not dispersed yet. Never. With a finger pinch, Meng Qingqing's luck turned. She contacted the spirit of a female tourist who had owned cats and had hidden in the baths, knowing cats abhor bathing. The deceased knew cats dislike pungent scents, so she scattered her perfume at the bath's entrance. Cats hear at least 3 times better than humans, so she turned on every shower head to create noise and disrupt their hearing. Finally, she hid in the sauna and locked the door. Hearing Meng Qingqing's account, they had to admit the woman had, and yet such a master still died. The priest, newly taciturn since his injury, sighed. If she still got caught, it was just blind luck on the cat's part. Her fortune truly ran out. At that moment, the 3 incense sticks snapped. From prior experience, Chen Feng knew this signified a vision of the deceased's final moments. Meng Qingqing went pale. She's dead. Everyone rushed to ask what had happened. Gasping, Meng Qingqing's chest heaved as she explained, water, noise, and perfume did nothing. At the start of the game, the cats charged into the baths and seized the woman. Not only were they unbothered by water, they exploited it. Searching the baths first made sense. Chen Feng couldn't help but scoff. The rules do say cats are as clever as humans. Apparently true. Meng Qingqing, breathless, stammered. And then. Captain Wu urged, then what? Speak up. Meng Qingqing trembled. They tore off her arms and thighs, eviscerated her, and tormented her for 5 full minutes before she died. During the communion, Meng Qingqing had viewed events from the deceased's first-person perspective. Witnessing such a visceral and prolonged torment firsthand explained her shaken state. Seeing Meng Qingqing so agitated, Captain Wu ordered, "Xiao Hu, go comfort her." Chen Feng blinked. Indeed, it was time for the dutiful flatterer to act. Chen Feng fetched a cup of water from the kitchen and offered it. "Here, drink something warm." Returning to the hall, only 6 mouse suits remained on the table. Chen Feng remarked, "Only one person hasn't put one on. Some people have nerve." True. After seeing the fates of the first batch of players, anyone brave enough to come in now had some guts. Captain Wu led by example and donned his suit first. Surprisingly, though it added another layer, he did not feel encumbered. Rather, he felt quicker and his hearing sharpened. Damn, I actually feel like a mouse. Captain Wu intended to say this, but his words came out as squeaks, squeak, squeak, squeak. Watching Captain Wu chirp like that, Chen Feng realized instantly. So once you wear the suit, even your speech becomes a mouse's squeak. Unable to speak properly, Captain Wu pointed to the watch on his wrist and squeaked, squeak, squeak. Chen Feng made an okay sign. Got it. Captain, you mean time's nearly up. We should hurry, choose hiding spots. Captain Wu nodded and left first. The others began to dress as well. Strangely, the suits seemed to auto-adjust. Whether the towering priest or the slight Meng Qingqing each fit perfectly, as if crafted for a human-sized mouse, without any awkwardness. At the 30-minute mark, a cat's cry rang through the castle. The catera doors swung open and giant black cats poured out one after another. The game had officially begun. Besides the Special Forces team, there were 5 other players in the castle. Coincidentally, among them were familiar faces, namely the brothers with the air guns from yesterday, along with a scruffy homeless man, a painter, and a civil engineering student. Except for the painter, everyone chose to wear doll costumes. This was not an act of recklessness, but rather a strategy to embrace death in order to survive. Not only Captain Wu, but other sensible individuals would also gauge the danger of the project by observing the variation in the number of tourists coming and going, excluding the most suspicious ring toss game. Hide and seek, air guns, catching goldfish, bumper cars. These were merely 4 low-risk activities. But the condition to escape the paradise required 5 activities. Therefore, with a survival rate of only 1 in 20 for dancing or dressing as a doll, one had to choose. No one could guarantee they would be the lucky one, so earning game currency to exchange for intel on those dangerous projects was the only way to stay alive. The homeless man was not afraid of dirt and chaos, so he chose to hide in a pile of garbage outside the castle, hoping the stench would drive away the cat monsters. Poor fellow, if he had the ability to communicate with spirits and knew how the lady in the last round had died, he might not have made such a choice. The civil engineering student utilized his expertise. Through observation, he discovered that the second floor was missing a section compared to the first floor, and by knocking on the bricks, he successfully found a hidden room. I knew it. A castle without a secret room isn't a castle. The civil engineering student happily locked the door behind him. Then came the painter, who did not wear a doll costume, allowing him greater freedom. He rushed into the third-floor studio, found ink and paint, and completely covered himself in black. He then scattered the remaining ink in the second-floor corridor to mask his scent before finding a dormitory on the second floor, breaking the light bulb and hiding under the bed. Now it was night, and in the pitch darkness, who could spot a black figure beneath the bed with just the naked eye? Finally, there were the 2 brothers who went to the basement, emptying 2 barrels of wine and hiding inside. The elder brother hid outside while the younger brother hid inside. The passers-by were all skilled, and the special forces were no exception. Lin He, as a Taoist, practiced agility and lightness of body, so he leaped directly onto the rooftop of the ancient castle. The priest, believing in destiny, hid under a table in the first-floor chapel. Where do you find a child crying every day? Where do you find a gambler losing every day? May the Lord bless me not to be discovered. Captain Wu went to the training ground, which was spacious and thus ideal for shooting. After seeing the well-hidden lady being caught, he no longer hoped to hide until the end. If found, he would have to fight those beasts. That was his thought. Finally, there was Meng Qingqing, who analyzed the information obtained through spirit communication, water, scent, noise. These things that cats generally dislike do not affect these monstrous cats at all. Moreover, they are clever enough to use this to catch people. Just as the rules state, they are as intelligent as humans. But I can also turn this to my advantage. Since the safest places will be searched first, conversely, the most dangerous places are blind spots. Meng Qingqing chose to hide behind the cat house. This was only the first step, but once the cats were activated, she seized the opportunity to sneak into the cat house. During her prior reconnaissance, she had noticed that the litter box in the cat house was as large as a swimming pool, with litter densely packed, making it easy to conceal a person. As for Chen Feng, no one knew where he was hiding. At the start of the game, all the cats rushed towards the swimming pool and the bathhouse. Just as Meng Qingqing had guessed, these monsters were smart and experienced. Having played so many games, they were well aware of where tourists like to hide. But this time they were destined to be disappointed. 27 minutes remaining. Lin He stood atop the castle tower, silently watching the situation unfold. With an unfavorable start, the black cats were not disheartened, but instead began a thorough search, using their claws to rummage through wardrobes, boxes, and every possible hiding spot. Good luck does not last forever. Soon a black cat attempted to climb the stairs. Although its eyes sparkled in the darkness, he could still discern from the scratches around its eyelids that this was the one-eyed dragon that had been blinded by him before and later regained its sight through resurrection. What a narrow path for enemies to cross. Cats are known for their climbing skills, and this is a truth known to all. Yet Lin He chose the highest point not out of foolishness, but to observe where others were hiding. Once he understood the positioning, he could use this trick to lead the monsters away. Go! Lin He, holding the money sword, recited an incantation, and a beam of sword light shot towards the garbage pile. Bang! The cat's hearing was extremely sensitive. Upon hearing the noise from the garbage pile, the one-eyed black cat that was about to climb the stairs immediately changed direction and dashed toward the sound. Quickly, the homeless man hiding in the garbage was found. No help. The homeless man ran for his life, trying to escape using the speed boost from the doll costume. But strangely, the one-eyed black cat did not rush to catch the homeless man. It merely watched him run for a while, and only when he was out of breath did it suddenly strike, tearing off one of the homeless man's legs. Such swift action. With Lin He's eyesight, he could only see a fleeting shadow hinting at just how formidable these black cats truly were. Agility like a cat, yet strength akin to a lion. Lin He pondered, in an unknown situation I might stand a chance, but against 10 I would undoubtedly perish. This task is of considerable difficulty. Even the captain of a level agent cannot ensure his own safety before these respawning monsters. I still have plenty of time, or I cannot die here. With that thought, Lin He took off his mouse doll costume. Even if it meant embarrassment, he had to survive. At this moment, the homeless man was not yet dead. He was crawling on the ground, dragging his severed leg, while screaming in agony. Meanwhile, the one-eyed black cat used its claws to play with him like a ball, tormenting him for a full 3 minutes, before finally granting the homeless man a swift end. How long had it dragged on? 5 minutes. Witnessing all this, Lin He felt no guilt. Instead, he began to contemplate whom to harm next. Better a dead ally than a dead self. From an emotional standpoint, he would definitely prioritize the passersby. However, in terms of his own safety, the civil engineering student and the painter on the second floor were too close to the rooftop, any noise might expose him. Meanwhile, the brothers hiding in the basement were too far away for him to attack. Of course, even if there was no one around Lin, he could release sword light into an empty area to lure the monsters away with sound. However, this not only consumed spiritual energy, but also over time the cats would catch on. So after much thought, Lin He decided to take action against his teammates. Only when someone knows can it be considered embarrassing. Once they are all dead, won't I be able to report however I wish. Just then, the one-eyed black cat finished off the homeless man and prepared to climb the stairs. Where the hell did that bastard Xiao Hu hide? So I'm sorry, priest. With your level as vice captain, you can at least stall for 10 minutes, can't you? Lin He shot sword light towards the chapel, creating a large hole in the ceiling. Hearing the commotion, 3 nearby black cats rushed into the chapel. In an instant, the sounds of cat hissing, chairs and tables colliding, the sounds of fighting, and the priest's angry cursing all echoed. Lin He, you bastard. After a fierce battle, 3 black cats returned triumphantly from the chapel. One of them was gnawing on a bloody thick arm which bore a tattoo of playing cards. Its bicep was comparable to that of a professional bodybuilder, and its fingers were adorned with combat knuckles. A priest who specialized in healing actually had a hidden card for close combat. Throughout the priest's life, he had used this trick to deceive many opponents. When enemies charged at him intending to take down the support healer, their expressions turned to despair upon realizing that the person before them was a muscular man. But such tricks were nothing but a joke in the face of the absolute strength of the monsters. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the black cat holding the arm was shot in the forehead, its head exploding. It was Captain Wu. Not abandoning any team member was his creed, so when he heard the priest call for help, he rushed over from his hiding spot in the training grounds haystack. But he was still a step too late. Damn beast. Seeing the priest's tragic condition, Captain Wu's eyes widened in rage as he picked up his weapon and shot all 3 black cats that had killed the priest. However, such a loud gunshot attracted the attention of the remaining black cats in the castle. As he heard the hissing sounds surrounding him akin to rattlesnakes, Captain Wu wiped the grass off his hair, knowing it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. No matter what, he had to buy some time for the others. Reload, shoot, reload, shoot. Captain Wu took down the charging black cats one by one, but by this time the first 3 black cats he had shot had already resurrected. Lin He watched the scene clearly. As expected of a class agent, the black cats are able to shoot accurately with such speed. Unfortunately, the monsters can resurrect, and Captain Wu is about to be overwhelmed. Just as he finished speaking, Captain Wu was interrupted while reloading by the one-eyed black cat lunging at him, its claw ripping him open. The enemies could resurrect multiple times while he would die from a single hit. If this were a game, then it would be rather unfair. Captain Wu knew he was finished, but he would not allow himself to fall just like that. He had to show these beasts a thing or two. Captain Wu pulled out a grenade from his pocket and shouted, "Damn it, try." He disengaged the safety and threw it. With a loud bang, a powerful force swept through the entire area, turning the 3 black cats at the center into mush. A psychic grenade. This is Captain Wu's trump card. The 3 black cats disappeared seemingly completely destroyed. Seeing the captain explode like a firecracker, Lin, he did not mourn for him for even a moment, but instead began calculating in his mind. Though 15 minutes have passed, 3 monsters are gone. But 3 players have also died. Discounting the pair in the basement, and the missing Xiao, who I don't have many targets left to divert the disaster. What you fear most often comes true. Just as Lin he was deep in thought, the one-eyed black cat attempted to climb the stairs again. Bastard, did I provoke you? It insisted on bothering me. There's no choice, Ching Chong. Deep down Lin, he did not want to harm Meng Ching, but his life was clearly more important. There are plenty of flowers in the world. Lin he steeled himself and shot the 3rd arrow towards the cat house. But this time he miscalculated. During the 3rd ascent, the one-eyed black cat was not distracted by the sound and continued to climb. How could this be? Lin he was startled. The rules say that cats are as smart as humans. If I were a cat and heard a noise every time I went upstairs, what would I think? Someone must be trying to stop me from going upstairs. By deductive reasoning, that means someone is upstairs. Run, run. Upon realizing this, Lin he hesitated not a moment and jumped down from the building. Even though he was cautious enough, the slightest movement was still caught by the one-eyed black cat. Huh. The moment he heard the hissing sound, Lin, he felt despair. I've been discovered. Ooh, I can only fight with all my strength. The black cat moved swiftly, expending its energy on escape, only to be toyed to death like a stray dog. Only by fighting desperately could he have a slim chance of survival. Lin he drew the money sword and employed the same trick again, shooting sword light at the black cat's eyes. Based on previous experience, you can only regain your sight after resurrection. So this time it'll just blind your eyes without killing you. Let's see what you do now, beast. When a person is pushed to desperation, they will always exhibit a bit of quick wit. Sure enough, after a scream of agony, the black cat covered its eyes, rolling on the ground in pain. It seemed to have worked. Lin he showed a hint of joy, but just as he was about to escape, he was blocked by the 3 black cats that had heard the commotion. Damn, they're here so fast. Lin he cursed his luck. If they had come one by one, he could have blinded all the black cats, but with all 3 coming at once, it was game over. I am too inexperienced. Being able to shoot 2 beams of sword light is already my limit. To shoot 6 beams simultaneously and accurately hit their eyes. How is that not impossible, eh? But not fighting meant death. Lin he made up his mind, biting off the tip of his own tongue and spraying his blood on. In magical practices, blood is the essence of yang, so when casting spells, chicken blood is often used to enhance magical power. In this urgent situation, Lin he had no time to use chicken blood and had to resort to human blood instead. But don't underestimate this human blood. As a Taoist with a pure body, Lin he's blood was far more potent. Indeed, after being sprayed with blood, the entire money sword came alive, emitting a crimson glow in the darkness. Kill. Lin he channeled his magical power, launching 6 beams of sword light simultaneously, and with a series of sounds turned the 3 black cats before him into blind creatures. It worked. Looking at the black cats lying on the ground, Lin he felt elated. If it weren't for biting off his tongue, he might have laughed out loud. A breakthrough at a critical moment. These scenes that usually only appear in the protagonists of novels actually happened to him. To be able to control 6 beams of sword light at such a young age, my master will surely cultivate me heavily when I return. Perhaps he will even teach me thunder techniques. Once I have thunder techniques and inherit the Taoist temple, I can. Lin he already envisioned a splendid future. But at that moment, with a swish, a claw interrupted his beautiful dream. Why, oi? Lin he looked down at his suddenly severed body and the one-eyed black cat before him, feeling bewildered. He had clearly blinded its eyes. How could it hit him so accurately? Was it relying on hearing? Or sensing with its whiskers? As expected, it is as smart as a human. Sigh, if I had chosen to face this together with the captain, would the outcome? In general, when the protagonist achieves a breakthrough at a critical moment, the crisis should be resolved. Yet Lin he still died as easily as a stray dog by the roadside. This is Xihong City, a place where a single birth point can wipe out hundreds of transmigrators. At this moment in the cat house, Meng Chengcheng was completely broken. She heard the priests roar before death, the sound of the captain. Only I and Xiao Hu remain, and Xiao Hu is missing as well, possibly dead too. The feeling of fear engulfed her like a tide. Accompanied by the sharp sound of the door creaking open, a black cat unexpectedly returned to the cat house. It had a white mark on its eye, the very one-eyed dragon that had killed the priest, the captain, and Lin he. Step by step, the one-eyed dragon gracefully prowled around its territory, each paw strike resonating in Meng Chengcheng's heart. No, don't come closer. Crouched in the litter box, Meng Chengcheng dared not make a sound, silently praying for the black cat to leave. But the increasingly loud footsteps told her that it was all over. The captain and the others are dead. Ooh, no one will save me now. Am I going to die too? At that moment, Meng Chengcheng had fallen into an abyss named despair. As the saying goes, blessings rarely come in pairs and misfortunes never come alone. At that moment, a second black cat barged into the cat house. Then without knowing what happened, although it entered later, the second black cat arrived at the litter box faster than the first, jumping onto Meng Chengqing. Of course none of this was known to Meng Chengqing, who lay in the litter. She only felt a sudden heaviness upon her body. She had been discovered. With despair filling her heart, Meng Chengqing wanted to get up and flee to put up a last resistance, but fear rendered her body as heavy as lead, unable to move. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time passed, Meng Chengqing's heart, which had just been filled with despair, began to stir again. I'm not dead. Why? The force is mutual. From the sensation, the black cat on her body had undoubtedly discovered her, but why had some rule or escape route been triggered? Meng Chengqing racked her brain to recall the rules, but found no reason for the black cat to spare her. Rule 1: acquire a doll outfit in the castle. Rule 5: survive for half an hour while wearing the doll outfit. Wait a minute. In an instant, Meng Chengqing's mind exploded. Doll outfit. They had only seen the mouse doll outfit in the castle, and because she was playing as the mouse in hide and seek, they mistakenly believed the doll outfit was the mouse doll outfit. Just like in the goldfish catching project, there exists a second type of fishing tool. What if there is another kind of doll outfit? But they had clearly searched the entire castle. If there were a second type of doll outfit, where could it be hidden? Cats are as clever as humans. It couldn't possibly be on the black cat, could it? Could the black cat actually be a person disguised in a doll outfit? Meng Chengqing never expected there could be someone even crazier than her. If hiding in a monster's lair is brave, what does it mean to skin a monster? No wonder the rules allowed for 30 minutes of safety time. Actually, the game had already hinted that players wearing the mouse doll outfit would have their speech turn into squeaks and their speed increase. So these meowing monsters could very well be humans disguised in black cat doll outfits. The rules say that after 30 minutes the cats will begin to hunt, warning the mice to be careful. But why should mice be careful of cats? After uncovering the secret of the project, Meng Chengqing was left with one question: who is this black cat on me? Meow meow meow, damn it, meow 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 meow, where's your mom? Meow 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 meow, aren't you leaving? Chen Feng panted, intending to drive the one-eyed dragon back. But the one-eyed dragon remained unmoved. Chen Feng knew this was due to the mouse doll outfit. After killing the black cat and wearing its skin, Chen Feng discovered that his strength, agility, and hearing had increased several times, along with gaining the ability of immortality, and he could also smell a unique scent. A unique scent coming from the mouse. So in the game, no one wearing the mouse doll outfit survives. Chen Feng noticed the one-eyed dragon beginning to huff, clearly losing patience. Although black cats wouldn't attack each other, as more and more black cats entered the cat house, Meng Chengqing lying beneath them would eventually die, unless she also had a black cat doll outfit. So where could she find such a doll outfit? Chen Feng stared at the one-eyed dragon, and this cold gaze made the latter's fur stand on end. I am borrowing something from you, you must not be stingy. Meowed. The one-eyed dragon sensed danger, and quickly turned to escape to the door. Its speed was indeed fast, so fast that the priest Wu Team and Lin, he couldn't react in time and perished beneath its claws, but in front of Chen Feng, who could use Si Onwei stand this speed, was at most that of a little girl. In an instant, Meng Chengqing felt everything change. The weight on her body lightened. One black cat suddenly disappeared from the room, and there was an added smell of blood in the air. Did another black cat give up and leave? Just as Meng Chengqing was confused, she felt something pat her, and then push her out. Chen Feng pointed at the corpse of the decoy on the ground and the dangling pieces of black cat skin. Meng Chengqing understood and hurriedly took off the mouse doll outfit. Thank you. An hour had passed. The game was over. Survivors in the second round of hide and seek, 4 people. Besides Meng Chengqing and Chen Feng, the painter and the younger brother among the brothers had also survived. The painter survived due to excellent hiding skills and not wearing a doll outfit, while the younger brother found another loophole in the rules. The rules stated that wearing a doll outfit for half an hour would earn game currency, but it never mentioned that one had to survive for half an hour during the hunt, so upon entering the castle the two brothers switched to the mouse outfit. About 40 minutes later they took off the mouse outfit. But they didn't know that even after taking off the mouse outfit it would still attract black cats, so when a black cat tracked them to the wine cellar, the elder brother, who knew he couldn't escape, made a noise and sacrificed himself. To reiterate, the rules clearly state that cats think like humans, so when the black cat found the elder brother in the cellar it naturally assumed that there wouldn't be a second person hiding inside. But it didn't expect that these two brothers with a reverse mindset had put all their eggs in one basket. Thus the younger brother survived. However, he now looked ashen, showing no signs of joy after being saved. As for Chen Feng and Meng Chengqing, they initially had no intention of returning the doll outfits. After all, the cat doll outfit not only increased strength and agility, but also granted immortality. But after a while they noticed that the longer they wore the doll outfit the more brutal they became, even finding the flesh and blood to be sweet. So before losing their sanity and turning into monsters they hurriedly took off the doll outfits. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully signing in to the Horror Paradise Hide and Seek project. Just 2 more, and they could earn points. Chen Feng noticed that the wooden board in the vampire boss hand had changed. The game now has 10 players and the captain permanently killed 3 monsters. While the subordinates were killed, the vampire boss remained indifferent to Chen Feng and the others. This is the horror story. The most reasonable monster, as long as it does not violate the rules, will absolutely not attack. Leaving the castle, Chen Feng felt his clothing corner being grabbed. Turning around, it was Meng Chengqing, tearful and distressed. Chen Feng asked, "Are you okay?" Meng Chengqing sniffled, trying to appear strong, but her red eyes betrayed her. "The captain is dead. Oh, what should we do next?" "What should we do? Just chill." This was the first time Chen Feng saw Meng Chengqing like this. In his impression, this girl was always full of confidence like a proud peacock. But now she looked like a drenched chicken. At this moment, Chen Feng realized that although she was a medium, Meng Chengqing was only 20 years old. For an ordinary person, she hadn't even graduated from university and had gone through all this, which was indeed a lot for her. So he comforted her. "It's okay, or I will get you out." Back to the hotel. In the early morning, Meng Chengqing lay in bed, unable to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she could hear that sentence ringing in her ears. "It's okay, or I will get you out." That steadfast gaze, that absolute confidence gave her an immense sense of safety. Meng Chengqing felt that I never expected my first love would be him. Maybe I should move in and live with him. I've observed that his room has 2 beds. I could say it's for safety since there are monsters everywhere and agents should take care of each other. If he hears that I'm living with him, he must be overjoyed. He's getting a good deal. But if he tries anything with me, I won't agree to it easily. Meng Chengqing jumped out of bed, preparing to pack her things, when she suddenly felt that the ghost who had been bothering her for a long time had returned. "Get lost, you dead ghost." Generally, junior mediums can only sense those who have just died nearby, as ordinary people's souls dissipate over time. Only those with great obsessions before death would linger in the world, unwilling to depart. Since it's a new day, then I'll try to communicate and see what this strong obsession wants from me. Without hesitation, Meng Chengqing lit incense, and suddenly a gust of cold wind swirled in the room. Meng Chengqing's eyelids flipped, revealing the whites of her eyes, and she frowned. "So it's you, Lu Xiaohu. You've been bothering me when you were alive, and now you won't leave even in death." "Huh, Xiaohu." Meng Chengqing's mind exploded in a sudden realization. Xiaohu is dead, and he died 2 days ago. Then who is the Lu Xiaohu that has been with them for the past 2 days? Meng Chengqing hurriedly checked the memories of the deceased. Just before Lu Xiaohu died, he was conversing with a young man in a Taoist robe with his hair in a bun. It was Lin He. Lin He said, "Xiaohu, be honest, do you like Chengqing?" Lu Xiaohu scratched his head. How did you know?" Lin He chuckled, not answering Lu Xiaohu's question, but instead suggested, "Let's not worry about that for now. I have a way to make Chengqing happy. Do you want to hear it?" Yes. "Brother Lin, if it works out, I'll treat you to a meal." Sure. "Do you still remember what our task is this time? Isn't it to collect game coins and exchange them for that doll souvenir?" "That's right." "So think about it, given Chengqing's personality, she would definitely want to be the first to collect the souvenir. If you secretly slip the game coins into Chengqing's bag, do you think she wouldn't be happy?" Seeing this, Meng Chengqing was shocked. "This is murder." Lu Xiaohu hesitated. "Brother Lin, won't there be danger if we lose the game coins?" "The rules say game coins are as precious as life." Lin He deceived him. "Xiaohu, think about it. Game coins can be exchanged for dolls that give people a second life. Isn't that doll just as precious as life? So according to the rules, what is as precious as life is the souvenir, not the game coins." "You've got it wrong." "So that's how it is." "Brother Lin, now that you say this, I really feel enlightened." "You're enlightened indeed. Don't forget to invite me to your wedding when you get married." "Yeah, thanks, Brother Lin." After the 2 parted ways, Lu Xiaohu took out the game coins and secretly slipped them into Meng Chengqing's bag. After a while, he suddenly felt unwell, dropped the tourist guide from his hand, and fell to the ground unconscious. At this moment, the incense candles extinguished with a snap, and everything became clear. Lin He, you selfish and venomous scoundrel. Meng Chengqing, having seen the memories, was furious. It turns out that so early this guy had already revealed his wolfish ambitions. Meng Chengqing regretted not having communicated earlier to expose his true nature. If she had, perhaps the priest and the captain would not have sacrificed. But now the problem arises. The one who killed Lu Xiaohu is Lin He. But Lin He is already dead, and Meng Chengqing still doesn't know who Lu Xiaohu is now. In this vast world, there is nothing strange. Meng Chengqing had heard that Western necromancers and local corpse drivers could manipulate the dead, but one controlled skeletons, and the other controlled corpses. They could not do what Lu Xiaohu did: breathe, talk, and even eat. This is the area where strange tales reside. Strange tales are creatures that kill according to rules, and Lu Xiaohu also died due to triggered rules, so it is entirely reasonable that his body was occupied by a strange being here. This explains why this guy could navigate the project with ease, because he is a local monster. And I actually developed feelings for such a monster. Why would a monster want to save me? What is its purpose? Doesn't want to use me to infiltrate the organization and attack the base. Yes, it must be. The more Meng Chengqing thought about it, the more it seemed to be the case, and she quickly devised a countermeasure. That is, first pretend not to know, cling to the monster's leg to survive, then as soon as they return to the base, report to the higher-ups, gather all the agents, and eliminate this monster. Yes, that's it. Meng Chengqing curled the corner of her mouth into a sarcastic smile. Don't underestimate me, monster. The next afternoon, outside the bumper car attraction, Chen Feng felt that Meng Chengqing was acting strangely, her expression very unnatural. At this moment, he certainly did not know that he had already exposed himself, thinking that Meng Chengqing was just sad for her deceased teammate. In order to play the role of a devoted admirer, Chen Feng got 2 strawberry cones from a nearby ice cream stand, saying, "When you're feeling down, eat something sweet." In Meng Chengqing's eyes, this gesture was simply ridiculous. First of all, everything in the horror paradise is free. Giving free things to girls is insincere, a failure. Secondly, sweet things easily lead to weight gain. Is it easy for me, Meng Chengqing, to maintain my figure? You want to tempt me to eat sweets? A huge failure. Lastly, he didn't even ask me what flavor I liked, just decided on his own. A typical ironclad man. Male chauvinism. The ultimate failure. If it were any other time, Meng Chengqing would definitely have coldly rejected him and complained about this behavior to her best friend. But then again, Chen Feng had to play the role of a devoted admirer to please Meng Chengqing. And Meng Chengqing also needed to please Chen Feng. After all, whether she could escape now depended entirely on him. What if he refuses to take me out in a fit of anger? I must not neglect him. Meng Chengqing took the cone, cleared her throat, and let out a bell-like laugh. Thank you. How did you know I like strawberry flavor? Chen Feng honestly replied, because I like to eat strawberries, so I got one. What the hell, this guy is an idiot. Meng Chengqing was utterly speechless but could only force a smile, and say, seems like we have quite similar taste. After a long awkward laugh, Meng Chengqing noticed that Chen Feng was not responding to her, focusing solely on eating the ice cream, nearly making her faint from anger. Don't just eat, speak. Can't you even flirt with a girl? Meng Chengqing was very angry but still had to maintain a smile, continuing the topic. Do you know that in the cafeteria, you can exchange information about various attractions? Although this will prevent us from earning game coins since our task has already failed, wouldn't it be better to exchange some information about the bumper cars? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's heart suddenly tightened. Due to system regulations, without obtaining game coins, he could not successfully check in. Thus, he could not exchange information. However, Meng Chengqing's suggestion was very reasonable, making it hard for him to refuse. So this became a troublesome situation. Chen Feng stammered for a long time without coming up with a good excuse. Seeing that Chen Feng's expression was off, Meng Chengqing wanted to slap herself. I almost forgot the other party is a local monster, definitely knows the secrets of the attractions, and surely doesn't need to exchange information. Why am I so talkative? Why did I bring this up? Seeing that Chen Feng was about to slip up, Meng Chengqing was even more anxious than Chen Feng and immediately covered for him, saying, I understand you must be wanting to use your own strength to pass the level fairly, right? Xiaohu, you really impress me. Chen Feng scratched his head. Is that what I was thinking? But anyway, since there's a way out, he replied, yeah, that's what I was thinking. You are so manly. Meng Chengqing felt like retching inside when she said this, but she still actively linked her arm with Chen Feng's, saying, you will protect me later, right? Of course. Strange. At this moment, Chen Feng was also mentally complaining. Why did Meng Chengqing's friendliness suddenly increase so much? Could it be because of the heroic rescue yesterday? With the same modeling Lu Xiaohu, that loser chased the goddess for so long, and couldn't win her over, yet my bro managed to do it in less than 3 days. It seems my last life wasn't wasted watching romantic anime, like Kaguya-sama Love is War. Meng Chengqing certainly noticed that Chen Feng's smile was wider than a Dragon King's. If she could, she would really want to tear off that smug expression. But now, in order to survive, she could only play along, pretending not to see. Let you be smug for a few days. Boys and girls come play at the Terror Amusement Park. And whenever the music begins, you know the party has started. And bump bump. Let's ride the bumper cars. But beware those roaring vehicles. Ring ring. Let's toss rings at the bunnies. Be gentle with Mr. Bunny. Into the rhythm of the park's theme song, Chen Feng and Meng Chengqing arrived at the bumper car attraction. As they walked, Chen Feng caught a strange odor. Do you smell that? And Meng Chengqing sniffed the air. Gasoline. And Chen Feng shook his head. No. It's more like something burning, charred beyond recognition. Just then a group of tourists suddenly crowded in front of Chen Feng. And, excuse us, please step aside. And were they cutting in line? Chen Feng glanced at them. 3 people. A portly, greasy man, a middle-aged woman clutching a handbag while speaking on her phone, and a young boy with untied shoelaces humming cheerfully. A textbook family of 3. The boy urged Mom. Hurry up. I want to go to the haunted house next. And the woman nodded. All right, just don't run off. Honey, is my phone broken? Why is there no signal? And Chen Feng couldn't help but tap the greasy man on the shoulder. Hey buddy, there's a long line behind us. What gives with the line cutting? The man turned around, utterly unashamed. So what if we cut in line? Chen Feng froze stunned. And what the hell? Does skipping the queue actually make him right? The woman chimed in exactly. Can't you as an adult just yield to a child? And truly, birds of a feather flock together. Chen Feng's temper flared instantly. You little. And before he could utter the final syllable, Meng Chengqing gently grasped his hand. Let it go, don't get angry. We've got all the time in the world. That's more like it, the greasy man said, turning to Meng Chengqing with a warning glare. Keep your boyfriend in check. If his mouth stays foul, he'll regret it. After the argument subsided, Chen Feng frowned in disbelief. Chengqing, you actually swallowed that. Are you born under the sign of the turtle? Meng Chengqing leaned close, whispering softly into Chen Feng's ear. Think about it. Every ride here claims lives. Since this family is so eager to depart together, why not grant them their wish? Her warm breath brushed his earlobe, delicate, fragrant, electric, sending shivers of tingling warmth down his spine. Chen Feng's mood lifted instantly. Now that's more like it. The bumper car attractions operator was a fire-wreathed figure, his body blazing as though he'd just escaped a vehicular explosion. The rules remained 5 in total in 1. Each game accommodates 5 players, each may select 1 white bumper car to drive. In 2. Upon commencement, 5 black ghost cars will appear. In 3. To confront the ghost cars, unity is paramount. In 4. White bumper cars explode after repeated collisions within a short span, extremely hazardous. In 5. Any player remaining seated on a bumper car when the game ends receives 1 token. In the bumper car arena was a fully enclosed space ringed by high fencing. The venue was spacious, roughly 800 square meters, about the size of 2 international basketball courts. Chen Feng spotted bumper cars numbered 1 through 5, pristine white, each fitted with a dual-seat bench, a rubber steering wheel, and 2 square pedals, 1 on each side beneath the chassis. He presumed 1 pedal served as the accelerator, the other as the brake. And he glanced at Meng Chengqing. Though their team leader was gone, tradition dictated he consult her first. Chengqing, what's your take? Me. And Meng Chengqing lifted her gaze, internally scoffing. And play along, keep playing. And you already know everything. Why ask me at all? It's like taking off your pants just to fart, utterly redundant. Yet to avoid arousing suspicion, she analyzed aloud. I've noticed several anomalies. Rule 1 instructs each player to choose 1 car, but these bumper cars clearly seat 2. Given Rule 4, that white cars explode, we might infer that once a vehicle detonates, its rider can board another car to complete the objective. Also, Rule 1 specifies white bumper cars for selection, but Rule 5 only requires any bumper car to remain intact at game's end. Drawing from hide and seek logic, perhaps even the black ghost cars are drivable. Chen Feng nodded approvingly. Brilliant, go on, and oh, now it's endless. Meng Chengqing retorted, exasperated. Didn't you notice? Of the 5 rules, the one marked with 3 exclamation points is invariably the fatal clause. On the surface, victory demands preserving your white car from destruction by black ghost cars until the very end. There are 5 ghost cars, and in bumper car dynamics, being surrounded by multiple vehicles invites rapid successive impacts. To prevent this, players must shield one another. That likely is what unity truly signifies. This attraction favors those who know each other well. After her analysis, Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. And soon the first wave of visitors vaulted over the fence and entered the arena. The game began. The entire arena erupted with pulsating electronic dance music, and black curtains descended from all sides. And they're blocking our view. Chen Feng strained to listen. The bass and drumbeat were deafening. Only faint shrieks, metallic collisions, and sporadic explosions pierced through the sonic haze. No one knew what unfolded behind those curtains. And when the black drapes rose again, the 5 white bumper cars stood idle, awaiting new riders. But the players who had entered, gone without a trace, wiped out entirely. At the sight, the frontmost patrons paled and bolted. With the line now thinned, the next group, consisting of the family of 3 and Chen Feng's pair, stepped forward. I'm taking car number 1, and the boy dashed into the arena and seized the first white bumper car. Ni's mother, however, sensed something amiss. Honey, where did the previous guests vanish to? Probably left through the rear exit. Line was backed up after all, the greasy man shrugged. Still uneasy, she pressed. Then why did everyone ahead of us flee? Must have been urgent business, he assured her, patting her shoulder. Darling, you're just exhausted. It's just a bumper car. What harm could it possibly do? Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Meng Chengqing selected cars 4 and 5 respectively. Gripping the steering wheel, Chen Feng felt a nagging sense that he'd overlooked something vital. A cold unease coiled in his gut. At that moment, the operator raised his hand, and the black curtains fell once more. Neon lights flared across the arena, syncing with the electronic beat. 5 black bumper cars appeared, each emblazoned with glowing numerals 1 through 5. Indeed, ghost cars. Where license plates should have been 2 rows of jagged white teeth grinned. Where headlights belonged, twin crimson eyes burned with malevolent intent. It was grotesque. How could a vehicle possess facial features? And worse, still its chassis bore no wheels, only 4 thick fleshy legs, skin the raw glistening pink of butcher shop meat. Revolt churned in Chen Feng's stomach. And he twisted the wheel preparing to flee. Yet the moment the music swelled, the ghost cars lunged toward the 5 players like bears drawn to honey. The woman shrieked, "Monsters," and the greasy man laughed heartily. "Look at you, scared stiff. Those aren't monsters, just mechanical limbs." With that he charged his bumper car straight into ghost car number 1. Crunch. Its red eyes rolled upward, stunned motionless for several seconds. See, nothing to fear. And emboldened he rammed ghost car number 2, again knocking it senseless. This time, however, his own vehicle blared a piercing siren-like alarm. He'd read the rules. He knew further collisions would be perilous. So he evaded the ghost cars for a brief interval, and soon the shrill warning faded. Ah, so that's how it works. Chen Feng now understood the ghost cars hunted relentlessly throughout the game, yet players could temporarily disable them via impact. But repeated collisions triggered the bumper car's alarm, after which any additional impact would trigger the explosion described in the rules. Too simple, wasn't it? Chen Feng smirked. With coordinated teamwork, 1 player per ghost car, victory seemed effortless. So how had the first group met total annihilation? Then thud. Chen Feng lurched forward as a brutal force slammed into his lower back. They'd been struck, and by a ghost car. When had it approached from behind, and he twisted around, only to see a white bumper car and the grinning childish face of the boy, tongue lolling, mocking him outright. Chen Feng snapped, "Are you insane? Get lost," and the greasy man overheard, and barked back, "Watch your filthy mouth. What kind of sore loser are you, and damn it?" Chen Feng realized the source of his dread. And newcomers in this family was utterly new to the amusement park. They had no inkling of the danger, treating it like ordinary bumper cars carelessly colliding with others. In cooperation, forget it. At best they'd refrain from sabotage. And hey, buddy, the monsters are real. And what monsters? And never mind. Chen Feng knew mentioning monsters would earn only disbelief. So he reframed his plea. "I concede. Can we form an alliance to fight the ghost cars together?" But the greasy man paid no heed. He barreled straight into Chen Feng's car instead. Na sharp beep 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 echoed from the dashboard. Chen Feng's blood pressure spiked. What a fascinating game. It told me exactly how many ghosts I'd face, but forgot to mention how many pigs would be joining the ride. Remember, this is what you brought upon yourselves. Chen Feng twisted the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator, swiftly widening the distance. Think you can run? Not a chance. The greasy-haired man bellowed, "Son, don't let him get away." The boy, brimming with excitement, flicked his nose and chirped, "Roger, Roger." Flank him. Front and father and son surged forward from opposite directions, converging on Chen Feng. They clearly assumed that explosion meant little more than a hollow bang, a cheap scare tactic to jolt players into premature elimination. Seeing Chen Feng's vehicle flash repeated warnings, and now trapped between pursuers, Meng Chengqing instinctively cried out, "Watch out." Chen Feng glanced in her direction, and saw Meng Chengqing risking collision herself, maneuvering to intercept the greasy-haired man's car, diverting pressure from him. A quiet warmth stirred within him. So this girl truly has fallen for me. Just then the middle-aged woman, who moments earlier had trembled in fear, lunged forward and shoved Meng Chengqing aside with a snarl, "Stay away from my husband." Brilliant. The greasy-haired man burst into raucous laughter. "I've got a wife. What about you?" With that he charged headlong at Chen Feng. And meanwhile, from behind, the boy barreled forward in his bumper car, relentless. Nowhere left to run. Trapped, front and rear. The situation had devolved into a perfect pincer. Even the legendary racing deity of Akina Mountain would be doomed here. Yet Chen Feng activated the Sign Wisdom. In an instant time across the entire zone, slowed to a Some might ask if Chen Feng accelerated, but the car didn't. What good is spinning the wheel 100 times per second when the vehicle simply won't respond? But it is effective. And though the car couldn't accelerate, Chen Feng's raw strength was undeniable. He leapt from the driver's seat, intending at first to kick the vehicle forward with brute force. But he paused, recalling how a single punch could shatter brick. One well-placed kick might detonate the car entirely. So instead he gently nudged it, just enough to roll it clear of the encirclement, then slipped back inside and restored time's flow. What a... the father and son hurtling at full speed blinked, and the white car vanished before their eyes, leaving only stunned silence between them. No. Too late to brake. Thunderous crunch, heat-in collision. A seismic jolt slammed into them frontally. Their steering wheels flew from their hands, their bodies thrown violently, organs battered, as if struck by a heavyweight boxer's fist. It wasn't over. Having each already collided once with Chen Feng, and now crashing into each other, the two vehicles simultaneously blared urgent warning chimes. Goodbye. Tires shrieked against asphalt as Chen Feng sped away. Only then, dazed and reeling from impact, did the father and son hear the sickening rhythmic thud of limbs striking pavement. The ghost car had arrived. Run. The greasy-haired man wrenched the wheel, executing a sharp sweeping turn, and narrowly escaped the ghost car's grasp. His elementary school-age son was not so fortunate. In another crunch, Nago's car rammed his white bumper car aside, triggering its alarm into frantic, escalating urgency. Where before it chimed a calm melodic ding-dong, now it shrieked ding, like a time bomb, counting down to oblivion. At that sound, nearby ghost cars recoiled, retreating en masse from the boy. Dad, my car's broken. Helpless, he stared at his father. No matter how hard he pressed the accelerator or twisted the wheel, the vehicle remained dead still. The greasy-haired man frowned. What kind of garbage attraction is this? Waited in line forever, only to get knocked out after 2 bumps. Dad. I'm not done yet. Alright. No tantrums. Dad'll take you again soon. Yay. Overjoyed at the promise of another ride, the boy raised both arms high. Then his joy exploded. Deafening boom. The greasy-haired man froze, watching his son's bumper car erupt in a towering pillar of flame, followed by a scorching blast wave and acrid smoke as the entire chassis disintegrated. Metal shards, rubber fragments, and his son, whose final scream never left his throat, all vaporized into charred, blackened debris. Ni's child was reduced to ash and splinters. Son! Both parents screamed in unison. The woman stomped the brakes and scrambled, stumbling, toward the smoldering wreckage. But halfway there, a ghost car lunged, its tongue lashing out, coiling around her, and swallowing her whole, in one smooth, grotesque motion. Crunch. Pah! The ghost car spat out a spray of pulverized bone. Wife. The greasy-haired man raged, dodging another ghost car, his hatred for Chen Feng now incandescent. You knew from the start. Knew these were real monsters, didn't you? Then why didn't you warn us? Why? You're the one who killed them. Meng Chengqing shook her head in disbelief. She'd witnessed everything, so you started this. And it was the monster, not us, who killed your wife. You dare not confront the true threat, yet blame us. Chen Feng waved her off, no use arguing with him. Hey sir, yes it was me. What are you going to do about it? Eyes bloodshot, the man snarled. I'll kill you with my bare hands. Seeing him charge recklessly, Chen Feng stood unmoved. Come on, try. They crashed, separated, then slammed together again. Simultaneously both vehicles erupted with the same frenzied, ticking alarm. Do you really think our cars are both totaled, and we'll die together? Aren't they an idiot? I have a girlfriend. Do you still have a wife? Chen Feng vaulted gracefully onto Meng Qingqing's car, leaving the greasy-haired man utterly stranded. No, stay back. Desperate, he sprinted toward his wife's abandoned vehicle, but 2 legs could never outrun 4. Watching the man vanish into the ghost car's mom, Meng Chengqing smoothed her hair and snapped, Who's your girlfriend? Chen Feng chuckled, just teasing him. Humanity remains baffling. Seeing his nonchalance, she felt an unexpected pang of disappointment, though now was no time for such thoughts. The pressing question loomed, what do we do next? Originally, the game balanced 5 players against 5 ghost cars, 1 player per vehicle, colliding at measured intervals, ensuring no fatalities. But now 2 survivors faced 5 monsters. Should those creatures coordinate a pincer maneuver, as they just had, escape would be impossible. Don't panic. The middle-aged woman's car is still intact. Before the words left his mouth, bang, and the car was gone. Chen Feng fell silent deep in. Within the amusement park, leaking game mechanics incurred penalties, deducting tokens. So pairing newcomers, clueless and unprepared, was inevitable. Yet if success relied entirely on teammates, the design would be fundamentally flawed. There had to exist a... What was it? Chen Feng recalled Meng Chengqing mentioning they could seize black cars, like playing hide and seek. Nice. The black cars were flesh and blood monsters. No matter how many times struck, they wouldn't explode. But therein lay the problem, they were predators. Merely approaching invited immediate consumption. And even if one somehow stunned the creature and climbed aboard, once it awoke and thrashed, the rider would be flung off instantly. Damn it, if only they were dead. Wait, dead. With my strength I could obliterate them outright. Ni's superhuman intellect whispered it was time to unleash his power. But that wouldn't do. Meng Chengqing is right here. If I suddenly unleashed godlike force, shattering a monster with 1 punch, any fool would know I'm not Lu Xiaohu. Chen Feng didn't yet realize his identity had long been exposed. Is there any method an ordinary human could use to defeat them? As he pondered, clarity struck. I know exactly what to do. And he braked sharply, seized the wheel, and executed a flawless 180-degree turn. Meng Chengqing gasped in horror. Why are you driving toward the ghost car? Stop, immediately. Seeing bumper cars delivered right to their doorstep, the 5 ghost cars wasted no time. Grinning wide, they surged forward. Utter madness. Pure insanity. Meng Qingqing's expression froze in bewilderment, but then she paused. This man would never commit suicide. There had to be method in his madness. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive collisions sent 3 ghost cars crashing to the ground, while Chen Feng's vehicle shrieked with urgent alarms. This was the moment to leap out and flee, but Chen Feng showed no sign of stopping. He stomped on the accelerator and charged straight toward the remaining 2 ghost cars. Watching the ghost cars recoil in alarm, shrinking away from the blaring siren, Meng Qingqing suddenly grasped it. Of course. The bumper car arena was cramped. Surviving unscathed amid 5 encircling ghost cars was sheer fantasy. They had to eliminate the ghost cars. Rule 4 stated plainly white bumper cars exploded with extreme danger. If such an explosion threatened humans, why wouldn't it threaten ghost cars too? Why did ghost cars stagger into daze upon impact? Why didn't the bumper cars detonate instantly, but instead counted down? Why did the ghost cars retreat during that countdown? All were subtle clues. What are you waiting for? Run. Chen Feng sprang upright, seized Meng Qingqing's distracted wrist, and leapt from the bumper car. The instant they cleared the zone, a thunderous explosion engulfed the dazed ghost cars. Done. Chen Feng flashed a crisp OK sign. As he'd predicted, the ghost cars caught in the blast never stirred again. Pick one and hop in. Meng Qingqing wrinkled her nose in disgust. The ghost car seat was upholstered in fleshy peachton skin, its steering wheel resembled a pulsating heart, slick with viscous fluid, unnervingly organic. I'll pass. I've already failed the mission. A game, tokens mean nothing now. Fine then. The moment Chen Feng settled into the ghost car, a system chime echoed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully checked in at Terror Amusement Park. Bumper cars. Success. Only one more attraction remained before claiming 5 precious system points. Leaving the bumper car arena, they faced a new dilemma: low difficulty attractions. Goldfish scooping, air rifle shooting, hide and seek, and bumper cars had all been cleared. The final challenge loomed: choose between 2 high fatality options, dancing or costume performance, or dare the unsettling ring toss. Chen Feng asked Meng Qingqing, can you dance? She pondered briefly. Does exorcist dancing count? Then no. No dancing means only one option remains, costume performance. Why? Can't we try ring toss? Meng Qingqing offered an alternative. Didn't you analyze it earlier? Ring toss may be the hardest. It's like finding a lamb among wolves. Chen Feng had once been a high-tier gaming streamer. He knew well, in elite matches of Honor of Kings or League of Legends, spotting an adorable avatar or cute username on the enemy team, paired with a bare-bones, unskilled champion, meant certain doom. That was then. This is now. Meng Qingqing muttered inwardly, with a local monster like you beside me, does any attraction truly differ? It's the zero fatality attraction. You don't want to die here, do you? Fine. Though baffled by Meng Qingqing's sudden confidence, Chen Feng agreed. The ring toss attraction was undeniably the most unsettling of all. Beneath a gnarled, crooked old tree, the vendor had drawn a chalk line across the ground. At one end lay plastic rings, at the other stood square pet cages, each holding a snow-white rabbit. White fur, crimson eyes, stubby tail. Externally nothing appeared amiss. Yet after the goldfish incident, no one dared underestimate these creatures. The vendor himself was a humanoid-sized giant rabbit gnawing a carrot while holding a wooden signboard inscribed: 1. Ring a Mr. Rabbit. Earn 1 game token. 2. Mr. Rabbit is very hungry. 3. Be kind to Mr. Rabbit. 4. Do not harm Mr. Rabbit. Standard protocol. Chen Feng turned to Meng Qingqing. Qingqing, what's your read? She shook her head. Stereotypical nonsense. Carrots, high in sugar, low in fiber, are unhealthy for rabbits. I've raised them, they prefer hay. Who asked about rabbit nutrition? Chen Feng shrugged. It's a monster. Let it eat what it pleases. Even if it spares human heads, that's already generous. I meant, why only 4 rules this time? 0 fatality. Fewer rules. Every anomaly whispered deeper danger. Meng Qingqing declared boldly after thorough analysis. I have no idea. What pride was there in ignorance? Chen Feng observed closely. Tourists who successfully ringed a cage indeed received a token from the vendor. And the rabbit inside vanished into thin air. Where had it gone? To the tourist's home? Or into invisibility? Chen Feng recalled a psychiatric hospital patient who claimed invisible monsters tormented him. Could this be the so-called Mr. Rabbit? With a flick of his wrist, Chen Feng effortlessly looped a ring around a cage. Instantly the latch sprang open. The white rabbit bounded free, sprinted fiercely, and dissolved into the night. Where had it gone? Would it return for supper? Bewildered, Chen Feng nearly doubted his own senses, until the rabbit vendor placed a token in his palm, and the system chimed ding. Congratulations. You have successfully checked in at Terror Amusement Park. Ring toss. Congratulations. You have completed all Terror Amusement Park check-ins. Reward 5 system points. That was it. Chen Feng felt like watching a botched film finale. Meanwhile, Meng Chengxing finished her toss. Cupping empty air, she smiled at Chen Feng. Mr. Rabbit is rather adorable. Huh, you can't see it. Then perhaps each person sees only their own Mr. Rabbit. Indeed, Chen Feng's hunch proved correct. Mr. Rabbit was visible solely to its owner. Yet others' rabbits lingered nearby. His had fled. Had it been repelled by his legendary king's aura foot odor? Chen Feng chuckled wryly. Then we may depart. Yes, time to go. Oh. Meng Qingqing's face twisted in sudden terror, her scream piercing the air. Chen Feng locked eyes on her arm. A fresh wound gaped open. She gasped it. It's biting me. Chen Feng murmured, Rule 2, Mr. Rabbit is very hungry. Does feeding him require our flesh and blood? No wonder past players looked gaunt. Now the truth dawned. But why had his rabbit run? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A horrifying thought struck him. Chengcheng. I must urgently return to my room. He bolted toward the inn. Slam. The moment he slammed his door shut, the transformation system blared in his ear, warning. Your physical body is under attack. Xingfu Internet Cafe, second floor staff dormitory. A searing pain jolted Chen Feng awake. He opened his eyes to see a white rabbit gnawing at his face. Blood. Red blood seeped from the wound, dripping onto the ground. It was August during the scorching heat of summer, and the air was hot and suffocating, yet Chen Feng was drenched in cold sweat. He thought that as long as he played on a low-level account, he could fool around as he pleased. Dying wouldn't matter. After all, it was Lu Xiaohu who died, not him. Chen Feng. He never expected that a monster could bypass Lu Xia, his avatar, and directly find his true body. Truly, in this stage of merciful navigation, if you don't die, don't come. Just kidding, even if you die, don't come. After sucking Chen Feng's blood, Mr. Rabbit grinned, widely laughing, loudly giggling. It's hard to describe how terrible that laugh was. It was dry, eerie, and filled with malice, with every syllable sending chills down one's spine. What are you laughing at, you bastard? Chen Feng had once thought that if he could summon some spirit pet from a system, he might consider raising a dragon, since dragon knights were undeniably impressive. But raising a rabbit? Forget it. Chen Feng didn't dislike rabbits, but the kind of rabbits he liked were usually spicy or braised. Although I don't know how you found me, you are not welcome here. Chen Feng extended his left hand, grabbing Mr. Rabbit's long ears and lifting him up, then swung his right hand back, delivering a heavy punch that turned Mr. Rabbit into a rabbit pancake. But that wasn't the end. Chen Feng tossed the rabbit pancake onto the ground and stomped on it twice until it completely stopped moving before he stopped. This is troublesome. Despite having killed the monster, there was not a trace of joy on Chen Feng's face. Instead, he looked heavy-hearted. After encountering the landlady, the nurse, and the black cat. If Chen Feng still thought it would be that simple to deal with a monster, he must have had his head kicked by a donkey. You should, Chen Feng muttered to the air. Shortly after, the pile of rabbit pancake on the ground began to squirm, inflating and reassembling into Mr. Rabbit. I knew it would be like this. Chen Feng revealed an expression of as expected. To die and be reborn, even in the world of cultivation, it requires seizing a body or reincarnation, yet here, it was simply commonplace. Which other monster in Mercy Navigation City wouldn't resurrect? Giggling. Mr. Rabbit laughed excitedly, his red eyes fixed on Chen Feng, seemingly mocking his helplessness. Chen Feng was quite displeased. How could I be mocked by a rabbit? And he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he felt Mr. Rabbit seemed larger than before. Even if you resurrect, there should be limitations. For example, the landlady consumes mana, and if her mana is depleted, she can't resurrect. But this little creature is a monster story, acting according to rules, likely without mana restrictions. And the nurse can only resurrect at a fixed location. Oh, once out of the hospital, she's at a loss. But this little guy can resurrect outside the horror park, so it doesn't seem to have location restrictions either. Or the black cat needs the body to not suffer significant damage. If it's blasted to bits by a grenade, it can't, right? Since you and the black cat came from the same place, could it be that I didn't kill you thoroughly enough? He decided to take action. Chen Feng grabbed Mr. Rabbit's ears and stomped downstairs. Regardless of how much the creature bit him, he wouldn't let go. This little thing has quite some bite. Even a carnivorous goldfish only left a white mark on my hand, yet it managed to draw blood. Chen Feng arrived at the water bar on the first floor and took out a fruit knife for cutting lemons. Then one cut after another, he chopped Mr. Rabbit into pieces smaller than dumpling filling. But that wasn't the end. Chen Feng packed the rabbit's skin fragments into a bag, took some tissue and a lighter, and headed straight for the third floor. On the way, he happened to run into a fat guy. Seeing Chen Feng carrying so much paper, he kindly reminded him, Dude Feng, go watch your moderation, you could reduce it to ashes. Just do your thing. Chen Feng went up to the third floor, lit a fire, and cremated the rabbit. Looking at the ashes scattered on the ground, Chen Feng sighed in relief. If it can resurrect again, that would really be impressive. But Mr. Rabbit was indeed that impressive. To Chen Feng's astonishment, he watched as the ashes slowly squirmed, gathering together, then growing flesh buds followed by fur, until it transformed back into a white rabbit. and its size was now a whole circle larger, at least twice as big as before. Every time it gets killed, it returns in a larger form. Chen Feng originally wanted to kill it again to see if there was a limit to the resurrection, but now he didn't dare to act rashly. If this continued, a giant rabbit would soon appear. Damn. Chen Feng was fed up. He didn't want to carry this thing for life, being drained of blood by it every day. But for now, physical attacks were indeed ineffective. Usually when dealing with an unwanted pet, people would think of abandonment, but this little thing could run all the way from the amusement park to the happy internet cafe. With such impressive tracking ability, Chen Feng felt he would never be able to shake it off unless he crossed back to Earth. Could it be possible that Mr. Rabbit was not a living creature, but a curse? Though he had this idea, Chen Feng did not intend to use Lu Sun's protective charm. Whether facing the nurse's notebook or the director's curse, Lu Sun's charm had never disappointed when it came to disappointment. Now that he had finally earned some points, he couldn't waste them here. Should he restart? Chen Feng thought of loading a previous save, but that was genuinely troublesome. First, he would have to redo those damned projects and rescue the avatar from the amusement park. Secondly, the Fool Lin he would resurrect, and the goodwill he accumulated with Meng Chengcheng would be reset to 0. There was also the training plan's 1 point, and he would have to start the slacking timer over again. It was too much of a loss. The most terrifying thing was that Chen Feng was also afraid of one thing, that after loading the save, he would turn around and find Mr. Rabbit right beside him. This was not impossible. Chen Feng actually had a mutually destructive method in mind to somehow summon the director attacking with poison to make the rabbit also contract that self-igniting curse. He just didn't know if a creature that couldn't speak would be affected by the curse. Unable to think of a solution, Chen Feng decided to switch back to a low-level account. After all, Mr. Rabbit had already had a meal, so it shouldn't attack him again in the short term. When he returned to the horror park, Chen Feng initially wanted to find Meng Chengcheng to leave together, but discovered that her room had already been vacated. She ran away. Just left me behind. Is the boat of friendship so fragile? Chen Feng first went to the cafeteria to see if he could exchange information to deal with Mr. Rabbit, but as soon as others heard it was about the ring toss, they all shook their heads repeatedly. It seems there's only one way left. That is to seek help from the survivor in the organization. Since he has cleared all levels, he should have some way, right? Chen Feng followed the tourist guide and walked toward the exit. Just as he arrived, he heard a thunderous sound above his head. When he looked up, he found that the huge reed monster he had seen when he first entered the amusement park was actually alive. Dude, you're not inflatable, are you? Chen Feng's eyes widened as he watched the creature extend its tongue and lick him up and down. After confirming that Chen Feng had played 5 games, the giant reed monster nodded in satisfaction and let the dripping Chen Feng go. As for those who had not cleared the levels yet and still fantasized about leaving, they should have all been reported to the Meng Chengcheng did not know whether she was lucky or unfortunate. If you say she was lucky, her team had received a high difficulty mission far beyond their capabilities, and both the experienced priest and the powerful captain perished. If you say she was unfortunate, the mysterious being that possessed Lu Xiaohu was actually willing to assist her in killing rampantly, and after completing all tasks, it made excuses to leave. And she just as happily utilized the other party before discarding it. I survived. As she stepped out of the amusement park's gate, confirming that the game coins had been returned, Meng Chengcheng let out a long sigh of relief. When a medium experiences life and death, their soul gets tempered. Surviving this calamity, she felt she had made a step forward. Perhaps she would soon advance to an intermediate medium murderer. However, before that, there was still a problem to solve. Meng Chengcheng looked at the peculiar rabbit on the ground, which was covered in blood and continuously cackling, and hailed a taxi. Driver, South Mountain District, Guangming Hospital. The P.E.C.D. organization base is disguised as a top-tier hospital in the South Mountain District of Zihang City, but underground in the hospital lies a large shelter, which is the true form of the base. Metal security checks blood, draws, fingerprint verification, full-body infrared scans. After going through several procedures, Meng Chengcheng successfully arrived inside the base. Highly confidential and heavily guarded, this is P.E.C.D. Meng Chengcheng heard that there were nuclear warheads hidden in the base, and once attacked by anomalous creatures, the entire base would self-destruct. As she passed through a completely sealed white corridor, a lazy voice with a bubbly tone echoed, "Chengcheng, you're wearing a shoulder-bearing short-sleeve t-shirt, a dramatically short pleated skirt, an astonishingly full bust, and an hourglass figure." The appearance of this golden-haired vixen caused Meng Chengcheng's good mood to plummet. "India, why are you still not home so late?" India is a clairvoyant skilled in tarot card divination. There's a saying that goes, fellow practitioners are enemy. Meng Chengcheng despised these clairvoyants who spent all day deceiving people with ambiguous words and a few colored paper cards. There was simply no technical content. India chuckled twice with a clear hint of mockery in her tone. "Don't be so distant. Chengcheng, I heard you took on that terrifying amusement park mission and am quite worried about you. After all, agents daring to go to the terrifying amusement park are 10 times more likely to die. But seeing you return safely, I feel relieved. With your skills as the youngest medium in Zihong City, you must have completed the mission perfectly right. Annoying, 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 annoying. Meng Chengcheng's face turned green and red, feeling extremely embarrassed. She dared to bet that the other party must have used some kind of foresight ability to predict her failure and was deliberately waiting here to see her embarrassment. Otherwise, why would she be here at the base so late on a weekend? Green tea. Bitch. Whore. Meng Chengcheng didn't want to listen to the other's sarcastic remarks. I have urgent matters to attend to. Let's talk later. Urgent matters. India pulled out a card and examined it closely. The devil reversed. This means you are entangled with a monster, but since it is reversed, you will quickly find a solution. Let me guess, you are looking for the survivor of that amusement park, right? He has already joined the organization and is currently undergoing faux human training. You can find him in Area E. The C. D base consists of 6 major districts S, A, B, C, and D, and only agents who have reached that level can enter. Trainee agents like Lu Xiaohu can only operate in the lowest Area E. As for faux human training, it involves grouping 5 trainee agents to engage in close combat with captured faux humans to enhance real combat experience. Damn, how can a mere piece of scrap paper be so accurate? Meng Chengcheng felt angry but still maintained a smile. Thank you, goodbye. Under India's guidance, Meng Chengcheng quickly found the legendary survivor in the E District Hall. How should I? It was not what she had imagined. In Meng Chengcheng's mind, the other party would likely be a bespectacled scholar. After all, escaping from such a trap-filled, terrifying amusement park required great intelligence, perhaps to the point of being bald. But the pretty and delicate girl with a baby face before her, where did she come from? I am Meng Chengcheng, an agent who just returned from the terrifying amusement park. May I ask if you are the one who escaped from the amusement park? Yes, I am Jiang Dai, the survivor who escaped from the terrifying amusement park. Jiang Dai's voice was soft and gentle, like a clear spring flowing through the mountains. Meng Chengcheng was quite surprised. This delicate little girl had actually cleared the terrifying amusement park all by herself. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Just as Meng Chengcheng was about to ask, Jiang Dai calmly analyzed. You just returned from the terrifying amusement park, did not report the mission, and hurriedly came to find me. You must have something urgent. You have already left the terrifying amusement park, but have not resolved the issue. It must be Mr. Rabbit, right? Meng Chengcheng nodded yes. Jiang Dai nonchalantly asked, where is Mr. Rabbit? Meng Chengcheng pointed to a spot in the air here. Pick it up. Pick it up. It bites. Pick it up. Alright. Pet its head and groom its fur. Huh. Meng Chengcheng skeptically began to stroke Mr. Rabbit. It must be said that the rabbit's fur was quite pleasant to touch, soft and warm with a nice feel. Surprisingly, after accepting Meng Chengcheng's kindness, Mr. Rabbit instantly transformed. The originally eerie cackling of keek transformed into a painful moan of woo-woo. Effective, it really worked. Meng Chengcheng was stunned. Why? Jiang Dai explained. Reverse thinking. Have you ever killed Mr. Rabbit? Each time you kill Mr. Rabbit, it becomes stronger. Thus, conversely, the kinder you are to it, the weaker it becomes. So it turns out that simply treating Mr. Rabbit well, as the rules state, can lead to its demise. Meng Chengcheng felt enlightened. It's so simple. Why hasn't anyone thought of this? Jiang Dai sighed lightly, as if feeling anxious for Meng Chengcheng's intelligence. Sigh, if it were really that simple, ring tossing wouldn't be the hardest project in the amusement park. Are you saying this isn't enough? Being nice to Mr. Rabbit only weakens it. To kill it, you need the fifth rule. Meng Chengcheng was taken aback, but the ring tossing project only has 4 rules. Jiang Dai replied, think again, there is actually a 5th rule, but you haven't found it. Meng Chengcheng recalled the rules of ring tossing. 1. Catch a Mr. Rabbit, reward 1 game coin. 2. Mr. Rabbit is very hungry. 3. Be kind to Mr. Rabbit. 4. Do not harm Mr. Rabbit. The first rule is the game content. The second hints that Mr. Rabbit will attack the host. The third is a method to weaken Mr. Rabbit, and the fourth tells visitors not to attack Mr. Rabbit, or it will become stronger. 1 rule is missing. All other projects have a rule marked by 3 exclamation marks, but ring tossing does not. Why is that? Just as Meng Chengcheng was puzzled, a familiar voice echoed. So the rule for killing Mr. Rabbit has long been given to us. Meng Chengcheng turned her head sharply, her face suddenly paling, as if struck by lightning. Lu Xiaohu. How did he get here through the detection? Jiang Dai's face revealed a hint of a smile. You found out. Chen Feng clasped his fists and replied, thank you, I know now. Jiang Dai nodded and said, I know you know. Meng Chengcheng, who could briefly communicate with the dead, was nearly bewildered after hearing their conversation. What do you? Chen Feng wore an expression of disbelief and reminded Meng Chengcheng, the tourist guide, did you forget? Meng Chengcheng pondered for a moment and recalled that there was indeed a highlighted rule in the tourist guide. The amusement park is a place for joy. A crying is prohibited here. Wait, 3 exclamation marks. Could this be the 5th rule? Jiang Dai revealed the answer. Didn't you notice that Mr. Rabbit has been smiling all along. This suggests that what it fears is crying you as long as tears are shed upon it, it will naturally perish. Although she received an answer. Meng Qingqing, being regarded as a genius girl, yet seen as a fool by the two, felt quite displeased. This explanation is too forced, you must be guessing too right. Faced with such skepticism, Jiang Dai was not angry, not convinced. Looking at you, it seems you have never experienced the maze roller coaster or haunted house, these high-difficulty attractions, right? Chen Feng was astonished. How did you know? Jiang Dai explained one by one. In the haunted house, visitors are required not to look back, but during the game the owner will continuously create illusions to lure visitors to turn back. The only way to break this is the closing time in the tourist guide. If you endure until the game ends, you can clear it. Indeed, Chen Feng had already known this when he exchanged information. Jiang Dai continued. In the maze, visitors must find the exit under the guidance of the imposters. Some of those imposters tell the truth, while others lie, and the way to discern is the first rule in the tourist guide, checking if the imposters have the tourist guide on them. And then the roller coaster dancing. I understand now, Chen Feng interrupted. You mean the way out of those super difficult attractions is all hidden in the tourist guide? Jiang Dai looked at Meng Qingqing. Now do you still think it's luck? Meng Qingqing lowered her head, feeling somewhat convinced. The matter was resolved satisfactorily. Chen Feng spoke up. Now shouldn't we discuss our matters? Our matters? Speaking of this, Chen Feng was still quite angry. Qingqing, you really aren't being fair, leaving me all alone in the amusement park and running off by yourself. I was in a hurry to report the task. Meng Qingqing crossed her arms, feeling flustered. Little tiger, how did you find this place? I met a kind person. Kind person? Who? Me? With a bubbly voice, India greeted him, swaying as she approached. A few minutes ago, after a series of checks, Chen Feng, located in the corridor, was feeling lost like a headless fly. Although he was looking for the so-called survivor, this base was simply too large, and frankly Chen Feng didn't even know the name of the survivor. I only inherited part of Lu Zia's memories. To being able to navigate the base without getting lost is already fortunate enough. Oh, what should I do next? Fortunately, the mouth is right below the nose. Just as Chen Feng was worrying, he suddenly saw a blonde beauty walking towards him. This figure, does it really exist in reality? Chen Feng had seen beautiful women before. Figures like Shi Qingqing and Meng Qingqing were top beauties. But the pear-shaped figure of the woman before him, with curves in all the right places, he had only seen in certain comics and 3D sections. Not to mention, she was dressed lightly, wealthy, and generous. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if he saw her on the road, Chen Feng could watch her go for 20 meters. You gaze at the beauty, and the beauty gazes back at you. India carefully examined the person before her. Isn't this the clingy dog that follows Meng Qingqing around? I think his name was Lu Xiaohu. I heard he even signed up for that deadly amusement park mission just to flatter Meng Qingqing. Thinking of this, India was filled with confusion, almost blurting out, "You're not dead." Just yesterday, India had done a divination for Captain Wu and his team. Except for Meng Qingqing, the rest drew cards of upright death and upright 10 of swords. Death is the 13th main card, and 13 is inherently an unlucky number, coupled with the 10 of swords representing absolute death and failure. This foretold that Captain Wu and his team were doomed to die without a chance of return. Only Meng Qingqing was different. Her major arcana revealed reversed death, while her minor arcana showed reversed Knight of Cups. Death represents dying, but reversed death signifies a glimmer of hope amidst despair. And that hope lies on the Knight of Cups. The Knight originally represents a trustworthy guardian, but drawn in reverse, trust becomes deception. From India's years of experience, it could be inferred that Meng Qingqing was possibly saved by a fraud. This bitch really has some dog luck. Putting that aside, the fact remains that the others drew death cards. This means that aside from Meng Qingqing, the others should all be long gone. How could one still be alive? Could it be that I miscalculated? India's expression was uncertain. A divination is different from spirit summoning. Summoning involves calling the dead to possess, yielding accurate conclusions. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2, rarely going wrong. But divination results are often vague. The same card might yield different interpretations by different diviners. Maybe I misinterpreted. A Lu Xiao who might have gotten exceptionally lucky and survived. India thought this way, but the next second she knew she hadn't miscalculated. Chen Feng greeted her. Beautiful lady, may I ask you something? This person was definitely not Lu Xiao. As India, Meng Qingqing's nemesis, often quarreled with her, and as Meng Qingqing's admirer, the other party wouldn't possibly not recognize her. So is this a monster disguised in Lu Zia's skin? That bitch Meng Qingqing actually brought a monster into— I'll report to my superiors later. She won't be able to escape punishment. India smirked, her alluring demeanor causing Chen Feng to be entranced. Smiling sweetly at this moment, Chen Feng still didn't know his underwear had already been exposed. Lady, do you know if the organization recently brought back a survivor from the horror amusement park? I know Handsome, right in District D. Thank you. Handsome, I also need to go to District E. Let me guide you. Sure. So you just brought little Tiger here. Meng Chengsheng said incredulously. What? You don't want your admirer anymore. India looked at Meng Chengsheng smugly, her eyelashes fluttering as if to say, I already know about your collusion with the monster, just wait for your punishment. Lu Xiaohu seems to know this blonde girl. At this moment Chen Feng also sensed something was off. Just then the hall suddenly sounded an alarm. Attention. Accompanied by a heart-stopping alarm, countless bizarre, humanoid figures rushed into the E-Zone hall. Skin sewn with thread with only one eye and a face with a buttocks. Chen Feng had only seen expressionless humanoids before. This time, it was truly an eye-opening experience. Humanoids escaping. Meng Chengsheng felt an ominous premonition in her heart. Humanoids are indeed the most common and the weakest monsters. Yet even the weakest of monsters are still monsters. Their strength is about twice that of an average person. While that may not seem like much, strength is not a straightforward calculation. 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. To give a simple example, people often consider a person who is 1.6 meters tall to be short, while 2 meters tall Yao Ming is seen as a giant. However, the numerical difference between them is less than 50%. If a person who is 1.6 meters tall were to double in size to become a 3.2-meter giant, how many 1.6-meter individuals could they defeat? In response to this, Chen Feng had a deep understanding of this. Back at the Happy Internet Cafe, 5 well-trained SWAT officers nearly got toppled by a single humanoid, and that was against a humanoid with weaknesses. Now with so many humanoids escaping, it was likely that many lives would be lost. Help! Don't kill me. Security. Security. The security. The trainee agents in the E-Zone hall were all rookies who had never seen such a scene. In an instant the sounds of running, cursing, and crying intertwined, and the entire base hall was thrown into chaos. But P.E.C.D. recruited talented individuals, and not everyone was a lamb waiting for slaughter. Amidst the chaos, a yellow figure flashed by. A muscular man wrapped in a yellow headscarf with inward converging pupils shouted loudly, and swung a heavy punch laced with gale force, sending one humanoid flying. However, there was more than one humanoid in the hall. Facing the unending stream of humanoids, the man's face turned red, and he radiated a golden glow as if covered by a golden armor. No matter how the humanoids attacked, they could not harm him in the slightest. Meng Chengsheng exclaimed, what an impressive skill. Relying solely on this brute strength, this cross-eyed giant could easily be rated as a clever agent. India blinked her eyes and said, they say this generation has produced 2 monstrous newcomers. This strongman Zhou Yi is one of them. It is said that he transforms into the yellow turban warrior who is not only immensely strong, but also indestructible. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Meng Chengsheng asked, who is the other monster? India glanced at Jiang Dai without speaking, but everyone understood. Although Zhou Yi was fierce-faced with so many humanoids in the hall, he was still outnumbered, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Seeing Zhou Yi in a tough battle, Meng Chengsheng retreated and said, it's the weekend, and it's evening. Most agents are not in the base. Before the security personnel arrive, we should leave quickly. Chen Feng sighed. It's already too late to leave now. A humanoid with a head twice the size of an average person's was already fixated on them. The large-headed humanoid was fast reaching the 4 of them in an instant. Alas, it seemed they had no choice but to act. Chen Feng had not intended to reveal his strength, but he could not simply allow the monster to kill this incarnation. So he stepped forward, approaching the monstrous humanoid. The large-headed humanoid was taken aback. It clearly did not expect that the opponent would not flee, but instead dared to approach it. Seeking death, the large-headed humanoid charged, intending to knock Chen Feng to the ground, but unexpectedly, it was met with a heavy punch from Chen Feng. Pow! Brain matter splattered, skull shattered. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, it felt like they blinked, and the previously charging large-headed humanoid suddenly had half its head blown off, collapsing to the ground lifeless. One hit. It settled. Meng Chengsheng's beautiful eyes widened like boiled eggs. Although Zhou Yi's brute strength was also impressive compared to Chen Feng's recent display, it was hardly comparable. Jiang Dai also flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Standing calmly, her expression towards the humanoid was one of indifference. Jiang Dai had long seen from the clues that Chen Feng was quite capable, but she did not expect his capabilities to be so vast. On the other side, adhering to the principle of going all out, Chen Feng walked up to Zhou Yi, punching and exploding 2 humanoids, helping him out of trouble. Zhou Yi gave a thumbs up to the air and said in a silly tone, thanks. I haven't eaten today, so I have no strength. My buddy is here. Which way are you pointing? Chen Feng asked. Why haven't you eaten at this late hour? Zhou Yi explained, because I just watched a video where the expert said it's bad to eat on an empty stomach. Then you might as well starve to death. Chen Feng realized that this guy was a fool. During their conversation, the sound of gunfire rang out. A group of soldiers armed with firearms stormed into the hall. The security team from the base had arrived. Under their cover of fire, the troublesome humanoids were quickly turned into Swiss cheese. Everyone's sorry for the scare. The security captain scanned the room, and suddenly noticed that the two beautiful women from the base were here quickly greeting them. Ching, you're back. I knew you would make it. Yes. Missing Dia, are you unhurt? Yes. Facing the security captain's earnest inquiries, the two women, burdened with heavy thoughts, merely responded perfunctorily. Meng Chengqing regretted leaving Chen Feng behind. Meanwhile, Dia pondered. The reversed Holy Grail Knight represents deceivers, so this fake Lu Xiaohu before her must be that deceptive knight. No wonder that bitch Meng Chengqing could return alive from the horror paradise. Turns out she was holding on to such— Suddenly Dia flashed a crazy thought. Regardless of whether the opponent is a monster, such a powerful knight, I need to pull him over. Where there are people, there is a community. As mentioned before, D operates in teams of 5. Unlike Meng Xingxing, who casually boasts about geniuses and regards herself as superior, looking down on others, Dia prefers to form alliances, joining forces. If I can pull him into my team, I could even attempt— With that thought, Dia kindly said, handsome. Chen Feng couldn't help but get goosebumps. Handsome me. Although Lu Xiaohu wasn't ugly, he wasn't exactly at the level of a handsome guy. Yes. Dia grasped Chen Feng's hand, her voice soft, even carrying a hint of coaxing. It's already 11 p.m. Would you like to have a late-night snack together? Dia, what do you mean? Meng Xingxing's gaze turned frosty, clearly displeased. It was me, I was the first one. Whether it's the real Lu Xiaohu or the fake one, I clearly knew him first. Why should he have a late-night snack with you? It's just a meal, nothing more. Lu Xiaohu is my friend. If anyone is having a meal, it should be with me. What is this situation? Watching the two beautiful women at loggerheads, the nearby security captain was also taken aback. The fact that Lu Xiaohu is a sycophant is known even by the dogs at the base. Everyone is clear that with Meng Chengqing's proud character, she could never look at a clown like Lu Xiaohu. So privately, everyone regarded Lu Xiaohu as a joke. Yet today, the newly promoted clever agent, the profiting Dia, actually threw flirtatious glances at Lu Xiaohu. And the genius medium Meng Chengqing is actually jealous. Could it be that this is what it means for a sycophant to have it all in the end? Night fell softly. Meng Chengqing, Indira, Chen Feng, Zhou Yi, and Jiang Dai strolled together beneath the amber glow of street lamps. Indira pressed a hand to her forehead. She had invited only one person, yet here they all were. Jiang Dai stated her purpose: I wish to join your team. Indira frowned in confusion. A promising rookie like you surely has no shortage of offers. Yet I conducted a thorough analysis among all squads willing to accept probationary agents. Yours is objectively optimal. How did you ascertain that? I visited the archives and reviewed attendance records over the past several years. Yours is the only team with 0 fatalities. Naturally. With my precognitive abilities, how could we possibly fail? Flattered by such fervent praise from the strongest rookie of the year, Indira felt a quiet swell of pride, and couldn't resist a subtle jab at Meng Chengqing. A petty soul basking in fleeting triumph. Meng Chengqing muttered inwardly. Indira turned to Zhou Yi. And what about you? Do you also wish to join us? Zhou Yi replied in his simple, earnest tone, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Alright, I understand. Truly a single-celled organism. With a smile edged in steel, Indira turned to her arch-rival. Chengqing, you've just returned. Don't you need to file your mission report? Trying to poach my strongest asset. Not a chance. Meng Chengqing seized Chen Feng's arm and played along. You're right. Xiaohu, let's head back and submit our report. Indira's smile froze. Reluctantly, she conceded, it's already so late. You can file it tomorrow. Chen Feng, who'd been walking for some time, finally asked, is the restaurant really nearby? Not at all. Chen Feng spread his hands. Then why are we walking? Zhou Yi blinked innocently. Is walking not permitted? It's not that it's forbidden, but look, there's a subway station right beside us. Jiang Dai explained. Hang Station's Exit 8 is one of the city's most notorious paranormal hotspots. Then what about the bus? The midnight last-run bus in Hang isn't for the living. It's for the dead. What about the tram? Surely we can take a tram. Are you certain? At 11 p.m. Legend says riders are delivered, not to their destination, but to a ghost platform. Chen Feng had never imagined ordering late-night noodles could be this complicated. Had his sign-in system or benevolent deity system still been active, he'd have triggered at least 4 quests by now. If all else fails, we could simply hail a taxi. There exists a yokai named Renudo which disguises itself as a taxi's wheel, luring passengers to desolate places before devouring them. Is that the one you mean? Chen Feng pointed at a taxi parked directly before them. Its front wheel bore the grotesque, bald, leering face of an ancient man, eyes locked unblinkingly upon the group. Indira's smile vanished instantly. That's it. This was Hang City. Step outside for a pack of cigarettes, and you'd encounter 5 distinct monsters before reaching the corner store. Chen Feng had long since grown accustomed to such phenomena. Meng Chengqing's expression darkened. Suddenly, I'm no longer hungry. You go ahead and eat. Indira lowered her voice, her first genuine alignment with her rival. I just remembered. I've been trying to lose weight. Perhaps another night would be better. Chen Feng hesitated. Retreating now would feel humiliating. We're monster hunting agents. Is fleeing the only thing we can do when a threat stands before us? Jiang Dai cautioned, are you certain? Renudo is a Class B yokai, possessing petrification, soul-devouring, and pyrokinetic abilities. What we see is merely its disguise. Its true form towers over 3 meters tall. Crushing us would be as effortless as rolling over a speed bump. Oh, if that's how it is. Chen Feng declared with solemn conviction, my instincts aren't aligned tonight. I'll spare it for now. Though the midnight meal plan collapsed, the outing wasn't fruitless. Jiang Dai secured her place on the team. Indira gained the strongest rookie of the season, and Meng Chengqing successfully thwarted a rival's attempt to recruit her key ally. Even Chen Feng acquired valuable intelligence on local entities, cold monstrous data that upon his next system draw would transmute into warm golden points. Only Zhou Yi returned empty-handed, his stomach growling audibly. But did anyone care? No. If we destroy that wheel, can I finally eat? Zhou Yi pulled a yellow square cloth from his pocket and stepped forward, then recoiled at the ghastly fire flickering across the wheel and the corpse-like face frozen between laughter and tears. He spun around and bolted after the others' thudding footsteps fading into the night. Never mind. Chen Feng chuckled, he's not stupid at all. In the days that followed, Chen Feng filed his mission report alongside Meng Chengqing. Upon learning the full truth, the organization upgraded the Terror Amusement Park mission from Class B to Class A. Then Chen Feng used the organization's archives to investigate 2 matters. First and foremost, Director Niu. Chen Feng vividly recalled the man blocking the save point and killing him 3 times. That debt demanded repayment. After logging into the terminal, Chen Feng entered Niu Mian and retrieved the dossier. Entity named Niu Mian. Classification Urban Legend. Threat Level A. Profile Director of the 4th Psychiatric Hospital, High Priest of the Holy Cattle Cult, preaches apocalypse to indoctrinate CI, hangs citizens as followers. Data point 1 victims slain by Niu Mian are invariably found charred beyond recognition. Access to data point 2 requires rank D agent clearance. Access to data point 5 requires Runka agent clearance. As a probationary agent, Chen Feng could only view the most basic files, so to obtain deeper intelligence he approached Meng Chengqing for assistance. Chengqing, do you know any Runka agents? No, I don't. And even if I did, they wouldn't help you. It's a violation. Discovery means immediate expulsion. Her firm refusal didn't deter Chen Feng. He caught the nuance immediately. You said they won't help me, implying you might. Well, Chen Feng pressed, violation only applies if discovered. So, undiscovered it's not a violation. That's sophistry. Chengqing, I ask you, do you wish to become a Runka agent? Of course I do. That day Meng Chengqing had just learned of Indira's promotion to rank C. The thought of being hailed a prodigy, yet left behind by Indira, sent her spiraling. Then you're on the right path. Tell me, what path leads you to Runka? Meng Chengqing paused, then answered, beyond incremental accumulation, slaying 1,000 pseudo-humans, or completing a single Runka mission. You wouldn't dare consider. Precisely. I intend to undertake a Runka mission, with you. Chen Feng knew his identity had been exposed the moment he revealed his strength. His transformation system remained a secret he could never disclose. Fortunately, he'd spent these days observing C.I. Hang's eccentricities, and fabricated a plausible cover. He claimed to be a spirituser capable of transforming the deceased into autonomous avatars. I trust your intellect has already deduced I'm not Xiaohu. Yes, he perished long ago. But don't mistake me, I did not kill him. Meng Chengqing nearly retorted, I knew that from the start. Yet she held her tongue, and instead murmured, I believe you wouldn't lie to me. Absolute trust. A soft trembling voice. Luminous fluttering eyes. Had Lu Xiao, who stood in Chen Feng's place, he'd have been utterly smitten. But Chen Feng thought only, she believed me so easily. So much for the prodigy moniker. Had Meng Chengqing glimpsed his inner thoughts, she might well have fainted on the spot. Which Runka mission do you plan to undertake? Chen Feng had already chosen his next checkpoint, the Mad Zoo. He typed, Mad Zoo, into the archive terminal and pressed enter, confirming its status as a Runka assignment equal in tier to the Terror Amusement Park. Rescue Bioresearcher QP. Permission Briefing Researcher QP entered the Mad Zoo under escort by a Class B agent squad to gather primary field data. For 6 months, no contact. Presumed total loss. Until Indira's prophecy confirmed QP remained alive. Hence this mission. Indira's prophecies aren't infallible. QP may already be dead. We'd waste our time. And if an entire Class B squad was annihilated, how can we succeed? Switching missions was out of the question. His priority was checkpoint activation. The rescue was merely incidental. To bolster Meng Chengqing's confidence, Chen Feng asked, what's there to fear? Do you recall those few who escaped the 4th Psychiatric Hospital during our first entry into the Terror Amusement Park? Meng Chengqing's mouth dropped open into a perfect, oh, could it be you? Indeed. His voice remained calm, but radiating from within him was an unshakable self-evident certainty. Team leader Wu confirmed it. A full squad of Class B agents was wiped out inside the asylum. Yet I escaped, and slew one of its denizens. So it wasn't just a proxy. This was a transcendent one. Meng Chengqing asked, when do we depart? Chen Feng reflected the Terror Amusement Park housed a reedy monstrosity towering over buildings. So the Mad Zoo, equally rated as a 5-star checkpoint, must harbor a foe of comparable scale. At his current strength, confronting such a creature would be suicide. Chen Feng relished danger, but possessed no masochistic inclinations. His last foray into the Terror Amusement Park had been to preserve his avatar. Now he chose caution, cultivate steadily, never recklessly overextend. No rush, let's wait a few days. For the following weeks, Chen Feng trained relentlessly at Happy Internet Cafe, while Meng Chengqing practiced spirit communion daily, honing her abilities. During this time, Indira visited Sector E, several times searching for Chen Feng, but he'd been immersed in high-level cultivation under his main account, missing every visit. Still, Indira wasn't without gains. This season's top rookies, Jiang Dai and Zhou Yi, joined her squad, and soon completed a Class D mission, earning full agent status. Watching Indira surge ahead, while Meng Chengqing remained sequestered. Base personnel whispered, has the former prodigy fallen irreversibly? Accepting a Class A mission 3 tiers above one's rank, only to witness teammates perish. I'd collapse too. Their gossip gnawed at Meng Chengqing's pride. How much longer must we wait? Or should I form another team first, just to reach rank C? There you go, impatient again. Chen Feng knew she burned with urgency, but timing was everything. When the moment arrived, he'd lead her to unstoppable, glorious victory. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. Ding. Congratulations. Player has completed the strategic withdrawal achievement. Awarded 10 temporary points. Current save point usage 2. System points 6, save point recharge 2, hero training plan 1, Lu Sun's blessing 1, Terror Amusement Park checkpoint 5. Temporary points 10. Ding. Congratulations. Player has successfully completed the Class B hero training program. The moment has arrived. That very night, under a moonless, wind-laced sky, Chen Feng reached peak wall-breaker strength. He switched to his secondary identity, Lu Xiaohu, and met Meng Chengqing before the towering wall of the 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Clang. A light tap of his fingertip sent a massive visible fissure spiderwebbing across the concrete surface. Meng Chengqing stared stunned. At that force, a mere flick to her forehead would send her skull flying hundreds of meters away. This should be it. Chen Feng located the security booth and punched straight through the wall. Dust billowed as the sleeping pig instructor was instantly buried alive. Enemy! Enemy! As the pig instructor roared and thrust his porcine head from the rubble, he met a fist striking with the explosive force of an RPG. At our first meeting, I had no power to resist. Later we fought to a standstill. Now, you cannot even withstand a single blow. How deeply satisfying this is, Instructor Pig. I shall likely remember you for the rest of my life. Chen Feng gazed upon the scattered remains, lost in quiet reflection. Meng Chengqing drew a sharp breath. In her mind, she calculated 1 pseudo-human equaled 5 probationary agents. The pig instructor crushed pseudo-humans as easily as snapping chickens. And yet this man had obliterated him with a single punch. Chengqing, wait here. Chen Feng advanced alone across the mist-shrouded plaza, clutching the ramhead key. Moments later, distant, thunderous booms echoed across the grounds. Meng Chengqing strained her gaze toward the horizon, and faintly discerned violet lightning arcs lancing across the sky. That's Yang Mian's lightning ability. Could he be in danger? Though she'd witnessed Chen Feng's godlike strength, her palms still dampened with sweat, her heart hammering with concern. After all, Yang Mian's fearsome reputation was forged atop countless fallen agents. Suddenly, the entire asylum fell silent. The battle had ended. Who emerged victorious? In that profound hush, Meng Chengqing spotted a familiar figure emerging from the courtyard, walking steadily toward her. Here. Chen Feng casually tossed down a severed ram's head. Its horn snapped clean off. 1 Class B Yang Mian, 1 Class C Zhu Mian. Plus credit for dismantling the 4th Psychiatric Hospital and rescuing student patients. You should ascend to rank B. Last night, a terrifying attack occurred at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital in our city. According to nearby witnesses, a man and a woman sneaked into the hospital under the cover of darkness and launched indiscriminate assaults on the medical staff. Currently, the incident has resulted in at least 30 deaths, including the renowned psychology professor Mr. Meng Chengqing held up the head of Yang Mian, proudly displaying it around the base like a fisherman showcasing a big catch. Good morning, Chengqing. Good morning. I went to kill Yang Mian last night, and am still a bit tired. Chengqing, have you eaten yet? Not yet, I was too busy killing Yang Mian to have time to eat. Chengqing. How did you know I killed Yang? Regardless of what others were discussing, Meng Chengqing always managed to steer the conversation towards Yang Mian. She wanted everyone in the base to know that the genius girl had returned. Someone couldn't take it anymore. Haven't you been wandering around the base all morning? Are you lost? Someone who knew Chengsheng chuckled. I don't think she'll stop until she encounters India. Unfortunately, India would not be making an appearance. Last night, upon learning that Meng Chengsheng planned to head to the 4th Psychiatric Hospital, India had laughed more joyfully than anyone else. Then upon returning home and secretly calculating, she became completely dumbfounded. The correct position, world. A huge success. That damn bitch, she's definitely going to cling to that holy grail night. To prevent Meng Chengsheng from showing off in front of her, India had taken a small team early on, accepted a level mission, and went on a business trip. Thus, even if Meng Chengsheng traveled from south to north, from light to dark, she was destined not to run into India. In contrast to the triumphant Meng Chengsheng, Chen Feng felt a bit down. That guy Niu Mian was just too cautious. Last night Chen Feng made such a commotion just to wait for Niu Mian to arrive. But after waiting a full hour, he only got a van. Chen Feng took the initiative, activated his time stop, and killed all the monsters in the van, but he found no trace of Niu Mian's body among the 4 ordinary doppelgangers. Since something happened at the hospital, Niu Mian couldn't possibly send only a few doppelgangers for support. Reflecting on that day when Niu Mian blocked the door of the Happy Internet Cafe, Chen Feng speculated that Niu Mian might be able to possess a doppelganger and cast curses. Damn it, where was his true body hiding? Chen Feng wouldn't find peace until he eliminated Niu Mian. Just then the hall suddenly announced over the intercom, Lu Xiaohu Meng Qingqing, please report to Area A. Immediately upon hearing this announcement. Area A. Hearing the announcement, all the agents cast envious glances. Wasn't it said that Yang Mian was only level? Perhaps the achievement of eliminating the 4th Psychiatric Hospital was too significant, and they decided to promote her outside of the rules. The praise from everyone made Meng Chengqing shake off the gloom of the past few days. She grabbed Chen Feng's hand and jogged towards Area A. After identity verification and passing through multiple checkpoints, the two arrived at the central hall of Area A. Strangely, it was completely empty with not a single person in sight. The eerie silence made Chen Feng feel somewhat uneasy. That's odd, isn't there even an level agent here? Maybe they're all out on missions. Do you think everyone is as free as us? Meng Chengqing wasn't too worried. After all, this was P.E.C.D.'s headquarters. What kind of danger could there be? Look, someone is coming. Following the direction of her finger, they saw a man in a lab coat entering from the corridor, muttering, I am deeply sinful, and my actions are unjust, and my deeds are unkind. Chen Feng felt that this phrase sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. After a moment, he and Meng Chengsheng began to repeat that phrase like a parrot. I am deeply sinful, and my actions are unjust, and my deeds are unkind. At the same time, flames and system prompts rang out. Ding. Your true body is under attack. I remembered it all. Everything came back to me. Chen Feng hurriedly switched back to his main account, but it was already too late. An hour earlier, a middle-aged man in a yellow training outfit entered an ancient mansion. Inside the ancient mansion, 4 black silhouettes had been waiting for a long time. The middle-aged man frowned and said, after such a huge incident, is there really no one else here besides me? Hearing this, the 4 black figures all laughed. One of them with red eyes, bat-like wings, goat-like, bleeding horns on his head, and a whip-like tail said, stop pretending, Niu Mian. Is your true body really here at the scene? Indeed, this man in the yellow training outfit was none other than Niu Mian, the director of the 4th Psychiatric Hospital. The one conversing with him was no simple character either. He was the demon lord of Xihang City. In addition, there were the great demon from the crazy zoo, the 1,000-year vengeful spirit ghost king from the ghost station, and the parasitic beast queen from the sewers, which hailed from outer space. Monsters, vengeful spirits, strange tales, cosmic entities, demons. You could say that all the notable monsters in Xihang City were gathered here. The queen was an impatient character. Enough small talk, Niu Mian. You took such a huge fall. Do you know who did? Niu Mian told the demon. My followers have already figured it out. It was those rats you raised in Nanshan district who did it. Recently, they even destroyed one of my avatars. The founder of P.E.C.D. was actually a demon. If the agents were to find out about this, it would surely cause an uproar. The great demon chimed in. That's right. 6 months ago, they also sent people to stir up trouble in my territory. These guys are getting more and more outrageous. And they also killed quite a few of my children. The Ghost King added, they exorcised many of my little brothers. Seeing the group all riled up, the demon lord waved his hands repeatedly. Stop. Why is everyone blaming me? First, I never issued a mission to eradicate the 4th Psychiatric Hospital. They did it on their own. Secondly, I have to put on a show, right? How else can I trick those people into joining? Moreover, ever since the formation of P.E.C.D., whenever a promising human appears, I eliminate them in their infancy. I've saved you all a lot of trouble, and instead of thanking me, you're blaming me. Traditional villains continuously send small monsters for the protagonist to level up, only to be hunted down by the protagonist. However, smarter villains choose to block the protagonist in the novice village. Sihong City is different. Both the righteous and wicked factions are one family. As soon as someone levels up to a level agent, they will be privately dealt with by the demon lord and replaced. Neo Mion also knew that the demons contributed significantly to their rule over Sihong City, but he couldn't swallow this anger. No matter what, I need an explanation for this, otherwise don't blame me for resigning. Hearing this, all the monsters were taken aback. The great demon advised, calm down, calm down. Little Neo, if you resign, that would be a huge problem. The Ghost King also expressed his concern. The brainwashing of the Holy Cow sect must not stop. If someone starts to worship that woman. The demon lord agreed. You know the situation outside. If that woman is released, you're all done for. You don't want to welcome the apocalypse, do you? Neo Mion replied helplessly. Alright, I'll start the reconstruction of the psychiatric hospital tomorrow, but Lord, you must hand over those two people. That's the way to go. Let's all take a step back and eat people in good spirits. This year, each of us will let 1/10 of humanity go for you to kill. Are you satisfied now? After the meeting ended, the four black figures dissipated one by one. Neo Mion shook his head and muttered, permanently sealing that woman. Dream on. The apocalypse will surely come. What is the most painful thing about playing games? It's never having defeated a boss. What is the absolute worst thing about gaming? That would be just having defeated a boss only to forget to save the game. On July 31st, when Chen Feng woke up again in the happy internet cafe, he felt utterly uncomfortable. Frustrated. I have spent so long building up my favorability with Meng Chengqing. Reset. The avatar Lu Xiaohu, who was painstakingly rescued from the amusement park, has returned to the very beginning. That bastard Professor Yang has also resurrected. Oh, that means I can kill it again, which is rather satisfying. Despite the misfortune, he had completed the B-class hero training program, and the slacking plan, otherwise Chen Feng would really be spitting blood. Chen Feng vowed to make Neo Mion regret coming to this world. Damn you, Neo Mion, our feud is officially established. I am deeply sinful, and my actions are unjust. S-V-I-S-T-N. Activate. S-V-I-S-T-N. Activate. Ever since obtaining a wall-busting physique, Chen Feng's resistance to S-V-I-S-T-N has also strengthened. This time he had to use it 6 times to shake off that memory curse. If I keep training like this, by the time I complete the S-class hero training program, I could stroll around in S-V-I-S-T-N. After calming down, Chen Feng began to ponder a question. Why is there a pseudo-human avatar of Neo Mion at the P-E-C-D base? Is it another uprising? But there was no alert. Has Neo Mion come knocking? It should have first occurred at the outermost E-zone. Called in for no reason, yet no one is here to greet me. Not a single agent in the A-zone lobby. Chen Feng had watched Conan and knew that once all impossibilities were eliminated, the remaining possibilities, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. P-E-C-D has been around for so many years, yet the city of Sihong is still crawling with monsters. Damn, P-E-C-D and Neo Mion are in cahoots. They are one No wonder an organization meant to resist monsters would name itself after monsters. At that time I found it strange. The entire world is ruled by monsters. Even the organization that resists them is a trap. Anyone else would have gone mad in such a situation. But Chen Feng remained calm. He had the system, and he was not afraid of anything. System activate. Chen Feng first checked his reserves. Number of restarts 1 system points, 6 temporary points, 10 available protectors. Lu Sun, Jiao Chan, Ma, Chao. Controllable spirits, 3-star water ghost traits, loves water, loves rain. Controllable avatar, Lu Xiaohu. Consume 1 point to acquire new avatar. Can formulate plan hero training. Currently completed phase 1 and 2. Consume 10 points to unlock phase 3 A-class training plan. Can choose hex deck. Consume 1 point to unlock one of 3 hex deck options. With more reincarnations, this battle has become richer. If one system is not enough, then 10 or even 100. Chen Feng looked at the system blind box. Besides the 2 old friends, the game system YX02QDMJ and the chat group system ZT03LTQ from various realms, this new customer seems a bit peculiar. Number YX03ZBZF said, Alan is a form of wisdom. Alan. A game system still talking about Alan. The only Alan game Chen Feng could think of involved sexy dealers dealing cards online. This can't be the gambling saint system, right? But the name doesn't match. Not wanting to overthink it, Chen Feng had accumulated a large number of temporary points. It was time to spend them. If I have 01, it'll take 01. If I don't have 01, it'll take 02. As for 03, I'm really not familiar with it. Choose YX02 QDMJ. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully activated the activation sheet system. A mall suddenly appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. A quick glance made him understand that this was similar to the mythical Three Kingdoms system, allowing him to exchange 1 point for a game sheet that lasts 1 minute. Ugh, trash. Chen Feng looked down upon non-permanent exchanges. It would just take Lu Xun's protection as an example. How many points did it cost him? And just for 1 minute, how weak and powerless that is. Chen Feng originally thought this way until he saw the exchange options. 1. Invincible mode. For 1 minute you will not be affected by any damage, ineffective against mechanism kills. 2. Infinite life. For 1 minute your life force is boosted to 999999999. 3. Infinite mana. For 1 minute you can cast skills without consumption. 4. 0 cooldown. For 1 minute your skills have no cooldown. 5. Maximum toughness. For 1 minute you will not enter a state of unconsciousness, slowing down, or being immobilized. 6. One-hit kill. For 1 minute your next attack will definitely one-hit kill the enemy. The strength difference cannot exceed 999 times. 7. Experience multiplier. 2. 0. For 1 minute your cultivation speed can be adjusted to a maximum of 999 times 8. Lock current time. Pause world time for 1 minute. 9. No drop on death. For 1 minute you will not lose restart times upon death. One-hit kill and invincibility. This is the wind spirit ancestor. Why didn't you say you were that powerful earlier? Chen Feng gasped. With this, what reedy behemoth or neo-meon, they are nothing. If you have guts, stand in front of me, or watch me one-punch you to death. Although he was very excited, Chen Feng quickly thought that if he couldn't find neo-meon, it would all be in vain. If only there was a system that could reveal the entire map. I remember there was a trend a few years back involving some intelligence system. After that, Chen Feng spent 1 point to activate the hex deck. 3 options. Table flip. Immediately sell all your abilities. S. V. I. S. T. N. Water Ghost Lu Xiaohu Avatar to obtain temporary points worth double their value. Don't miss again. Briefly activate a system you once possessed. Risky move. Lose 20 years of lifespan to gain 30 temporary points after 7 weeks. Table flip is definitely not an option, although exchanging S. V. I. S. T. N. for 10 points seems to double the value it trades away. All combat power. Isn't that suicidal? The risky move offers a lot, and if one is greedy enough it could be selected, but losing 20 years of lifespan, is that really worth it? After much thought, Chen Feng still felt that don't miss again was the best choice. I now have so many temporary points that I can activate the cyber system to exchange for more cybernetic modifications. Sorry, activation sheet system, it's not that I think you're useless, I just prefer something more lasting. There's also the proficiency system. With my current physique, I should be able to activate most trainings. If I use Hexdeck to activate the Hexdeck system, will it create an infinite nesting doll effect? Hehehe. Chen Feng couldn't help but hum, but as he hummed his expression suddenly changed, realizing he had overlooked the most crucial detail. Wait, a system I once possessed. Doesn't that mean the mission system can also be selected? Come back, great benefactor system, my proud faith. I'll pay 9 points in one go. Tears streaming silently. Ding. Congratulations to the player for activating the Hexdeck system. The player has chosen the Great Benefactor system. The Great Demon has established itself as the king of the mountains under the guise of opening a zoo, luring humans to their demise and devouring thousands in a single day, committing heinous crimes. Task objective: destroy the crazy zoo's forces. Task reward: 112 system points. The ghost story Oxfaced has created the Holy Ox sect and the 4th psychiatric hospital, brainwashing and imprisoning those who survive the supernatural events, committing unforgivable sins. Task objective: destroy the 4th psychiatric hospital and the Holy Ox sect. Task reward: 115 system points. The Demon Lord has created P.E.C.D. under the guise of combating supernatural entities while secretly suppressing human warriors, making it a crime punishable by death. Task objective: expose the truth of P.E.C.D. Task reward: 120 system points. The Great Benefactor system has been fully activated. Chen Feng busily worked at the psychiatric hospital for half a day, and the clock-in system only reluctantly awarded him 4 points. Looking at the Great Benefactor system, not only did it provide information, but the reward was an immediate 20 points. It's truly a case of comparison leading to despair. Strangely, the towering reed monster from the horror paradise had no bounty. Chen Feng had roughly guessed the reason. The snake demon Shi Qingqing had not died when he destroyed the Happy Internet Cafe, yet the system still gave Chen Feng a perfect score, proving that not all monsters are bountied. At the very least, they must be sufficiently evil. The horror paradise not only provides free food and accommodation, but also offers souvenir rewards for playing games. Only those who violate the rules of horror paradise are attacked by the reed monster, hence, it is not evil enough. As for the demon in the cycle of reincarnation, though it was sufficiently evil, it was too weak and had no power, so it went unnoticed by the Great Benefactor. Never mind. 3 is enough. Chen Feng pondered his next plan. He would first pick the soft targets and focus on P, E, C, D. If the demon behind P, E, C, D can be rewarded with 20 points, it must be the hardest to deal with among the 3 monsters, and should be saved for last. As for the ox-faced, even though Chen Feng hated it, he did not know where it was hiding, and for the time being he had no way to deal with it. In contrast, the Great Demon was not only the weakest of the 3, but it could also simultaneously complete both the Sign-In and Great Benefactor tasks, so he chose it. Of course, Chen Feng did not forget that he was currently in a wanted status, and could not go out in his original form. Thus, he needed to rescue his avatar. So on the resting chair of the horror paradise. Little tiger, you're awake. Seeing Meng Chengcheng's face again, Chen Feng's expression was somewhat complex. Alas, my favorability has reset. Noticing that the other party was staring at him, Meng Chengcheng shyly asked, is there something on my face? It's nothing. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze, and strode towards Team Wu's 3 members. The priest mockingly said, look. Our great romantic. Before he could finish, the priest was sent flying like a soccer ball, rolling 7 or 8 times on the lawn before stop. Chen Feng stomped his foot. Sorry, that was the lowest strength I could use. Lu Xiaohu, what are you doing? Meng Chengcheng, damn it, that's not Lu Xiaohu. Team Wu reacted quickly, and while speaking, one hand reached for his belt, but in the familiar spot his beloved gun was missing, leaving only an empty holster. Looking for this. Chen Feng shook the holy judgment in his hand. When did this happen? Team Wu had begun to sweat. With such speed coupled with the strength that had just knocked out the priest, if the opponent wanted to kill him it would take less than a second. Lin He immediately knelt down. Big brother, please don't kill me. I can give you everything. Chen Feng knew Lin He's character, and pointed at the others. Alright, if you kill them all, I'll let you go. Is that a promise? Lin He joyfully asked. I never go back on my word. After receiving a confirmation, Lin He wasted no time raising the money sword, and pointing it at Meng Chengcheng, who surprisingly did not react, evidently shocked by the sudden turn of events. What the hell are you doing? Team Wu yelled while lunging at Lin He. Sorry. I have no choice. Lin He recited a spell. Just as he wanted to unleash the sword light, the next second the Bagua mirror on his chest suddenly exploded. Was I attacked? Lin He looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. Did you trick me? I never go back on my word. Chen Feng struck with lightning speed again, smashing Lin He. What I said was kill them, and I'll let you go. You haven't killed yet, have you? You can smash someone to blood mist with just your fist. Team Wu, having been an agent for so many years, was encountering such a ruthless character for the first time. Damn, and a level monster. You say so, then so be it. Chen Feng was too lazy to play house with him. From now on, I'll take charge of this team. The priest limped and secretly asked Team Wu, are we just going to follow him? Team Wu glared. Damn, he can knock me out with one punch. Boys and girls, come play at the horror paradise. Whenever the music plays, you know the party has started. As the music sounded, Chen Feng led the 3 towards the goldfish catching event. The priest limped and secretly asked Team Wu, are we just going to follow him? Team Wu glared. Damn, he can knock me out with one punch. What can I do? While the 2 were talking, Chen Feng had already reached the riverbank, shouting at the shimmering water surface summon. Meeting the river's conditions, the summoning was successful. The temperature of the river water dropped by several degrees, and a water ghost appeared in the river, but since it was invisible, no goldfish noticed. Fish up. With just one sentence, a goldfish flew out of the river, plopping down on the bank. The priest looked dumbfounded. What's going on? Damn it, how would I know? Team Wu cursed. Chen Feng frowned. Why is there only one? If others see it, where do I put my face? Give one to each of us. Under Chen Feng's command, the second, third, and within just 10 minutes the bank was piled high with goldfish thrown up by the water ghosts. The rules only state that players can catch 1 fish each, but the water ghosts aren't players. So when Chen Feng left the goldfish catching event, the entire event also fell into a closing state. No more fish. Next was the air gun shooting event. Seeing the long queue ahead, Chen Feng took out the holy judgment and fired a shot into the sky, scaring all the tourists, and swaggeringly walked into the forest. Meng Chengcheng reminded, he didn't bring a gun. Team Wu, shush, be quiet. Isn't it better if he dies in the event? Then we'll be free. Freedom is impossible. Accompanied by a loud sound, a humanoid creature flew out of the forest and landed with a thud. Team Wu cursed. Damn, what is that? The priest went closer to take a look. It's the boss. The boss was lying on the ground, his scissor hands twisted into a braid. Meng Chengcheng glanced at the boss, then at the wooden sign, suddenly realizing, so the trap for this event is the boss. The boss is also one of the monsters. Although I found the answer, it was clearly of no use to the tourists now. The current boss, let alone killing, couldn't even play rock, paper, scissors without scissors. Hide and seek event. Chen Feng entered the cat house, and not long after, everyone was wearing warm cat skins. Bumper car event. As soon as the game started, Chen Feng jumped out of the car and single-handedly lifted a car to use as a weapon, smashing it towards 5 ghost cars. Team Wu was completely in awe. Damn, I've never seen anyone play bumper cars like this in my life. Finally, there's the ring toss event. Facing the invincible Mr. Rabbit Chen Feng truly felt like crying. But it didn't matter as he made the three cry, thus there were tears. Thus in just one night, Chen Feng broke through 5 events and earned the qualification to leave. Second round players are fierce. Chen Feng told the 3, I'm leaving. You can continue if you wish, but if you dare to leak even a word about today The agents stood at attention understood. Chen Feng added, but I thought about it, only the dead can keep secrets. Look how scared you are. I'm just joking, why are you all so scared? Not a bit of entertainment spirit. Farewell. Until Chen Feng's back disappeared at the exit of the paradise, the 3 could not believe their eyes. The priest asked, just like that he left. Team Wu loosened the grenade that he had been tightly gripping. What? You don't want him to go? Meng Chengcheng had a complex expression a bit. Everyone should ask themselves, if he hadn't helped us, would we have really been able to get through those events tonight? The priest responded, it's true, this task has really been a bit too difficult. That black cat's single combat ability is comparable to a clever agent. Team Wu glared, what do you mean? Our team has a genius medium like Meng Chengcheng. They wouldn't intentionally send us to our deaths, right? Wu Changshan had no idea that it was precisely because they had a genius medium that they were sent to their doom. On the other side, Chen Feng walked out of the exit under the watchful gaze of the reedy giant. What should be saved, what should be spent. Chen Feng certainly knew that he could choose not to play the events and leave directly. Although he would face attacks from the giant reedied monster, he could exchange for the skill one-hit kill and surely escape from horror paradise. But it's not worth it. Temporary points are still points. The reedy giant doesn't even offer point rewards, so there's no need to waste points on it. Moreover, even from the perspective of eliminating harm for the people, relying solely on one-hit kill would definitely not be enough to take it down. It's easy to deduce that it operates in a territory that sells stand-in dolls, so it's impossible that it wouldn't resurrect itself. One-hit kill. If this were another world, I could call you invincible. But here in Xihong City, I can only say you still take the rabbit-faced creature as an example. One-hit kill, not to mention breaking through the opponent's barrier. Even if I killed the nurse, she would instantly resurrect, and then after a minute I would be turned into a pseudo-human. What? You say the cheating system has invincibility. Please. Invincibility cannot bypass the mechanism of death. Xihong, a city where even cheating cannot be overcome. Chen Feng strolled down the street, suddenly falling into confusion. Should I go directly to the crazy zoo? In his previous life, Chen Feng had gathered quite a bit of intelligence about the crazy zoo. But now it seems it's all problematic. The archives say the crazy zoo is the domain of ghost stories, but the great benefactor system tells me that it is a monster's territory. Monsters are different from ghost stories. They won't spare you just because you follow the rules. If I go over now, there's a high probability I'll be attacked right at the entrance. 5-star check-in location. Ooh, I have no confidence in clearing it in one life. There's a saying about not fighting a battle without preparation. To charge in without information is not just named reckless, but a way to die. Chen Feng spent an entire night rescuing Lu Zia's avatar, and certainly did not want to die so quickly. To gather C. D intelligence, I still need Lu Xiaohu's identity as an agent. But I also can't go as my original self. How about opening another avatar? Each time I reopen, I can consume 1 point to gain a new avatar. Spending some points for the check-in task, and the great benefactor task is worth it. Chen Feng called out the avatar system ding. Congratulations to the user for purchasing a new avatar. Please adjust the parameters such as location, strength, and gender for the avatar. Let me see. The avatar's strength cannot exceed that of the original. Anyway, I can't inherit the avatar's strength, so it's fine. No, the stronger the person, the more they know, so fill it up for me. Location, of course, is Xihong City Crazy Zoo. Gender, ahem, male. Wow, can I even choose the race? Chen Feng scrolled down and found that the avatar could not only be human, but also options for cosmic beings, ghost stories, demons, and vengeful spirits. You all are the ones who don't follow the rules. Since you're sleeping under my cover, I'll also go under yours. Choosing a non-human race. After Chen Feng selected everything, he clicked confirm. Searching. Currently no satisfying character found. Please be patient, dear user. A day passed like this, and the next morning, seeing that the system had not yet responded, Chen Feng became somewhat impatient. It wouldn't just eat my points, would it? There's no one meeting the conditions. Can't you just kill one? At this time, the system informed Chen Feng that he could try to relax the restrictions, which might lead to a match. The location absolutely cannot be relaxed. Strength can be slightly weaker. Actually, gender doesn't have to be so rigid. After loosening the conditions, the system soon sent a prompt ding. Suitable avatar found. Name Delang. Gender male. Race wolf demon. Age 100 years. Background crazy zoo carnivore zone mountain patrol demon. Note the crazy zoo is divided into 6 areas: insect, carnivore, herbivore, flying reptile, and ocean, and each area's monsters must regularly offer living humans to the great demon or they will face dire consequences. Chen Feng continued to review the memories and found that Delang had lived for 100 years, and although he diligently captured people every day, he had never eaten a single human hair. Although it's a wolf, it lived like a dog. In this day and age, being a demon is not easy. Today is Delang's 100th birthday, and feeling indignant, he secretly withheld one human from the monthly submissions, resulting in being discovered and beaten by other demons, ultimately ending his life in severe injuries, concluding a repressed existence. Not bad as a mountain patrol demon, he won't be suspected wherever he goes, perfectly utilizing his work to familiarize himself with the terrain of the zoo while completing the check-in task. Delang, it's decided that you will be. In the dimly lit cave, bizarre rocks jutted out from every corner with not a blade of grass to be seen. The air was thick with the stench of wild beasts. Waking from the cold stone bed, Chen Feng noticed a somewhat handsome and adorably charming young lad standing nearby, his ice blue eyes filled with concern, 3 tufts of black and white hair bobbing slightly. Big brother, you're awake. It was Erlang, the little brother taken in by Delang. A few years ago, Delang had rescued him from being bullied by other monsters. Upon seeing Chen Feng open his eyes, Erlang's droopy ears perked up instantly, his fluffy tail standing tall and swaying like a propeller. Strange. Chen Feng felt a sense of familiarity with Erlang's appearance, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't place it. Erlang cheerfully said, "Big brother, I just touched your body. It felt as hard as a corpse. It scared me to death. Remove the as if part. It is a corpse." Chen Feng recalled that his last memory was of collapsing by the roadside, yet now he found himself in a cave at home. Evidently Erlang had dragged him back. Speaking of which, the cave was littered with broken stones and dirt, without even a table or chair. It was truly chilling. Just then footsteps echoed from afar. A giant man with a wolf-like head and blue skin strode in. Wolf Vanguard. A name flashed through Chen Feng's mind. This fellow was one of the culprits who had beaten Delang to death. Erlang emitted a low growl, warning, "Bad guy. You beat up my brother. What are you doing here?" The rough voice of Wolf Vanguard sneered, "Let's see if your brother is dead. Since he's not dead, then it's time to patrol." The boss Wang said, "If you dare to steal people again, we'll use your 2 brothers as food for our teeth." With that, he tossed a stack of papers aside and swaggered away. "What is this?" Chen Feng pulled out a sheet, and upon closer inspection, it was written, "Visitor rules for the zoo. Dear visitors, welcome to the crazy zoo. Please be sure to adhere to the following rules during your visit. 1. Do not attack the animals in the zoo. 2. Animals are not humans and cannot speak. If you see an animal turn into a human, it is just our staff in disguise. 3. All animals in the zoo have been domesticated and will not attack humans. Please do not run away when they approach you. 4. If you see an animal eating a human, please report it to the staff immediately. 5. Green drinks in the crawling area are free for all to enjoy. As long as you follow the above rules, you will have a pleasant zoo experience. Enjoy your visit." Isn't this just a rule-based horror story? Chen Feng was taken aback, suddenly feeling a bit dizzy. According to P.E.C.D's intel, the crazy zoo was a domain of horror stories, but the system also stated that it was a territory of monsters. Could it be that the system is malfunctioning? Or is this place a hybrid zone where both monsters and horror stories coexist? While Chen Feng pondered, Erlang sniffed the air and said, "Big brother, can you read the words? Amazing. These guys can't even recognize characters. Can they really follow the rules?" Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, "What's Wolf Vanguard giving us this for?" Erlang displayed a wise expression. "Big brother, don't you remember? We patrol the mountains to post these flyers everywhere. Aren't we monsters? Do we really need to follow the rules to kill people? We don't have to follow, but the great monster said as long as we distribute these, those human powerhouses won't resist and will willingly let us kill them." "Oh, so that's how it is, huh? Damn." Chen Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. How sinister. Ever since he realized there were issues with P.E.C.D., he had been on high alert. But the underhanded tricks he could imagine were limited to giving false intel, labeling a danger level S monster as B, and sending those promising agents to their deaths. But he never expected these monsters to be so deceitful, actually disguising themselves as horror stories to create rules. Any agent who had dealt with horror stories knew that following the rules would prevent being killed by them. So when they arrived at the crazy zoo, they not only dared not resist, but also dared not run away, believing they could survive this way. Little did they know this place was filled with monsters that didn't need to follow any rules. Such underhanded tactics can't be conceived by aerobic creatures or anaerobic creatures. Only creatures that avoid itching can think of them. You should learn from the wisdom of Xihong City. If it weren't for me having an avatar cheat and system prompts, I would have truly fallen for it. Chen Feng was stunned for a full minute before coming back to his senses, while Erlang, feeling bored, had already started jumping around and kicking stones. "Stop wrecking the place, let's patrol the mountains together." Patting Erlang's furry and soft head, the 2 monsters exited the cave. "The king called me to patrol the mountains, and I turned the human world around. Beating my drum, striking my gong, life is filled with rhythm. As the sun set with the birds singing and flowers fragrant, Chen Feng hummed a song from his hometown, with his younger brother following closely behind, crossing the mountain gorge and climbing over dirt slopes, patrolling the entire carnivorous area. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully checking in at the Crazy Zoo carnivorous area. Unchecked locations: flying area, crawling area, herbivorous area, ocean area, insect area. To be fair, the Crazy Zoo truly deserves its 12-point task value. Just this 1/6 territory houses 5 factions and hundreds of monsters. In addition to the wolf monsters at Howling Moon Cliff, the carnivorous area also includes the leopard monsters from Shadow Forest, the lion monsters from Goldmane Prairie, the bear monsters from Crimson Sky Peak, and the strongest faction, the tiger monsters from Xinsha Cave. Monsters are ranked by their cultivation time. From the moment they transform, those who have cultivated for 10 years are considered small minions, 100 years for leaders, and 1,000 years for great kings. Take Wolf Vanguard for example. Having cultivated for 150 years, he is already considered a small leader. Meanwhile, the heads of various tribes have all cultivated for hundreds of years, with the leaders of bears and tigers having cultivated for 1,000 years. 2,000-year-old old monsters, 300-year-old great kings, plus several heads. Chen Feng thought, had I known there were this many monsters, I wouldn't have wasted the first hex with frivolous treasures. The sky grew darker. After a day of patrolling, the exhausted 2 monsters returned to Howling Moon Cliff. At the cliff, Wolf Vanguard glared at the 2, his eyes full of menace. Why are you so late? Do you know you missed the meeting? Meeting? Monsters have meetings too. Chen Feng casually asked, what meeting? Wolf Vanguard spoke confidently. At the enthusiastic invitation of Great Tiger King, Leopard King, and Wolf King have gone to Xinsha Cave for a meeting tonight. At the meeting, Great Tiger King stated that since ancient times the jackals, tigers, leopards have been close partners, mutually trusting and supporting each other on the issue of eating humans. Great Tiger King also emphasized that if he is elected as the leader of the carnivorous area again next term, he will definitely improve the happiness index of the monsters in the carnivorous area, ensuring that the monsters have humans to eat. After such a speech, Chen Feng nearly fell asleep, while Erling yawned continuously beside him. Wolf Vanguard asked, did you catch any humans today? No. Chen Feng knew the other party was intentionally making things difficult for him. Among all tasks, patrolling was the most thankless job, as they had to run around the mountains and had no time to deal with tourists. Thus it was naturally impossible to catch any humans. Of course, catching humans was also futile. Monsters could increase their cultivation by eating humans. As the leader of all monsters, the great monster monopolized all resources, mandating that all monsters under his command must hand over any humans they capture. And as a reward for capturing humans, they were given only some ordinary food, like chicken or ribs. Even that was in limited supply. Wolf Vanguard's expression darkened. Those who catch humans get to eat. If you don't catch any humans, you'll have to eat dung. There was competition even among monsters. Among the wolf monsters at Howling Moon Cliff, Delang ranked 3rd. If the old Wolf King died, it would be a competition for the leadership position between Wolf Vanguard and Delang. Thus, to undermine his rival, Wolf Vanguard would constantly target Delang. Chen Feng was also a person with a temper. What do you mean? Wolf Vanguard aimed to provoke Chen Feng into a fight, thus giving him reason to kill him. Wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, dogs travel 1,000 miles to eat dung, you know what I mean. Erling wagged his tail, fully aware that his big brother was no match for Wolf Vanguard, especially since he was injured today. He couldn't act impulsively, so he hurriedly said, actually eating dung is fine too. Chen Feng. Wolf Vanguard. After a brief silence, Wolf Vanguard burst into hearty laughter. Ha, your brother is quite interesting. A fine, we caught a human today who had a bag of dog food, so I'll reward it to you. As he spoke, Wolf Vanguard waved a paw, and a wolf monster tossed a woven bag onto the ground. Let's go, brothers, time to eat meat. Watching Wolf Vanguard's retreating figure, Chen Feng's expression grew increasingly grim, and just then a crunching sound came from beside him. Chen Feng was taken aback, looking at the young lad squatting on the ground, asking, are you really eating? It tastes pretty good. Erling stuck out his tongue. Big brother, I know a dog hole that leads to the herbivorous area. Let's sneak in there, borrow some milk from the cow monsters, lick this dog food, twist it, and soak it, it'll taste even better. Did your brain connect to your urinary system? Chen Feng almost laughed at this little brother. After carefully examining Erlang, he finally understood the source of that familiar yet incongruous feeling. Are you a dog? Upon hearing this, Erlang panicked instantly. Big brother, how could that be? I'm a wolf. Not only are you a dog, but you're also a husky. Now I understand why our cave looks like it has been ransacked. The Lang born in the mountains could not distinguish between a wolf and a dog, but Chen Feng knew that what dragged below was a wolf, while what stood upright was a dog. If you don't believe me, howl once. Oh, whoa. Erlang howled loudly, instantly frozen in place. Why does my howl sound like a dog? Dich. Looking at the dejected Erlang, Chen Feng patted his head and comforted. It's okay, brother, we'll take. Saying this, Chen Feng headed deeper into the cliff. Dark skies, white bones, boiling pots, delicious meat. In front of a steaming pot stood 14 vicious-looking half-human, half-wolf monsters, except for the old Wolf King, who was at the meeting. All the wolf monsters from Howling Moon Cliff were gathered here. Along with the crackling of the fire, there were 4 tourists bound like Zongzi, all with terrified faces devoid of color. Seeing the two brothers approach, all the wolf monsters looked to Wolf Vanguard, seemingly seeking his opinion. Wolf Vanguard's face darkened with anger. I told you there's no place for you here. Hurry up and scram. Hearing their leader's command, the other wolf monsters echoed. Delang, we heard you stole a human this morning and were hung up for a beating. You really embarrassed us, wolf monsters. How can you still have the face to eat the meat granted by the great monster? Under the combined assault, Erlang hurriedly hid behind Chen Feng, whispering, Brother, let's leave. I don't want to eat meat anymore. Wolf Vanguard stepped forward. It's too late. If you had tucked your tails and gone back, I might have overlooked this, but now you and your brother must leave behind a leg. Fighting 150 years against 100 years, or even an injured one against a healthy one, there was no way for Big Brother to win. Erlang decisively stood out. I'll do it, don't hurt my big brother. Loyalty is commendable. Chen Feng glanced at Erlang, but you should keep your dog leg intact. Wolf Vanguard grinned, revealing his fangs. When did I say I only wanted one leg? Normally Wolf Vanguard would only dare to secretly target Delang, as they were fairly evenly matched. If they truly fought, it could lead to mutual destruction. But now that Delang was severely injured, he felt no fear. Both of you must leave a leg behind. Wolf Vanguard clawed at Chen Feng from afar. Chen Feng felt a gust of wind rush towards him. Based on Delang's memory, he knew this was the Wolf Clan's wind blade technique. Although I have a class hero level physique, even iron blades can't pierce me, but blades made of wind might. Chen Feng didn't dare be careless and instinctively leaned to the side. Then there was a crunching sound. The invisible wind blade sliced a twinimeturtle tree behind Chen Feng in half. Magic is indeed a good thing. Chen Feng smiled. Next it's my turn. With that, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and Chen Feng instantaneously appeared in front of Wolf Vanguard, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound like a heavy cannon, Wolf Vanguard flew away like a kite with a broken string. What? How is this possible? The wolf monsters looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. Indeed, 150 years against 100 years, if it came to a real fight, Wolf Vanguard might not necessarily win. The wolf monsters had speculated that Vanguard could lose, but they never expected it to be a one-hit knockout. Oh, this is interesting. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, noticing the large pit where Wolf Vanguard had landed. There was movement among the grass, and a sound of breathing. Having taken a powerful punch, he was still alive. What incredible vitality. After a moment, Wolf Vanguard sprang up like a carp rolling back up from the ground. Here he comes. Chen Feng was already prepared to continue fighting. But at that moment, Wolf Vanguard suddenly lay on the ground, pulled up his clothes to expose his belly, and submitted. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Huh. This guy isn't going to explode in anger and fight me to the death. Damn it, this is not following the script. Looking at such a rugged man lying on the ground, limbs upturned and tongue out, Chen Feng felt a chill and wished he could take his eyes out and wash them. The other wolf monsters were also stunned. How did one punch turn the leading Big Brother into a submissive one? Big Brother, why is this? Yeah, Big Brother, don't be timid, go for it. The encouragement from the younger brothers made Wolf Vanguard unable to help but curse angrily. Bastards. Do you want me to die? Then trying to appease, he added, Delang, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Yage. Erlang excitedly rushed to the pot, drooling. Big Brother. Today we can eat meat. Getting to eat meat makes you this happy. Useless, cowardly. Chen Feng muttered, extending his hand towards Wolf Vanguard. You give me the book on the wind blade technique you just used. Magic is good, do I need to learn it? Off. Lang Xianfeng looked troubled, stammering. Brother Delang, if the Big King learns I handed you the manual, you'll be dead. Chen Feng fixed him with a stare, his expression growing darker. Whether you die for giving me the manual, I do not know, but refuse me now, and you will die this instant. I understand. Lang Xianfeng bowed his head and hurried away. At that moment, Erlang, chewing a chicken drumstick, asked, Wu, are you? Are you not? Swallow it before you speak. Big Brother, why aren't you eating? I'm not hungry, you go ahead and eat. Chen Feng had been on patrol all day, out claiming he was not hungry would be a lie. The pot had no seasonings, no scallions, ginger, or garlic. Just plain boiled meat that only these monsters could stomach. He had a solution. While the others were distracted, Chen Feng quietly used Xian Weistain to free the captured humans and rummaged from his pack for a few packets of snacks and some bottles of cola. Saving lives deserved a little food. Huh, where did the prisoners go today? Oh no, they might have run. After they ate their fill, Chen Feng took the manual and led Erlang away. Along the way they passed a small river. Big Brother, this isn't the way home. I know. Chen Feng lifted his leg and with a swift kick sent the huskies splashing into the river. Get in. Big Brother. Big Brother. Wah. Erlang howled miserably in the water, but Chen Feng remained unmoved. From today on you bathe every day. Get clean before you come up. Although dogs loathe baths under Chen Feng's stern command, Erlang could only dog paddle until Chen Feng nodded, then the dog scrambled ashore like a fugitive, shaking himself all over. Perhaps it was the bath. The once boundless Erlang promptly flopped onto the stone bed and fell into a snorting sleep. Chen Feng meanwhile slipped away to his true form and Lu Zia his small account to grab a meal. What a bother. If only my clones could manage this for me. Back in the wolf demon guise, the little dog had somehow come close, nestling against Erlang's big tail. Only Chen Feng knew how warm and soft the fur felt. Petting the dog brought fleeting joy, but duty remained. Chen Feng exited the cave and pulled the manual from his chest. He could not inherit the wolf demon incarnation's innate skills, yet as long as this bogus demonic power persisted, Chen Feng could exploit a bug and relearn them anew. Let's see what secret this is. Chen Feng inhaled, letting the moonlight guide his eyes as he flipped through the pages. The illustrations leapt with life, scenes of wolf demons casting spells. Why are there only pictures and no words? Damn, he had forgotten demons might not read. It was all drawings like a comic. Who could make sense of that? Just as Chen Feng felt puzzled, a mechanical voice from the system whispered in his ear. System detected a new training plan. Target cultivation technique deemed rubbish, commencing refinement. Ding. Refinement complete. Fengshu modified a wolf demon art. Once a common trick, now refined to summon a divine gale capable of dimming the skies and toppling mountains. Requirement: user must be a vertebrate mammalian carnivore demon, e.g. wolf, dog, weasel, fox. Would you like to initiate the Fengshu modified training plan? Holy, not only could it interpret the manual, it improved it as well. Proficiency system: you are my god. Chen Feng had never expected the dormant proficiency system to come online so suddenly and with such a surprise. The proficiency system can be activated by a manual, so I still have much to learn about the system's development. Chen Feng grinned. Initiate. User has activated the Fengshu modified training plan. Warning: during the plan, the user must cultivate daily through meditation or slaying demons, or severe punishment will be meted out. You may acquire 4 supernatural arts via Fengshu modified wind prison. Not yet learned a constricting wind technique that traps foes as if mired. Wind stride. Not yet learned wind teleportation for concealment and passage through gaps. Condense wind into blade. Not yet learned wind blade art cold and cutting as knives. A dust sweep. Not yet learned a Sandandus barrage to blind and overwhelm. Chen Feng skimmed the list. At first glance, the text seemed dense and complex. If a net-addicted teen were here, he'd sum it up: 1 single target control, 1 stealth movement, 1 single target offense, 1 area blind. The cultivation methods were simple to grasp: meditate and comprehend the art, or slay demons to level up. Killing monsters was impossible at the moment. Chen Feng couldn't very well stew Erlang. So he tried meditation. Mimicking figures from Journey to the West, he sat cross-legged. Soon a warmth stirred in his belly. Was that spiritual energy? Burp. Not at all. He had drunk too much cola, his stomach was full of carbonation. 1 hour later. With no progress, Chen Feng opened his eyes and laughed bitterly. This Fengshu is beyond human learning. My legs are numb, and I feel nothing. On second thought, demon arts are not for humans. Chen Feng knew he lacked natural talent. If a few pictures sufficed to learn magic, then every comic artist on Earth would fly. This was the bottleneck the cultivation novels always spoke of: without talent one cannot break through. But Chen Feng had the system. Damn it, summon it. Impatient, Chen Feng called the cheat system and spent some temporary points. Adjustment to experience multiplier 999. Manual engaged. For 1 minute your cultivation speed has been set to 999x. With a boom, Chen Feng's mind tingled as if it were expanding. The once obscure diagrams suddenly clarified. So that's how it is. I begin to comprehend what once demanded great toil now yielded as easily as eating or breathing. The bottleneck dissolved. A minute passed, and the manual vanished. Chen Feng opened his eyes in exhilaration. It's done. He raised a finger, and a chilling wind curled at the cave mouth. With another motion, the wind dispersed without. Congratulations, you have learned the entry-level condense wind into blade, wind prison, wind stride, and dust sweep. Keep going and master all 4 arts to perfection. Chen Feng glanced at the system. As in cultivation novels, each art had 6 stages. Entry: proficient, minor achievement, mastery, great achievement, perfection. Each rank requires experience to advance. From entry to proficient takes 100 points. From proficient to minor achievement needs 1000, and so on, to reach perfection, 1,000,000 points per art. How to earn that experience? Without cheating, Chen Feng sat another hour. Entry: 1100. Damn it, 1 hour only yield 1,000,000 per skill. 4 skills mean 4,000,000 hours. 456 years without food or drink. With normal life, at least 500 years. Cultivate. Not a chance. As Chen Feng's resolve to give up rose, a whip landed across his back. Smack. System: such arrogant insolence. I will train you properly. Pain. It hurt terribly. Proficiency system Y. Chen Feng grimaced. He hadn't expected that even as a brank hero's body the whip could sting so badly. I'm sorry, I'll train okay. Of course there were rewards too. Tip: if all 4 skills reach perfection, Yifengxia Modified will upgrade to Sanmei Divine Wind. Sanmei Divine Wind. Isn't that the Yellow Wind Great Sage's ultimate technique? Even Sun Wukong in Journey to the West could barely withstand it. No wonder the system claimed the refined art could dim the heavens and shatter mountains. As Chen Feng pondered, a scent of beast blood rode the wind. Guests had arrived. He hushed his aura and hid himself within the wind. Windstride. In moments a furtive figure crept to the cave mouth. It was Lang Xianfeng, pretending to surrender yet sneaking an attack by night. Chen Feng watched Lang Xianfeng and snorted inwardly. He had never lowered his guard because of a feigned surrender. This was Xihong City, where monsters grew trickier by the day. He had been taught caution by experience. Indeed, Chen Feng had not slain Lang Xianfeng immediately, because there is no eternal defense against thieves, only thieves who eventually get caught. He planned to use Lang Xianfeng as bait to flush out every threat. Lang Xianfeng lingered at the entrance and called into an empty patch of ground. Brother Bao de Lang is among them. Though I do not know why his power has surged, we offended him yesterday, and will be avenged sooner or later. From the darkness came a cold voice. Fear not, my concealment is flawless. They'll take his head. Lang Xianfeng bowed. Good, all is entrusted to you. Chen Feng scanned De Lang's memories and learned that the hidden figure was like Lang Xianfeng, a century-old leader named Bao Tuling. The leopard demons of the Black Shadow would specialize in concealment. Assassins, plainly put. This one was also instrumental in killing the big wolf. 2 demons teaming to assassinate me. Nice, little wolf pup playing tactics. Chen Feng admitted that if he were taken by surprise and sleep with the monster's high attack power, he might well have failed. This is Xihong City, never drop your guard, or one wrong step is death. Lang Xianfeng asked, Brother Bao, have you gone in? Not yet, Bao Tuling replied. Why not? You stepped on my foot. Oh. Lang Xianfeng apologized and took 2 steps back, then flattered. I felt nothing before. Brother Bao, your concealment grows ever stronger. Bao Tuling frowned. No, I'm still being stepped on. Who is it? It's me. A familiar voice answered from the air. Lang Xianfeng gasped. De Lang. You're not asleep. Bao Tuling, stunned, said, De Lang, you slipped to my side without sound. Your concealment must surpass mine. Chen Feng smiled faintly. A detail you don't all know. You're asking for death. Bao Tuling flew into a rage and swiped, but only struck a gust of wind. The leopard clan's concealment only grants invisibility. Windstride grants not only invisibility but displacement, enduring transit immunity to physical attacks as one dissolves into wind. As expected from a system product, it was superb. Having just mastered Yifengxia, Chen Feng was eager to test each skill. Condense wind into blade. With a flick of his palm, a whispering sound cut the air. Invisible blades slashed toward Bao Tuling. A wind blade. Bao Tuling did not flinch. He knew the wolf demon's signature moves well. The strike was swift and powerful, yet its weakness was small area of effect. A wolf demon can only send a single wind blade at a time. If I absorb the blow, trade hurt for hurt, and ill win. Bao Tuling charged for a deathmatch with Chen Feng. The expected single blade struck him. First strike, hiss, not painful. Second strike, hiss, slightly painful. By the 20th hiss, painful, painful, painful. This number is wrong. Bao Tuling's eyes bulged. In his last moments, he could not understand how a once single wind blade had multiplied into over 30. When the leopard's bones were revealed as a skeleton in the air, Lang Xianfeng was terrified and screamed monster before turning to run. But it was too late. Wind prison. A wall of wind slammed before Lang Xianfeng and hurled him back. Spare me, Brother De Lang. Ah. In the next instant, Chen Feng snapped Lang Xianfeng's neck. Even then the wolf crawled for a while before finally expiring. Hard to kill indeed, Chen Feng mused. If ghost stories lean on mechanics, demons lean on numbers. Chen Feng unfortunately was a numbers man, and his numbers were higher. Kill a century-old wolf demon, proficiency 152. Kill a century-old leopard demon, proficiency 141. The system notifications granted Chen Feng nearly 300 proficiency points. Lang Xianfeng seemed to have cultivated about 150 years. Bao Tuling, called brother, must be younger. So a demon's 1 year of cultivation equals 1 proficiency point. Chen Feng quickly discerned the rule. Compared to diligent meditation, killing monsters was less hopeless. But 1 year only gave 1 experience point. Even if I slaughtered every demon in Xihong City, I might not scrape together 4 of a 0 experience. Chen Feng had another idea: the cheat system. He could multiply experience by 999 if he wished. Killing a 1,000-year-old foe would yield 99000 experience. There were so many demons here, and each region had a king. 6 kings down would mean 6 million experience. More than enough. If he could lure them together and slay them at once, he might even save temporary points. First, raise experience on Condense Wind into Blade and Wind Stride. Ding. Your Condense Wind into Blade has advanced to Proficient 100-1000. Ding. Your Wind Stride has advanced to Proficient 100-1000. Chen Feng felt his arts ascend another level. Wind Stride was simply a farther blink, but Condense Wind into Blades had jumped from 32 to 64, doubled. Chen Feng's eyes lit with excitement. Following that logic minor achievement would be 128, then Mastery and Great Achievement, and at Perfection the blades would number 1024, truly shredding foes to pieces. Fighting is the best, so exhilarating. Erlang, drawn by the commotion, bounded out, and seeing the two corpse demons on the ground, turned pale. Bao Tuling. Lang Xianfeng. Chen Feng pointed at the wind-scoured skeleton and asked in puzzlement, "You can still tell who they are when they're bones?" Erlang inhaled sharply. "Brother, I smelled them. A dog's nose, so keen." Chen Feng told him, "They tried to ambush us, and I killed them." Erlang's face fell. "Brother, we should run. Killing the wolves and leopards lieutenants won't sit well with the king." Chen Feng liked that way. Though his little brother was inexperienced, his loyalty was unquestionable. "Do not— Oh, okay then. Want you ask why I'm not afraid? You say not to be afraid, so I won't be afraid." Chen Feng patted Erlang's head and said with feeling, "Rest assured, whenever I have a mouthful of meat, you'll have—" On the morning of August 2nd, in the meat-eating zone by the Howling Moon Cliff, the wolf demons should have gone hunting for humans by this time, but today they were crouched on the grass like dogs, not daring to move. This was because Chen Feng said, "From now on no one is allowed to go out and catch people." The wolf demons did not dare to disobey. Except for the two brothers who were ostracized, the rest of the wolf demons lived together. They all knew clearly about the wolf vanguard's collusion with the leopard leader last night to ambush Delang. Two leaders with 100 years of cultivation attempted a night ambush, yet Delang remained unharmed. What transpired is self-evident. An elderly wolf demon stepped forward cautiously and said, "Brother Delang, if we don't catch people, we won't get food from above and the brothers will starve." Chen Feng had already anticipated this. He couldn't let his younger brothers starve for 3 days out of 9. "Follow me." With a command from Chen Feng, over a dozen wolf demons transformed into massive gray wolves. Erlang transformed into a large dog with blue eyes, a black back, and white underbelly fur. "Still claiming you're not a husky?" Chen Feng did not inherit the transformation skill, so he couldn't turn into a wolf, but he rode on the back of a wolf demon, and the other party didn't dare to say a word. Erlang was upset. "Brother, why don't you ride me?" Chen Feng chuckled, because a wolf knight looks good when he smiles while a dog knight just looks funny. Saying this, Chen Feng gestured, leading the wolves to run down the cliff. During his patrol yesterday, Chen Feng discovered that the Crazy Zoo was a super large protected area connected by roads much like Yellowstone National Park, where visitors traveled by car. Soon Chen Feng spotted a car approaching in the distance. "Erha, go." "Brother, I'm Erlang." Erlang wagged his tail, trotting to the roadside, raising his paw in a flattering manner, humbly bowing 3 times. Before long, the car window rolled down. Then Erlang returned with a package of egg yolk pies and a roast chicken, saying, "It's time for a meal, brothers." The wolf demons immediately exploded, begging, "How can we, the dignified wolf demons, do this?" Chen Feng coughed, startling the wolf demons into immediate calmness. "Think about it, if you catch people you won't get to eat, so why work for others?" The wolf demons pondered, and it made sense. However, begging was too enjoyable. After tasting the first bite of egg yolk pie, the wolf demons were completely won over. So sweet. Youth has no price, and the egg yolk pie melts in your mouth. In nature, if you want to taste something sweet, you have to risk your life with bees, but now you just need to act cute to have endless egg yolk pies to eat. Wolf demons would never be slaves unless food and shelter were provided. Seeing Chen Feng strong and providing meals, the wolf demons all bowed. "Brother." A new wolf king was born. Only Erlang was dissatisfied, saying, "You should call me Big Brother, not just brother. Only I can call you Big Brother, as I am the dog leg of the Big Brother." Compared to the worship of the other wolf demons, the elder wolf demon was somewhat worried. "Brother Delang, if the big boss finds out about this, we'll be in trouble." "Rest assured it won't survive today." Chen Feng was getting a bit impatient and asked, "When will the big boss return?" The elder wolf demon thought for a moment. Based on the distance from the Xian Sha cave to here, if he set off in the morning, he should be back by noon. Too slow. Sitting still for an hour only gives a little experience. Chen Feng was now even more anxious than the urgent king. To Xian Sha cave set off. The wolf demons ran wildly, and after about an hour the most sensitive-nosed Erlang shouted, "Brother, we encountered the big boss." Chen Feng looked up and saw 2 large palanquins approaching not far away. One was carried by 4 wolf demons while the other was carried by 4 tiger demons, swaying as they moved forward. Hey, these monsters really know how to enjoy themselves. The wolf demon carrying that should be the old wolf king, and as for the other, it can't be the tiger king, right? Initially intending to level up, he unexpectedly bumped into the strongest boss in the meat-eating zone. Chen Feng was not worried, but rather pleased. It was just right. At worst he would spend a bit of points, and use a one-hit kill to send both on their way. With this in mind, Chen Feng flipped off the wolf demon, and stood in the middle of the road. At this time the two in the palanquin were conversing. A cold, aged voice came from the wolf demon's palanquin. Niece, when we reach Howling Moon Cliff, just take whichever one you fancy. Logically speaking, a niece should be a girl, but from the other palanquin came a deep resonant reply. Thank. At this moment the old wolf king noticed. Why did we suddenly stop? He lifted the palanquin curtain, and saw that his subordinates were actually waiting for him ahead. Years of experience made the old wolf king realize that the situation was not simple, so he jumped down from the palanquin, and asked, why aren't you properly patrolling the mountain and catching people? What are you doing here? The ground trembled. Chen Feng looked at the imposing blue-faced white-fanged monster, standing over 3 meters tall, that had just jumped down from the palanquin. What a giant! If an ordinary person faced such a monster, their legs would probably give way. Yet at this moment Chen Feng felt not a shred of fear, only anger, for it turned out the old wolf king was holding a half-eaten bloodied human leg. Chen Feng squinted, his killing intent rising. Though the monster's skin was draped over its body, its heart remained that of a human. Damn beast dare to eat humans. You have already set yourself on a path to death. At this moment the old wolf, seeing everyone silent, asked, Delang, what are you doing here? Where's the wolf vanguard? Chen Feng replied coldly, it's dead. The old wolf glanced at Chen Feng. You killed it. Yes. Chen Feng was already prepared for battle. Unexpectedly the old wolf showed indifference. Then from today on you are the second in command. What? This is bad. Ooh, I've become a substitute. Chen Feng had intended to provoke the old wolf king into losing his temper, but unexpectedly the other party was so cold-blooded. Truly a beast. Chen Feng calculated that at such close range he could directly use the Sion Weiston, catching the other party off guard, and smash its head. But that would make its death too easy. Chen Feng wanted to skin this beast alive, forcing it to spit out everything it had eaten. So Chen Feng looked up and declared, I'm here to be the first in command. Just based on you. The old wolf king seemed to hear the biggest joke and couldn't help but laugh. Then come. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng strode forward and punched the other's chest. Is that all? The old wolf king casually brushed it aside, not taking the punch seriously. However, just like all those who had taken Chen Feng's heavy punch, it quickly realized it was wrong. Boom. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out, and the old wolf king fell onto the giant palanquin, smashing it into pieces in an instant, with chips flying, and the 4 wolf demons carrying it were knocked over by the shock. The old wolf king looked on in disbelief. How could I not withstand such a small amount of power after only 100 years of cultivation? Chen Feng kindly reminded him, Old thing, if you don't take this seriously you will die. Kid, you will regret this. A sudden gust of wind arose, and the old wolf king's figure suddenly vanished into the wind. The wolf demons were shocked. Isn't this the stealth technique of the leopard demon? When did the big boss learn this too? At that moment the air was filled with the cold laughter of the wolf king. To tell you the truth, the wind control technique has always had a wind escape technique, I just didn't teach you all. No wonder the system said the skills were trash. This old thing truly didn't pass on the burning art. Chen Feng decided to tease the old wolf king, feigning surprise. Oh, you didn't say earlier. Now that I know, I'm no longer a fool. Go die. The old wolf king suddenly materialized behind Chen Feng, and at the same time a wind blade struck towards Chen Feng's neck at great speed. Erha rushed up anxiously, brother, be careful. But just as the old wolf king thought he had succeeded, the expected scene of Chen Feng clutching his neck and bleeding did not occur. Seeing Chen Feng's figure vanish into the wind, the old wolf's pupils shrank in shock. What? Chen Feng's voice echoed from all around, as if no one could do that. The wind control technique you used is outdated and generic. And my wind control technique was just upgrade. Old thing, your techniques are too outdated. With that, countless wind blades surged towards the old wolf king, not waiting for him to beg for mercy before shredding him to bones. You killed a 100-year-old wolf demon. Proficiency 314 ding. Your wind transformation has reached proficiency 1001000 ding. Your dust barrier has reached proficiency 1001000. The warm old wolf king turned into cold experience points. Countless memories of combat related to the wind control technique rushed into Chen Feng's mind in an instant, as if he had undergone hundreds of hours of practical training. Chen Feng felt unsatisfied. Just 300 years. That's weak enough. Thus he set his sights on the other giant palanquin. If he killed the old wolf king in front of the other party, they would have to respond. Would they get angry and fight me? Or would they be indifferent and uninterested like the old wolf king? Or would they try to win me over? Chen Feng's mind flashed through numerous possibilities, but he did not guess the next development. Suddenly a yellow figure darted out, charging towards Chen Feng. It seemed he still had to fight. Chen Feng was fully alert, but he heard the other party say in a rough voice, "Be my husband." Oh, Chen Feng's eyes widened finally, seeing the attacker clearly. A short-haired yellow figure with long black stripes on its face and a king character on its forehead. Though the other party had exaggeratedly muscular limbs bulging, like little hills, the cloth wrapped around its chest clearly indicated it was a female tiger. This imposing appearance, this rough voice. Chen Feng quickly recalled from De Lang's memories. This was the only daughter of the Tiger King, an 800-year-old monster Tiger Nyo. You could defeat the old Wolf King, that's impressive. Looking at Tiger Nyo revealing fierce eyes, sizing him up, Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly refused, "Don't come over. Wolves should marry wolves and tigers should marry tigers, that's nature's law. No to fortune, no to fortune." Chen Feng absolutely could not allow himself to become a tool for the female tiger's desires. But Tiger Nyo disregarded everything and leaped forward, starting to tear off Chen Feng's clothes. "Let me see. Are you strong? You tiger?" Chen Feng exerted all his strength to push her away, but in a bout of strength he realized he was completely outmatched. This is bad. This was Chen Feng's first time experiencing defeat in strength after completing the level hero training program. Not good. Being captured would mean death. In a panic, Chen Feng quickly activated Xian Weiston, but he had already been pinned down, and even in accelerated mode, he could not move. "Still want to resist? You don't have a choice." Tiger Nyo, seeing Chen Feng struggle fiercely, headbutted him. With a clang. As the saying goes, a copper head and iron tail. Chen Feng felt like he had been hit in the face with a heavy hammer, and instantly spat white foam. The world spun, and he fainted. Beside him, Erha was shocked. That female tiger knocked Big Brother down to his knees. She will definitely take him away. Transformation into De Lang has fallen into a coma. Happy internet cafe. Chen Feng woke up in the guest room dazed and unable to comprehend for a while. Damn, a headbutt knocked me offline. This 800-year-old monster is indeed powerful. Without the cheating system, I really wouldn't be a match. Thinking of that female tiger's muscular body, Chen Feng panicked. If he really got taken advantage of by that female tiger, then he would never want to touch the wolf demon account in this lifetime. After a long while, the system finally sent a prompt: transformation into De Lang has awakened. Chen Feng hurriedly logged into his account. The first thing he checked was his pants, confirming that everything was still intact. After confirming nothing was wrong, Chen Feng looked around in confusion. He was back at Howling Moon Cliff. How did I return? Did that female tiger let me go? Seeing the wolf demons with gloomy expressions, Chen Feng then realized, where is Erlang? Where did he go? The elderly wolf demon sighed and told Chen Feng, Erlang won't be coming back. It turned out half a day ago. That female tiger knocked Big Brother down to his knees. She will definitely take him away. Why didn't you all save Big Brother? No demon dared to risk offending the Tiger King to save Chen Feng. But Erlang could not allow his older brother to be taken away, so he rushed forward, barking loudly, "Stop. Bad woman. What's a dog barking about? Get lost." With a tiger roar, Tiger Nyo directly scared Erlang to the ground. But Erlang still struggled to stop her. "Let go of my brother. Come at me if you want." But at this moment, noticing Erlang's appearance, Tiger Nyo's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect the wolf clan to have such a cute little boy. This world is a huge beauty trap. Compared to the fuzzy young man in front of her, Tiger Nyo instantly felt that Chen Feng was no longer appealing, so she stepped forward, delivered a hand chop, knocked Erlang unconscious, and took him away. "Tell your new king, I'll take his brother. Don't forget to come to my house for the wedding feast tomorrow." After saying that, she jumped onto the palanquin and swaggered away. "So Erha helped me avert disaster." After hearing the whole story, Chen Feng's jaw dropped in shock. In this day and age, I've seen teammates sell each other out, but I've never seen anyone take a teammate to sell. With Erlang's small stature, how could he not be completely devoured by that female tiger? No, I must go rescue him. With that thought, Chen Feng immediately set off running towards the Xinsha cave. Chen Feng was halfway through his journey when he unexpectedly encountered a tiger demon. Upon seeing Chen Feng, it immediately greeted him with a cheerful smile, saying, "You must be the new king, right?" Did this demon just insult me? Chen Feng was about to get angry, but then saw the other party present a gift box. "This is a gift from our king to you. Since I'm here, what's the point of bringing something?" Chen Feng opened the gift box and saw a wine gourd inside, along with an invitation written in a crooked, messy script. The elderly wolf demon he was riding on suddenly exclaimed, "My king, this is celestial wine." "Indeed. You have good eyes." The messenger tiger demon said proudly, "Who in the entire park doesn't know? The celestial wine gifted by the great demon can prolong life and enhance cultivation. It is the most precious treasure in the world. Even the previous elder wolf king never got to taste a sip, and now that you have taken office, my king has presented you with celestial wine, which shows great sincerity. From now on, our tiger and wolf families will be relatives." Hearing the tiger demon's words, Chen Feng was furious. Erlang was his half-brother. "You think a mere bottle of wine can buy me off? This is an insult to me." Chen Feng initially wanted to shout angrily and throw the wine gourd in the tiger demon's face, But upon hearing that this thing could prolong life and enhance cultivation, he forcibly held back. Seeing Chen Feng accept the gift, the tiger demon clasped its paws and said, "I still have important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. See you tomorrow night at the Xinsha cave." After saying this, it turned and disappeared into the forest. The elderly wolf demon who had been acting as a mount asked, "My king, now that we have accepted the gift, shall we still go rescue someone?" "Of course we will rescue them." Chen Feng picked up the wine gourd and said with conviction, "Just because I accepted a gift doesn't mean I agree, understand?" However, the moment his fingers touched the wine gourd, a mechanical voice from the check-in system echoed in Chen Feng's ear, "Detected treasure. Insect brew." Insect brew. The wine contains microscopic insect eggs invisible to the naked eye. When ingested, the eggs will hatch and cohabitate with the drinker, enhancing lifespan and cultivation. Something is wrong. Raising insects in my body. What if those insects turn against me? Chen Feng knew well the monsters of Zihong City, each with hundreds of schemes. The great demon is so paranoid that it fears its subordinates surpassing it, and won't even share human flesh. How could it kindly bestow celestial wine? This wine seems to enhance cultivation and lifespan on the surface, but in reality it plants hidden dangers with the insects. Truly insidious. If it weren't for my check-in system, I would have been fooled. Huh. The check-in system was supposedly disabled long ago. That's right. Chen Feng recalled that the check-in system's code was XX01DKQD. XX stands for Xinxia. Since the proficiency system reacts to cultivation methods, it's reasonable that the check-in system from the Xinxia world could assess cultivation lifespan and treasures. But the matter isn't over yet. Chen Feng soon discovered that the check-in system now had a repairing status. Upon inquiry, he learned that due to being activated, some functions lost because of the death of the first host had been restored. Repair completed. Now check-in not only grants system points, but also provides additional rewards. I told you I have less than 10 understanding of the system. Chen Feng had long been contemplating one matter. That is, the predecessors who obtained the 01 series task system only had points, but no corresponding 02 series shop and 03 series system. This is akin to a person having money, but no place to spend it. Oh, what's the point? However, speaking of rewards, Chen Feng suddenly realized something. Since the check-in system comes from Xinxia, the rewards must also originate from Xinxia. Let's see what it is. With excitement, Chen Feng opened to check, and the three characters that met his eyes almost made him faint. Check-in Crazy Zoo reward, Qi Refining Pill. Qi Refining Pill grants the user a 10 chance to break through the Qi refining stage. To be fair, the Great Kindness system is indeed powerful. But it's merely a mere mortal that was born in the era before the check-in system was repaired. The check-in system is truly the most formidable task system. If it weren't for the fact that era was about to be mistreated, Chen Feng would have loved to drop everything and expedite the development of the check-in system. At this moment, the elderly wolf demon suddenly stopped and said, "My king, I just thought of a plan. Tomorrow at the wedding banquet, there will definitely be a feast. Aside from the bear blind, who isn't on good terms with the tiger king, the other kings will definitely come. And then I have a route in the crawling area. It's very risky, but I can obtain the venom of the 1,000-year snake king. When the time comes, I can poison the banquet and catch the leopard king, tiger king, and lion king all at once, and the entire meat-eating area will fall into the hands of the king." Oh, not bad. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Ever since he arrived in Zihong City, he had always been on the receiving end of schemes. It was finally his turn to scheme against others. The only question was, why didn't you mention such a great idea earlier? The elderly wolf demon looked at the celestial wine troubled and said, "To obtain the 1,000-year snake venom, one must trade a treasure. This is not a treasure, this is poison." Chen Feng understood you can't catch wolves without sacrificing children, right? This statement was too divisive. The elderly wolf demon immediately became vigilant. Who wants to catch me? No one wants to catch you. Come on, let's go to the crawling area. After this incident, Chen Feng also realized a fact. Since the 01 series check-in system can operate independently, the 02 series shop system should also have functions that haven't been repaired. Otherwise, just showing products without allowing purchases would be purely messing with people's minds. Indeed, the things left behind by predecessors are all good stuff. It's just a pity that Zihong City is too dark. Oh, everyone was wiped out before they could develop. The next night, Chen Feng gathered his strength and arrived at the tiger demon's territory. Initially, he intended to set off early, but unexpectedly the snake demon's goods had sold out. So they waited a day before finally getting the poison. The snake demon stated this is the latest batch, 99% purity, a rare item. Chen Feng curiously asked, "How fresh is it? See this bit of red? To gather this little bit of venom for you guys, my king even brushed his teeth until he bled." As a demon king's territory, the Xinsha cave was surrounded by human bones, eerie and terrifying. At the entrance were two grand stone doors guarded by two tiger demons, one on the left and one on the right. "Wolf King, you should go back first. If I don't return tonight, take the brothers and run." Chen Feng instructed the elderly wolf demon to leave and walked alone through the stone doors. Wolf King, please. After walking down a narrow path, Chen Feng suddenly found himself in a vast courtyard filled with numerous tables and chairs. In the center was a large pot, boiling murky meat soup reeking and foul with a layer of blood foam floating atop, revealing strands of hair and nails. These beasts that consume humans. Chen Feng scanned the area, seeing leopard demons, lion demons, and tiger demons, with nearly 100 small demons standing around. With so many demons, it's quite complicated to poison them. I need to find their kitchen. Chen Feng was deep in thought, when suddenly someone called his name. Big brother, you're here. It was Tiger Girl. She walked up to Chen Feng with an air of familiarity, and assured him, since you are Erlang's brother, that makes you my brother as well. Don't worry, I will definitely treat Erlang very well in the future. Really? I don't believe you. Chen Feng had done his research before coming. As the only daughter of the Tiger King, Tiger Girl was 800 years old, and had married many husbands, all of whom she had devoured, turning them into food within her belly. So her treating sincerely might just be a verb. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Second brother, you're in danger. Tiger Girl brought Chen Feng to introduce him to the two kings. Seated at the secondary position, the old demon with eyes round like copper bells and blood-red whites was the Lion King, boasting 800 years of cultivation. He stood 2 zhang tall with shoulders wide as 8 feet, his entire mane appearing from a distance like a small mountain of azure gold. As for the Tiger King seated at the primary position, he was even more robust than the lion, with glossy black and yellow striped fur and golden eyes that shone brightly in the night, wearing a string of polished human bone prayer beads around his neck, a rather chilling sight. The Lion King, with a voice like thunder, said this younger brother looks spirited, much stronger than that old thing from before. The Tiger King laughed, and said, "In-law, you're here. Please take a seat." Under the oppressive gaze of the two demons, Chen Feng felt a chill down his spine, and hurriedly sought a topic of conversation, asking, "Why haven't I seen the Leopard King?" The Tiger King chuckled. Leopard brother got a little too happy, and drank too much, so he went to rest for a while. "Come on servants, bring a human leg for Wolf brother." "No rush, I had a little snack on the way here, and am not very hungry yet." Chen Feng waved his hands repeatedly, not daring to act rashly. According to plan, he intended to activate experience doubling first, then execute a one-hit kill to take down these demon kings. But the problem is the one-hit kill must occur within a minute. The next attack must be a decisive strike. He only has one chance to strike, so he must ensure he can hit the strongest Tiger King, and that the opponent doesn't have any resurrection-type demon techniques. Otherwise, if he fails, it would mean losing 2 temporary points, which would be a huge loss. If there's a way, it would be best to incite the Tiger King to fight with the other demons. At least he would have some understanding. With this in mind, Chen Feng stood up and said, "Tiger King, this cave is truly grand. May I take a look around?" "Please do." Chen Feng walked through the courtyard and saw dozens of houses, all decorated with lights. Several captives were busy making lanterns and putting up couplets. "Once a fight breaks out, I can't afford to neglect Era. I need to rescue the little brothers first." Chen Feng thought to himself and grabbed a person, asking, "Where's the kitchen?" The person pointed to a smoking house. Chen Feng asked again, "Where is your lady owner?" The person replied, "Are you asking about the older one or the younger one?" "No kidding. Of course the younger one. I'm not Chow Chow. What do I need to go to the tiger lady for? That one is it. Alright, you go ahead with your business." After saying this, Chen Feng immediately used wind walking, transforming into a wisp of breeze, and slipped into the kitchen. Upon entering, he was hit by a wave of bloody stench. Chen Feng focused his gaze, and was stunned. The room was filled with human heads, bones, tendons, and skins. This one kitchen was on par with the 3rd floor of a happiness internet cafe. One of the tiger demons was busy roasting meat. Taking advantage of the moment when it was unguarded, Chen Feng sprinkled the poison he obtained into the meat. Just as he intended to leave, he noticed the tiger demon pulling out a green bottle from the corner. "This thing seems to be the same as mine." Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, watching as the tiger demon smeared the poison into the roasted meat again. This was poison on top of poison, a double dosage. What a treacherous tiger demon, trying to catch us all in one go. Ugh. Disgusting. Despicable. Lowly. Chen Feng felt disdain, completely forgetting that he had intended to do the same. At that moment, a low growl came from outside. "Fall." It was strange, the voice wasn't loud, just echoing inside the room. But upon hearing it, Chen Feng felt his body uncontrollable and immediately fell to the ground. As for the tiger chef, he fainted as well. "What's going on? Have my plans been discovered?" Chen Feng looked towards the entrance, but the one coming in wasn't the Tiger King or Tiger Girl, but a lion spirit with azure gold mane. Chen Feng searched through Delang's memories and immediately recognized him. This was the Lion King's second-in-command, the lion leader. Before coming, Chen Feng had inquired with the elderly wolf demon about the Lion King's ultimate skill, which was the sound wave lion roar. Anyone who heard it would be struck with fear and die. This second-in-command can only be at most 200 years of cultivation, yet he was able to knock me down with a roar. If the Lion King came, wouldn't he kill me instantly? Chen Feng was astonished, and quickly activated wind walking again. He saw the lion leader glance around to ensure no one was present, then secretly took out a green bottle from his pocket. Chen Feng. Damn it, the goods came from the same source, no wonder the Snake King bled while brushing his teeth. Leaving the kitchen, Chen Feng headed straight for Tiger Girl's room. This place is too treacherous, I must withdraw. Pushing open the door, a fragrance mixed with a fox-like scent wafted in, both foul and sweet, like stinky tofu. Strange, Tiger Girl doesn't seem like the type to use perfume. Chen Feng glanced around. There was a dressing table, soft gauze curtains, and a bed. This was undoubtedly a woman's boudoir, but where's my little brother? In his imagination, Era should be tied to the bed, unable to move. But the room was completely empty with no one in sight. Could he have already been devoured? Era, I will definitely avenge you. Chen Feng was furious and prepared to fight the demons, but at that moment there was some movement outside. Tiger Girl is back. This is perfect. With all his pent-up anger, Chen Feng was ready to ambush and take, but the subsequent development completely exceeded Chen Feng's expectations. A beautiful woman in a red negligee walked into the room. Do not look, do not listen. Chen Feng thought to himself that he had sinned and hurriedly averted his gaze, wondering which organization does this woman belong to. At first Chen Feng thought she was Tiger Girl's maid or something, but seeing her groom herself in front of the mirror, he dismissed that idea. Maid wouldn't dare to touch her master's belongings, would they? So who exactly is this woman? Just as Chen Feng was puzzled, changes occurred in the room. Suddenly, a burly black man appeared in the previously empty room. Another expert. Which organization does this black fellow belong to? Chen Feng was startled, but quickly reacted. The only one capable of such a powerful concealment technique aside from the Leopard King could only be his kind. The woman said sweetly, darling, why did you take so long to come? The Leopard King chuckled, I had to put on an act, otherwise your husband would become suspicious. Be careful, what if our affair is exposed? The Leopard King reassured her, I just went to the kitchen to poison, don't worry, after tonight no one will disturb us. Will it work? The Leopard King smacked his chest confidently, saying, of course it will. This is what I exchanged for celestial wine from the ancient poisonous creature in the crawling area. No deception, one sip and they die. Chen Feng. So the tiger demon has one share, I have one share, the lion has one share, and the leopard has one share. They are all putting poison in the dish, while I'm putting dishes in the poison. At this moment Chen Feng also realized he had made a huge mistake. This woman was actually the tiger lady. But I clearly asked that person for the older lady owner. Oh, I understand now, the old cow eats tender grass. No, it's the old tiger that eats tender grass. In just a few seconds Chen Feng had grasped the situation, and at this moment the room had already entered an indescribable stage. The Leopard King with deep affection said, I have admired you for a long time, and I wonder if you would be willing to share a seat and pillow with me tonight. In a small dimly lit boudoir with doors and windows tightly shut, a beautiful woman gently pinched the shoulder of a burly man, saying, to serve the king is indeed a stroke of luck in 3 lifetimes. I wonder, your majesty, are you tired? The burly man laughed heartily, pulling the beautiful woman into his embrace. With you worrying for me, how could I be? Chen Feng really wanted to make a run for it, but these monsters had astonishing hearing. As soon as he opened the door, he would surely be discovered. He could only rely on his S. V-I-S-T-N. Smash the Varudo. Time stop. As the cybernetic body activated, the 2 entwined monsters instantly entered a state of 0.25 speed. Farewell. Chen Feng walked toward the door, now in a wind-walking state, completely concealed within the breeze. Thus, as long as he opened and closed the door quickly enough, the 2 monsters would think it was merely a gust of wind passing by. Things were supposed to develop like this. But at the moment Chen Feng grasped the doorknob, the situation changed dramatically. The Leopard King, who had just entered a state of suspension, turned his head in confusion. Who? At this moment Chen Feng had yet to realize. Just as Chen Feng was about to close the door, he heard the question, and in his astonishment, he suddenly discovered that the Leopard King, who was originally on the bed, had appeared right in front of him, extending a leopard paw to swipe at him. Chen Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What the hell? Ever since he obtained the S-V-I-S-T-N, he had never encountered an opponent. Every time he activated it, everyone around him seemed frozen in time, unable to move. But this time someone could move, and even faster than him. This reminded Chen Feng of a superhero movie he had watched, Zack Snyder's Justice League. At that time, the amnesiac Superman was beating up the heroes of the Justice League. To support his teammates, the Flash, known as the fastest man on Earth with Superman-like speed, attempted to circle around Superman to attack, only to find that Superman could keep up with his speed and chased after him. Such a grand move was merely a reflection of the opponent's desperate passivity, and Chen Feng truly felt it. Damn, this leopard's normal speed is faster than my S-V-I-S-T-N. If the Leopard King with 500 years of cultivation is this fierce, what about the Tiger King with 1,000 years, and the Great Demon with 10,000 years? You can play in Sihong City all you want, who the hell can outplay you? Chen Feng hurriedly activated his windwalking, transforming into a gentle breeze, evading the deadly strike from the opponent. At the same time, he threw a punch trying to push back the Leopard King, but that punch was easily dodged by the opponent. So fast! Chen Feng exclaimed in his heart, but even faster was what followed. Just as he dodged Chen Feng's attack, the Leopard King's second paw came slashing towards his neck. Wait, buddy! Chen Feng had no time to catch his breath and activated windwalking again. Thus the two exchanged blows, going back and forth for 7 or 8 moves with no clear victor. At this moment, barely 3 seconds had passed. This was evident from the astonished expression on the tiger lattice face, who had just realized her lover was missing. This situation wouldn't work. Continuously using the wind control technique, Chen Feng felt he was starting to struggle. After all, this incarnation of his was merely a 100-year-old monster and definitely couldn't match the endurance of the 500-year-old Leopard King. If he didn't find a solution soon, this incarnation would be dealt with within 3 seconds. However, using a temporary point on a 500-year-old monster felt a bit unwilling. Eureka! With his brain working rapidly, Chen Feng suddenly came up with an idea and opened his mouth wide. At that moment in the banquet hall, the tiger chef was carrying roasted meat toward the two kings seated at the table. Thinking about how he was about to kill the wolf, leopard, and lion kings without shedding blood, earning merit for the tiger king, the chef couldn't help but grin widely. Beside him, the tiger girl noticed and teased, "Chef, why are you smiling so happily?" The tiger chef casually replied, "In life, the most important thing is to be happy." Upon hearing it was a human, the tiger girl quickly leaned in to take a look. Why does this meat look so green? How could it not be green? Even kissing the 1,000-year-old snake king wouldn't extract this much poison. Poisoning was a highly confidential matter, and to prevent the plan from being exposed, the tiger king hadn't even told his own daughter. Thus, fearing the tiger girl would catch on, the tiger chef hurriedly explained, "Miss, this is called vegetative person, green and harmless." The tiger girl became interested, saying, "Let me taste it." No. The tiger chef quickly advised, "The first bite is meant for the kings." The tiger girl sulked, saying, "All right then." When the roasted meat was presented at the table, the tiger king squinted and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, chef, are you a tiger? You put in so much poison, even an idiot can see it. Damn, the old lion will definitely tear me apart if he finds out I've poisoned him." The tiger king was already preparing to take action, but the scene he had anticipated where the lion king would fly into a rage did not occur. Because at that moment the lion king was also sweating profusely. He looked at his second-in-command, repeatedly signaling with his eyes, which was simple, "Is this how you handle things?" The lion chief was also puzzled. Why is this batch so pure? The atmosphere became quite awkward. The tiger king asked, "Why isn't anyone eating?" The lion king modestly replied, "Tiger brother, you are the oldest. If you don't move your chopsticks, who would dare to eat?" The tiger king chuckled awkwardly. "That's not right. Oh, I've recently researched some human Buddhism and gained some insights. I plan to abstain from meat for a while." After saying this, he pretended to be pious and said, "Ba, a tiger eating grass. Who would believe?" The lion king knew the other party was lying, but didn't dare to expose it, so he had to go along, saying, "Which Buddha does the king believe in? Is it the Tsihong Bodhisattva?" The tiger king's expression immediately became serious. "This cannot be spoken of lightly. Have you forgotten what the great demon said before, that anyone related to the Tsihong sect appearing on our territory must be killed without mercy?" The lion king slapped his forehead. "Oh, right. How could I forget my memory so badly?" Seeing the topic straying, the tiger king hurriedly returned to the main point. "Speaking of which, why aren't you eating, lion brother? Do you dislike my cooking?" The lion king chuckled. "That's not the case, Vim, just not very hungry." The lion chief chimed in, "The king isn't hungry, neither am I." The tiger king wasn't anxious either. "All right, eat when you are hungry." This was bad. The lion king and lion chief felt a shiver down their spines. If they didn't eat, they couldn't leave. If they did eat, they would leave on the spot. Just as the situation became tense, a wolf's howl came from the inner courtyard, caught in the act. The lion king immediately pretended to be surprised, rushing out. "What? Is there a scandal? Let's go see." "Damn it, another failure." The tiger king was infuriated, stirring up a gust of demonic wind as he dashed towards the back courtyard, eager to see who is ruining my good fortune. But this look almost made him faint. He saw his newly married wife disheveled appearing at the door, while the already drunk leopard king was spiritedly engaging in a spell duel with someone. Why is the tiger lady dressed like this? Wasn't the leopard king drunk? How did he end up fighting the wolf king? Listening to the gossip from the nearby little monsters, the tiger king couldn't help but understand he had been cuckolded. Taking the opportunity, Chen Feng added fuel to the fire. "Tiger brother, I saw with my own eyes the leopard king sneaking into your sister-in-law's room, intending to do something inappropriate. Damn it, I will split you in half." Good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. The leopard king seduced the elder sister-in-law and finally faced retribution. "Run." The leopard king was frightened, knowing that with his cultivation he was definitely no match for the tiger king. So relying on his speed advantage, he planned to make a quick getaway. To be fair, while the Tiger King's speed was not slow compared to the speed-specialized Leopard King, it was vastly inferior. In an instant, the Leopard King left everyone behind and reached the cave entrance. This time I've really stumbled. That damn Wolf King actually dared to ruin my good fortune. Oh, once I escape, I will definitely kill all his people. The Leopard King swiped a paw at the stone door, preparing to shatter the main entrance, only to be repelled by a golden light. It was a barrier. This cave was sealed off. The Leopard King's originally dark face darkened further. Oh, so that bastard never intended to let us in the narrow passage. It was not conducive for the Leopard King to exert his strength, so he immediately returned the way. He came just in time to bump into the pursuing Tiger King at the entrance. The Leopard King scowled. We are all demon kings. Do not think I am afraid of you. The Tiger King didn't think much of the Leopard King standing with his hands behind his back. Come on, I'll let you strike first. You said it. The Leopard King snorted angrily and charged at the Tiger King, his speed so fast it stirred up a black wind. 1 paw, 2 paws, 3 paws. In an instant, a sound like hammering metal echoed. No one could see how many paws the Leopard King unleashed, and at this moment the tardily arriving Lion King was astonished. In these years without fighting, the leopard's speed has increased even more. If I were to be ambushed, I fear I wouldn't react in time. But soon the Lion King thought of a countermeasure. Though the leopard's speed is extremely fast, it cannot surpass sound. If he gets close to me, I will roar loudly and knock him down, then I won't have to fear him. Yes, I'm still better. Forgetting the Lion King's thoughts, the Leopard King, after a series of attacks, was already showing signs of fatigue, panting in place. In contrast, the Tiger King was unscathed, showing no signs of injury at all. The Tiger tribe's greatest skill was its tough body and resilient spirit. Are you done? It's my turn now. It was less about how many hits were landed and more about how hard they hit. The Tiger King extended his claw in a black tiger heart-piercing strike, and the Leopard King perished in an instant. The gap was simply too vast. Before dying, the Leopard King smiled at the Lion King. Do you think just watching means you will be safe? He set up a barrier at the entrance, intending to capture us all. He'll be waiting for you underground. The Lion King was greatly shocked. What? Tiger brother, is this leopard trying to incite discord? Is he lying? The Tiger King smiled without speaking. The Lion King felt uneasy. He is lying, right? The Tiger King continued to smile without speaking. This was getting serious. It was a trap set for them. Seeing this, Chen Feng turned and ran toward the Tiger Girl's room. Opening the door, he was suddenly tackled by a furry little boy. Brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Looking at the tearful, aggrieved little dog, Chen Feng wondered, that mother tiger didn't tie you up. No, she didn't. Then why didn't you run? I wanted to run, but as soon as I stepped outside, that mother tiger would hit me, hitting me the moment I stepped outside. So you were too scared to run, forming a conditioned reflex, becoming a Pavlov's dog, huh? Brother, I've always been your dog. Ooh, I never learned about Pavlov. I know. While the two brothers were chatting, a lion's roar suddenly interrupted their conversation. Lang felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chen Feng also had blood gushing from his nose. Damn, even from this far away we can be affected. If I were standing next to him, wouldn't I be reduced to a blood mist? Chen Feng knew this was not a place to linger. Just as he was about to take the little dog away, a yellow figure suddenly blocked their path. It was the Tiger Girl. She frowned and said in a rough voice, "We are about to consummate the marriage. Lang, where are you going? You aren't trying to run away, are you?" Seeing the other party's sad expression, Chen Feng sighed. What a pair of ill-fated lovers. It's a pity that a forced marriage yields no sweetness. You should just give up. Lang also echoed. Yes, give up. Oh, I don't like you. Lang, I'm so good to you, yet you don't appreciate. As she spoke, the Tiger Girl suddenly changed her tone, opening her mouth wide to reveal her fierce look. Just right, I'm hungry too. Since you can't enter my heart, you can only enter my stomach. 666. If I can't provide emotional value, then I must provide nutritional value. Chen Feng stepped forward, ready for battle. The mother tiger completely disregarded Chen Feng, a defeated opponent, and smiled. I watched your battle with the old Wolf King. To put it bluntly, it was really terrible. Every king in the park is an absolute overlord. Only in our place, due to the presence of 2,000-year-old demon kings, do we need to recruit trash like you. Otherwise you wouldn't even qualify to sit at the table. No, you may qualify to sit at the table, but only as food. After saying this, the mother tiger stood with her hands behind her back. Come on, let you strike first. The same words, the same actions. This time, it was Chen Feng's turn. The immense pressure made Lang's legs tremble, almost causing him to wet himself. After all, this was an 800-year-old monster. The two brothers combined had eaten less salt than the other had eaten rice. Lang gritted his teeth, mentally preparing himself. If brother loses, I will bite my tongue to commit suicide. At this moment, Chen Feng had already raised his hand, summoning a gust of demonic wind, forming wind blades. Bang, bang, bang. Countless wind blades struck the Tiger Girl. If it were any other monster, they would have probably been ground to bones by now. But facing the tiger girl's indestructible body, it didn't even count as a scratch. Because for a scratch at least the skin would turn red, yet after being hit for so long the tiger girl left not a single red mark or scratch. These stats are just too high. Chen Feng felt a bit upset. What has been going on for the past couple of days? The explosive power was completely suppressed by the mother tiger. The cybernetic body that rampaged in the cyberpunk world was not even as fast as the leopard's normal speed, and the spells from the Xinxiao world were futile. Could it really be that I have to use a temporary point on this mother tiger? Seeing Chen Feng not moving, the tiger girl taunted, "Haven't you eaten? Use a little more strength." With that, Chen Feng suddenly had an idea. "I haven't eaten, so if you beat me it doesn't count as any skill. How about we eat first, and then fight?" The tiger girl, unaware of his scheme, replied, "I happen to be a little hungry too. Fine, let's make you a glutton." A few minutes later. Munch 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 munch. The tiger girl frowned, looking at the green leg in her hand. "Why aren't you eating?" Chen Feng waved his hand, squinting his eyes with a smile. "This thing I only look at, I won't touch. No, the taste isn't right." Plop. Leaving behind a 1-star review, the invincible tiger girl fell. Killed a 100-year-old tiger demon, proficiency 826. Back in the hall. The once lively banquet scene had turned gruesome. All the little demons lay on the ground, their organs shattered and intestines ruptured, dying painfully. As for the instigator, the Lion King, he now lay on the ground covered in blood. In contrast, the Tiger King, although bleeding from his ears and not feeling well, had still emerged victorious. "First I will kill this old lion, then deal with that bear. The meat-eating zone will belong to my daughter and me. At that time we can do whatever we want. It will be better than going to heaven." As he laughed, the Tiger King suddenly sensed a movement behind him. Turning around, he saw the brothers Chen Feng, in-laws. "You haven't died. Where's my tiger girl?" Chen Feng honestly replied, "Oh, her. She took the lead and went to heaven to enjoy herself." "Hey, what do you mean by that? What paradise? What's wrong with my Hunyeo? Damn it, I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Regardless of how the Tiger King pressed for answers, Chen Feng ignored him, instead looking at the ground littered with monster corpses with a pained expression, complaining to the Lion King, "Hey, you took quite a bit of my experience." The Lion King didn't understand what Chen Feng was saying, but still reminded him, "This bastard tiger has set up a barrier outside the cave to trap us all. If we don't kill it, we won't be able to get out. Brother Wolf, let's team up." Chen Feng shook his head, refusing. The Tiger King laughed heartily. "Lion King, you are really getting more backward with age. You actually want to team up with a younger generation with only 100 years of cultivation against me. And you were turned down, ha ha ha. Little wolf cub, you're quite perceptive. You coincidentally, the second in command was killed in the previous battle, so from now on you can be my deputy." The Tiger King was happily talking to himself, but Chen Feng interrupted. "Wait a minute, it seems you might have misunderstood something. I'm not teaming up. I just want to enjoy the experience by myself. You look so confused, as if you don't understand. I want to challenge you, Onion. Do you get it? Onion. Onion." The Tiger King was furious, shouting, "Damn it, what are you? A mere 100 years of cultivation dares to shout in front of me." A massive roar from the tiger filled the courtyard. Erlang couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground. Chen Feng raised his hand and made a stop gesture. "Stop, wait a minute." The Tiger King declared loudly, "Are you scared? Too late. Even if you beg for mercy now, I won't let you go." Chen Feng shook his head. "It's not begging for mercy. To ensure there are no accidents, can I ask 2 questions before we... First, besides that indestructible body of yours, do you have any other life-saving techniques? Like a substitute technique that turns your body into a lying tiger stone or something?" Hearing the words life-saving, the tiger demon shouted angrily, "Life-saving? Are you insulting me? With this indestructible body, who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? That means you don't have it right. No, none. Good, then the second question, is your indestructible body invincible? Of course. My indestructible body can make me 10 times harder. You know the Elephant King in the herbivore area, right? Its ultimate technique can transform its body to enormous sizes, but I can still withstand it. 10 times harder. That just means your defense is multiplied by 10. It's not invincible. You. Alright, I've finished my questions, we can start fighting." Chen Feng's attitude of looking down on him greatly enraged the Tiger King. The Tiger King had dominated for 1,000 years, and apart from the great demons, no one dared to mock him like this. Today this little wolf cub repeatedly provoked him. How could he not be furious? "Damn it, I'll kill you." With a roar, a yellow figure lunged at Chen Feng, its momentum fierce like a mountain collapsing and the earth shaking. The Lion King beside him felt despair. "I didn't expect that after fighting with me this tiger still has energy left. I originally thought that 800 years and 1,000 years of cultivation were only a slight difference, but now it seems to be a world apart." Behind Chen Feng, Ha was even blown over by the shockwave. Only Chen Feng remained motionless. Wei Seaton activate. Ding. Cheating experience multiplied by 909. Netanine activated. Ding. Cheating one-hit kill activated. Carrying a heavy load. After digesting the 2 temporary bonuses, Chen Feng seemed to hear a powerful music in his ears. He took a deep breath and faced the charging Tiger King, delivering a simple, unadorned punch. The farce should come to an end. Boom. A dull explosion sounded. The Tiger King trembled, lowering his head in disbelief. At that moment, a huge hole appeared in his chest, flesh and intestines spilling out. Clang. The invincible Tiger King fell to the ground, already breathless. One-hit kill. How terrifying. Killed. 1,000-year Tiger Demon proficiency, 1245. Due to cheating, you actually gained 124,3755 points of proficiency, 1,200,000 experience points in hand. Chen Feng looked at the Tiger King's corpse and said coldly, "It seems your invincibility isn't all that impressive." The Tiger King's undefeated body was broken. You didn't even put up a fight, killed by a 100-year-old junior. The Lion King, witnessing this scene, was dumbfounded, as if seeing a ghost. Meanwhile, Erha had already flipped over and rushed over excitedly. Normally, if Erha were a regular person seeing Chen Feng's outrageous performance, he would surely be questioning whether Chen Feng was his brother. But Erha was not a normal person, he wasn't even human. His dog brain only knew one thing: my big brother is invincible in the world. Low profile, low profile. Chen Feng turned his head to look at the Lion King, who was on the verge of death. The experience doubling effect can last a full minute, and there's still a breathing experience pack. Erha volunteered. "Big brother, I'll kill it." Chen Feng tapped Erha's head. "You have the heart to share my burdens. I'm very pleased, but I don't like you as a head dog." Erlang covered his head. As Chen Feng was about to strike at him, the Lion King hurriedly begged for mercy. "Brother Wolf, I'm willing to be your subordinate. Will you let me off?" Begging for mercy. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Accepting a demon king as a subordinate isn't impossible. Riding a lion out is definitely cooler than riding a wolf and a dog. However, the moment Chen Feng saw the other party eating human flesh at the banquet, the Lion King had already died in his heart. Chen Feng said coldly, "I don't take in subordinates who eat people. Brother Wolf, you can't cultivate into human form and really think of yourself as a human, right?" The Lion King argued, "Moreover, people eat us too. Those poachers are also killing our kind. Why don't you take care of that?" This kind of moral coercion might work on some naive individuals. But Chen Feng didn't buy it at all. "Because I'm a double-standard dog, it's only natural for humans to eat animals, but if animals eat humans, that's not right." Erlang happily said, "Big brother, it turns out we're both dogs." Seeing that Chen Feng was unyielding, the Lion King switched to another tactic. "Then how about this, little brother? I have an ancestral lion roar technique. Can I exchange it for my life?" Technique. Seeing that Chen Feng was a bit tempted, the Lion King pressed on. "Once this technique is mastered, a single roar can take a life. Oh, as long as you let me live, I will give it to you." "You'll give it to me if I let you live." Chen Feng smiled and threw a punch. "Fool, if you die, the secret technique is mine." Killed. 100-year lion demon proficiency, 866. Due to cheating, you actually gained 865,134 points of proficiency, another 800,000 experience points gained, bringing the total to max out both skills. At this rate, I just need to kill 2 more 1,000-year demon kings to obtain the Sanmei Divine Wind. Chen Feng flipped over the Lion King's body, and indeed found an ancient book. "I can't understand it at all," he said, completely baffled by the bizarre illustrations, but fortunately, he didn't need to comprehend it, the system could understand it. New training plan checked. After modifications, this technique has been included in the Wind Control Technique Modified Package. Wailing Ghost not acquired. Wind Roar Technique. Dragon's Roar. Lion's Roar sounding like a mighty bell shattering the heavens. Technique requirement must have vocal organs. Good stuff. With this, no matter how many minor fish come, a single roar will take them all down. While feeling delighted, Chen Feng sensed an oddity. The Wind Control Technique and Lion's Roar Technique. To create so many celestial techniques, the old Wolf King and the Lion King's ancestors must have been incredibly powerful. According to current intelligence, monsters have no lifespan restrictions, and the longer they live, the stronger they become. So the question arises, since they do not die of old age, where have these ancestors gone? One possibility is that their ancestors are still alive now, having reached a level of 10,000 years, and since Chen Feng killed their younger generation, it will soon play out like a cultivation novel where after dealing with the younger ones, the older ones come. The second possibility is that their ancestors were eliminated by some even more formidable entity. Regardless of which, it is not good news. But it doesn't matter, whatever comes I will face it, and when danger arises the system will intervene. Instead of worrying about this, it is better to quickly complete the sign-in task and enhance his strength. Chen Feng brought Erlang to the cave entrance. As the Lion King said, on those 2 tightly closed stone doors a golden talisman was pasted depicting a giant lotus. However, that lotus was not as neatly detailed as geometric shapes. Rather, it looked somewhat haphazard. If the Lion King were still alive and saw this scene, he would surely exclaim, "So the Tiger King really does believe in Buddhism." Chen Feng touched the large door and was immediately bounced back by a burst of golden light. No way, the person is dead, yet the spell is still active. With explosive force wind blade technique, Chen Feng tried all his attacks, but the stone door remained steadfast. Since the frontal assault was futile, he decided to break through from above. Chen Feng summoned a gust of wind, lifted Erlang, and prepared to fly out from the courtyard, but halfway through he was struck down by golden light and fell in a heap. No good, there is also a barrier above. This is bad. Could it be that I will be trapped here? Just as Chen Feng was at a loss, someone suddenly said beside him, "No need to try, this barrier is the handiwork of Bodhisattva Zihong. With your level, even if you cultivate for another 10,000 years, not knowing the method will be useless." Who? Chen Feng turned to look and saw a gnome had appeared in the courtyard. It was quite short, only half a person's height, but looked very old with a dry face full of wrinkles. Where did this person come from? I didn't react at all. Unsure if the other party was friend or foe, Chen Feng cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The old gnome said in a rough voice, "Don't rush, let's deal with this barrier first." As he spoke he extended. A scream echoed from a distance, and the tiger lady who was in the inner courtyard was suddenly pulled over by the old gnome from afar. "This is the key to the barrier. You vile woman, you didn't even notice you were polluted." After saying this, the old gnome made a pinching gesture. Then with a bang the tiger lady exploded into a pool of blood. The dog clung tightly to Chen Feng's leg, nervously saying, "Brother, he has a dangerous aura." Chen Feng then asked, "Is she dead?" "Of course not." The old gnome pointed to the ground. To Chen Feng's astonishment, the shredded flesh on the ground began to squirm, combining into a statue of a bodhisattva, made of flesh and blood, eyes tightly closed with a smile that seemed not quite a smile. "Do you want to spar with it? But remember, don't let your physical body touch it, or even deities would struggle to save you." "All right." Wind control as a blade. Chen Feng shot out several wind blades, striking the flesh monster and shredding it to pieces. The old gnome sighed. The one who created the wind control technique back then was a senior from the wolf tribe. When they struck, they unleashed at least 1,000 wind blades. But later generations have been inferior. By the time of the old wolf king, he could only shoot one. And now in your hands the wind control technique has regained some of its former glory. Not bad, not bad. However, it was still insufficient. In no time the flesh monster reassembled, returning to its original form. "Can it be killed?" Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, "Is this Bodhisattva Zihong?" "If it were, that would be great. This is just a drop of Zihang's blood, not even 1/10th of its power, 100,000th or millionth." With a wave of the old gnome's hand, a flame engulfed the flesh monster. "Only by turning it to ash can we prevent its resurrection." As the flesh monster perished, Chen Feng heard a sound akin to shattering glass. If he guessed correctly, this barrier should now be gone. "Thank you, sir. May I ask your name and where you reside? I will come to express my gratitude later." The old gnome smiled. "No problem, but in Zihong City you mustn't casually reveal your true name, or some individuals can kill just by your name, which is quite terrifying." Having dealt with nurses, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "Then what should I do?" "Use a nickname." "Then what is your nickname?" As the saying goes, the more one lacks something, the more one desires it. You see, I am so short, which makes me very insecure, so I chose a nickname with a big character, and since I am of monster origin, it follows that. So, Great Demon. A wave of overwhelming pressure came crashing down. Chen Feng's mind suddenly went, "Great Demon. Isn't that the final boss from Crazy Zoo?" According to the usual storyline, the final boss shouldn't be hiding at home waiting for the protagonist to level up before appearing. Why did it suddenly block the entrance to the novice village? The Great Demon fixed its murky yellow eyes on Chen Feng, saying, "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to avenge this tiger. This traitorous being colluded with the vile woman of the Zihong sect, defying my orders and engaging in mutual slaughter, deserve to die. I have come specifically for you. Yesterday I received the soul of the old Wolf King and interrogated it, and I became curious. The old Wolf King, despite being a failure, still had 300 years of cultivation. How could he be killed by his subordinates? Of course, while the old Wolf King crashing is unlikely, it is not impossible. But now the Tiger King, who has cultivated for 1,000 years, was killed by you with a single punch. That is very unusual. Given your level, even with exceptional talent, it would be impossible to reverse kill someone with 1,000 years of cultivation, let alone kill the Tiger King with a physical attack. Then there is only one possibility. Let me guess, you are not delaying, right?" The words of the Great Demon made Chen Feng break into a cold sweat. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Damn it, let's do it. Chen Feng instantly entered battle mode. Cyan experience cheat, one-hit kill, activate. In a world of stillness, Chen Feng unleashed his lethal punch. Yet the Great Demon suddenly appeared behind Chen Feng, whispering, "Your speed has suddenly increased significantly. How frightening." Who is truly frightening? At 4 times the speed, you can suddenly appear behind me in a second. Chen Feng knew that this punch would definitely miss. But at that moment, the Great Demon suddenly appeared in front of Chen Feng. "Since you are so confident you can kill me, then I will take it and let you give up." Bang! As his fist made contact with the Great Demon's body, the system's notification left Chen Feng completely stunned. The power difference between the two parties is 999 times. Unable to achieve a one-hit kill, 999 times. unable to achieve a one-hit kill. Chen Feng had seen many numerical monsters, but those numerical monsters were all called Great Demon numerical monsters. This was the ultimate in numerical values. The Great Demon stepped back in surprise. No wonder the tiger couldn't block it. It's not its fault you indeed have some skills. Then I am even more curious about your secret. But do not tell me the answer, I prefer to find the answers myself. As he spoke, the Great Demon waved his hand. Suddenly dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the sky. Accompanied by an oppressive feeling that made it hard to breathe, a pole wrapped in black gas towering hundreds of feet high descended from the sky. So the question arises. What exactly is the flag emitting black smoke with a bunch of souls on it? Chen Feng's mouth twitched. 10,000. Souls. Banner. Rome. Rome. The Great Demon shook its head and said, this is clearly the human emperor banner. It just hasn't been cleaned for a long time, so it's a bit dusty and emits black smoke. Come, young friend, let us have a chat inside the human emperor banner. As soon as these words were spoken, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the winds and clouds swirled. Looking at the flag that blocked the sky and the sun descending from above, Chen Feng momentarily felt like cursing. No, my friend. Although I also have a cheat, isn't it a bit too unfair for you to pull this out? It's like being transported to the Tang dynasty and being told to duel with Li Shimin at the Xuanwu Gate. I could tolerate that. You say Li Shimin has a brother named Li Yuanba who chases after 1,000,000 troops wielding 2 hammers. I could tolerate that too. But when you say that Li Shimin has a royal brother named Tang Xuanzong, and that Xuanzong has a disciple with a hairy face and thunderous mouth, then I might as well be dead. A chilling wail echoed from the banner, the voices of souls trapped within, eternally unable to escape, lamenting. The old wolf king, the wolf vanguard, the lion king, the tiger king, many familiar faces were there, and Chen Feng had personally sent them in. So it turns out that the souls of monsters that die here are absorbed by the Great Demon's myriad souls banner. No wonder the Great Demon noticed me after the old wolf king died. In that case, to avoid being blocked by the final boss in my next life, I must ensure that every monster's death appears to be a reasonable accident. Wait, this old thing isn't telling the truth. Chen Feng suddenly spotted the figure of De Lang in his soul, making him realize that since he started impersonating De Lang, he had been discovered. That was close. If I foolishly continued to control De Lang's avatar in my next life, no matter how discreetly I acted, I would still be discovered and end up like this. This old schemer doesn't know I will be reborn, yet still left a trap. Truly a monster from Zihang City, always plotting against others. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through Chen Feng's mind, ultimately converging into one sentence: I must not be caught. The souls collected by the myriad souls banner lack autonomy. Once captured, Chen Feng would inevitably face interrogation, at which point his identity as a traveler and the system's secrets would all be exposed, and it's likely he would never be able to load a save again. I must find a way to save myself. Of course, tricks like invisibility and escape would definitely not work against the Great Demon. So Chen Feng's first plan was to go offline. He wanted to directly exit the De Lang account. Although this would result in losing the super avatar that had already mastered half of the 2 fractions Sanmei Divine Wind, it was better than dying. But upon attempting it, the system sent a warning: operation failed. Under the soul lock of the myriad souls banner, no soul could hope to escape. After the first battle ended in failure, Chen Feng didn't lose heart and immediately activated the second plan. As long as he died and his soul perished, it would naturally trigger a save load. Of course, with the speed of the Great Demon, it was impossible for Chen Feng to cut his own throat with a wind blade. So Chen Feng used a faster method, inflating himself with wind energy and self-destructing. Watching Chen Feng explode before him, the Great Demon transmitted a message to Chen Feng's soul, saying, you committed suicide so decisively. Do you have the ability to seize a body? Useless, useless. With the myriad souls banner here, your soul cannot escape at all. Chen Feng snorted. You said it yourself, myriad souls banner, admit it. Even at this point, you still have the mood to joke. Such composure in the face of impending doom is truly rare. The Great Demon gave a thumbs up, but looking at you, it seems you aren't trying to escape. Would you rather have your soul dissipate than enter the banner? Right, I refuse to enter. The Great Demon shrugged. Indeed, a soul without a physical body will quickly dissipate. With a casual wave, the Great Demon brought back to life Chen Feng's exploded wolf demon body, saying, then I can just create a physical body for you. Huh. Chen Feng was left dumbfounded, never expecting that it could be played like this. The Great Demon had an inviting expression, saying, feel free to die. As long as this myriad souls banner remains intact, you cannot escape. As long as I keep saving you, you will never die. So I can't die and I can't escape. This is the first time Chen Feng has encountered such a tricky situation. It's over. I'm going to be refined in an instant. Huh. Refined in an instant. Chen Feng suddenly grasped the blind spot. He remembered that in cultivation novels, souls were usually refined in an instant, yet now from his self-destruction to revival, quite a bit of time had passed. Why hadn't he been absorbed into the banner yet? This speed is wrong. The Myriad Souls banner can capture golden core nascent soul and transformation stage cultivators in the blink of an eye. Why is it so slow for me? Chen Feng looked up and finally discovered the problem. On the dark banner at some point it had become covered with grotesque flesh, a terrifying gaping maw and eyes that opened and closed. Someone is helping me, it's Tsihong Bodhisattva. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although this flesh monster looks quite unsettling, at least they have a common interest at this moment. Chen Feng shouted to the sky, big shot, save me. Useless, useless. The great demon looked up at the sky and repeated his catchphrase, with your current strength you can at most delay for a while, why bother? At that moment the flesh on the long banner coalesced into the head of a woman with her eyes tightly shut and a compassionate expression. She spoke in a pure voice that echoed, saying, we meet again, outsider. When did we ever meet? Besides, at this moment it's not the time for greetings. Chen Feng urged, get to the point. But beside him the great demon exclaimed in shock, she called you an outsider, so you are a traveler. But you don't look like someone who just arrived. Why hasn't that bastard the Lord discovered you? Damn, hearing the great demon say this, it seems Tsihong City has a specific plan for travelers. But I don't know why it didn't trigger, perhaps I hid well. While Chen Feng pondered, the woman slowly said, time snake spirit broken temple, you will know in due time. What snake spirit and broken temple? Chen Feng didn't understand what she was saying. Can you speak human language? Riddlers, get out of Tsihong City. But the woman's face dissolved, turning into a pool of flesh and blood dissipating. She just left like that. As Chen Feng was stunned, the great demon muttered to the flesh on the banner, I didn't expect you to have a Tsihong temple we haven't found. And you even so generously told me, aren't you afraid I'll go destroy it? Strange, strange. This kid is already having a hard time protecting himself, yet you want him to find you. From what I know of you, you would never do something futile, huh? I understand now, you aren't asking him to find you now, but at another timeline. As he spoke, the great demon looked at Chen Feng. No wonder you weren't afraid of your soul dissipating just now. Oh, it turns out you will be reborn. Then why are you still leading the wolf pack to beg? Can't you buy a lottery ticket? Right, I've read so many urban novels for nothing, and I actually forgot to remember the lottery password. I forgot. Chen Feng replied defiantly. Thanks to the great demon's explanation, Chen Feng finally understood that Tsihong meant for him to reunite after his rebirth to break the temple. But the problem is this old demon keeps reviving me. Ooh, I can't load my save. Thinking back to the 6 words left by Tsihong, time, snake, spirit, broken temple. Time. Chen Feng suddenly realized, I understand. Saying this, he opened the cheating system. Death immunity cheat activated. Time pause cheat activated. This time it's really going to smash Valudo. Suddenly the sound of clockwork filled the air, and in an instant the world seemed to be pressed, the pause button falling into silence. Chen Feng first tried to go offline, only to find that even when paused he could not escape the soul lock of the Myriad Souls banner. Truly a treasure of the demonic path. Indeed impressive. But the great demon also said that a soul, without a physical body, would quickly dissipate. Now that time is paused, Chen Feng would finally not be revived by corpse whipping. Before his consciousness dissipated, Chen Feng took one last look at the old man, gritting his teeth. Great demon, just wait. I will remember this grudge. Puff puff. Chen Feng gasped for breath. Although it was a new life for him, the transition from unconsciousness to rebirth felt like just a fleeting moment. The lingering fear of being trapped by the 10,000 Souls banner with no escape in sight was still vivid in his mind. That was close. I almost got killed by that old schemer's tricks. Fortunately, I was more skilled. Despite the heavy losses, there was no trace of disappointment in Chen Feng's eyes, only the joy of witnessing a new world and the thrill of facing a worthy opponent. As the saying goes, playing chess with a loser only makes one worse. Only those like the great demon blocking the way in the novice village and unleashing powerful moves filled with traps are worthy opponents. After calming himself, Chen Feng began to check the system. First was the proficiency system. Although the system's certificate was eternal success was the prerequisite. Since the Sanmei Divine Wind training plan had failed, the 200,000 experience points were wasted, but as long as he could find a suitable target, he could restart it. However, he could no longer use avatars. Once he possessed a body, the deceased demon's soul would be reported immediately to the great demon by the 10,000 Souls banner. Therefore, he had to think of another method. Since the avatar Delang could be utilized in the training plan, not limited to his own body, Chen Feng had a candidate in mind. No, it was a dog candidate. A 200-pound husky. Although it was somewhat weak as a member of the phylum Chordata class Mammalia, an order Carnivora, this dog met the basic requirements of the cultivation method. Although it was somewhat weak, the husky was naturally good-natured, had never eaten human flesh, was loyal to its master, obedient, and dared to step up when needed. Although it was somewhat weak. But after Delang's death, the husky was left with no one to rely on, making it the perfect time to take in this weak dog. Speaking of Delang, Chen Feng noticed a notification from the avatar system. Delang's avatar cannot be used. 1 point will be refunded. Got it. It was now the end of July. On this timeline, Delang had not yet died. Although he was close to his end, he could not just kick the original owner out and take his place. Refunding 1 point was not a loss. Chen Feng glanced at his current reserves: load times 2 death immunity system points, 4 last round storage, 1 delaying avatar, 1 hex deck, 1 avatar refund, 1 temporary points, 5 cultivation speed, 2 1-hit kill, 2 time pause, 1. Despite the heavy losses, he had also gathered intelligence and identified danger zones in the zoo. Once he completed the check-in task, there would be no major issues. Next was still a 3-choice system. Chen Feng closed his eyes and prayed, "Give me a powerful system. Didn't they say that fools have good fortune? I'm about to be smashed into a fool. Where's the fortune? Come on." He opened his eyes. Other than the old friends chat group and the gambler YX03ZBZF from the game, a new friend XH03MS said, "I don't eat beef." What was XH again? Oh right, fantasy, but it could also be Western fantasy. Not eating beef. This system is quite picky. It's a food-related system, MS a gourmet system. Then it's Western fantasy. As a game streamer who stayed at home, Chen Feng had seen many otherworldly anime and learned about such systems. Generally, it involved cooking with dishes providing attributes like attack, defense, and critical hit bonuses, and capturing divine beasts through gourmet food to walk the path of showing off. It sounded great, but there were 2 awkward problems. Besides making dumplings and tangyuan, Chen Feng only knew how to make braised beef, sour pickled cabbage, and mushroom chicken stew. Instant noodles. Not to mention, the most critical point was that the cooking flow required strong teammates. The logic of the gourmet system: teammates in a tough battle, protagonist cooks, all attributes increase counterattack. And Chen Feng's current teammates were 3 ordinary human young men, a dog demon with about 10 years of cultivation not yet on the team, and a water ghost. Was the husky and the great demon in a tough battle? Anyone who could laugh at that statement could be diagnosed with depression. Thus he could only choose YX03ZBZF. Ding. Congratulations, the boss has unlocked the equipment enhancement system. From now on, after killing monsters you will receive enhancement stones. You can spend 1 point to enhance any equipment. Successful enhancement will provide significant bonuses. Failed enhancement will result in equipment damage and total loss. First enhancement is free. Frankly speaking, among all the titles Chen Feng had, this system was the most comfortable. Moreover, its functionality was very practical. Upgrading equipment, even a roadside stick, could be continuously enhanced to become a magical staff. However, years of gaming experience made Chen Feng sharply aware of a problem. Why the hell does an enhancement system not disclose the success rate and equipment damage on failure? Chen Feng broke into a sweat. No wonder this game system keeps screaming for a gamble. Unless it's a last resort, it must not be used. Finally, it was the hex deck segment. This time it felt a bit. As soon as Chen Feng consumed 1 point, he saw a 7-colored rainbow flash before his eyes. Astonishingly, something good appeared. Binary airdrop. 1 time. When you possess 2 artifacts, the system will automatically equip the remaining set. Demonic contract. 1 time. Your next training plan can be completed directly at the cost of lifespan. Hedge fund permanent. For every 10 system points you earn, you gain 1 additional temporary point. Awesome. Chen Feng fell into a dilemma. The binary airdrop was definitely eliminated. Although Chen Feng had just acquired the equipment enhancement system, given its unrevealed enhancement probability, who knows how many points he would need to spend to obtain 2 artifacts. If I really had 2 artifacts, I could consider it. The focus was on the demonic contract and the hedge fund, both of which were good options. The hedge fund could be seen as a future investment, accumulating small amounts into a larger whole, which meant becoming stronger over time. But the demonic contract could directly yield the Sanmei divine wind or a powerful physique. Which to choose, future or present? Chen Feng couldn't make up his mind for a moment and decided to wait. After all, he had pressing matters to attend to. The message left by the Avalokiteshvara snake spirit broken temple. The only snake spirit Chen Feng knew besides the 1,000-year snake king with bleeding gums from the zoo was Shi Qingqing. Moreover, Shi Qingqing had mentioned that she had an abandoned Avalokiteshvara temple in the deep mountains. If he remembered correctly at this point in time, Shi Qingqing must have just said that. Thinking of this, Chen Feng hurriedly accelerated to catch up with Shi Qingqing. Hey, wait up. Shi Qingqing turned her head. Do you have something to say? I changed my mind. Take me with you. Shi Qingqing tilted her head. So soon? Chen Feng said, the city is too treacherous. I want to go to the mountains to avoid it. This statement was not a lie. Ever since arriving in Xihang City, Chen Feng felt like Xiang Yu surrounded by the cries of Chu. Shi Qingqing looked at the trio of internet users. What about them? That reminds me. Chen Feng hurried upstairs and stopped Li Guolong, who was preparing to register an account and spread hospital information, saying, you 3 stay here and don't move. A month later, after I smash the mental hospital, you can come out. After explaining everything, Chen Feng took off his mental patient outfit and changed into a network administrator's uniform. Let's go, Qingqing. Do you live alone in the mountains? Shi Qingqing recalled, originally there was a fox demon in the temple, but she left, and I don't know where she went. Oh, her. She want to be a mistress for someone. Though named a city, Zhihong City was in scale no smaller than an entire province or state. Its zoo alone spanned several 100,000 hectares. Thus the man and the Yao boarded a bus transferred several times and nearly developed hemorrhoids before finally exiting the urban area. Sigh, shapeshifting would have been so much simpler. A single blink and we'd be there. While dozing on the bus, Chen Feng briefly switched into Lu Xiaohu's shapeshifted form and speed-ran the Terror Amusement Park once more. Upon disembarking at the bus station, Chen Feng hired a long-distance coach with the innkeeper's money. After a bumpy ride across several counties and villages, they finally halted at a small mountain hamlet beneath Wuyu County. At the village entrance stood a towering stone stele, nearly 2 meters high, encircled by iron plating and firmly anchored to the ground. The topmost character boldly inscribed Color. Color Village. Though Chen Feng knew the 5 desires, wealth, color, sound, flavor, and touch, he found naming a village color deeply peculiar. By then dusk had fallen. After consulting with Shi Qingqing, he decided they would spend the night here. Outsiders, come in please. I'm the village chief, hungry. I'll have the young folk prepare a few dishes for you and clear out 2 rooms. At the words village chief, most people instinctively picture an elderly man. Yet the chief of Color Village was a strapping young man in his 20s. Though he spoke with affected gravitas and feigned solemn maturity, the acne speckling his face betrayed his true age. Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "You're truly the village chief." "Of course," the chief replied. "Don't let my youthful appearance fool you. I've served 40 years as chief." Ridiculous. Even if he'd assumed office from the womb, he couldn't possibly have accumulated 4 decades of service. Privately, Chen Feng scoffed, but politely replied, "Thank you very much. No trouble at all. Guests are always honored." As soon as they stepped into the village, Chen Feng heard the sharp crack. His body flinched reflexively. His first thought was that the proficiency system had returned to discipline him. Only then did he realize the sound came from within the village, prompting his immediate wary question, "What is that noise?" The chief sighed, "It must be those unruly youngsters again." Youngsters? The whip cracks were thunderous, unnerving. Chen Feng couldn't help asking, even when disciplining children, surely such severity is excessive. After all, even tigers spare their own cubs. Yet as the cracking grew louder and nearer, Chen Feng froze in disbelief. The ones being whipped were middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s, while the whip wielders were all youths just like the chief, barely 20. What inversion of natural order was this? Filial piety turned upside down. Just as Chen Feng stood baffled, Shi Qingqing suddenly cried out, clutching her chest. It turned out several burly young men had been staring unabashedly at her full snow-white bosom, eyes gleaming with raw predatory greed, as though sizing up war spoils. Damn it, there's truth in every nickname. Color Village really is packed with lechers. Chen Feng stepped forward, ready to teach them a lesson, only to find the chief far more incensed than he was. "Scram, you shameless wretches." With a roar, the chief kicked one youth aside, then bowed apologetically to Chen Feng. "Forgive me. These are our village's veteran lechers. Years of bachelorhood have left them rather pent up." He moved to bow deeply in apology, whereupon Shi Qingqing hastily interjected that it wasn't necessary. "Truly, we're terribly sorry." To make amends, the chief not only arranged 2 spacious private rooms for them, but also stewed a wild hare hunted from the mountains, a fragrance so intoxicating it left Chen Feng, who'd subsisted on instant noodles for years, utterly spellbound. The chief urged, "Eat while it's hot. Hare meat is a true delicacy." But Chen Feng hesitated, chopsticks poised. Though his physique rivaled a wall-demolishing titan, his toxin resistance remained precisely 0. This was Zhihong City after all. One misstep could mirror water margin, a meal laced with sedatives followed by unconsciousness, and next year's bumper harvest attributed to exceptionally fertile soil. So Chen Feng deliberately held the chief's hand, insisting, "Come sit down and eat with us." To his surprise, the chief cheerfully agreed, delighted. "I won't stand on ceremony." Could it truly be harmless? Chen Feng remained vigilant. He'd watched Breaking Bad. Poisoners often ate tainted food themselves, then immediately induced vomiting to dispel suspicion. He observed closely, until he saw both the chief and Shi Qingqing devouring the hare with gusto, nearly finishing the entire dish, before panic struck him. "You're actually eating it. Hey, put that plate down. Leave some for me." After dinner, Chen Feng patted his pockets and grimaced. The innkeeper's cash placed atop the register had dwindled to almost nothing. The chief waved dismissively, "No concern. In our village, guests bring fortune from afar. Hosting you." Such words left Chen Feng deeply embarrassed. No money, no movement. It was time to earn some. He resolved upon returning, he'd visit a lottery outlet, memorize the next draw's numbers, ensuring future save and load cycles would never lack funds. Yet the chief refused payment. Was he truly so generous? Unprovoked kindness hides ill intent. The more freely goodwill was offered, the deeper Chen Feng's suspicion grew. Was this rustic simplicity even possible in Zhihong City? Something was certainly amiss, and armed with that hunch Chen Feng began pacing the village under the pretense of an evening stroll. Was this rustic simplicity even possible in Xihong City? Something was certainly amiss. And armed with that hunch Chen Feng began pacing the village under the all were strikingly young. The 50-something men recently whipped represented the village's absolute upper age limit. Strange, there wasn't a single elder in sight. Surely the young hadn't stayed behind while elders migrated to cities for work. Or did a demon dwell here, one that fed exclusively on the aged? Beyond universal youth, Chen Feng noticed another peculiarity: the village abounded with stunning beauties, each easily rivaling professional models. Barren soil cannot bloom radiant roses. Recalling the village's name and its lecherous inhabitants, Chen Feng began suspecting human trafficking. Yet those women laughed and chatted freely, showing no signs of exhaustion or despair, no traces of captivity, moving unimpeded throughout the village. Every clue seemed contradictory, every anomaly dissolved upon scrutiny. At bedtime the chief escorted them to their rooms. Our village has too few vacant houses, so your rooms are somewhat distant. Hope you don't mind. Not at all. Chen Feng already knew vacancies were scarce. He'd seen the whipped middle-aged men sleeping in cattle sheds during his rounds. A proper bed was luxury enough. As for separation, he felt no anxiety. Shi Qingqing was a century-old Yao. If villagers dared lay hands on her, death would claim the aggressor, not her. Door shut. Lights off. Chen Feng lay awake for a long while. When no midnight assault came, he puzzled. Had he misjudged everything? Perhaps having reached Xihong City's outer fringe, the shadows here simply weren't so deep. As he pondered this, a knock sounded at the door. Here it comes. He got out of bed and opened the door. With a creak the door swung open, but there was no one outside, only a figure running away. Most people would be confused in such a situation, but Chen Feng had watched many horror films and recognized this trope. According to the usual plot, this should be a character who knows everything. As long as he followed him to a desolate place, he would explain everything to me. Of course, it was also possible he would spout a bunch of riddles, forcing me to find the answers myself. But no matter how it turned out, it was still better than having no clues. Chen Feng decisively followed, only to find that the guy was running very fast, showing no intention of being caught. Something felt off. Chen Feng suddenly accelerated and caught up with him, only to find that this person was neither a desperate woman in need of help, nor the typical madman or old man from horror films who knows all the secrets. The guy looked very familiar. Wasn't he one of the leering youths eyeing Shi Qingqing? Chen Feng felt that this guy seemed a bit taller than the last time he saw him. Why did you just knock on the door? Facing Chen Feng's question, the young man retorted defiantly. I just found you annoying and wanted to disturb you to prevent you from sleeping too soundly. Just a simple prank. Nonsense. If it had been when he first arrived in Xihong City, Chen Feng might have been deceived, but now he was far too wise for that. If you don't tell the truth, you're going to regret it. Seeing Chen Feng grab his hand, the young man's expression turned frantic. What are you going to do? With a sharp crack, Chen Feng covered the guy's mouth with one hand, while breaking one of his fingers with the other. Ugh. Pain, discomfort, surprise, and fear flickered across the young man's face. Chen Feng said coldly, I'll let go now, but if you don't tell the truth or start shouting, the next thing I break won't be just your finger. The young man immediately nodded in submission. As Chen Feng released his grip, he quickly said, It's not my fault, the village chief made me do it. I knew the village chief was problematic. Chen Feng displayed a knowing expression and asked, What did the village chief ask you to do? An hour earlier at the village chief's house. The youths watching Shi Qingqing lined up, undergoing training. The village chief slapped one of them across the face. Look at you guys, so eager you nearly scared her away. If you make such mistakes again, get out of the village. Faced with the reprimand, the youths exchanged glances, and finally one stepped forward and said, Great-grandfather, we were wrong, but we've been single for too long. You keep saying the next one will be our turn, but how long has it been? The village chief pondered briefly. Indeed, the village owes you a little, but those two today seem tricky. The girl is foolish and easier to deceive, but the boy is no pushover. He has tested me multiple times. Perhaps we should let this one go. As the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The representative youth became anxious. Let it go. That girl has a big chest and a nice figure. She would definitely bear children well. Great-grandfather, you can't back down. Several others knelt down, pleading, Please, great-grandfather. After several moments of hesitation, the village chief finally relented. Fine, we'll do it according to the old rules. Remember, don't mess it up. The youths rejoiced, saying, We've done this many times, just watch and see. After hearing the young man's account, Chen Feng was confused. So you guys want to make a move on us, but what does just knocking on the door mean? The young man replied, Big brother, just come with me to the stone tablet at the village entrance, and you'll understand. Stone tablet. Under the young man's lead, the two arrived at the village entrance. The young man pointed at the iron sheet under the stone tablet. Big brother, there are words inside this. Chen Feng yanked the iron sheet open, and the force immediately made the young man feel a chill. Oh no, how did I provoke a calamity? At that moment Chen Feng was also stunned, for beneath the character for color on the stone tablet, there were actually rules about a bizarre tale. Dear visitors, welcome to Color Village. To ensure your personal safety, please strictly adhere to the following 5 rules. 1. Do not eat anything from strangers. 2. Do not be alone with your companions. 3. Do not spend the night in strangers' homes. 4. Do not speak to strangers. 5. Do not open the door for strangers. If you violate these rules, serious consequences may occur, and you may never leave Color Village. Talking, opening doors, spending the night, being alone, eating something. Chen Feng wasn't paranoid. The food was indeed problematic, but the key lay not in poisoning, but in the rules. As long as they followed the rules, they wouldn't be attacked by the bizarre tale. This was a hard rule. Yet the villagers here had hidden all the rules, causing Chen Feng and Shi Qingqing to fall into traps. The bizarre tale didn't allow them to see the rules, which was truly sinister. Sometimes human hearts are scarier than monsters. Chen Feng had seen this phrase in many films, anime, and novels, but now he truly understood its deep meaning. Quickly tell me what happens if someone violates the rules. Faced with Chen Feng's questioning, the young man snorted and arrogantly said, if a woman violates the rules, all her past experiences will be erased, transforming her into a nameless person without memories. If a man does, his age will be reduced, reverting him back to an infant. Chen Feng inhaled sharply. Cognitive pollution, brainwashing, and age reduction. In a small mountain village, did the monsters have such a powerful mechanism? No wonder it's Xihong City. The young man's expression was full of malice. Your woman has a big chest, I will treat her well. And to show my gratitude, I will raise the infant version of you to serve me, calling me father, while I watch your wife sleep. I see. Chen Feng could roughly guess. It must have been decades or a century ago when a villager discovered this bizarre tale, and they cleverly decided to exploit its mechanism for personal gain. Thus everything made sense. No wonder the women here didn't panic when they were abducted. They had already lost their memory. No wonder the middle-aged men here didn't retaliate when beaten, or it turned out they had been turned into infants, raised as slaves from childhood to adulthood. No wonder the village chief here was so young. They must also be using the bizarre tale to continuously refresh their ages. So this village has so many people, because indeed their ancestors have all been alive. Damn, all these years. I wonder how many couples have fallen victim to their wicked hands. Just thinking about it made Chen Feng's expression grow darker. But at that moment the young man was no longer afraid. He looked at Chen Feng, who had shrunk considerably, and smugly said, you violated the rules. Every so often you will become a year younger. At 26 you may have great strength, but can you still beat me when you're 16? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's head exploded. Chen Feng glanced at his now smaller hand, and said nonchalantly, looks like I can still beat you. After dealing with the young man, Chen Feng turned to the village and shouted at the guy who had been lurking in the darkness since earlier, where is your mother? As his voice fell, countless beams of flashlight light shot towards him. The villagers exchanged glances, murmuring, we've been discovered, what should we do? Let's all go together and take him down. Are you crazy? I can't even see his moves clearly. One person's head just exploded. If you want to die, go ahead yourself. Where is the grandmother? Why hasn't she come yet? The grandmother is dealing with that woman. She'll be here soon. Amidst the villagers' chatter, a crisp and melodious drumbeat resounded. Thud, thud, thud. The village chief silenced everyone, saying, shh, don't speak, the grandmother is coming. The villagers revealed expressions of joy. Great, with the grandmother here, he's doomed. Accompanied by the drumbeat, an old woman emerged from the darkness. Her arms were unusually long, twice the length of an ordinary person's, one hand holding a lollipop, and the other gripping an old toy. It was the kind of red stick-shaped drum with a mini drum head depicting a little person and 2 red strings on either side, each with a black maraca hanging from the end. As the old woman walked and swayed, she called out, children, come here, come here. With each strike of the maraca against the drum head, a low thudding sound echoed. Chen Feng felt his strength rapidly deplete, and the clothes on his body visibly grew loose. Every time that maraca shakes, I lose a year of my age. Realizing this, Chen Feng decisively activated his W system. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Chen Feng sprinted to the old woman's side, unleashing a flurry of punches. His left fist dealt high damage, while his right fist was even more powerful. Die, you bastard. As time resumed its flow, the candy in the old woman's hand exploded. Chen Feng struck her, sending her flying several dozen meters, crashing into a courtyard with a thunderous sound. The villagers widened their eyes. Over the years they had encountered resistance before, but each time the grandmother had easily crushed any challengers. Yet this immensely powerful grandmother seemed utterly helpless against this man before her. The village chief exclaimed in disbelief, is this strength even human? But Chen Feng could only sigh, so weak, lacking power. Since completing the B-class hero training program, it was the first time Chen Feng felt so physically weak. In a normal state, that earlier barrage of strikes would have turned the old woman into mush. At that moment the drumbeat sounded again. Not dead yet. Chen Feng accelerated with his mechanical body and dashed into the courtyard. Beneath the shattered bricks and dirt was an empty, human-shaped pit. The monster was gone. Yet the drumbeat was clear, fluctuating in proximity, indicating that the old woman was nearby and constantly moving. Looking at the bustling crowd around him, Chen Feng found it hard to determine, is she invisible, or has she transformed into one of the villagers? Time was of the essence, slow reasoning would not suffice. Chen Feng grabbed the nearest villager and asked, where did that old thing hide? I won't tell you. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as Chen Feng instantly broke the person's fire. She can change her appearance hiding among us. With the pain of broken fingers, it was hard for anyone to remain, so she was hiding in the crowd. Chen Feng focused his gaze, beginning to search for any moving villagers. At the same time, all the villagers began to move spontaneously, providing cover for the monster. These bastards. Chen Feng looked at the crowd coldly and said, I'm going to count to 3. Point out that old monster, or he'll kill all of you. The village chief immediately shouted, everyone don't be afraid. There are so many of us, he can't kill. Before the word kill could leave his lips, the village chief's head exploded like a balloon pricked by a needle, spraying red blood and white brain matter everywhere. Who else wants to step up? Chen Feng thought death would scare off the villagers, but he had gravely underestimated the madness of humanity. This creature, known as the grandmother, had long been bonded with 1,000 villagers of the village. If the grandmother is gone, we will have to go back to our old lives, and that would be better off dead. Yes, he's getting weaker now. As long as we stall, the grandmother will survive. The villagers brandished sticks and shovels, charging at him recklessly. For the village chief's revenge. Kill him. Hearing the villagers' mad ramblings, Chen Feng knew, faced with the throng of over 1,000 people, the 10-year-old Chen Feng found it difficult to cope, especially since the old woman was lurking in the shadows, continuously draining his strength. 1, 2, 3. With more villagers being taken down, Chen Feng's bones continued to compress, his height rapidly decreasing and his strength waning. His once-fitting sneakers were the first to fall off, followed by his clothes and pants. Before long, the villagers had pinned him to the ground, and he had fully transformed into the appearance of a 5-year-old child. Get lost. The once powerful declaration now came out as a child's feeble voice. Damn it, this grandmother's ability is too restraining for someone like me who relies on strength. Chen Feng thought that if it were his previous life, a single wind howl technique would have cleared out the minions. Activating Lu Sun's protection should grant me immunity for a minute. But it's too late now. In this 5-year-old state, even if I stop shrinking, I can't fight anymore. Moreover, there's no need to waste any points. Activating death immunity to avoid drops means that I can come back in my next life and kill them then. Chen Feng had been prepared for a restart, but the villager's next words chilled his heart. We won. Kill him. Don't move. He killed my father. Ew, I can't let him die so easily. Looking at the little boy curled up in oversized clothes, the village chief's son was filled with resentment. They'll take care of him. Ew, I want him to regret coming into this world. Oh no. Chen Feng suddenly realized he had miscalculated one thing. That is, he wouldn't just reload, instead had turned into an infant, losing all memories and restarting. By then he would be raised by the villagers and indoctrinated with the worldview of a slave, possibly even mistaking a thief for his father and revealing the system's secrets to his enemies. If it were the normal state of Chen Feng, he would never make such a big mistake. But this was the true power of the grand. By shrinking, weakening the enemy's strength was merely a superficial phenomenon. The real lethal move was to deprive a person's ability to think by making them smaller. Shrinking is truly a fantastic ability. While Chen Feng was pondering, he also discovered the key to breaking the situation. Since this monster could make him smaller, he could make himself older too. You have chosen Hextech Demon Contract. You can now consume lifespan to activate the training program. The A-class program requires 10 years of lifespan. To activate the originally 10-point requirement, now turned into consuming 10 years of lifespan. Chen Feng decisively chose to activate it. In an instant, his age increased by 10, and his previously 4-year-old body suddenly grew larger, returning to the appearance of a 14-year-old. This sudden change left the villagers bewildered. What is happening? But that was not the end. The A-class hero program requires 1 year of training. You can directly consume lifespan to complete equal time training. Let me train for 10 years. Friendly reminder, you only need 1 year of training to complete the A-class hero program. I want to train more. As Chen Feng issued the order, his body instantly returned to that of a 24-year-old. That felt good. Crack, crack. Chen Feng stretched his back, loosening all his muscles. He had obtained a body equivalent to the explosive level. He also received a notification from the proficiency system. Such diligence and hard work I must reward. Congratulations. After diligent training, you have comprehended a divine ability. You must first become a dog to obtain the wind control technique. A new divine ability has been planned for you. Chen Feng had a strange expression. Why do I feel like this system is secretly mocking me? You have obtained the divine ability Wind Roar technique. The wind roar technique has no racial restrictions, as long as one possesses vocal organs they can acquire it. It was like a gnat meeting a pillow. Chen Feng was overjoyed as he had been worrying about lacking a skill to clear the enemies, and now it had come. Seeing the villagers hesitating, the village chief's son took the lead and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Look, he's shrinking again," which proves that the old lattice ability is still effective. With so many of us, as long as we can't find the old lady, he's doomed. Watching the village chief's son who was stirring up trouble among the crowd, Chen Feng thought to himself, this kid is indeed sharper than his father. However, who said I couldn't find her? Chen Feng revealed a cold smile and said to the village chief's son, "Have you seen Jojo?" "What, uncle? Calling me father would be more appropriate." The village chief's son's words made the surrounding villagers burst into laughter. But Chen Feng muttered to himself. Once Jojo discovered the enemy hiding among the crowd, and since he couldn't locate the enemy, he ended up beating everyone up. Similarly, I currently can't find the disguised old lady, but as long as I kill everyone, won't that solve the problem? Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng gathered his energy in his dantian and shouted loudly. The sound was like thunder, a wailing of ghosts and gods. A massive sound wave spread out in all directions, and wherever it went, everyone burst apart, like firecrackers, creating a spectacular scene. Soon only one person was left standing before Chen Feng. "Oh, just you left." The old lady immediately knelt and said, "My lord, please don't kill me. If you let me go, you can choose any woman from the village, take as many as you want." Oh, Chen Feng had seen many strange tales, but this was the first time he encountered someone begging for mercy. She was quite wise. Seeing that Chen Feng seemed somewhat tempted, the old lady quickly added, "My lord, I can erase all her memories and turn her into a puppet that only listens to your commands." From her words, it seemed that the snake girl had not yet suffered harm. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, what if Shi Qingqing became an idiot? Where would he find a broken temple then? With this in mind, Chen Feng asked, "Can you help restore the memories of those whose memories you erased?" The old lady hesitated and replied, "No, because the damage is permanent. It's like human trafficking. Once experienced, it leaves a lifelong shadow." "Well then, you're of no use." Chen Feng swung a punch at the old lady, but this time, even before his fist reached her, the wind from his punch shattered her. Wow, am I really that strong? Chen Feng almost forgot that he was now an A-grade hero capable of turning a building to ashes with a single punch. With my current stats, another fatal strike might even slay a great demon. Chen Feng noticed 3 glowing points burst forth from the old lattice corpse. He reached out to grab them, and immediately he heard the equipment system prompt: Childhood Stone, Amnesia Stone, Hypnosis Stone, Childhood Stone. A stone that appears as a child, when enhanced, can weaken the opponent's age during weapon attacks until they become an infant. Amnesia Stone, a stone that envelopes an aura of foolishness, when enhanced, can eliminate parts of the opponent's memory during weapon attacks until they become an idiot. Hypnosis Stone, a stone covered in circles, when enhanced, can increase the hypnosis value during weapon attacks. The higher the hypnosis value, the easier it is for the enemy to fall asleep. Please select a strengthening stone to obtain. Chen Feng was puzzled. This old lady actually has hypnosis abilities, then why isn't she using it? As for which stone to choose compared to making someone sleep or causing amnesia, as someone who has experienced it, Chen Feng knew that reducing age was the most terrifying. This meant a dual reduction of strength and intelligence, and could even break mechanisms of immortality, rebirth, and rewind. Rebirth after death. Directly wiping out all your memories, turning you into my son. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt a little scared. Just casually finding a village, there were monsters that could break the save system. If he hadn't been cautious enough and had not slept, he might have been turned into an infant in a dream. Of course, it wasn't without its drawbacks. It was not very useful for fighting monsters. Whether it was water ghosts and strange tales without lifespan limits, or monsters that easily lived for hundreds or thousands of years, reducing them by 7 or 8 years was completely inconsequential. Given that he hadn't chosen Hextech earlier, and it saved his life, Chen Feng decided not to choose for now. After all, he didn't have any equipment at hand. Although the equipment amplification system wasn't picky, Chen Feng couldn't just pick up a toilet plunger and enchant it. I need to find a way to get a weapon. Chen Feng stored the gems and walked around the village, confirming and dealing with all the villagers except the victims. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. To kill, one must ensure the deed is complete. This is a good habit. Chen Feng approached Shi Qingqing's guest room, pushed the door open, and found the snake girl sound asleep, looking very sweet. "Wake up, lazybones." At Chen Feng's tapping, Shi Qingqing groggily opened her eyes and said, "It's so late, why are you still awake? Are you planning a night raid?" "Night raid, my foot?" Chen Feng questioned. "Did you not hear that loud sound?" "No, I didn't." "Did you encounter anyone knocking on the door?" "Yes, when I opened the door, there was an old lady. She was really nice and even gave me candy." Then Shi Qingqing was coaxed to sleep by the candy. Chen Feng now understood why the old lady didn't use her hypnosis ability. That lollipop was smashed the moment I saw it. It seems that using a big move upon meeting is certainly correct. The next morning Chen Feng bid farewell to Shi Qingqing and left Color Village, continuing on his journey. After walking through the deep mountains for a whole morning, the two saw a small path paved with stones, at the end of which was a surrounding wall. We have arrived. Stepping over the threshold, Chen Feng looked inside, and indeed found a dilapidated temple. In an ordinary temple, there should at least be a door, let alone a front and backyard or east and west wings. But this temple had no door, only a few broken walls remained with corners, floors, and ceilings all covered in dust and cobwebs, and the paint was peeling. Chen Feng reduced his strength to the minimum, fearing that a loud shout would cause the dome to collapse. In the very center of the temple, on a stone lotus pedestal more than a meter thick, stood a white stone statue. It depicted a full, compassionate, motherly figure, her face, just as he had seen before, with her eyes lightly closed, appearing to smile. The Bodhisattva of compassion. Both of her arms were palm outward, but the postures were different. The left hand's palm faced downward, fingers drooping like a gesture of, come here quickly. The right hand was crossed in front of her chest, fingers raised like a gesture of, don't come closer. Should she beckon me, or not? To be honest, Chen Feng felt a bit conflicted on his way here. Although the Avalokitesvara did indeed save him with the soul banner, he couldn't be certain that they were allies. Whether it be the pollution mentioned by the great demon, or the bizarre creature formed from flesh and blood after Lady Tiger's death, both serve as evidence that the Avalokitesvara is definitely not someone to be trifled with. This isn't because Chen Feng is overly cautious, rather in this place, Xihang City, those who are not careful have already been swinging on the swings on the third floor of the Happy Internet Cafe. Yet Chen Feng still came. This was because after the great demon learned that Chen Feng was a time traveler, it mentioned something that piqued his interest. Why hasn't the Lord discovered you? This statement revealed a piece of information. There are traps specifically targeting time travelers in Xihang City. The mere thought that he knew nothing about this made Chen Feng restless. He had to ask the Avalokitesvara for clarification. Come on, let me see what you're hiding in that gourd of yours. Chen Feng was already prepared to not fully trust whatever the other party said. However, as soon as the Avalokitesvara made a move, it demonstrated to Chen Feng what a true powerhouse really was. Initially, there was the sound of stone dust falling. The sound started off faint, but grew louder. Then the statue turned its head and extended its right index finger towards Chen Feng. Oh. Shi Qingqing was stunned. Having lived in the temple for several hundred years, it was her first time realizing that this statue was actually alive. She then shouted, a monster. Chen Feng nearly choked on his own saliva. Aren't you a monster too? Shi Qingqing stammered, but did the statue came to life? Chen Feng expressed astonishment. I saw it. I'm not blind. Let's not make noise. After that, Shi Qingqing fell silent. Chen Feng thought to himself that this snake girl was quite obedient. When he turned to look, he found her frozen in place, having been immobilized. At that moment, a box appeared before Chen Feng. The number on top was DS03MRQB, and it said, awesome. I am gradually understanding everything. With that, the box opened on its own. Ding. Due to unknown reasons, you have temporarily activated the Daily Intelligence System. Daily Intelligence System? Chen Feng was taken aback. This system was too famous. Simply put, it could provide the host with several top-secret messages daily. Some might say this system is too underwhelming. What good is knowing a few pieces of information? Not at all. In fact, intelligence is the greatest resource in this world. As one of the most powerful systems, the intelligence system can provide information as simple as where the protagonist can find money in urban novels to as grand as where a legendary artifact might emerge in cultivation novels, covering everything. Moreover, it will never make mistakes. This is no different from being all-knowing and all-powerful. For instance, right now the intelligence system had already begun functioning. Today's intelligence, one, I be careful. The Oxfist demon has converted all lottery ticket vendors into followers. If someone wins a predetermined winning number, it will immediately descend and impose a self-ignition curse on them. Chen Feng had been considering buying a lottery ticket to solve his financial issues, but now just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. No wonder the great demon inexplicably reminded me to buy a lottery ticket the moment it learned I was a reincarnator. Turns out they had set traps specifically for reincarnators long ago. I almost fell for it, but luckily I have my cheat. Next came the second message. Today's intelligence 2, attention. The Demon Lord has raised a subspace hunting hound, a predatory creature from another dimension capable of detecting the pheromones of time travelers who do not belong to this world and will hunt them down. After reincarnators, things specifically targeting time travelers have also appeared. Chen Feng immediately recalled what the great demon had said, you're a time traveler. Then why hasn't the Lord discovered you? It turns out this was what it referred to. But how did I manage to evade detection? Chen Feng pondered for a moment and found the answer: because I was captured by the Internet Addiction Academy less than a day after arriving in this world. The Hound tracks time travelers based on information, and those captured by the Internet Addiction Academy would have their entire existence erased. By a twist of fate did I save myself. Fortunately, at that time the system malfunctioned and helped me change the save file. Otherwise, if I hadn't known the first piece of intelligence, I would have only lost one life at most. As for not evading the second piece of intelligence, that would have directly resulted in being blocked from saving and killed 9 times, leading to a complete dead save. While Chen Feng was in a state of shock, the third piece of intelligence also arrived. Today's intelligence, 3 shocking. The 4 kings under the ghost king Huapai were unexpectedly counterattacked by a female ghost who had died less than 10 years ago during a bloodbath. Oh, this piece isn't that shocking. Ghost king, who are these people? Do I know them? Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The intelligence system sometimes pushes out useless information. Otherwise, if all the messages were explosive, he might have a heart attack. Today's intelligence, 4, rumor refutation. The prophet India is not a decoy used by the demon lord to fish. There is another person behind the decoy. Oh, if I foolishly told others that the organization was established by monsters, and that person suddenly turned into a demon, wouldn't I be a clown? Seeing this message, Chen Feng, who had originally intended to unite the agents to overthrow P.E.C.D., immediately dismissed the idea. Bah! Playing a decoy is truly insidious, despicable, underhanded, shameless. However, Chen Feng did gain something. India could be trusted as an ally, and her prophetic abilities would be very helpful in finding the Oxfist demon. The last piece of intelligence. Today's intelligence, 5, latest. The 1,000-year-old monster Tiger King is preparing to set up a feast to eliminate the Wolf King, Leopard King, and Lion King in one fell swoop. The daily intelligence system reports for you. Due to the increasingly explosive intelligence, Chen Feng was looking forward to the last piece of information being a big one, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a big letdown. Dude, your news is really unreliable. Originally, the intelligence system should have ended here. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood dripped onto the ground, and the Avalokitesvara suddenly shed 2 lines of blood tears from her empty eye sockets. Under her interference, a flood of information surged into Chen Feng's mind through the intelligence system. The intelligence system would never lie. Knowing that Chen Feng was suspicious, the Avalokitesvara chose to directly use the intelligence system to reveal the truth. In Chen Feng's mind flashed 5 scenes. First was a preaching, a middle-aged man in a yellow practice outfit solemnly declaring to the citizens that he foresaw an apocalypse, that humanity would ultimately be destroyed, and only by following his instructions could they succeed and ascend to the heavens. The second scene was a grand feast. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, the followers were lured to a legendary holy land only to find themselves ambushed by countless monsters. Under the command of a wizened and short gnome, the monsters indulged themselves in feasting, spraying juices everywhere. The third scene depicted a factory with decaying sewage filled with blood and chunks of flesh, where a spider-like monster was patrolling. Beside it were rows of white silk-wrapped cocoons, but inside were not insects, but curled-up human embryos. The fourth scene was a cycle of reincarnation. As the embryos grew, the babies emerged from their cocoons, but they neither cried nor made noise, their eyes hollow. At that moment a bell rang, and accompanied by the ghost-repelling bell, a red-haired fanged night demon stuffed the souls of those previously killed by the monsters into the infants. The final scene was a deception. On a holiday, a family of 3 decided to go on a trip. Just as they were driving about to leave Zihong City, they suddenly heard a bang, and the car inexplicably came to a halt. The father, puzzled, got out and touched the front, only to discover there was an invisible wall. A goat-horned demon with bat wings and a whip-like tail appeared, smiling as it said, "Ah, you've discovered me." After sorting through the information in his mind, Chen Feng understood. The Avalokitesvara was originally the guardian deity of Zihong City, but due to some disaster, she fell into a deep slumber. During her slumber, 5 monsters took advantage of the chaos to seal the Avalokitesvara and seize control of Zihong City. The first link in this plan was the Oxfist demon. Since a deity's power is derived from faith, to weaken the Avalokitesvara, the Oxfist demon destroyed all temples, established mental hospitals, and the holy cow sect, spreading cognitive pollution and brainwashing the followers into pseudo-humans. The next link was the great demon who, proficient in the ways of formations, set up a sealing enchantment to imprison the Avalokitesvara. However, sealing a god requires astronomical amounts of energy, and even the great demon found it difficult to maintain for long. Fortunately, demons could increase their power by consuming humans, so the Oxfist demon continuously supplied the great demon with followers. The third link was the Mother Queen. The main contradiction in Zihong City was the growing demand for humans by the monsters and the declining human birth rate. After all, if they kept eating humans, there wouldn't be enough left. Thus, the extraterrestrial Mother Queen began to artificially cultivate humans using biological technology. The fourth link was the Ghost King. Since the artificially created humans lacked souls, the Ghost King blocked the path between yin and yang, preventing Zihong citizens from entering reincarnation, forcing them to be reborn as Zihong citizens. This is called Cihong births, and Cihong kills and no one can think of leaving home. The final link is the Lord. As the strongest among the 5 monsters, whenever a problem arises in Cihong City, such as citizens discovering the truth, potential human powerhouses, or world-saving time travelers, it will crush them in the cradle. Damn. After understanding the entire truth, Chen Feng was utterly shocked. He had once watched a series of videos online called Worlds You Absolutely Should Not Time Travel, to which mentioned Silent Hill and Raccoon City, where if you traveled there you could directly commit suicide to restart. But in Cihong City, even restarting is impossible. The cycle of reincarnation is controlled by these monsters, and when you open your eyes after restarting you are still a citizen of Cihong City. While others scientifically raise pigs, these 5 monsters are scientifically raising humans. As for that is even more laughable. The official forces are all operated by monsters. Once you show potential you will be blocked by the final boss before you even have a chance to develop. Cihong City actually has a specific plan targeting time travelers. By the way, intelligence system, are there many time travelers in this world? Chen Feng inquired. There are many time travelers, but simultaneously only one. Only when the past one dies will a new one come. Why are there time travelers? This involves the salvation plan of the god of all machines and the god of space. Currently both gods are dead, and the plan has failed. Oh, so there really is an apocalypse. Then since the plan failed, why am I still here? Because people die but the machines keep running. Even the gods are dead. Is this world apart from Cihong City destroyed? Exactly. What kind of warning? This apocalypse involves knowledge pollution. If you forcefully understand it, serious consequences will occur. Do you wish to continue learning about the apocalypse? Chen Feng immediately backed down. Forget I asked. At this moment a bold question suddenly came to Chen Feng's mind. Is the Avalokitesvara a good god? Yes. You're not lying to me. The intelligence system never lies. Seemingly sensing Chen Feng's doubts, the Avalokitesvara immediately imposed a punishment. Ding. The daily intelligence system experience has ended. Oh, I don't want that kind of thing. Having just experienced the fun of the intelligence system, Chen Feng immediately stood at attention. Great one, I was wrong. As long as you command me, I will definitely go through fire and water for you. Seeing that the statue remained unmoved, Chen Feng again cupped his hands and said, Great one, please give me this system. As long as you give it to me, Shi Qingxing will agree to anything. The statue still remained unmoved. Chen Feng was at a loss and could only reason, you make people work, you have to pay them right. As if finding this request reasonable, the statue gently pointed task discovered. Task objective: eliminate the Great Demon, Oxfist Demon, Lord Ghost King, and Mother Queen. Rescue the Avalokitesvara and save Cihong City. Task reward: fix 1 system for each target killed. The Great Benevolent System has been activated. Although there have been instances of proficiency systems and sign-in systems before, this was Chen Feng's first time actively activating a task system. And by accepting this task, whether he liked it or not, he could only fight against the 5 monsters to the death. Actually thinking about it, there were no options. Once the 5 monsters heard there was a time traveler, they would be more eager than finding a piece of jade. If I don't provoke them, they will come after me anyway, so I might as well strike first. After making up his mind, Chen Feng asked again, what kind of reward is the system fix? A system prompt sounded in his ear. Repairing the hex deck system. Repair successful. You have gained a chance to choose a golden hex deck. Due to the previous host's death, the Lost Soul hex deck and Chaos hex deck sections have been repaired. Now, among the 3 hex decks, a combat hex deck will appear. Salvage tube. Failed equipment enhancements will be turned into materials and returned to your system. Space Master of Servants. Your summon water Ghost will gain size, health, and damage bonuses. Critical strike. Your skills will have critical hits, causing double the effect. Chen Feng realized the Avalokitesvara is a person who values principles. Chen Feng gazed at the 3 hex deck devices before him, suddenly struck by a bold idea. After explaining everything, the Bodhisattva of compassion closed her eyes, formed a wish seal with her left hand, and a fearless seal with her right, returning to her original posture. Shi Qingxing snapped back to reality, puzzled. Was that an illusion? I just seemed to see the statue move. Where did this blood on the ground come from? Chen Feng's mind raced, and he immediately backtracked, saying, I have to leave. You're leaving just after arriving. This rundown temple is haunted, haven't you noticed? Wait for me. Cihong City Crazy Zoo Carnivore Zone. Erlang had been having a rough time these past 2 days. 2 days ago, he found his brother Delang, who was on the brink of death, lying near the grass. Brother, what happened to you? Although Erlang carried his brother back to the cave and licked his wounds continuously with his tongue, Delang still died. At the cave entrance, Erlang dug a hole in the ground to bury the only person in the world who cared for him. Looking at the raised mound of earth, Erlang hung his head low, his stomach growling. It had been a long time since he had eaten. When his brother was around, he never let him go hungry. Though 2 days without food wouldn't kill a monster, it felt truly awful. A violent cramp surged from his stomach and tears welled in Erlang's eyes. Brother, I'm so hungry. and since you've been gone these past 2 days they've been bullying me. Just as he spoke his nemesis appeared the wolf vanguard suddenly materializing asking with a hint of mockery, are those you mentioned part of me? With the enemy before him Erlang's anger flared. His ears pressed back and his tail drooped as he barked furiously, bastard. You killed my brother, what are you doing here? What are you barking about, dog? The wolf vanguard didn't take Erlang seriously at all. Even though your brother is dead, someone still has to patrol the mountains. I thought about it and decided to give this good job to you. I won't go, Erlang firmly refused. But the wolf vanguard wasn't here to negotiate. If you refuse, then I'll kill you and send you to reunite with your brother. Vanguard, isn't that a bit too much? An elderly wolf demon suddenly approached, sighing, poor little thing. If it's a little thing, you're an old thing. The wolf vanguard dismissed the elderly wolf demon entirely. Generally speaking, demons do not have the concept of aging as they are not limited by lifespan. The longer they cultivate, the stronger they become. However, the elderly wolf demon had developed a chronic illness during a battle against the current wolf king in his youth. Although he had aged, his cultivation could not progress further, making him appear quite old. The elderly wolf demon shook his head, saying, we are all part of the same wolf pack and should take care of one another. The wolf vanguard laughed. Who considers him a wolf? He is just a dog, you know. Erlang's fur bristled. What did you say? The wolf vanguard repeated. I said you are a dog, a dog, a dog. With a whoosh, a fluffy dog paw lunged at the wolf vanguard, but he caught it easily. Starved for 2 days, and with only about 10 years of cultivation, Erlang was no match for the century-old wolf demon. The wolf vanguard leaned forward close to Erlang's face, spewing foul-smelling breath and sneering. Is that the best you can do? Pooh! You dare spit on me, dog. The wolf vanguard, feeling the moisture on his face, erupted in anger. I was supposed to attend a wedding banquet and didn't want to bother with you. But since you seek death, I'll grant it to you. Watch closely how I killed your brother that day, or I will kill you the same. With that he struck out with a paw. A fierce gust of claw wind rushed toward Erlang. He froze in fear. He had never felt death so close before. At that moment the wolf vanguard suddenly realized his paw was being restrained, and he roared in anger. Old thing, are you tired of living to oppose me? But when he turned back, the wolf vanguard was astonished to find that it was not the elderly wolf demon who had grabbed his paw, but someone else entirely. A human. Chen Feng smiled and echoed the previous words. Is that the best you can do? Provoked, the wolf vanguard seethed with rage, exerting all his strength to break free, but the hand gripping him was as unyielding as iron pincers. Are you an extraordinary being? The wolf vanguard threatened. Human, I advise you not to seek death. My master has 300 years of cultivation, double my strength. If you dare to attack me, you will surely die a terrible death. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded. That indeed serves as a reminder. The wolf vanguard smugly asked, are you scared now? I am very scared. Then hurry up and let me go, and I may spare your life. It seems you've misunderstood, Chen Feng informed the wolf vanguard. I am afraid that if I use too much strength, I might accidentally kill you. A standard concrete building measuring 30 by 30 by 30 requires 1,000 kilograms of TNT, yet Chen Feng only needed a single punch. This was the level of explosive might. With such combat power, Chen Feng held the wolf vanguard, as if he were an ant, truly fearing that with one careless move he might crush him and attract the attention of the great demon. You just lie there for a while. Saying this, Chen Feng broke the wolf vanguard's limbs. Witnessing this scene, the elderly wolf demon and Erlang trembled in fear. Even the wolf vanguard with 150 years of cultivation was easily crushed. Did they still have a way out? But Chen Feng pulled out a sausage from his pocket, peeled off the red wrapper, and offered it to the husky, saying, join me, and I'll provide the food. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing the husky to drool. This was a treat. Then Chen Feng pointed at the subdued vanguard, saying, I'll personally twist the heads off those who bully you. This was a promise of execution. Finally, Chen Feng licked his lips, asking, deal? Erlang wagged his tail and barked, okay. This was the acceptance of being a dog. Watching the little boy devour the sausage in just a few bites, Chen Feng felt a pang of heartache. Look at how starving the child is. He's been reduced to a dog. Then the question from the elderly wolf demon came. Spare my life, great immortal. Seeing the bowing wolf demon, Chen Feng hesitated. Although the elderly wolf demon would be a good helper and was loyal to him, that was based on the premise that they were all part of the wolf clan. Now that he had come in his true form, could he still trust him? What is your name? Reporting to the immortal, I have no name. Since you seem quite old, I'll call you Old Wolf. Chen Feng decided to test the waters. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you, but you must tell me the truth. What is this wedding the vanguard spoke of? If Old Wolf lied, Chen Feng would immediately send him to lie alongside the vanguard. But Old Wolf honestly replied, reporting to the immortal, the daughter of the 1,000-year Tiger King has chosen a brother from within the clan, and tonight there will be a wedding. All the tribal leaders from the meat-eating zone except for the bear spirit will attend the banquet. He spoke without missing a word. Chen Feng was a reasonable person. Alright, next I'm going to the banquet. You two do as I say, and after the matter is accomplished I guarantee, you will become the new king of the tribe. Thus at the entrance of the Xiansha cave, two tiger demons watched the old wolf and the husky carrying burlap sacks puzzled. What's in those sacks? Old wolf opened the first sack revealing Chen Feng inside saying, this is a gift prepared by the Wolf King for the two newcomers. Don't worry, this is a reward from the great demon, not something taken privately. Upon seeing it was a living person, the tiger demons immediately believed him, saying, a generous gift. Once inside the courtyard, Chen Feng instructed the husky and old wolf to keep an eye on the vanguard in another sack and not let it die. Meanwhile, he found an opportunity to activate the Sion Waystane and slipped into the tiger lattice boudoir. Once again, a strong smell of fox permeated the air. When Chen Feng focused, he found the tiger lady actually present in the room. You deadbeat, why did you take so long to arrive? But upon clearly seeing Chen Feng's appearance, the tiger lady was taken aback, asking, who are you? Chen Feng clarified his purpose, saying, I was sent by the Bodhisattva of compassion to help you. The tiger lady trembled slightly. So you're one of us, please take a seat. As Chen Feng opened his mouth ready to speak, he suddenly turned and looked toward the door. It turned out a gust of black wind had swept into the room. The Leopard King revealed his true form, dark-faced, and asked, lady, did you invite others? A group activity, huh? Chen Feng pondered quietly. Not good, I've been discovered. I wonder if he heard about the Bodhisattva of compassion, but no matter what, I absolutely cannot let him go. However, Leopard King had the same thought. Not good, I've been found out. I wonder if he knows that I came to steal someone, but no matter what, I absolutely cannot let him go. A shadow flickered in the room. Both of them moved simultaneously, attacking each other. Chen Feng clearly remembered that during their last encounter, he couldn't keep up with the speed of his opponent without using the Sandwiston technique. But now, having obtained a body of explosive strength, he could clearly see every movement of Leopard King. Leopard King was astonished to see that the figure before him was agile and their speed was on par with his. He thought to himself, I have cultivated for 500 years and have never met an opponent in speed. Where did this human kid come from who can actually keep up with me? This won't do. Leopard King felt a competitive spirit arise within him and unleashed his beastly powers, charging towards Chen Feng from behind, slamming a claw onto his shoulder. Kid, look behind you. But the next moment, Leopard King's smile froze on his face. In an instant, he felt the sensation in his hand disappear, while a heavy weight appeared on his shoulder. Chen Feng appeared behind Leopard King, smirking coldly. Now why don't you take a look at what's behind you? What? Leopard King's composure shattered instantly. After all, if the opponent could strike his shoulder, they could easily lock his throat. If he wanted to take my life, he could have done so already. But he didn't kill me. This is humiliation. Leopard King, having roamed for 500 years, had never suffered such a great humiliation. In a fit of rage, he exerted all his strength once more and circled behind Chen Feng, determined to retaliate. But this time his palm struck empty air. Slap. Chen Feng once again struck Leopard King's shoulder, saying, I told you to look behind you. Leopard King, furious, exclaimed, Kid, I admit I am no match for you. Whether you want to kill me or torture me, there's nothing to say, but you cannot humiliate me like this. Seeing Leopard King dejected and dispirited, Chen Feng felt a sense of pride, as the shadow of being hunted by Leopard King was dispelled. As for killing Leopard King, that was impossible. Chen Feng unleashed the wind howl technique, fall. A wave of sound surged forth, causing Leopard King's ears to ring, his body weakening as he collapsed to the ground. Done. Chen Feng turned to the still dazed Lady Tiger. It's fine, let's continue our conversation. A 500-year-old king was surprisingly taken down in an instant. Seeing such a formidable ally arrive, Lady Tiger was elated and laid out her entire plan. As mentioned before, the great demon needed a continuous supply of living beings to maintain the seal. Thus, to eliminate the great demon's influence, the Bodhisattva of compassion sent her to sow discord, urging several demon kings to turn against each other. The Bodhisattva promised me that as long as I provide the blood and flesh of demons, she would help me improve my cultivation. Lady Tiger said with anticipation, I've calculated it all. No matter who wins this banquet, it will surely be a river of blood. No wonder the demons here have coexisted peacefully for so many years. Suddenly they are at each other's throats. Chen Feng worriedly asked, Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the great demon? In this garden, any demon that dies will be collected by the soul banner. Wouldn't your plan be exposed then? Lady Tiger smiled. My lord, the barrier granted by the Bodhisattva can block the influence of the soul banner. None of the dead demons will escape. But wait. Chen Feng recalled that when he met the great demon before, the soul banner contained the souls of Tiger King and Lion King. Lady Tiger added, Unless the great demon herself is within the barrier, but how could that be? It is possible, very possible. Chen Feng suddenly realized, indeed, Lady Tiger's plan was originally sound, but she never expected that in my past life I took on the account of Delang killing Wolf King, which caught the great demon's attention, allowing me to infiltrate the banquet with them. and thus leading to the failure of the plan. After understanding the situation, Chen Feng asked, "What do you plan to do after the plan concludes?" Lady Tiger replied, "This barrier can last for 3 days, long enough for me to escape, since killing demons here doesn't have any repercussions." Chen Feng looked at the fallen Leopard King and asked, "Lady, do you need me to spare your lover's life?" Lady Tiger made a disgusted expression. "No need, he's too fast for my liking." "Which aspect do you mean by fast?" Just as Chen Feng was about to clarify, Leopard King suddenly vanished, turning into thin air. Not good. A concealment technique. Chen Feng didn't expect the opponent to wake up so quickly. Indeed, the wind howl technique could handle small fry, but was somewhat lacking against a boss. Originally, with Chen Feng's speed, Leopard King would have had no chance of escaping death, but upon exiting, Leopard King executed a move that Chen Feng found very familiar, caught in the act. "What?" Chen Feng was stunned. "How come you are using this trick too?" "This is bad, I have become the affair partner." In the midst of his thoughts, 3 streams of demonic wind appeared before Chen Feng, which were none other than Wolf King, Tiger King, and Lion King. Leopard King, covered in dirt, ran to Tiger King's side, accusing, "Tiger brother, I saw this kid sneak in his sister's room intending to do something improper." "What the hell, this is exactly what I would say." Chen Feng was about to explode with anger. Tiger King, eyes blazing with fury, roared, "What do you have to say for yourself?" Chen Feng was slandered by the villains with no way to express his grievances, could only say, "I have nothing to say, I please act quickly." On the other side, Erha was just watching over Wolf Vanguard with Old Wolf when they suddenly heard a loud shout. Old Wolf felt uneasy, caught in the act. Didn't your newly recognized big brother just go to Lady Tiger's room? Could it be that he got into trouble? Erha panicked. "What should we do?" Old Wolf, experienced, said, "Run. After all, you've only known this new big brother for less than half a day, there's no need to risk your life for him. But seeing your expression, you seem to disagree with this, so it's best for us to remain still and not create any chaos, especially not to be like those foolish characters in human movies who deliver hostages to the villain." Erha admired. "Wolf uncle, you understand so much, even having watched human movies." Old Wolf replied proudly, "Of course I've eaten more meals than you've eaten crap." At that moment, a lion's roar echoed from afar. The 2 demons, even from such a distance, were knocked. Old Wolf spat out a mouthful of old blood, heart racing. "That's Lion King's roar. Those who went to watch the show are probably all dead by now." Then came a series of thunderous booms that echoed throughout the Xinsha cave. A fight broke out. The shockwaves from the battle knocked the 2 demons who had just stood up back down to the ground. Fallen where they stood, they remained there for a while. Erha looked at Old Wolf. "Wolf uncle, how about we just stay like this?" "Sure." The battle lasted about 5 minutes. Not only the inner courtyard where the battle occurred, but even the outer courtyard's floor was shattered, cracking like a spider web. Old Wolf raised his head. "The noise has stopped, it's over. Your second big brother is probably gone. Although that human is indeed powerful, I feel there's no chance against 4 demon kings." Footsteps sounded. Someone emerged. The 2 demons looked over in unison and saw Chen Feng dragging the barely breathing Tiger and Lion Kings by their limbs, walking out. His ears were filled with blood and his shirt was torn. "This lion is just average, but this tiger really has something. Oh, without shedding my shirt, I couldn't handle him." With that, Chen Feng tossed the barely alive demon kings in front of Erha. "Why are you just standing there?" Although the Old Wolf had already guessed the result, he couldn't help but ask, "What about the other monsters?" They've already turned into cold, hard spirit stones." Chen Feng looked into the equipment enhancement system, which displayed that he had exploded several hundred ordinary enhancement stones, allowing weapons or armor to be upgraded from 1 to 3. There were also 4 elite enhancement stones that could raise weapons or armor from 4 to 6, obtained from the second-in-command of 4 different tribes. King Leopard exploded a stone that could increase weapon attack speed, as well as a stone that added an invisibility passive to armor. Chen Feng chose the invisibility stone. King Wolf exploded a wind stone, which could add wind attribute damage to weapons. As for the strongest 2 he had left on hand, Chen Feng knew that the stones he had exploded would definitely be good, but the equipment enhancement system consumed 1 point each time, and he couldn't afford so many stones. That's why he left 2 monster kings alive, letting the second dog act as the bait. As the saying goes, a tiger falling into a lowland is bullied by dogs. King Tiger, who had roamed for most of his life, never thought much of these little monsters that had been around for over a decade. He never expected to die at the hands of a dog. This is truly excessive bullying against the tiger. King Tiger roared angrily, "Damn it, I can't beat you, I admit it. Can you give me a quick death?" The voice carried a series of tiger roars that scared the second dog to the point of losing control. Erlang looked at Chen Feng and stammered, "Brother." Chen Feng sighed. "If you are not used to calling me brother, you can call me boss instead." Erlang corrected himself, "Boss, I dare not." Chen Feng, frustrated, said, "Useless, cowardly wretch." He said this, but seeing Erlang's legs trembling, Chen Feng knew that he couldn't force it. But it was a pity to waste this bit of experience, especially since Chen Feng really needed a helper now. I can't be the only one showing off every time, that would be too exhausting. Chen Feng lightly coughed and looked at the old wolf saying, then it's your turn. The old wolf respectfully replied, yes. Immortal. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Chen Feng summoned the proficiency system and performed a series of operations. The old wolf has activated the Wind Mastery modified training plan and can now gain experience by defeating monsters. Reminder: you can check the training progress at any time through the system interface. Name: Old Wolf. Race: Wolf. Monster: Age: 300 years. Progress: Transform wind into prison. Unlearned: Walk on wind. Unlearned: Form wind into blade. Beginner: Roll dust to obscure vision. Unlearned: Ghostly cries and divine howls. Unable to learn. This old fellow has lived for 300 years. How come his cultivation is so poor? Oh, there is a hidden ailment in the status bar. No wonder. Chen Feng noticed that the system interface had a kick button. Upon checking, he found that as the owner of the proficiency system, he could kick the old wolf out at any time if he wished. The system even has an anti-betrayal feature showing its thoughtfulness. Chen Feng focused on the progress bar, and after the old wolf swung out a blade of wind and killed 2 monster kings, it had acquired all skills except for ghostly cries and divine howls, and all had been upgraded to small success. What is this? The old wolf's expression suddenly changed, feeling a surge of knowledge about wind mastery flooding his mind, and the cultivation that had been stagnant for a long time advanced a step further. This must be a miracle. The old wolf immediately bowed, saying, thank you, immortal. You should learn more from us. Chen Feng instructed the second dog. This world is about to undergo a major change. If you don't seize the time to improve your strength, do you think I took you in as a little brother to be a lucky charm? Erlang Day said, poop, where's the poop? He seemed to hear that a big change was coming. Chen Feng patted the dog's head. From now on, stop bringing up that cute little boy's face and talking about eating poop. I haven't eaten it, I'm just curious. Curiosity doesn't excuse it. A dog can't change its habit of eating poop. As the man and dog bickered, Lady Tiger approached, indicating that everything was ready for the sacrifice. Do you want to observe the ceremony? Chen Feng recalled the blood and flesh monster he had seen that day and felt a bit uncomfortable, but in order to further gather information about Guanyin Bodhisattva, he still nodded. Upon entering the inner courtyard, a strong smell of blood assaulted him. The corpses of the dead monsters had begun to rot with black spots flying above them. The growth of flies on the corpses was a natural phenomenon. But the cautious Chen Feng felt something was off. Isn't this decay happening too quickly? At this moment, Lady Tiger began reciting obscure and difficult incantations. Oh my Padme H. Rich blood gushed from the monsters' bodies like a broken faucet, gradually forming a scarlet blood pool. Then 4 pure white lotus flowers bloomed from the blood pool. The roots of the lotus wrapped around the monster corpses, continuously absorbing nutrients and rendering the monsters completely desiccated, while the flowers themselves became increasingly beautiful and enormous. With a thud, Lady Tiger leapt into the blood pool. As soon as she entered, countless bloody arms grabbed her body and stuffed her into a lotus flower, which then slowly closed as if it had detected a fly. The second dog immediately vomited. Ugh. Chen Feng frowned, secretly thinking, can this be a good divine spirit? Does the information system take me for a fool? The old wolf, who had lived the longest, noticed the clues: blood and flesh. Lotus. This is the method of Guanyin. Chen Feng hurriedly asked, you know Guanyin Bodhisattva? The old wolf shook his head, saying, I don't know much either. I've only heard big monsters mention that if there are blood and flesh lotus and bodhisattva-like things, they must be reported to him, with heavy rewards afterward. About an hour later, the 4 gathered lotus flowers opened and 4 monsters walked out from inside. Apart from Lady Tiger, the other 3 made Chen Feng tense up immediately: King Tiger, King Lion, and Tiger Girl. The 3 monsters shook their heads. King Tiger, with a kind and benevolent demeanor, no longer showed his previous brutal nature, said, I am the white-eyed great sage under Guanyin Bodhisattva. King Lion, Great Sage Swanee. Tiger Girl, Lady Mountain Lord. Finally, Lady Tiger also said, Lady Red Fox. This was a shift from darkness to light. Chen Feng could clearly feel that the auras of these 4 monsters had significantly strengthened compared to especially Lady Tiger, who originally had about 300 years of cultivation comparable to Shi Qingqing, but now had reached 1,000 years of cultivation, sitting alongside the other 3 monster kings. What a great method. If it weren't for the overly bloody and bizarre process, Chen Feng would have wanted to kick the second dog into the blood pool as well. Lady Red Fox bowed, thanking Chen Feng for their help, and indicated that it was not advisable to stay here long. Would you like to leave together? The little chick won't urinate, each has its own path. Although teaming up with 4,000-year-old monsters was indeed good, Chen Feng still had a check-in task to complete, so he could only politely decline. Lady Red Fox warned Chen Feng, though this barrier can last for 3 days, given the nature of great monsters, they will likely notice it soon, so please leave quickly. Chen Feng certainly understood the dangers of Xihong City. Understood. Lady Red Fox cast a spell creating a hole in the barrier, then we shall meet again. Wait. Chen Feng remained alert at all times. You opened a hole, who want the souls take the chance to Lady Red Fox assured Chen Feng not to worry. Only living beings can exit through this hole whose souls cannot escape. That was more like it. The other three monsters also bowed saying farewell. Chen Feng felt a bit embarrassed saying, sorry guys King Tiger now the white-eyed great sage said, no worries, all living beings must die, all gatherings must disperse, it is all part of cause and effect. Although Chen Feng understood not a word except for the punctuation, he still gave a thumbs up. After exiting the barrier the old wolf asked Chen Feng, Immortal, where shall we go next? Chen Feng summoned the check-in system and confirmed, let me see the Eagle King in the flying area, the Elephant King in the herbivore area, the Mantis God in the insect area, and the Shark King in the ocean area. Only these four remain. The old wolf urged, then shall we hurry? Chen Feng was taken aback. Why are you even more eager than I am? Thinking about the exhilarating feeling when he defeated the Lion King and Tiger King, and his cultivation, soared the old wolf couldn't help himself. Immortal, I hope you can understand me. I really want to improve. Wanting to improve is a good thing. Chen Feng couldn't help but hum a little tune about progress. On the inkstone 3 or 5 strokes the ink falls like a partridge's cry. Old wolf, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but let's wait a moment. Immortal, what are we waiting for? Waiting for an old friend to see if he comes. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, he noticed movement several kilometers away. In an instant a fierce wind howled, and the heavens changed color. Accompanied by a muffled sound that shattered the sound barrier, a spherical object was flying toward the three like a meteor. Its speed was so fast, and its force so heavy that it could snap ancient pines in half along the way. With a loud boom, dust rose like a mushroom cloud, and before Chen Feng a massive pit, with a diameter of dozens of feet appeared. A fierce wind rushed toward him, knocking the second dog over while the old wolf couldn't even open his eyes, asking, Immortal, what is that thing? Chen Feng remained unperturbed, saying, it's just a tiger's head. The two monsters widened their eyes only to see the freshly resurrected white-eyed great sage's head landing squarely in the center of the pit, lifeless. Instant kill. The one who achieved this instant kill was an ugly short old man who jumped down from the tiger's head, his murky eyes fixed on the three, sending chills down their spines. Great monster. Seeing the final boss pop up again and effortlessly kill the Tiger King whom he had just fought hard against, and enhanced, Chen Feng laughed heartily, without a trace of fear. Now this is Zihong City. The great monster wore a sinister smile. Young man, do you know me? Chen Feng shook his neck. Not just know you, great monster, I'm here to deal with you this time. Is that the great monster? The old wolf and the second dog were knocked unconscious just from a glimpse of the monster's aura. Oh, you know me, but I don't remember you. Strange. The great monster remarked in confusion, but the next sentence revealed the truth. Reborn, right? Look at your poor appearance. Why don't you remember a lottery password and exchange it for some money? Chen Feng snorted this again. The great monster was surprised. You even know this? It seems we've met before on some timeline, and not only that, we've fought. Interesting. What method did you use to escape from my hands, eh? This old thing was stalling for time. Chen Feng understood that the great monster was cunning and decisive, most likely using the 10,000 souls banner right after landing, but it was blocked by the barrier, which was why it pretended to chat idly. However, Chen Feng also wanted to extract more information, so he didn't expose it, but asked, it's time for me to ask a question. How did you discover me? The great monster repeated his earlier statement. Well said. The souls of the monsters that die in the park are absorbed into my human sovereign banner. Since you fought with me, you should know, right? This great monster was old and didn't say much. Chen Feng was now 100% certain that the other party had a second insurance policy. If you don't tell the truth, I can guess it. The great monster replied, I would like to hear the details. Chen Feng took out a dead bug which he had caught from the monster's corpse. At that time he suspected that the monster had just died. How could flies breed so quickly? Of course this was just a suspicion, after all there are many insects in summer, but it wasn't impossible. It wasn't until just now when a muffled sound came from afar that Chen Feng realized that during the battle with the Lion King the lion's roar had continuously emitted sound waves strong enough to make even the old wolf spit blood. How did these bugs survive? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the wine bug, right? The celestial wine you gave to various monster kings had bug eggs in it. Those eggs parasitized on the monster kings under your control. I initially thought you used it to prevent the monster kings from rebelling. But now it seems they can also connect with your heart. Once disconnected you would receive the news, right? Chen Feng could guess that this second layer of insurance was specifically a backup against Guanyin Bodhisattva. After all, this wine bug was of such high status that it could activate the check-in system from the realm of cultivation. Only it could deceive Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was a divine being. Clever. The great monster's gaze gradually turned cold, contemplating. With the life-sustaining bug and the 10,000 souls banner, my double arrangement is already seamless. Even that woman hasn't discovered it. I never expected this kid to see through it all. This kid is not only a reborn one, but also exceptionally clever. He must not be left alive. Thus he immediately summoned the 10,000 souls banner to descend, while sending a message to his 4 allies. Hurry, something big has happened. And he saw the flag carrying countless vengeful souls descending from the sky. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Old thing, you finally fell for it. I've been waiting for this move. Back at the broken temple, Chen Feng looked at the hex deck recovery tube and thought of a plan. The recovery tube can enhance failed equipment and turn it into materials. The equipment enhancement system only stated that it can enhance equipment. It didn't specify whose equipment, so other people's equipment can also be enhanced. Of course, if the enhancement succeeds, I will be blown up, but given my luck of never failing in a large-scale enhancement, that won't happen. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Chen Feng decided to take a big risk. 10,000 souls banner. Hand it over. Ding. You have chosen the hex deck recovery tube. Ding. You have used the equipment enhancement on the 10,000 souls banner. Warning. The ordinary enhancement stones you used do not match the grade of the 10,000 souls banner. Forcibly using it results in only a 1% success rate. Do you wish to continue? Enhancing. Enhancement failed. The 10,000 souls banner shattered. Due to the recovery tube, you have obtained a 10,000-year profound een with tying moonlight silk and human sovereign skin. As the 10,000 souls banner disappeared, the sky cleared and the wind ceased. With his lifebound treasure destroyed, the great monster spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, no longer maintaining his previous calm demeanor. How is this possible? He decided to retreat. This is Xihang City. Chen Feng feared that the opponent might still have some tricks up his sleeve, so he directly activated the secret technique system and decisively reopened it. You have consumed 1 temporary point and activated the death immunity drop secret technique. This was the most wonderful opening he had ever experienced. Hooray. The limit has been shattered. Returning once more to Xingfu Internet Cafe, Chen Feng felt refreshingly clear-headed. The thrill of pulling off a bold move and vanishing instantly was simply sublime. Moreover, as the ancient saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Through repeated cycles and incremental accumulation, Chen Feng's system interface now stretched endlessly beyond sight. User Chen Feng. Save reload count 2. System points 3 demonic pact hex 1. Temporary points 3 death immunity 2, 1 each. Spell Wind Roar Art Intermediate Proficiency 47801000. Physical Strength A rank Hero Building Collapse Tier. Cybernetic Augmentation Basic Stanislaw Modification. Controllable Spirit Beings 3-star Water Ghost Traits Drawn to Water Thrives in Rain. Available Blessings Lu Sun Jiaochan Ma Chao. Available Cheats Time Stop 1 Hit Kill Death Immunity Cultivation Speed 999. Customizable Plan 1 Hero Training. Stages III completed. Activate stage for S-rank training for 100 points. Customizable Plan 2 Modified Windwalking Art Training. Stage I free. Requires Carnivorous Yao Race. Activate. Augmentation Attempts 0. Permanent Hex Salvage Tube. Pending Quest Check-in at Crazy Zoo 5 points. Chi Cultivation Pill Destroy Crazy Zoo 112 points. Destroy P. E. C. D. 120 points. Destroy Asylum Holy Ox Sect 115 points. Slay Great Yao Empress Mother Lord Oxface and Demon King. P. E. C. D. Controllable Avatars Lu Xiao. Spend 1 point to acquire new avatar. Hex Selection. Spend 1 point to unlock 3 hex options. System Inventory Common Reinforcement Stones 322 Reinforcement 1 Elite Reinforcement Stones 4 Wind Stones 1 Concealment Stones 1 A Childhood Stone Amnesia Stone Hypnosis Stone 10,000-Year Darkeen Wood Tying Lunar Radiance Silk Human Sovereign Hide. The more systems one commands, the greater one's power. The greater the power, the more points one earns, and the more points earned, the more systems one unlocks. So I'm a late-blooming hero after all. Chen Feng understood, so long as he remained cautious and patient, ultimate invincibility was inevitable. Speaking of invincibility, his gaze fell upon the greatest spoils of this expedition. The 3 supreme infused artifacts 10,000-Year Darkeen, Wood Tying Lunar Radiance Silk, and Human Sovereign Hide. The first 2 were extraordinary, but that last one, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Chen Feng could not say. Yet surely humanity must precede its own hide. And yet, a sovereign whose title embodied the pinnacle of human cultivation had been flayed and dismembered to forge a magical artifact. Chen Feng rubbed his forehead. What kind of world have I truly transmigrated into? But having arrived, fretting served no purpose. His immediate priority was forging the Myriad Soul Banner. A paramount treasure of the demonic path, the Myriad Soul Banner could instantly refine living beings into soul-bound servants, utterly obedient and capable of deceit or betrayal toward their banner wielder. Moreover, such servants retained most of their former strength. Thus, the mightier the slain foe, the more formidable the resulting servant. In later stages, a single sweep of the banner would unleash 10,000 specters, an unstoppable force. Then came the question, how on earth do I forge something this powerful? Chen Feng immediately dismissed the equipment enhancement system. It excelled at dismantling gear, but crafting even basic items cost 1 point per attempt, with success rates plummeting as item power increased. Who could afford such extravagance? Where then might he find someone capable of forging the Myriad Soul banner? An idea suddenly struck him. He opened his system vault, revealing 3 options before him. XH03MS, Gourmet System from Xuanhuan or Western Fantasy. ZT03 LTQ, Chat Group System from Multiverse Infinite Realms. And a newcomer designated XX03ZT, who burst in a song, "My hometown lies right here in this village." Chen Feng was momentarily speechless. ZT as a prefix clearly signaled multiverse, but what system ended in ZT and belonged to an immortal cultivation realm? Chen Feng did not dwell on it. He had already made his choice. Since he could not forge the Myriad Soul banner himself, he would seek a friend who could. Ding. Congratulations, Group Master. You have activated the chat group system. At the system's chime, a chat interface materialized before Chen Feng. To the right lay functional tabs: Red Packet, Offline Meetup, and Group Document. Only the last remained active. Chen Feng quickly grasped their uses. Red Packets allow item uploads. Offline Meetup enables direct interdimensional teleportation. The Document tab supports uploading textual cultivation manuals. To the left stood the member list, currently containing only one name: Group Master Chen Feng. Damn, why is this real name registration? And I'm utterly alone. What on earth is there to chat about? As Chen Feng grumbled, a prompt chimed in his ear. Due to the glorious demise of the previous host, certain group functions are lost. Each activation permits inviting exactly 2 members. Group Master may select 1 member from each of the following categories: history, science fiction, urban, immortal cultivation, military, Xuanhuan, supernatural, gaming, sports, Western fantasy. I decided in under a second who I'd invite. Why don't you try too? Chen Feng required no deliberation. For sheer ceiling potential, immortal cultivation, Xuanhuan, and Western fantasy reigned supreme. All else, history, sports, gaming, military, were best avoided. Survival odds there were grim. Why not choose weaker candidates? Many chat group novels favor subtle behind-the-scenes narratives, but Chen Feng preferred straightforward, uncluttered storytelling. Kneel before the mighty. No shame in that. After all, business is business. Immortal cultivation Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign has joined the group. Greet your fellow members. Xuanhuan Ominous Corpse Emperor has joined the group. Greet your fellow members. Due to the glorious demise of the previous host, chat duration is limited to 1 hour. Please observe the time. Those names hardly sound like paragons of virtue. Chen Feng double-checked the group name. This isn't even an antagonist-only chat group. The Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign spoke first. Are you insane? I've reached the Grand Ascension realm. Why am I only getting a system now? Oh right, it's not mine. And voice-to text. Just think it. I don't even need to speak. The Ominous Corpse Emperor. Let's verify our credentials first. Odd changes, even stays the same. Sign depends on quadrant. Fellow countrymen. Seeing those names, Chen Feng had felt a flicker of apprehension. But both hailed from Earth. That simplified matters considerably. Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, Senior Fellow Cultivator Chun, is this your system? How enviable. My brother never received one. We climbed the ranks purely through grit and grind. Chen Feng scoffed. You expect me to believe you ascended to Demon Sovereign by manual labor alone? You can fool me, but don't fool yourself. The Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign sent a dry chuckle. Caught me. I was already a Demon Sovereign upon transmigration. Ominous Corpse Emperor, same here. So you're both protagonists of effortless, overpowered novels. Soul transmigrating dogs. How utterly despicable. Suddenly the Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign recalled something. Wait. Could I be a fictional character? Senior Fellow Cultivator, Chen, do you know how our story unfolds? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. As previously noted, chat group novels often fall within crossover fiction, transmigrating into Dupo, Sangxiong, One Piece, Warhammer, etc. His counterpart's suspicion of being a paper-thin construct was entirely understandable. Yet Chen Feng replied plainly, I don't know. I recognize only the great, loving, immortal sovereign. But even that's uncertain, given you use a title rather than your true name. Ominous Corpse Emperor, ever concise, tell us your story. Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, nothing remarkable. Just an ordinary cultivation world save for rampant power inflation. Even chi condensation cultivators approach building collapse. Tier of foundation establishment masters can obliterate entire nations with a single strike. Chen Feng couldn't resist retorting, you call that foundation establishment? Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign added, oh. And the local customs are remarkably rustic. Villains abound. Mutual scheming is standard. Cultivation techniques are riddled with traps, and opportunities are almost universally illusory. Chen Feng felt a pang of empathy. You must have suffered terribly. Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, not at all. I lead the villains. Chen Feng. Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, does that ring a bell? Chen Feng, no. What about the ominous Corpse Emperor? Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign. I meant to ask earlier. Senior fellow, you bear a Xuanhuan prefix, yet your name sounds straight out of a horror film. Quite peculiar. Hearing this, Chen Feng worried the ominous Corpse Emperor might take offense. Though unintentional, the Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign's air of immortal cultivation superiority was unmistakable. After all, in immortal cultivation realms, only 3 tiers existed: Ant tier, Fellow Cultivator tier, and Senior Elder tier. Silence lingered for nearly a minute, just as Chen Feng prepared a joke to ease the tension. The ominous Corpse Emperor spoke, "In my world, strength is limited. We begin as martial artists, and even at peak cultivation, immortality remains unattainable. If immortality eludes cultivators, why cultivate at all?" To avoid offending him, Chen Feng suppressed his urge to mock, but inwardly he thought this Xuanhuan recruit is truly underwhelming. The Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign offered reassurance. "No matter. Lesser power means greater safety for you, young friend." True to form, within moments, Fellow Cultivator had become young friend. Chen Feng sensed his own demotion to ante was imminent. Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign asked the Corpse Emperor, "What is the pinnacle of power in your world?" Ominous Corpse Emperor, "The Emperor. Stellar destruction." Chen Feng, "Emperor." Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, "Stellar destruction." Ominous Corpse Emperor, "Not merely 1 planet per strike. 1 galaxy per strike." Chen Feng, "Galaxy-level destruction." Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, "Then, as a mere zombie in such a cosmos, you must struggle terribly." For the first time, the laconic, ominous Corpse Emperor spoke at length. "Not quite. I've mentioned it before. In this world, immortality is unattainable. When cultivators near death, they succumb to omens of ill fortune, sprouting viridian fur, transforming into dark monsters that drain the life force of others. No immortality, but staggering combat prowess coupled with terminal omens and dark calamities." Chen Feng blurted out, "Is this akin to the covering the sky cosmology?" The ominous Corpse Emperor sent a thumbs-up emoji, "And I am the very source of that omen." Subtle arrogance, most lethal of all. Chen Feng instinctively dropped to his knees. "I yield." Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, Senior Elder. Just like that, he was now Senior Elder. Having introduced themselves, both peers turned curiously to Chen Feng. "Group Master, what world do you hail from? Judging by your system, you must be thriving." "Thriving? Not remotely." Chen Feng lamented. "Brothers, who among you understands my plight? I underwent bodily transmigration, arriving as an ordinary man. At first I worked as a cafe manager in an internet cafe. I assumed I'd entered a romantic urban world, or perhaps the esports universe of the full-time player. Instead, every patron in that cafe was a monster. The weakest were 4 pseudo-humans, each capable of effortlessly subduing 5 grown men. Then came a spider spirit and a serpent spirit, one petrified on sight, the other impervious even to bullets. The boss was a female demon, her power unervingly sinister. Motionless, she could drain victims to husks and regenerate infinitely using stolen vitality. Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, why didn't you flee? Chen Feng replied, "Impossible." The encounter triggered instantly. Cursing me, my next sleep would trap me in her dream realm. Worse, it was a mechanic-based kill. No matter how formidable one was in reality, entering that dream meant certain death. Over 100 of us, Earthborn brothers, all now swing from the 3rd floor rafters. Hearing this, both the Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign and the ominous Corpse Emperor responded in unison. "Truly you've endured." Almost forgot the main purpose. Realizing time was slipping away, Chen Feng hurried, "A Primordial Saint. Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, just call me Demon Sovereign." Chen Feng recounted his acquisition of materials. "Demon Sovereign Senior, I now possess the components. Can you forge the Myriad Soul banner?" Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, "Of course. I carry one myself. Though frankly, Senior Fellow, your materials surpass even mine. This is a terror realm, yes." Chen Feng frowned. "Superior. In your world, immortality is attainable. Surely Tenthasanier materials are commonplace." The Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign clarified, "Do you know Darkine wood grows only 1 ring per millennium, like the peach of immortality. Your primary ingredient is a 10-million-year-old tree. And Human Sovereign, that title belongs solely to the righteous sect's supreme leader. Even I dare not flay his hide for artifact making." So, his comrade was indeed formidable. Chen Feng, "Brother, if I send the materials, could you craft?" Primordial Saint Demon Sovereign, "Since you call me brother, what's there to discuss? Still, I'll require 14 years to complete yours. For now, I'll send you a Tribulation Transcendensity or Myriad Soul banner to use immediately." Senior Elder. Chen Feng slapped his own cheek in disbelief. Why hadn't he activated the chat group sooner? But instantly a notification appeared. due to the glorious demise of the previous host, red packet functionality is lost. Damn it. He'd slapped too soon. He'd known chat groups were useless. Chen Feng tried offline meetup, only to see. Due to the glorious demise of the previous host, offline meetup functionality is lost. Damn it all. Chen Feng now resembled a eunuch entering a brothel, confronted with priceless treasures from masters, yet unable to wield them. Utterly crippled. The primordial saint demon sovereign couldn't help but remark, did you assemble this system piece by piece? Indeed he had. Chen Feng suddenly recalled the chi cultivation pill from his check-in reward, and the still active group document tab. He asked Senior Elder, could you transmit a cultivation manual instead? Nothing too advanced. Chi condensation level will suffice. The primordial saint demon sovereign agreed, let me see. Yin-yang harmony art. No, this technique causes gender transformation upon completion. Sword heart, Tao scripture. No, this path ultimately transforms the cultivator into a sentient artifact. Heaven-devouring demon art. No, this method carries fatal flaws, final stage possession and total absorption of one's cultivation. Who designed such treachery? Oh, it was me. Chen Feng's expression darkened further. What kind of group is this? Utterly perilous. Then the ominous corpse emperor interjected. I possess the perfected manual of the great accomplished bodhisattva body. Would you like it? In the cultivation plain Mu Xinzhou, the 100,000 mountains, the Chu Shengmo Min. Amid rolling seas of cloud and tiers of jagged peaks, a principal summit thrusts skyward, piercing the 9 heavens. The peak was jet black not by nature, but because it was the soul bone of a primeval beast that perished in ancient times, forged into the earth by the sect master with incomparable force. Atop the main peak's great hall sat a man. The leader of the era's foremost demonic sect, the patriarch of Chu Sheng sect, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the great ascension, on the cusp of ascending to the immortal realm, Chu Sheng Mosen. Rumors painted him as green-faced with fangs and 3 heads and 6 arms. In truth, he was merely a middle-aged man clad in ancient robes. Chu Sheng Mosen stared absent-minded at a flagpole. The black banner snapped in the wind. The demonic aura that coiled about it would, even at a distance, unsettle an ordinary cultivator's mind and leave them as hollow as a walking corpse. This was the demonic sect's ubiquitous treasure, the One Hun banner. The one in Mosen's hand was woven from 1,000-year Xian wood, mountain spider silk, and the hide of a sage. The wood is lifeless, the thread is coarse, the skin slack. He muttered displeased. I, a grand Mosen, hold an artifact inferior to a counterpart from some terra world. If news of this spreads, I will be the laughingstock. His irritation grew. At that moment his confidant, Xianming Elder, alighted upon a sword and respectfully greeted, Hail Patriarch. Mosen waved him off. No need for ceremony. Anything of consequence. Xianming Elder, sensing the Patriarch's mood, chose flattering words. Patriarch, good news. He reported that one of the righteous leaders, the Patriarch of the Sword Sect, had gone missing during seclusion. Word had it he was about to break through the tribulation midstage, and must have failed his tribulation. His soul returned to the heavens. Mosen's expression shifted. With a gesture, in an instant a celestial sword appeared in his hand. Xianming Elder trembled inwardly. A tribulation stage treasure, and it even has a sword spirit. Yet the sword spirit's voice and manner felt oddly familiar, as if he had seen it before. Searching his memory, Xuanming's heart leapt. Is this not the missing patriarch of the sword sect? Mosen dismissed him gently. You may step back. Xianming bowed and withdrew. When alone, Mosen allowed the sword spirit to speak, and its first words were a stream of curses. Monster. Damn you. Mosen shook his head. Even at the tribulation stage you are still so petulant, no better than a street thug. After tens of thousands of years you have only cultivated into a dog. The sword sect patriarch continued to hurl abuse. Mosen retorted, does berating me help you? The patriarch answered plainly, no. I do not expect it to help. Falling into your hands means certain death, so I curse to vent my anger. So you understand the situation? When I was breaking through my cultivation stage, my body suddenly shattered and became a sword. Anyone would see this. My sword heart technique was tampered with. Someone meddled with my art. Clever, Mosen said. My scheme has been set for years, and at last I have hooked a big fish. The sword master was bewildered. Strange. The previous patriarch was supremely astute, flawless in calculation. He personally taught me this art, it should not have problems. Mosen withdrew from his space ring. Another sword of the same rank. He is here as well. Shall the teacher and disciple reunite? The sword master was speechless. Mosen continued to draw more swords. And your predecessor before him. The sword master fell into silent despair. No wonder Mosen claimed to have caught a great prize. After a long silence, the sword sect patriarch said, our sword heart technique was created by the sect's founding ancestor, the sword immortal venerable. Do not tell me he is here as well. Mosen allowed a trace of amusement. You answered too quickly. Indeed he is here. The patriarch could no longer remain calm. Impossible. There is absolutely no way. Sword Immortal Venerable merely sought an opportunity to ascend and left in search of the immortal realm. Even as a great ascension stage cultivator, if he could not defeat you, he could at least flee. He would not be utterly crushed and turned into a sword spirit. Mosin soothed the patriarch. I only said he is here, I did not say he is dead. Suddenly the patriarch's face changed as realization dawned. Could it be? You are he. Mosin laughed aloud. Indeed sharp enough to rise to the top. Yes, I am Jin Shinzuan. Who would have thought? I built a sect to gather materials for the four-sword Zhu Xian array, waited 3 generations of formidable leaders, and finally raised the Lu Xian sword, the Xian Xian sword, the Zhu Xian sword. Only one Zhu Xian sword remained, and then all would be complete. The sword sect patriarch wailed, Monster! Monster! In the patriarch's despairing cries, Mosin sealed the 3 swords into his ring. A while later he summoned Xianming Elder. You hesitated earlier, is there bad news you did not reveal? Xianming bowed and flattered. Nothing escapes the patriarch's discerning eyes. Recently other elders have been restless, meeting in secret. They may act against you. Did they try to recruit you? Of course. I have a blood debt against your house that all high circles know. They would naturally try to draw me in. Mosin sighed. Life is hard. To prevent them deducing cause and effect, and seeing through the ruse, I had to slay your father. That was a grievance I placed upon you. Xuanming's face remained composed. To serve the patriarch, the life of a mere father is nothing. A most filial son indeed. Mosin asked, once inside, find out exactly who is stirring trouble. Xianming fretted. I have probed many times, but they are cautious. They will not act rashly. Mosin chided gently. You are loyal but dull. Use the old ploy, tell them my cultivation has gone awry, and I am near death. Understood. Xianming kowtowed and left. Watching Xuanming's retreating figure, Mosin's expression darkened. That elder was not so simple. He feigned clumsiness to lower my guard. It was even possible that the supposed elder rebellion was a fabrication, a scheme to have me eliminate his rival. Mosin had roughly guessed Xuanming's intent, but did not expose him. Those elders are late tribulation stage, most suitable as primary souls. When Chun Daoyu's red packet function is repaired, I will send it to him. In the void of the fantasy plane, a mighty pressure burst forth and surged toward the 9 heavens. A long, uncanny howl resonated, sweeping across the universe's 8 wastes. It is the ominous corpse emperor. Was he not asleep? How has he awakened all of a sudden? Is this the beginning of the dark upheaval? Those versed in the secret histories of the dark upheaval knew well this world did not reserve immortality alone as the path to eternal life. Mortal greats who failed to ascend when their natural term neared its end often met a dire fate and transformed into grotesque green-furred monsters. Although these green corpses did not become immortals, they could live on eternally. Every several 10,000 years, they must rob others of vital life to sustain themselves. It was said that a single breath from such beasts could slay every living thing on a world. This catastrophe was the dark upheaval. Unless a contemporary great emperor sacrificed himself to suppress them, the result would be devastation and rivers of blood. But this was not a golden era, no great emperor had yet appeared. As the piercing howl spread through the cosmos, the powers of the world could not sleep. The arrival was so abrupt and without warning that a cataclysm loomed. Whenever a dark upheaval occurs, its source is the green corpses. The ominous corpse emperor opens the way. Without a great emperor to pull the world back, this will be the most terrible dark upheaval in history. There is movement in the northern domain. Has an ancient great emperor been reborn? All cultivators across star regions turned their gazes to the northern star system. On an ancient living star, black clouds rolled and green fur whirlwinds scarred the ground like keening ghosts. A massive figure broke free of its seal, its body covered in dense green fur, half a foot long, savage and terrifying. Around it a dead zone formed where plants, birds, and beasts dropped lifeless at a touch. That pressure, it belonged to some former great emperor or ancient sovereign. Even such a towering figure could not withstand an ominous end. Cultivators despaired. The ancient sovereign had returned, but now stood with the enemy. As the supreme being awakened, other primeval creatures also burst from the soil: dragons, phoenixes, scaled and horned beasts, each radiating extraordinary majesty. In life, they had dominated their realms. In old age, they had met misfortune and become monsters. Tens of thousands of them now flew toward the origin of the calamity, the void where the ominous corpse emperor hovered. Faces turned pale across the cosmos. This world is in great peril. I see a future of blood and drifting corpses of countless skeletons. Run, hide at the edge of the universe. In panic, some near emperors charged against the tide, rallying cultivators from several star systems into phalanxes prepared to fight to the death. At the void's terminus, millions of monsters and scores of supreme beings knelt, paying homage to their. Usually the ominous corpse emperor was taciturn, but with a single decree, he could wash the universe in blood without hesitation. Yet now his words left many perplexed. Which of you is a dog? The supreme beings had been paramount and now turned green and bound to the ominous corpse emperors while they exchanged looks unsure what their sovereign intended and answered in unison, "Respected Emperor, we are all your dogs." The emperor replied, "Not what I meant. I have a friend who keeps a dog and needs a demon clan technique. Next meeting I want to give it to him. Which of you has one?" "He has a friend." The supreme beings were stunned. What kind of power would have a friend capable of owning such a dog? An immortal perhaps? A supreme being hesitated. "Emperor, our techniques might not be suitable." They could not conceive that the emperor's friend's dog turned out to be merely a husky. The ominous corpse emperor said, "Not suitable is perfect." He had heard from Chen Feng the dog was a 10-year-old husky. If the technique were too advanced, the husky might not manage it. One former ancient sovereign offered a technique called Tian Go Tun Yue capable of devouring a moon. That was overkill. The emperor accepted a modest technique, told them to return to rest, and to summon them when a chance to ascend arose, or when the dark upheaval truly began. The supreme beings were baffled they had been summoned only for this. More bewildered were the near emperors and the millions of cultivators. They had vowed to fight to bite the enemy, even in death. Yet the supreme beings with a single look made it impossible for them to stand firm. The near emperors trembled. Is this the former great emperor? Though transformed, his aura still crushes. Except for us few, no one else could hold even a breath against him. In the tense silence, a supreme being called out, "Hey!" Hearts leapt to throats. Then he said, "What are you staring at? We are off duty today, no work." The near emperors froze. The supreme being checked time and said, "There are 3,000 years until the dark upheaval. You are early. See you in 3,000 years. With that they dispersed. The near emperors stood bewildered. 3,000 years. Does it truly matter? If you do not come, you are the fool. After the chat group closed, Chen Feng stared at the documents the two big shots had uploaded and could not stop smiling. Let me see. He chuckled. With my literacy, I recognize every character, yet together they make no sense. System proficiency, read it to me. Ding. Detected Great Saint Body Cultivation Method. This technique requires the host to possess Saint Body Constitution. You do not qualify. U plan failed. Ding. Detected Xuanwu Longevity Manual. Warning, the target technique is too advanced. Please promptly repair system functions lost when the previous host died. You have obtained Xuanwu Changxing Ju Qi Refinement Volume Free Foundation Establishment Volume, 10 points Golden Core Volume, 100 points Nascent Soul Volume, 1,000 points Spirit Transformation Volume unobtainable. Manual Summary. Within the spirit platform slumbers 9 deep abysses whose divine light withdraws until mortal smoke remains. Do not vie for chance nor rush forth. Until all is ripe, do not leave the mountain. The world praises long life, yet misreads its caution, hidden like a submerged dragon through countless ages, one day to attain the way and astonish the heavens. A fine poem. Though incomprehensible, its elegance promises value. Chen Feng had explained his situation to Mosen and deliberately chose a longevity path suited to stealthy growth. This art had a flaw: its cultivation speed was slow, only half that of ordinary techniques. Its virtue lay in lengthened lifespan. Practitioners could live 10 times a normal life. It was crafted for survival above all. Each stage granted a survival miracle. In early Qi refinement, one could disguise their breath as mortal. Even a powerful spiritual sense sweep would find nothing amiss. In mid-Qi refinement, one could feign death once per day to clear abnormal states. In late Qi refinement, one could consume lifespan to bolster defense. Very good. Chen Feng could hardly wait to complete the check-in task and secure the Qi refinement pill to begin his cultivation path. Even this incomplete edition without the red packet function is astonishing. If it is fully restored, Mosen might gift me a tribulation-stitch treasure. Who would not take off then? I prematurely declared Hex the strongest 0-3 system. Hex, you were merely born into a world without a chat group system. The chat group is the supreme system. Seeing Chen Feng grin for no reason, Shi Qingqing asked, curious, what are you smiling at? Have you seen a... Because each reincarnation required replaying the terrifying park, Chen Feng had adjusted his save to the moment after he and Shi Qingqing returned from the ruined temple. Where one rejoices, another mourns. An hour earlier in the crazy zoo, as Chen Feng reborn, a great demon's face suddenly changed, and he coughed blood. In that instant he had lost connection with his named treasure. Where is my One Hun banner? Where has my great One Hun banner gone? This time as Chen Feng reopened his eyes, he found himself too poor to exchange for Hextech. Gold will always run out eventually. The 10 temporary points he earned by slacking off initially have dwindled to just 3 now. In order to complete the check-in task, Chen Feng immediately set off for the zoo. The process was the same as before: invite guests, behead them, and take them as dogs. Then, accompanied by 2 younger brothers, Chen Feng once again stormed the feast at Hongmen, but this time defeating the monsters did not yield any enhancement stones. Is it that repeated monster killings don't yield enhancement stones, or is it because the chat group system is now in effect causing the enhancement system to be dormant? To clarify this, Chen Feng chose to personally slay the Tiger King and Lion King. 2 light spots flew out from the Demon King. Tiger stone with a copper head and iron tail, indestructible. A stone engraved with a tiger pattern that when enhanced will increase the armor's defense by 10-fold. Elite enhancement stone can upgrade equipment from 4 to 6. So it turned out that repeated monster kills yielded no drops. Thus Chen Feng changed his strategy, letting Old Wolf kill the Leopard King and Tiger Girl, successfully leveling up the wind control technique to minor success. After the blood sacrifice ceremony concluded, having learned from the previous experience, Chen Feng instructed Old Wolf to bind all the wine worms with wind, preventing them from escaping the barrier. This should ensure we won't be discovered. Then Chen Feng raced through the 4 major regions at lightning speed. Congratulations! User has successfully checked in at Crazy Zoo, earning 5 system points and a Chi cultivation pill. Now I have 8 points. Finally, am not starving. In addition to completing the check-in task, Chen Feng also took the opportunity to learn about each Demon King's unique abilities. The Eagle King in the flying area possesses distant vision and spatial teleportation. The Elephant King in the herbivorous area can manipulate the heavens and earth. The Mantis God in the insect area has true damage. The Shark King in the ocean area is invincible underwater. None of them are easy to deal with. Chen Feng estimated that he should be able to take down the Elephant King and Shark King, but the Eagle King would definitely escape after suffering a single strike, and as for the Mantis God, he might even face a setback. True damage is extremely ruthless. Chen Feng's explosive physical body would be like a piece of tofu against the 2 big knives on the opposite side. After completing the check-in task, Chen Feng returned to the internet cafe with 1 wolf and 1 dog. Given his current strength, it was still too early to confront the great demons. Based on the previous performance of instantly killing the white-eyed Great Sage and the 999-fold difference in lethality, if he were truly to engage in life-or-death combat with the opponent, it would be a maximum of a 3070 split. 3 seconds, and I'll be ready for the 7th day. Therefore this time Chen Feng chose to develop cautiously, planning to reach invincibility before stepping out. Cultivating in this manner is akin to performing a comedic dialogue. Only those who can survive until the end are the true winners. Meanwhile, as Chen Feng decided to lay low, the city of Zihong was also stirring with hidden currents. Still the same old mansion, still the same 5 shadows. However, this time the summoner had transformed from a bull-faced figure into a great demon. The mother couldn't contain her impatience and was the first to ask, "Why have we all been called here suddenly?" The great demon got straight to the point. "Big news. Today my soul banner has suddenly gone missing." It truly was significant. Upon hearing this, the other 4 figures immediately darkened their expressions, becoming serious at an observable speed. Who could have stolen a great demon's life treasure? When did such a character appear in Zihong? The mother looked at the demon lord responsible for eradicating human experts, reproaching, "Lord, what happened?" The great demon continued, "Don't panic. I've already deduced the causal chain and found out that someone in another timeline has taken my soul banner. Since my soul banner exists solely in one timeline, it has disappeared." The mother blurted out, "A reborn one." The great demon nodded. Exactly. According to our previous experience, reborn individuals can be divided into 2 types, active and passive. If it's passive, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, but if it's active, it would be easier. The Ghost King concurred. Indeed, humans often save their progress after defeating a boss in games. We just need to investigate recent major events to narrow down the suspects. The Bullface said eagerly. The most suspicious one is naturally the case of the Rabbit Face being killed. This matter is riddled with doubt. How could someone with the Rabbit Face's invincibility be taken down? The others chimed in, and it wasn't long before they unveiled the truth of the matter. The mother, being impatient, declared, "Any threat must be eradicated in its cradle. Let's implement the extermination plan." The Bullface replied, "I second that." The great demon responded, "I second that." The extermination plan is one of the demon lord's strongest trump cards. Throughout the lengthy reign of Zihong City, the 5 strange beings have not been without failures. After all, the environment here is so harsh that it will eventually give rise to a super poison king. That was a guy who called himself the Savior. The Savior is a local from Zihong, which is why he wasn't detected by the hounds. He had an exceptionally good fortune, surviving countless life and death crises in the early stages and enduring through the development period. After maturing, he was extremely cautious, always acting alone, and never trusting any organization or individuals, thus evading the demon's bait. When he strikes, he is extremely ruthless. Without 100% certainty, he would not act. Once he does, it involves annihilating the corpse and the soul along with cognitive erasure. In simple terms, when dealing with enemies, the Savior ensures that not only the body is destroyed to prevent resurrection, but the soul is also obliterated to prevent any complaints, and cognitive erasure ensures that the five strange beings believe they never had such a subordinate. In the end, even the mother among the five strange beings fell at his hands. Until he confronted the Lord, the Savior already possessed combat power comparable to the five strange beings. With extraordinary luck, formidable strength, and a cautious nature, such an astonishing individual who had survived to an extreme extent ultimately fell to the extermination plan. The demon lord hails from the subspace. The subspace is a realm devoid of the concept of time, where only the notions of existence and non-existence prevail. For instance, a demon born today, from the very moment it is birthed, even if it has yet to exist in the subspace thousands of years ago, its shadow will still be present. Given this, the demon lord can indeed entrust an earlier version of himself to travel through time. Indeed, the great demon deduced the causal chain and pinpointed the time and place of the Savior's birth, while the demon directly returned to that day. At the hospital, with a scream from the nurse, a massacre ensued. Before the Savior was even born, his mother was. Meanwhile, facing off against the demon lord, the Savior suddenly paused, and his entire being evaporated into thin air. Simultaneously, the monsters killed by the Savior also returned. Modifying reality to eliminate enemies from the source is the extermination plan. The mother looked at the Lord. Let's utilize the extermination plan against that guy for our sake. The Lord shook his head. It's impossible to go back. When you questioned me earlier, I already knew that Sihong City was facing great trouble. As the Lord spoke, he threw out a mass of irregular black mist, saying, "You can see for yourselves." That mass of black mist was the dog raised by the Lord, which used to have wings and eyes along with a mosquito-like needle-shaped mouthpart, lively and active. But now it lay motionless on the ground, completely devoid of vitality. The dog is dead. This means that a time traveler has appeared. The Lord informed the four, "Only one person in Sihong City can shield us from the storm, and that is me." A week ago on one particular night, I discovered anomalies in a certain timeline, and have already fought against that. The consequence is that my dog died, and inexplicably, I ended up with this, which prevents me from traveling through time. As he spoke, a shadow appeared behind the Lord. It was a woman with long hair cascading down, dressed in a grayish-white hanfu, gazing mournfully at her. She held a three-holed instrument made of reeds. Those knowledgeable in music and history would recognize that this was not a flute, but the hujian instrument used by northern ethnic groups during the Han Dynasty. The woman chanted, "The sun rises in the east, the moon sets in the west," only to gaze at each other in vain, unable to follow, empty heartbreak. Mythical Three Kingdoms System Protection Wind Forest Fire Mountain Version Kaiwenji Lament. Each time the user suffers a physical attack, they can consume 1 point to randomly gain one of the following effects. 1. Temporarily banish the attacker to another world. 2. Gain 2 temporary points. 3. Restore all damage taken from this attack. 4. Remove 2 levels of mana from the attacker. Heartbreak. If the user holding the Kai Wenji protection is killed, the enemy will permanently lose 1 skill. As the Lord's voice fell, all the shadows were taken aback, though each had a different focus of attention. The great demon exclaimed in amazement, "Impressive. Impressive. To think it is the same type as us, 1 certificate for eternal proof. I suppose I didn't lose my 1 Hun banner in vain." The Ghost King wore a face of regret, saying, "So it turns out to be a transmigrator. That means we cannot cross over to eliminate him before his birth." The Queen looked at the Lord in shock. "Even you, the strongest among us, are no match for him." Neo Mian held a different opinion, saying, "Impossible. If that person could defeat the Lord, then the Lord wouldn't be in a sealed state right now, but dead." The Lord nodded, saying, "From the fact that he didn't directly seize the 1 Hun banner from the great demon, nor did he kill me, it is clear he is still growing. We must find a way to crush him in the cradle." The great demon shook his head, saying, "Useless. Useless." Seeing everyone looking at him, the great demon continued, "Our greatest advantage now is that he still doesn't know we have discovered this matter of rebirth. So after discovering the 1 Hun banner's disappearance, I immediately made a grand wish that a year from now, I would hide a treasure in the ancient mansion for a predetermined ant to find, and then spread it widely." The Queen didn't understand, asking, "What do you mean?" The Ghost King and Neo Mian were also puzzled. Only the scheming Lord reacted immediately. "I see now. No wonder you wanted to gather us here. Oh, what a clever plan." Seeing that his companions did not understand, the Lord explained, "You all know too little about the domain of time. You don't realize that every cause must have an effect. Once an event has a cause, there must be a result. Since the great demon made a grand wish in order to prevent his Tao heart from shattering, he will certainly set up a treasure a year later, allowing the ant to acquire it. This is an event that will certainly happen in the future. And what will the reincarnator do once he learns about this event? Of course, he will load the save file up to this point and dig up the treasure in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, they should have encountered that reincarnator by now, but since he has not appeared it proves that the plan has failed. What exactly went wrong? The great demon said, hard to say, hard to say. Either he is omniscient and omnipotent, and saw through my scheme, or he altered the time of his rebirth. In any case, Lord, you must stay here with me from now on. No matter what happens within the year, do not leave. The Lord nodded. There is no other way but to do so. At this moment, in a happy internet cafe. First, let's save a game. Oh no, let's save a file. Chen Feng sat cross-legged, swallowed a refining chi pill, and began to cultivate the Xuanwu longevity art. And sure enough, he failed. Do you not have a spiritual root? Why is cultivation so difficult? A 10 chance is still too low. If it weren't for the Wanhun banner, Chen Feng would have started to doubt whether this world even had spiritual energy. It could have existed before, but now it has disappeared. Wasn't there a trend of spiritual energy revival stories before? Chen Feng grew increasingly suspicious of life as he cultivated, feeling that it must be the barrier that isolated Xihang City, cutting off spiritual energy, that was the reason he couldn't succeed. Surely it is not my fault. It's all the world's fault. Holding such thoughts, Chen Feng kicked open the door to the computer room, shouting, stop playing. Smack. Chen Feng tossed the cultivation method in front of the trio, playing on the computer, saying, from now on you must cultivate this. The chubby guy glanced and exclaimed, my heavens, the Xuanwu longevity art. Boss Feng, are you trying to get us to become turtles? Huang Mao exclaimed, a cultivation method. I knew I was the protagonist, and Boss Feng, you are the master of the ring. Chen Feng was amused. So it turns out that the medicine old man is actually me. Only Li Guolong understood the courtesy and bowed, saying, thank you, Boss Feng. Once I succeed in cultivation, I will definitely rescue everyone from the Internet Addiction Academy. Chen Feng waved his hand, wanting to skip the formalities, saying, don't rush to thank me, this thing is not that easy to cultivate. The Xuanwu cultivation method originally took a long time to practice, and with the system, he barely understood it. You all will find it even harder, right? Although the windows were closed, gusts of wind were blowing in the esports room. It was the energy of the spiritual qi as well as the energy of refining qi. A stream of energy was swirling around Li Guolong, and once his essence, energy, and spirit merged into one, he would be able to step into cultivation and enter the refining stage. You only watched for a minute and you succeeded? Along, are you serious? Chen Feng could hardly believe his eyes, but the situation was far from over. The second and third were also successful. The chubby guy's entire body trembled with fat. My goodness, is this real? Huang Mao could hardly hide his excitement, saying, I can feel it. Countless spiritual energies are converging within me. I am about to succeed. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Guolong has succeeded, but even the chubby guy and Huang Mao have too. The most critical part is that he had not activated the training system, meaning that under the influence of no system, the three merely read a bit and became at the refining stage. In the realm of cultivation, this must be a rare spiritual root, one in several million. Yet in Xihang City, they casually caught three just like that. Once bitten by a snake, I am cautious for 10 years. Chen Feng's cautious heart surfaced again. These three must have issues, otherwise what are the odds that just catching three random people would yield such exceptional qualifications? Speaking of which, Li Guolong is still old Li's child. Could it be that he started laying the groundwork as soon as I transmigrated? Of course, another possibility is that everyone in Xihang City has such exceptional physiques. But when Chen Feng thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Exceptional spiritual roots everywhere, are we wholesale? Then he couldn't laugh anymore, because he went downstairs and randomly found an old man sweeping the street. Old man, take a look at this. Ling Tai Zhitsong Jiu Zhong Yuan divine light gathers and transforms into mundane smoke. Why do I feel a stream of energy swirling in my chest? As he watched, the old man appeared to have aged backward by 50 years, transforming from a white-haired elder into a young man. Chen Feng was completely convinced. Good news, 1, the trio in the internet cafe are fine. Good news 2, the cultivation method is also fine. Good news 3, the world is also fine. If none of these are wrong, then who is? It's so hard to guess. Chen Feng dared not open his eyes, hoping all of this was just an illusion. So Xihang City was originally just a demon's den. Now it seems that the people are quite sinister too. What about the dogs? Chen Feng suddenly realized and opened the training plan to look. Old Wolf's wind control technique progress, transforming wind into prison, mastered walking on wind, mastered condensing wind into blade, mastered rolling dust to obscure vision, mastered ghostly howl, not learnable. How long has it been since this started? Every minor technique has turned into mastery. Chen Feng opened the experience bar and discovered that every experience bar for Old Wolf was jumping like a watch. While he had cultivated for an hour and only gained a bit of experience, Old Wolf, having been left with a hidden ailment, was progressing so quickly. Comparing people leads to death, comparing goods leads to discarding. Chen Feng initially thought everyone was bragging, but it turned out they were genuinely impressive, while he was just boasting. He sighed. Is it really impossible to cultivate without a spiritual root? Of course not. Chen Feng lacks a spiritual root and talent, but he has a proficiency system. Detected that the host's training progress is slow, providing assistance whatever I will take action. A solution has been found for the host. The next box will definitely feature a Demon Slayer system. Demon Slayer system will issue monster bounties based on cultivation difficulty. Killing monsters will grant cultivation directly without the need for training. It says I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, but I know that I am about to unleash a killing spree. On the way back, Chen Feng was already prepared to restart. If even the old man sweeping by the roadside can cultivate, why can't I? Who can understand the feelings in my heart? At that moment, a motorcycle sped by on the sidewalk, and the rider yelled at the distracted Chen Feng, "Are you in such a hurry to die?" How did he know what I wanted to do? Suddenly Chen Feng didn't want to die anymore, because there were still people in this world who understood him. Although he decided to carve a bloody path through the demon-slaying system, it was indeed unnecessary to waste his life. First, gather intelligence recording all the major events that would happen next, and then make the best choices based on memory to reap the benefits. This was the standard operation of the save-load system. Chen Feng set a goal for himself in this life. Don't seek trouble, don't stir up trouble, don't provoke trouble, don't challenge trouble, and don't create trouble. 1 year later, Li Guolong returned to the internet addiction school. By this time he was already at the late stage of qi refinement, with spiritual energy surging and roaring within him like a giant wave able to send a sheep, and the teaching building flying with just a casual strike. Watching from the side, Chen Feng pondered. The demon lord said that their foundation establishment stage could destroy a nation with a single blow. He wasn't lying to me. Throughout this year, Chen Feng had been observing the progress of the trio. The early, mid, and late stages of qi refinement corresponded to blasting bricks, walls, and buildings respectively. Therefore, the early, mid, and late stages of foundation establishment should correspond to blasting streets, cities, and nations without a doubt. At this moment, the great benefactor system sent a prompt: the psychiatric hospital has been destroyed. You can choose to complete the task immediately, but since you did not act personally, and the Holy Cow sect and the Cow Face are still present, you can only receive the minimum reward of 1 point. 15 points became 1 point. Of course, Chen Feng did not choose to complete it, but from the prompt he discerned a lot. This psychiatric hospital can at least be considered a 5-star check-in point, yet it only accounts for 1/15 of the entire task. The terrifying nature of the Holy Cow sect is evident. On the other side at C.D. Captain Wu, having survived the Terror Paradise, continued to grow and successfully advanced to a level receiving an audience from superiors, and then there was no further news. The priest, deeply affected, decided to return to his country, but when he boarded the plane, leaving Xihang City, he found himself feeling extremely drowsy. Strange, I slept perfectly well yesterday. Thud. The priest fainted in his seat. At that moment the captain looked at the swaying passengers and said to his subordinate, "Have they all been hypnotized?" His subordinate replied, "They definitely won't wake up within a day." The captain waved his hand, "Then send them directly to the great demon. Remember to inform Lord Ghost King to send someone to collect the souls. Recently the consumption of personnel has been too high and it's a bit insufficient, so we need to hurry to let Mother produce a batch of living people. No one can leave Xihang City not alive nor dead." As for the talented medium Meng Qingqing, she soon broke through the torment and reached the binding aperture stage, but after the spirit summoning ceremony, she mysteriously disappeared and was never seen again. Chen Feng speculated, she must have summoned some filthy thing. And India and Meng Qingqing were indeed a pair of rivals. Shortly after Meng Qingqing went missing, India went mad during a task and never regained her sanity. One went mad and the other disappeared. Chen Feng initially thought that P.E.C.D. had nothing worth paying attention to until he saw the news. Today a mysterious incident occurred in our city. Eyewitnesses claim to have seen ghostly figures near an ancient house in Xihang Mountain. A large number of supernatural enthusiasts were attracted to come and see if the legendary ghosts really exist. Television, newspapers, and social media. The news spread throughout Xihang City for an entire week, making it widely known. In the end, the authorities stepped in to debunk it. Experts stated that ghosts do not exist at all. It was merely the wind stirring the shadows of the trees resembling humans. However, at P.E.C.D., it was a different version of the story. The newcomer Jiang Dai went to the ancient house to execute a clever grievance spirit elimination mission and unexpectedly discovered a ghost cultivator's secret treasure, which not only contained the ghost cultivator's techniques, but also a magical artifact to summon spirits which could command the vengeful spirits inside by shaking it. What a good item. Chen Feng had watched that bell with the people at the base. The vengeful spirit inside had profound cultivation, but unfortunately the grade of that bell was too low to unleash the full power of the vengeful spirit. If I could piece together the 10,000 souls banner and capture the vengeful spirit inside, that would be amazing. Although I feel a bit sorry for brother Jiang Dai, once I load my save I can go to the ancient house in advance to dig out the bell. Of course, with so many traps in Xihang City, Chen Feng had suspected that the bell might have issues. However, for a while afterward, Jiang Dai relied on the bell to slay gods and swiftly advanced to a level. Then naturally he mysteriously vanished. He wasn't killed by the bell. But like Captain Wu, he was targeted by demons due to his immense potential and was prematurely eliminated. Since the bell wasn't problematic, Chen Feng naturally noted this incident. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng still hadn't refined his chi while that old man by the roadside unexpectedly completed his breakthrough, first challenging the Foundation establishment. Chen Feng was quite relieved that he hadn't loaded his save immediately, because that day the winds and clouds changed and thunder rolled. The old man's laughter echoed through heaven and earth. I am going to become an immortal. Is this the tribulation? Chen Feng was taken aback. According to common knowledge, cultivators indeed had to undergo heavenly trials experiencing heavenly thunder to refine their Tao bodies in order to break through their cultivation. But that was supposed to be after reaching the nascent soul stage. What was going on here? Was Foundation establishment also required to undergo tribulation? A mere tribulation, what can it do to me? The old man bragged wildly. Yet when a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down, he was instantly refined, leaving not even a trace. Chen Feng was secretly astonished. What a powerful thunder! As stated before, the Xuanwu longevity art at the late stage of chi refinement had a physique comparable to that of building-level destruction. Since that old man couldn't withstand it, then neither can I. Now Chen Feng had one more thing to deal with: how to withstand the heavenly thunder. With the old man as an example, both the fat man and the yellow-haired guy were terrified. Even after reaching the peak of chi refinement, they didn't dare to break through. Only Li Guolong decided to give it a try. To avoid those 5 monsters, Chen Feng led everyone to a desolate mountain in Xihang City. The tribulation thunder poured down, but Li Guolong also fully operated his technique. In the late stage of chi refinement, the Xuanwu longevity art could convert lifespan into defense. Li Guolong was blasted through 600 years of lifespan before he finally passed the heavenly thunder refinement and broke through to found. Li Guolong was blasted through 600 years of lifespan before he finally passed the heavenly thunder refinement and broke through to Foundation establishment. Then the great demon came, drawn by the scent. He looked at Li Guolong, his murky eyes filled with astonishment. Strange. Strange. The tribulation thunder in Xihang City was tampered with, and not only had it arrived earlier at the chi refinement stage, but its intensity had also reached the nascent soul level. Logically speaking, chi refinement cultivators should have no chance of survival. It can be played like this. Chen Feng was shocked by what he heard and realized why the average person in Xihang City had a sacred body for cultivation, yet there wasn't a single cultivator. It turned out there was a countermeasure against cultivators. This is just a form of treachery. Impressive. Impressive. Not only can you withstand the nascent soul thunder tribulation in the chi refinement stage, but even when I scanned you with my divine sense, your aura was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Truly remarkable martial arts. Where did you acquire this? Are you done with the nonsense? With no common ground for conversation, both sides directly engaged in a fierce battle. The chubby man wondered, where did that old man come from? How can he even exchange blows with Long Gu? How is it possible for him to trade blows with Long Gu? After breaking through to Foundation establishment, Li Guolong could casually unleash a strike that would obliterate an entire street. Coupled with the Xuanwu longevity art that focused on both offense and defense in the chubby man's mind, he should have been invincible in the world by now. Huang Mao was eager to try charge. Long Gu is initiating the battle, we must follow suit. Only Erha was oblivious to the situation. Boss, when are we eating? Always thinking about food run. Only Chen Feng and Old Wolf saw through the situation. They had indeed seen the world and experienced life and death struggles. Just one glance was enough to discern that the great demon was relaxed and in control, showing no signs of exertion. This battle was not a contest of equals, but rather an old man toying with a child. Li Guolong had no chance of winning against the great demon. Sure enough, after the novelty wore off, the great demon shouted, boring, boring. Then it ruthlessly crushed Li Guolong. At this moment, after the battle, half of the entire desolate mountain was gone, with the mountaintop completely flattened, leaving behind a shocking array of massive craters. What a pity! What a pity! If it weren't for my life-bound treasure, the Emperor's flag, not being here, you would definitely not last 3 rounds in my hands. Alas, without my treasure, I cannot interrogate you about your martial arts. Such a great technique will be lost like this. After finishing off Li Guolong, the great demon turned to look in the direction where Chen Feng and the others had fled. Just now I remembered there were still a few ants around. Saying this, it performed a technique and vanished from its original spot. In the next second, the group, having fled for a while, despaired as they discovered the great demon appearing right in front of them. This proved that Li Guolong was finished, and they were about to meet the same fate. The great demon looked at Old Wolf. I recognize you. Aren't you the one who vied for the leader position against the Old Wolf King? I I remember you were heavily injured back, then nearly dying. How come you are mingling with humans now? Come here. As long as you are willing to follow me again, I will help you heal your hidden injuries and let you become the new Wolf King. What do you say? This speech sent chills down the spines of the others. Erha was particularly worried that Old Wolf might reveal their disruption of the wedding. If the great demon learned of their collusion with the Bodhisattva of compassion, it would likely be more than just a matter of death. Huang Mao and the chubby man were concerned that Old Wolf might disclose the martial arts secrets. Only Chen Feng remained calm, silently observing Old Wolf's choice. This was a good opportunity to test Old Wolf's loyalty. They had been together for 10 years. If Old Wolf chose to betray them, now the next time they reloaded, not only would Old Wolf be kicked out of the party, but he would also surely meet his doom. Conversely, if under such overwhelming pressure Old Wolf still had the courage to resist, it would prove that he could be trusted and was worth nurturing. This was how the reload system worked. Indeed, Old Wolf did not disappoint Chen Feng. He rolled his eyes and cursed. If it weren't for the immortal taking pity on me, I would have long been dead elsewhere. You want me to be a white-eyed wolf? No way. After saying this, Old Wolf opened his mouth wide, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. Suddenly a gust of yellow wind rose from the ground, rushing toward the great demon. The Wolf Clan's wind control technique is nothing like this. The great demon initially disregarded it, but once the wind hit its face it realized something was amiss. Impressive. Impressive. In an instant the great demon shut its eyes, blinded by the yellow wind. It exerted its full strength, which could skin tens of thousands of miles, but it was reduced to merely a half-inch distance around itself. It could not see. Experiencing the perspective of blindness for the first time, the great demon felt uneasy and hurriedly performed a water-based grand spell, trying to purify itself. But it was useless. Then the great demon made a ruthless decision and chose to self-destruct, reforming its body. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng, who was fleeing, displayed an expression of realization. Damn it, who in Xihong City doesn't know how to resurrect? Just a moment ago Chen Feng was still contemplating that now that he had reached the explosion level, perhaps the gap between him and the great demon was not as vast as 999 times, and he could deliver a fatal blow to the great demon. But now it seemed that thankfully he was only thinking about it, and did not take action, otherwise he would have wasted some temporary points. After reforming, the great demon was bewildered. Strange, I still can't see. Dead and resurrected, still blind. This is the Samadhi divine wind, which can change the colors of enemies and cause divine beings to worry, shatter mountains and rocks, disturb the three realms. Even Sun Wukong's fiery eyes cannot withstand it. In battles that cannot be won through sheer numbers, one must rely on mechanisms to win. Not good. Not good. Those ant demons are trying to escape. The great demon wanted to pursue, but the howling winds made it impossible to hear or see, leaving it unaware of where to exert its strength. Troublesome. Troublesome. I didn't want to use that move, but now I have no choice but to kill them all. In a flash, the great demon no longer hesitated and began to channel its divine powers. Bang, bang, bang. Countless explosions rang out, and living beings within hundreds of miles, from humans and beasts to flies and mosquitoes, were all turned into blood mist. Chen Feng and his companions were no exception. Activate death immunity drop. Reloading again back to 10 years ago. Chen Feng felt no disappointment in his heart. Previously he had already tried that, whether it was the Hero Project or the Wind Control Technique Project, as long as they were not completed the next reload would not save. The Cultivation Project was no exception. However, cultivation was inherently against the heavens. Without the demon slaying and monster exterminating system, even if Chen Feng practiced diligently for a lifetime, he might not be able to break through to the Qi refinement stage. Thus Chen Feng had the thought of directly restarting. Now, having lived for an additional 10 years and gained so much valuable information, he had not lost out. Chen Feng set 3 goals for himself. First, find a way to break through to Foundation establishment with the demon slaying and monster exterminating system. Second, find a way to withstand the nascent soul-level Thunder Tribulation. Third, find a way to locate a place to undergo the Thunder Tribulation without being discovered. Summoning the system panel, the rest remained unchanged except that the 1/10th Qi refining pill had returned. System points 8 Crazy Zoo check-in 5. Temporary points 2 Death immunity drop 1. There was no need to say more about the 3 choices in the box. Directly activating the demon slaying and monster exterminating system. Ding. Congratulations user for successfully activating the demon slaying and monster exterminating system. Matching user with an equally matched opponent, please wait patiently. During the waiting period, Chen Feng opened the chat group and, due to his rebirth, could chat for another hour. Chatting in the group was momentarily refreshing. Always chatting in the group was always refreshing. Chen Feng suddenly remembered that he could add 2 new group friends. Currently, Chen Feng still had options for history, science fiction, urban life, military, supernatural, gaming, sports, and Western fantasy. Excluding the low ceiling of sports purely based on strength, he had to choose between science fiction, supernatural, and Western fantasy. Science fiction randomly leads to high-dimensional worlds like mechas or the three-body problem, which is acceptable, but if it randomly leads to a cyberpunk world, that would be quite disappointing. Therefore my choice is, come on supernatural and Western fantasy experts. The chat group rebooted and Chuxing Demon Sovereign was the first to appear. Senior fellow Taoist Chen Senior Elder Shi Huang. How I've missed you both after centuries apart. Fellow Taoist for you, but Senior Elder for Shi Huang. And no wonder you're called a status-obsessed opportunist from the cultivation world. Chen Feng silently scoffed. Yet at the same time a question struck him. Centuries. But only 10 years have passed here. An unlucky corpse, Sovereign replied, with characteristic brevity, 340 years. And clearly time flowed at different rates across realms. Chuxing Demon Sovereign eagerly asked Chen Feng, how is the cultivation technique I gave you effective? Chen Feng sighed, it's an exceptional technique, but its entry barrier is impossibly high. After 10 years of practice, I haven't even produced a wisp of qi. That's perfectly normal, Chuxing Demon Sovereign said. Did you know? Only 1 in 1,000 people possesses spiritual roots. Chen Feng retorted, here, even the janitor sweeping the courtyard has spiritual roots. Chuxing Demon Sovereign was stunned. What? Then talent is everywhere. Wait, I'll upload 2 techniques. Chuxing Demon Sovereign uploaded Peerless Sovereign Art Offspring Scroll via group file. In Peerless. Chen Feng thought bitterly, if you had this gem earlier, why make me waste years on that tortoise-like longevity art? Just then a second manual appeared. Chuxing Demon Sovereign uploaded Heavenly Adversary Art Mother Scroll via group file. And what in the name of heaven is this? As Chen Feng frowned in confusion, Chuxing Demon Sovereign explained, this is our sacred sect's paired cultivation system. 2 cultivators must jointly practice. The offspring scroll advances swiftly, but at a terrible cost. It rapidly drains all latent potential of its practitioner. The mother scroll, though slower to cultivate, grants absolute dominion over the offspring scroll practitioner. Life and death, as well as every ounce of hard-won cultivation, may be absorbed at will. Chen Feng understood instantly, so it treats people as furnaces. An unlucky corpse, Sovereign concurred, a violation of heaven's virtue. Nind, such a vile technique would be an insult to cultivate. Chen Feng almost voiced that thought, then paused instead, asking, can only one person cultivate the offspring scroll? And he harbored a dream to see every citizen of Xihang City attain cultivation. Chuxing Demon Sovereign sent a grinning emoji. Ha! Senior fellow Taoist Chen, you truly grasp the essence. Alas, this art is unique, like your myriad soul banner, singular across all worlds and timelines. What? And myriad soul banner is also singular. And of course, Chuxing Demon Sovereign replied. Its core material is human emperor's hide. And across past, present, and future there can be, and ever shall be, only one human emperor. And then, if I possess the banner's material, what about the one held by the great demon? Chen Feng suddenly grasped it. No wonder the great demon never deployed the myriad soul banner during his duel with Li Guolong. It wasn't mercy. A chill ran down his spine. The banner vanished without trace. Given the 5 monsters' cunning, they must already know a reincarnator exists. Yet they've taken no action. Everything proceeds as before. That defies logic. And they undoubtedly preparing a trap, one only a reincarnator could stumble into. Chen Feng reviewed the past decade, and quickly focused on the old mansion incident. Something's wrong. To maintain control, the monsters of Xihang City have long suppressed information concerning themselves. Yet the haunted mansion case, centered on vengeful spirits, was sensationalized by every news outlet spreading citywide. That contradicts their nature entirely. The 5 are almost certainly lying in wait at the mansion, waiting for me to enter, prematurely walking straight into their snare. Chen Feng grew increasingly unsettled. Such insidious scheming. If not for the cultivation chat group, he'd surely have fallen into it. And then Chuxing Demon Sovereign recalled, senior fellow Taoist Chun, doesn't each chat group activation allow 2 new members? Already adding them. Chen Feng glanced at the progress bar. The system is searching. Soon masters from the paranormal and Western fantasy realms will join. Senior fellow Taoist Chen speaks inaccurately, Chuxing Demon Sovereign scoffed. In Western fantasy there's Sauron, the Dark Lord of the Lord of the Rings, and the outer gods from Lord of the Mysteries. Calling them masters is hardly unwarranted. But the paranormal, fundamentally just ghosts. What's so formidable about them? In our cultivation world, ghost cultivators exist, capable of overturning heavens, summoning storms, commanding winds and rain. Are they not a millionfold more terrifying than vengeful spirits like Sadako or Kayako? That's not quite fair. Paranormal horror has its own mysteries, like the resurgence of the arcane. Chen Feng was about to object, when 2 pings echoed sharply. 2 new group notifications appeared. Western Fantasy Chaos Ancient Dragon playing with fire has joined the group. Say hello to your fellow members. And Paranormaliomi Star having lunch has joined the group. Say hello to your fellow members. Seeing their names, Chen Feng's, I twitched violently. And there isn't a single decent soul in this group. First came the villain, Chuxing Demon Sovereign. Then the dead, Unlucky Corpse Sovereign. Then something beyond humanity, Chaos Ancient Dragon. Yet that wasn't the limit. The final arrival wasn't even carbon-based. Yomei Star. Can't you possess something at least vaguely human? An Unlucky Corpse Sovereign, ever the reserved one, initiated the secret greeting Genshin. And both newcomers replied simultaneously activate. Not only were they fellow countrymen from Earth, they were even anime fans. And meanwhile atop Chuxing's sect the Demon Sovereign studied the newcomers' names. A Western fantasy dragon. Merely a giant lizard, a mere ant. Yomei Star? Sounds like some water margin hero, wit star, or such nonsense. Not even worth calling an ant. Cultivation World Wisdom holds 3 precepts: kneel and flatter elders, tread carefully among peers, boast extravagantly before ants. NAS, a native cultivator. The Demon Sovereign had internalized boasting. It was reflexive, unchangeable. Yet Chen Feng, as group master, outranked him. An Unlucky Corpse Sovereign surpassed him in power. This left him agonizingly unable to flaunt himself. Now with 2 newcomers seemingly weak, he resolved to shine brilliantly. After brief contemplation, he sent 2 messages: in-group status 1, in-group status 1, and he was crafty, intentionally feigning weakness, waiting for someone to ask why, so he could subtly, devastatingly boast. Alas, the plan collapsed. Newbie Star fellow countrymen, I'm having lunch first. Chat later. In Chaos Ancient Dragon, then I'll play with fire for now. Chen Feng cautioned playing with fire leads to bedwetting. And when no one responded, Chuxing Demon Sovereign panicked and switched to concern senior fellow Yomei. What are you eating? He'd already decided no matter what Yomei Star claimed to eat, he'd reply impressive appetite. My midday meal consists of millennium-old immortal fish, celestial wine peach nectar, and dragon liver with phoenix gall, all grown tiresome. Whatever Yomei Star consumed, his feast would dwarf it. And though Chaos Ancient Dragon was a dragon, he the Demon Sovereign ate dragons. And crushing both newcomers at once would be utterly exhilarating. But Yomei Star immediately uploaded an image. This is what I'm eating. Nah, so the chat group could transmit visual data. Chen Feng glanced, and saw profound darkness pierced by a colossal sphere streaked green, white, brown, and overwhelmingly blue. White, polar ice. Brown, deserts. Blue, oceans. Green, forests. And Chen Feng realized it was a planet. Celestial backdrop. A planet. Paranormal horror. And could this be the alien universe? And Chen Feng asked, I don't see any food. Could you take another shot? Instantly 3 more images arrived. And the first showed an impossibly vast fleshy tongue, its length spanning an entire planetary equator, licking the sphere. The second revealed the planet's surface utterly stripped, devoured clean. The final image was a self-portrait, a browner, redder orb, larger than the planet, its surface covered in skin-like wrinkled folds complete with nose, eyes, and mouth. That fleshy tongue extended from its abyssal maw. NRP. Na voice note, sounding like a deep, satisfied belch, played. Yomei Star's lunch status ended. A planet for lunch. Chuxing Demon Sovereign stared dumbfounded. Senior Elder Yomei, you certainly have an impressive appetite. Newbie Star replied, I've been overheated lately, can't eat spicy things. Otherwise today's meal would have been a star. The Demon Lord has indeed called upon the Elder again. Chen Feng was not surprised by the Demon Lord's demeanor. Who says there are no emperors in the supernatural? The being from the underworld casually mentioned a planet indicating a combat power, at least above that of a star explosion. What a pity. Chen Feng initially hoped that the supernatural world would produce a master Lin from Maoshan to teach him some techniques, like the 5 Thunder True method and talisman flying swords to combat vengeful spirits, but now it seems that hope is lost. He could only pin his hopes on another newcomer. Chen Feng glanced at the group list, and found that the status of the Chaos Ancient Dragon had shifted from playing with fire to getting beaten. Setting fire to the mountains, and getting hit. Chen Feng tagged the Ancient Dragon, but there was no response. The Demon Lord with a belly full of schemes knew that Western dragons loved shiny gems and gold, so he sent out a fake message as bait. Red envelope, congratulations on getting rich. There was still silence. Don't love money. The Demon Lord quickly changed his approach, recalling that dragons are rumored to like beautiful women, who otherwise why would they always abduct princesses? So he sent, to liven up the group's atmosphere, I will share some pictures of fairies bathing. The Chaos Ancient Dragon indeed took the bait. Where are the fairies? Take a look at the legs. Then he saw a selfie of Yumingxing. The Chaos Ancient Dragon exclaimed, what the hell, who sent that ghostly picture? Yumingxing retracted a picture. The Chaos Ancient Dragon shouted, huh? Is this the big brother Yumingxing? Sorry, I just got knocked out, and my head hurts a bit. Getting beaten. The Demon Lord felt quite pleased with himself. We 3 are the best in the world at the pinnacle. Yet you are getting beaten with your level. You have no right to be in this group. Originally the Demon Lord wanted to say this, but considering how he had been slapped in the face repeatedly by the Corpse Emperor and Yuming, he was now very cautious and tentatively asked, Are all your friends dragons? Are there still enemies you can't defeat? Speaking of which, Chen Feng was also curious. Dragons are the champions of emperors. How could they still get beaten? Could it be a baby dragon? The Chaos Ancient Dragon lamented, "There's nothing I can do. When I first crossed over, this world was still chaotic, and at that time I was indeed the strongest in the world. But I don't know which bastard set a fire in the darkness. When I flew over, I found a group of little people born from the fire chasing me around with swords. You could say I could defeat them, but those little people are immortal. As soon as I kill one, they immediately resurrect from the bonfire, driving me crazy. So I hid away, and many years passed. The fire gradually grew smaller and was about to extinguish. I was quite happy, but who would have thought that those little people discovered that as long as they threw powerful beings into the fire, it would continue to burn. So they searched everywhere for me to use as firewood, making my life miserable. Whoa, I crossed into the Western fantasy world to find a succubus to roast chicken, not to be roasted myself." Chen Feng roughly understood what was going on. The succubus sisters belong to a Japanese-style Western fantasy. This ancient dragon guy is a bit unfortunate, having crossed into a Thulhuthemed Western fantasy similar to Dark Souls. In the midst of speaking, the Chaos Ancient Dragon had already dealt with the challengers and shifted from getting beaten to being idle. As soon as he had free time, he began to fiddle with the chat group's functions. "Oh, there's actually an offline dating feature. Demon Lord, I'm kneeling down for you. Can you let me visit your world? I also want to find beautiful fairies for dual cultivation." Seeing this, Chen Feng could confirm that this ancient dragon had no particular traits, it was just a trait. The Demon Lord had been feeling repressed in the group for so long, and it was the first time he heard someone sing praises. He felt quite pleased, and immediately responded generously, "We are all fellow villagers. The ancient dragon is just a lowly insect." "Fellow dragon, you shouldn't be too modest. Come to me, and I'll give you 2 fairies to assist you in your cultivation." The Chaos Ancient Dragon immediately referred to the Demon Lord as a super father, foster father. The Chaos Ancient Dragon has initiated an application to enter the cultivation world. Due to the fall of the great previous host, the offline dating feature has been lost. The Chaos Ancient Dragon requested a long-legged fairy from the initial Holy Demon Lord. Due to the fall of the great previous host, the red envelope feature has been lost. Group leader, did you get this chat group for free? Why are the features incomplete? The Chaos Ancient Dragon was in a panic. Chen Feng knew the Ancient Dragon was anxious, but he said, "Wait until I kill the monsters on my side and repair the system. You can go to the sports world to find the black-skinned hot girls." The Chaos Ancient Dragon immediately shouted, "Foster father. Is this ancient dragon a godfather? Why does he call everyone father?" Chen Feng then hinted, "With my current strength, it would be hard to defeat the monsters on my side." Upon hearing this, the Chaos Ancient Dragon immediately stated, "Whatever concerns the foster father are my concerns. This document can be used right. Come, whatever magic spell or miracle you want, just tell me. Ooh, I have plenty." Great. Chen Feng had been waiting for this line. "Bro, don't spread this around. The number of uses for group files is linked to the number of group members. If there are 4 people, only 4 books can be shared. The Demon Lord has already shared 2, so let me think about what I want for the remaining 2. The Unlucky Corpse Emperor uploaded the technique, Heavenly Dog swallows the moon. The Unlucky Corpse Emperor said 1. Oh no, I forgot about the technique of the second dog. I can only request 1 magic, and Chen Feng certainly couldn't choose randomly. So he found the game-loving Huang Mao and discussed, "Huang Mao, I have a tanky warrior class A hero with high damage, and he has an area-clearing skill, Wind Howl technique. What type of skill should I choose next?" As a gaming addict, Huang Mao's research on games was not inferior to Chen Feng's as a game streamer. Simple. Your warrior's biggest weakness is that he can easily be kited to death by ranged attacks. So I have 3 suggestions. First, get a ranged spell like Ki Blast Fireball and engage the enemy heat in. Second, get an anti-magic skill like Magic Seal Spell Reflection and force the enemy to fight you up close. Third, get a mobility skill like Stealth Blink and sneak up from behind to ambush the enemy. What do you think, Feng Goe? Hey, you really are a genius. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly, but since he had a ST Anvis, he didn't need a mobility skill. So he asked the Chaos Ancient Dragon if there were any ranged or anti-magic spells. The Chaos Ancient Dragon provided 2 options. Yes, foster father, there are plenty. Field of Waste Stone, a low-level magic invented by a so-called waste mage, betting his life on it, capable of deflecting all projectile-type range skills. Holy Tree Knight's Great Bow can transform magical power into arrows shot at enemies with longer charge times, resulting in greater attack range and damage. Choose 1. Offense is the best defense. Although being able to deflect all projectile skills could be considered a conceptual ability, Chen Feng preferred to take the initiative. I want that Great Bow. The Chaos Ancient Dragon uploaded the magic Holy Tree Knight's Great Bow. Chen Feng said thank you. However, the Chaos Ancient Dragon did not reply. When Chen Feng looked closely, he found the Ancient Dragon's status had changed from idle to transmitting fire. Oh no, will I still be able to see this guy next time we chat? After ending the group chat, the demon-slaying system completed its operation. I have found a worthy opponent for you. Bounty target: the 6 guardians of the Sacred Bull Sect. Eye of joy, ear of anger, nose of love, tongue of thought, will of desire, body of worry. Bounty reward: killing the first guardian rewards the chi refining stage, with each subsequent kill, increasing cultivation by 2 levels. Kill. The demon-slaying system is characterized by its ruthless efficiency. You simply kill, and it will find ways for you to grow stronger. Chen Feng was quite satisfied with the opponent the system had provided. The bull-faced guardian almost caused him to die. This vendetta must be avenged. Moreover, eliminating the Sacred Bull Sect would also allow him to complete the Great Benefactor mission along with the cultivation rewards from the demon-slaying system. It could be said to satisfy 3 wishes at once. The only problem is that the guardians of the Sacred Bull Sect, like their leader Bullface, are elusive. How can he? A decade ago, Chen Feng had visited the P.E.C.D. base for inquiries. However, the information about the Sacred Bull Sect there was highly classified, accessible only to A-level agents. Yet those who managed to reach a level were blocked by the Lord, meticulously dealt with. It is understandable, the Lord and Bullface are in cahoots. How could they betray their own? Sigh, if only there were a daily intelligence system. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly thought of a potential candidate. What if it's her? P.E.C.D. base. In the empty corridor, the Oracle India leaned against the wall, calculating. According to her divination, her archenemy Meng Chengcheng would face a crushing defeat today. She would take the opportunity to ridicule her and boast about her promotion to level agent. Suddenly, India felt a sense of unease. Oracles are highly sensitive to crises, so she immediately drew a card to read her own fortune. 2 familiar cards appeared in India's hand: the reversed Death and reversed Knight of Cups. This was the result I drew for Meng Chengcheng yesterday. Why do I have the same 2 cards? Could it be I didn't shuffle the deck? I want to verify the cards. India reshuffled the tarot cards, preparing to read again, when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Looking up, she saw a familiar figure rushing towards her. That person muttered, "If I remember correctly, it should be around here." India recognized the person before her. Lu Xiaohu, the sidekick of Meng Chengcheng, a sycophant who would do anything for the goddess. He clearly went on this mission too. Why is this guy still alive when the monsters were so fierce? Did I miscalculate? India's expression was uncertain. After all, she had distinctly calculated last night that apart from Team Wu and the priest Lin, he and Lu Xiaohu were both the upright Death and upright Ten of Swords with no chance of survival. Chen Feng, controlling Lu Xiaohu's persona, directly greeted her. "Miss India, may I invite you for some red tea?" Honestly, with India's beauty, people lining up to invite her to meals and tea could stretch from east to west of the city. Thus she instinctively wanted to refuse. But upon further reflection, this was the sycophant of her archenemy. If she could turn Lu Xiaohu into her own sycophant, wouldn't that infuriate that bitch Meng Chengcheng? Thinking this, India proudly puffed out her chest, showcasing her perfect pear-shaped figure. Alright. However, the subsequent developments of the story completely exceeded India's expectations. First, after drinking the tea, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly. India frowned and asked, "It's so hot, what did you—" Lu Xiaohu smiled and replied, "Drowsiness tea." "What?" India's chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly furious. "Why did you drug me directly? Are you really a sycophant? Sycophants do not behave like this. You should chat with me more, send me gifts, increase my favorability, and then confess on a special day. When I refuse to be with you, you should take a taxi home, leaving me behind to chase after you, shouting, 'India, how can I live without you? India, take me away, India.' But now why did you directly drug me? This is not how a sycophant operates. I do not accept." But regardless of whether India accepts or not, she has already fainted. When India woke up again, she was in a strange esports room next to 3 students, one fat, one thin, one with yellow hair, a man with a scar on his face, an ordinary passerby, and one more. "Wow, this little boy is so cute, I want to hug him. Wow, he even has a fluffy big tail." At this moment, the fat student looked at the beauty on the bed and exclaimed, "My goodness. This figure, this face, is surely a celestial fairy descended from the heavens." The tall student, looking puzzled, asked, "Brother Feng, why did you bring someone back?" The yellow-haired student quickly answered, "I know. This must be a tool person needed for the mission, right? Yellow hair, although you spout nonsense every day, sometimes you hit the nail on the head." The ordinary passerby, who is actually Chen Feng, looked at India as she opened her eyes and asked, "You awake?" India, frightened, replied, "Who are you?" Chen Feng planned to test whether this oracle was truly insightful. "Aren't you an oracle? Calculate it yourself." After a brief moment of panic, India recalled the reversed Death and reversed Knight of Cups she had drawn earlier, along with the prophecy of Lu Xiaohu's death and his peculiar behavior of drugging her and bringing her here. She suddenly realized Lu Xiaohu is dead. "You are the fake Lu Xiaohu." Wow, she was able to figure that out. Chen Feng couldn't help but applaud. "Congratulations, you got it right." India said pitifully, "Then can you let me go? I truly beg you." "No, begging won't work." Chen Feng originally planned to knock her out and send her back if India couldn't figure it out, but now it was clear according to the memories of her previous life, India had met a tragic end, likely having uncovered the truth about Sihong City, which drove her completely insane. Although I have kidnapped her, I have saved her life. Thinking of this, Chen Feng let out an evil laugh. He. I need your prophetic abilities to assist me with the task. If you obediently comply, I will let you go afterward. If you don't listen, I will unleash the dog to bite you to death. Saying this, he patted the dog's head. Come show her your teeth, act fierce. The dog barked woof. Oh, India looked at the dog and said with a smile, don't try to scare me. I've already predicted it. Reverse Knight of Cups. Though you are not good people, you would never kill me. Oh no, she saw through my scheme, knowing the color of my underwear, with just one prophecy. Chen Feng slapped his forehead, wondering what to do. The situation became quite awkward. In the silence, Chen Feng suddenly noticed that India's beautiful eyes had been fixated on the dog, without leaving her cherry lips, even drooling. I have an idea. Chen Feng said, oracles use magical power for divination, right? Work with me, and I can teach. India's interest was piqued. Then I will consider it. You can pet the dog once a day. Please let me join your team. The dog. Let's just let the dog do some useful work. To clear her mind and adjust her body and spirit to an optimal state, India specifically chose the time for divination in the dead of night. As darkness fell, India instructed, please close your eyes. In front of her was a square table covered with a black cloth. She took a deep breath and shuffled the tarot cards like mahjong. With the question in mind, India connected her magic fate, and the cards then arranged the drawn tarot cards according to their layout to begin her interpretation. After a while, India's eyes brightened, as if she had found an answer. Beside her, Chen Feng hurriedly asked, what does it say? India slowly replied, among us I see something. Chen Feng was taken aback. What? The protector of the Holy Cow sect is among us. India continued, among us I saw a werewolf. Old Wolf responded. Chen Feng retorted, who told you to check this? India stuck out her tongue, sorry, it's a professional habit. Now back to the point, the clues regarding the protector of happiness are indeed among us. As she spoke, India pointed at Huang Mao. Yes, don't hide, it's you. Your family has a fate link with the protector of happiness, and it's very close. Huang Mao's face changed. Are you saying it's my mom? It turned out that someone in Huang Mao's family believed in the Holy Cow sect. Chen Feng's mind exploded as he recalled something very, very long ago. During the second time he saved his progress at the Internet Addiction Academy, Chen Feng had escaped from the academy with his trio. They were very cautious, not making a sound while opening doors, and knocked out the shopkeeper at the convenience store without leaving a trace. But in the end, they were inexplicably blocked by Yang Mian. At that time, Yang Mian said someone reported to him. So Chen Feng always thought the problem lay with the nearby residential buildings, but when they caused such a ruckus with Meng Chengsheng while destroying the mental hospital, it took a long time for Yang Mian's van to arrive. So there must have been a mistake. Chen Feng remembered that at that convenience store, they made 2 phone calls in total. One was to call the police. Although Sihong City was firmly controlled by 5 monsters, the fact that Yang Mian arrived before the police and needed to explain the situation to them clearly indicated they did not know each other. That meant the other phone call had gone wrong. Huang Mao had called his mother. If Huang Mao's mother was connected to the Holy Cow sect, and the Holy Cow sect was part of Neo Mian's influence, then everything made sense. Faced with the gazes of everyone, Huang Mao lowered his head and admitted, there's something I've never dared to tell you all. Actually, I was also sent here by my parents. Chen Feng realized too late. No wonder this kid had been so excited when he heard Senior Xin Yuan was sent here. Huang Mao continued, my mom is a devout believer in the Holy Cow sect. To reach heaven after death, she donated a lot of money to the sect. My dad divorced her because of this. My brother and I advised her to stop donating, but she not only ignored us, but also kicked my brother out and sent me to the academy. India felt the situation was becoming clear. I heard that the protector of happiness manages the finances of the Holy Cow sect, and since his mother donated so much, she must have met with the protector. Chen Feng no longer hesitated. Then we'll go to Huang Mao's house tomorrow. India replied, wait a moment, I've already helped you find the protector, and you promised me. Magic, huh? Chen Feng was about to share Gulong's magic when India said, what about the dog? Was the dog more important than magic? Chen Feng stated it wasn't possible right now as the husky was already exhausted. India frowned, huh? Isn't it originally a dog? At this moment in the hallway of the Happy Internet Cafe, Erlang lay on the carpet like a dead dog panting. Old Wolf came out of the room and was quite surprised to see Erlang like this. As a lazy dog, Erlang usually only ate and slept, but today for some unknown reason, he had trained continuously for a day, resting not even a minute except for meals and bathroom breaks. As the saying goes, heaven rewards the diligent. With the training, Erlang's demonic power became increasingly potent, almost doubling compared to when he first started training. Old Wolf sighed, the younger generation is truly formidable. At this moment, Erlang climbed back up. Old Wolf was about to say, you've worked hard all day, so rest early. But Erlang's expression suddenly changed as a deathly voice echoed in his ears. The Tengu swallowing the moon plan is in progress. Detected that the dog is being lazy. Such arrogance must be properly disciplined. Doggy, you cannot rest yet. Crack. With a crack of the whip, Erlang whimpered and began training again. Chen Feng, watching from the side, felt immensely satisfied. This proficiency system is great as long as I don't have to use it myself. The next morning, Chen Feng, Old Wolf, Huang Mao, and Ning Dia headed to Huang Mao's home together. Except for Shi Qingqing, who was scared of the haunted temple and returned to the internet cafe, everyone capable. Chen Feng was quite surprised that Ning Dia wanted to go with them. You have a big heart. You should know we're going to risk our lives against the protector, right? I know. Ning Dia glanced back at Shi Qingqing. I would rather die than stay with older girls. Chen Feng scanned around. That was indeed a valid point. Of course, that was just a superficial reason. The real reason was that Ning Dia was curious about who these people were that had kidnapped her. If they were good people, there were monsters among their team, and not just one. If they were bad people, they were indeed hunting monsters, and they were even organizing a bounty for the class protector of the Holy Cow sect. Where did these guys get the confidence to dare to fight a class monsters? Ning Dia was determined to find out. After sitting on the bus for a whole morning, Chen Feng and the others stopped at the entrance of a high-end community. Chen Feng was amazed. I didn't expect you, Huang Mao, to be a wealthy person. Huang Mao continued to babble incomprehensible gaming jargon. I switched to Huang Mao, so I surely need to eat a bit economically. At the gate, Huang Mao knew his identity had been erased and could not pass the entrance control, so he told the security guard, we are here to visit relatives. Ms. Lu Ling from Building 2, Apartment 042, is my mom. Family. The security guard checked the computer. I'm sorry, Miss. Lu Ling and her family have moved out. Huang Mao stood dumbfounded. Huh? They moved out. The security guard added, it seems they sold it. Huang Mao asked, do you know where they went? The security guard impatiently replied, how would I know? Seeing the security guard about to chase them away, Ning Dia stepped forward and sweetly said, handsome, could you help us ask? Absolutely. The security guard, as if injected with adrenaline, immediately flipped through the homeowner's phone directory and after some inquiries provided an address. The group took a car to find that it was a cheap rental building. Why live in a rental building when there's a high-end community available? Huang Mao's face turned a shade yellower than his hair. This is bad. Could it be that my mom sold the house to donate money? Chen Feng felt this was very likely. Congratulations, you've learned to jump to conclusions. Arriving at the bottom of the building before they could ask where someone lived, they heard a man and a woman arguing from upstairs. Chen Feng felt this was very likely. Congratulations, you've learned to jump to conclusions. Arriving at the bottom of... No. Someone like you doesn't deserve to get married. The young man sounded calm and composed like a young adult. I never said I wanted money. Since you donated all the money for my college tuition to the church, I've given up expecting a penny from you. Huang Mao shivered all over. That voice is my brother and my mom. Chen Feng said, what a coincidence. A passerby buying vegetables casually remarked, what coincidence. This mother and son argue every day. It's become a fixed program. Upon hearing that her son didn't want money, Huang Mao's mom sighed in relief. As long as you know, that's good. So why are you back? Huang Mao's brother replied, I'm getting married soon and need to save for a house. I came to get my paycheck card. No way. The woman decisively refused, crying out, I need that money to pay the rent. Do you want to see your mom? You're the one who sold the house to donate money, which led to this situation. The mother's voice suddenly raised, I donated to the church to accumulate virtue for your next life. Do you have any gratitude at all, you sinner? The son insisted, whatever you say, I'm taking it. The mother lamented, you're going to give me a heart attack. People earn money to honor their parents. Are you an orphan? Don't you have a mom? Get lost. Pretend I never gave birth to you. Let me make this clear, if you dare take my paycheck card, I'll go to your workplace and tell your boss how unfilial you are, so they'll fire you. You dare? Then came the sounds of a fight and things crashing to the ground. After a while, the brother's voice rang out again, how come there's not a single cent? Mom, did you donate my money again? I told you that's for accumulating virtue. Chen Feng raised his head, having just heard the sound of a window opening, and reminded Huang Mao, quick, take a look. Your brother might perform a flying act. Chen Feng gave a glance to the old wolf, who understood the signal, and raised his hand to summon the wind, ready to use his wind control technique to catch someone. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as a pile of colorful fabric spread out on the ground. It turned out that during the scuffle, clothes and blankets drying on the balcony had been thrown down. Chen Feng sighed and said to Huang Mao, your family's quilt is like this. Footsteps echoed. A young man with black hair, looking quite similar to Huang Mao, but taller and older, came down from upstairs. There was an indescribable melancholy and worry in his expression. Huang Mao instinctively shouted, brother. Hearing the voice, the young man looked up, puzzled, glancing at Huang Mao as if he felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall, and could only say, sorry, you have mistaken me for someone else. As he spoke, he turned and left in a daze, stumbling and almost falling flat on the ground. Clearly he had suffered a significant blow. Chen Feng couldn't help but say, your brother is like this because of your mother's pressure. Huang Mao had no way to refute this and could only repeat, "It's my mom's fault, it's my mom's fault." Chen Feng patted Huang Mao on the shoulder, telling him not to be disheartened. "Once I take down the Holy Ox sect, you will all be a loving family again." Huang Mao responded with a sound, then sadly said, "I always thought I was the main character of the game, but I didn't expect to be just an NPC giving out quests." "Feng, good, do you see a yellow exclamation mark above my head?" "I see bubbles in your head." After comforting the downcast Huang Mao, Chen Feng realized a problem: how to use Huang Mao's mother to find the protector Yan Kanshi. Evidently Huang Mao's mother no longer remembered him and was extremely obsessed with the sect. Persuading her to rebel against the sect was absolutely impossible. He could only play along and pretend to be a donor. Thinking of this, Chen Feng turned to India and asked, "Do you have any money?" India probably guessed what Chen Feng was planning and rolled her eyes. "No way. Your family is so poor that you can't even afford a door." Chen Feng extended his hand saying, "Lend me a few thousand, and he'll pay you back 100-fold later." India drew a card, glanced at it, and scoffed, saying the reversed Ten of Pentacles represents lifelong poverty. It's the opposite of wealth and material success. Your financial luck is so bad that even buying a lottery ticket would yield an IOU, so don't talk about repaying money. Don't underestimate the youth's poverty. Chen Feng thought to himself, "Once I awaken the prodigal system and the godly rich cashback system, I will spend lavishly eating hamburgers for every meal except Thursday. But thinking aside, I'm still very poor now." So Chen Feng turned and walked towards a nearby convenience store. Huang Mao still spoke in game jargon. "Feng, aren't you going to do the main quest anymore?" Chen Feng replied in the same game jargon, "I'm going to buy a pair of stockings and do a side quest to launder money at the bank. If successful, call me President Feng. If not, call me Mr. Feng." No. India took out her phone, saying, "Is it okay for me to lend you money?" Then with a knock, the door opened. Inside the cramped rental room appeared a middle-aged woman's sharp and mean face. "What are you back for?" "I will not give you my paycheck card." "Who are you?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "Ms. Luling, I heard you are a believer of the Holy Ox sect." Huang Mao's mother became wary. "Yes, what do you want from me?" "I've already paid this month's offering." Chen Feng began with the flair of an old actor. "Miss Lu, there's something I need your help with. We did some wrong things when we were young, and now misfortune surrounds us. It's quite terrible. I heard that the Holy Ox sect can wash away sins with offerings and grant entry to the kingdom of heaven. So I hope you can help recommend us." Not showing the rabbit until the eagle is released. After finishing the pitch, Huang Mao's mother still had a rejecting posture. Chen Feng placed a stack of money on the table. "This is just a small token. If this works out, there will be great rewards." Huang Mao's mother, already troubled by rent and next month's offering, immediately brightened at the sight of money. "Oh, what you said is true. It's normal for young people to make impulsive mistakes. As long as you are willing to atone, the Lord will surely forgive you. In a few days there will be a gathering in the city, and the protector will personally attend. Oh, I'll take care of the recommendation." Done. On the way back, Huang Mao bit his lip, feeling down. "I stood there for half a day, and my mom only looked at the money, not even glancing at me." Chen Feng comforted him. "Don't be sad. That was just a believer of the Holy Ox sect wearing your mother's skin." Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, the address has arrived. Following the address given by Huang Mao's mother, the four of them rushed to the gathering place. Initially, Chen Feng didn't plan to bring Huang Mao, as this trip would involve life and death struggles, and with Huang Mao only recently reaching the Qi refining stage, he wouldn't be much help. But Huang Mao pleaded, "Please Feng, take me to clear a dungeon, just once." Although Huang Mao spoke nonsensically, Chen Feng knew in his heart that blood is thicker than water. Despite Huang Mao not acknowledging this mother, he was still worried about her safety. "Alright, but if a fight breaks out, I can't guarantee your safety. Rest assured, I'll just stay behind and soak up experience. Definitely won't cause you trouble." On the road, Chen Feng yawned repeatedly. It was all the fault of the Yuming star Big Shot, who insisted on posting selfies in the group chat, causing him to have nightmares for days. As soon as he fell asleep, he dreamt of floating in the vast universe, and when he turned his head, he saw a giant tongue rushing towards him. Then he woke up in fright. Chen Feng was the type whose heart was big enough to sleep soundly after seeing a pile of Sunny Day dolls on the 3rd floor of an internet cafe, yet he was terrified half to death by just one picture. Indeed, the supernatural Big Shot is ruthless. The gathering place was in a conference hall. Chen Feng had initially thought the venue would have a Cthulhu cult vibe, with a bunch of hooded figures surrounding some stone pedestal offering sacrifices, praying, and singing hymns. But the actual cult resembled an auction. Holy Ox ginseng prolongs life, cures all diseases. Spirit treasure averts misfortune, immune to all calamities. Giant white radishes, glass trinkets from $2 stores, and a pile of cheap items, all elegantly boxed and adorned with messy symbols and patterns, selling for tens of thousands. Could there really be fools who fall for this? Chen Feng had his doubts. Just then a man in a white robe, white gloves, and a white crown suddenly appeared, smiling and waving to the crowd. "Protector! Protector!" Upon seeing the man, all the believers went wild, starting to buy like crazy. Huang Mao's mother introduced him. That is our protector Yin Kanshi. You have deep sins, and must seek him to cleanse all your wealth to gain redemption. Also, weren't you going to bring gifts for the protector? You can take them out now. Alright. Chen Feng nodded, just about to present his gift to the protector. At that moment a gunshot suddenly rang out in the hall, and the white-robed protector, Yin Kanshi, was hit by a bullet falling to the ground. Who? Chen Feng was stunned. Was there a master here? Chen Feng turned his head, and discovered that the gunman was none other than Lu Wubua, the brother of Huang Mao Lu Wenba. Over the past 3 days Lu Wubua had checked his salary card, and found that all the money he had saved for his wedding, which he had painstakingly accumulated, had been secretly donated to the church by his mother. Perhaps my mother is right. Someone like me is simply unworthy of marriage. He thought that the money he had previously complained about wanting back from the church would soon be returned to her. In despair about the future, Lu Wubua learned that his mother was attending another gathering to donate money. In a fit of rage, he took out a loan on the black market to acquire a gun, preparing to seek revenge against the church. You ruined my life, he declared. Now I will end yours. With this thought in mind, Lu Wubua infiltrated the gathering under the guise of a family member, taking advantage of the moment to pull the trigger and fire 3 shots at the enforcer. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots to the chest, and 1 to the head. Even a deity would shake their head in disbelief. The last 2 bullets appeared to Lu Feng as if they were moving in slow motion, tracing an arc through the air. This signified that he had entered a state of combat. After achieving explosive level power, Chen Feng discovered a peculiar problem that only someone with extraordinary abilities would face. That was the worry of being too strong. What if, while patting someone on the shoulder, he exerted too much force and turned them into a mist of blood or a mere photograph? In addition, the super speed that matched his immense strength along with inhuman dynamic vision made everyone around him appear to be moving in slow motion, as if they were glitching. All of this made daily life quite inconvenient for Chen Feng, so he learned to control his usual strength and speed to match that of an ordinary person, unleashing his full power only during combat. This was also the reason why Chen Feng did not react to the first shot. Yet now, if he wanted to claim ahead, he could easily destroy the enforcer before the bullet struck. However, Chen Feng did not do so, as India had warned him upon entering. If you act today, bad things might. In fact, Chen Feng himself had realized the problem. As a subordinate of Neo Mian, these 6 enforcers were likely also strange tales. Since they were strange tales, where were the rules? Surely it couldn't be like in Say Village, where one wasn't allowed to watch. Thus Chen Feng decided to take a wait-and-see approach. As the gunfire rang out, the enforcer fell into a pool of blood, the amount of blood spilled being enough to write calligraphy on the floor. Just like that, was it over? It couldn't be that easy. Chen Feng understood that in this broken place called Sihong, if monsters could die so casually, there must be something amiss. The gathering hall fell into silence. Oh! Suddenly a scream broke the silence. The expressions of the congregation varied. Some watched with cold interest, some bowed their heads to cover their ears, some panicked and fled, while others mourned for the enforcer. However, many were fervent believers seeking revenge for the enforcer. He killed the enforcer. Catch him. Bang. Bang. Lu Wubua showed no mercy to these hopeless, terminally ill fanatics, raising his hand and giving each a peanut. There were no special drugs, but he had plenty of special gunpowder. The venue erupted in enthusiastic gunfire. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Chen Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Huang Mao, saying, "Awesome. I love your brother's temperament." Just as Lu Wubua was on a killing spree, a familiar figure appeared before him. Lu Wubua's pupils constricted. Mom. Thud. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and only when he saw the knife did he realize he had been stabbed. And the one who stabbed him was none other than his mother. Am I dying? After a brief moment of fear, Lu Wubua began to sob. Confusion, pain, anger, and countless emotions flashed across his face. But it only lasted less than 10 seconds before he died. The blood spraying from his body stained the floor a deep red. Huang Mao's mother muttered, "My son, you have sinned. Mother is helping you, and do not blame her." All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Huang Mao stood there stunned, as if someone had grasped his throat, unable to utter a word. At that moment applause broke out. A man in a white robe, white gloves, and a white crown stepped forward, grasping Huang Mao's mother's hand and congratulating her. "Congratulations, madam, you have executed justice and killed a sinner. Now you may participate in the heavenly kingdom trial." Huang Mao's mother, looking uneasy, replied, "But I have sinned. My son killed the enforcer." The man in white said, "Do not worry, that was not an enforcer, just an incarnation of the master." Damn it. Another incarnation of Neo Mian. Chen Feng secretly rejoiced that he had not acted impulsively earlier. Otherwise, if he had startled the snake, that incarnation would have likely recited a curse, turning the venue into a crematorium. No wonder India warned that acting would lead to bad things happening. Surrounding believers asked, "Sir, what is the heavenly kingdom trial?" The man in white explained, "The heavenly kingdom trial is our process of shedding original sin only by going to the Holy Land and passing the tests of the 6 enforcers can one receive the master's blessings and obtain rebirth. The master, handing out blessings personally. Chen Feng's heart stirred. That old schemer Nyo Mian had been sending out incarnations throughout Xihang City, never showing his face, and now he had finally slipped up. While Chen Feng was thinking, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sound of thunderous applause. It turned out the believers were congratulating Huang Mao's mother for escaping suffering. Congratulations. You can finally go to the heavenly kingdom. A mother killed her own child, yet the people around her were celebrating. Is there anything more absurd in this world? Yes. That is, in Huang Mao's mother's eyes there was not a shred of guilt for killing her son, only a longing for the heavenly kingdom. Thank you everyone. Huang Mao's mother may have regretted it, but her regret was that she hadn't killed him sooner. India's expression was complex, sad, pitiful, hateful. I truly do not know how many people they have poisoned over the years. Knowing that Xihang City continuously casts souls into reincarnation, nurturing the truth about humanity, Chen Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, you should ask who in Xihang City hasn't been poisoned by them. Huang Mao's eyes widened with fury. I will kill them. Killing is not just words, you must prove it with action. Chen Feng instructed, now that you are filled with anger, remember this feeling. Practice well so that you can avenge your brother. After the gathering concluded, Chen Feng approached Huang Mao's mother and asked if they could visit the trial together. Huang Mao's mother hesitated at first, but when she heard that Chen Feng would sponsor the trial expenses, she reluctantly agreed. At the end of the month, Chen Feng and the others followed the notification, transferring through subways, buses, and coaches, finally arriving at a mountainous area named the Holy Land. According to Huang Mao's mother, the Holy Land is surrounded by 6 peaks, representing 6 enforcers, corresponding to the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, mind, and body. Only by climbing to the top of all the peaks from beginning to end can one pass the trial. And this, Huang Mao's mother handed over a brochure. Chen Feng opened it, and the first page read, Holy Nyo Mountain Eye Peak Visitor Notice, welcome to all visitors. Please adhere to the following rules. He turned to the next page. Holy Nyo Mountain Ear Peak Visitor Notice, welcome to all visitors. Please adhere to the following rules. Exactly, this is the vibe. Chen Feng looked up at the peaks, thinking, Nyo Mian, you better not let me find you. If I do, you will pay dearly. Welcome to the Eye Peak. To ensure your safety and provide you with a perfect climbing experience, please follow. The mountain path is rugged. To prevent accidents, please carry a hiking pole. If you do not have one, we have set up a sales point halfway up the mountain. There are wild beasts in the woods. Please walk along the designated path and do not linger or stray from the main. Do not touch, approach, or gaze at the sculptures along the way. If an accident occurs, remember that wealth is external, it can be lost, but life is invaluable. It is normal for fog to occur at the summit. If you follow the above rules, you will have a pleasant climbing experience. Wishing you good health and enjoyment. Cheng, what do you think? Chen Feng paused suddenly after speaking. Perhaps due to habit, he instinctively wanted to ask Meng Cheng after reading the rules. But this time that genius girl was not by his side. This statement caused great dissatisfaction from a beautiful woman nearby. Why bring up that worthless person? Chen Feng was curious about how India had such a big conflict with Meng Cheng. Don't you only dislike those who have bigger chests than you? It's not about the chest size. India was furious as she mentioned this. Meng Cheng and I are from the same batch. During the new recruit assessments, that worthless person was always first, and I was always second. So I approached her and said that one day I would surpass her. Is there a problem with what you said? Of course there. Chen Feng thought this was a common anime plot where 2 rivals would eventually form a bond, just like Rukawa Kid and Sakuraji Hanamichi Sasuke, and Naruto Sanji, and Zoro. But she said that being first meant being the best, while me being second was simply due to my own limitations. India's chest heaved with her breath, clearly very agitated. From Chen Feng's understanding of Meng Cheng, he realized that a girl with her lofty pride would indeed say something like this. Chen Feng asked, then can you analyze the rules? Child's play. India shaded her eyes from the sun, picked up the booklet, and quickly went from confident to confused, then anxious, furious, and finally fell into a deathly silence. Stuck. Seeing India remain motionless, Chen Feng thought he had triggered a system failure, so he comforted her. It's fine if you can't think of anything, just don't try too hard at being taller than her counts as surpassing her in some way. India was agitated. Do you also think I'm inferior to her? It's not about thinking. Chen Feng thought. If Meng Cheng is 100, then you are definitely in the 90s. The blonde couldn't help but repeat, loyalty points decreased by 1, loyalty points decreased by 1, loyalty points decreased by 1. This guy is really optimistic. He has quickly recovered from the grief of losing a relative. While they were chatting, the group preparing for the climb had gathered. Chen Feng glanced around and saw about 100 people, all of whom were outstanding talents selected from various districts of Xihang City. As for those less capable, they had already been sent to the zoo for disposal. Seeing that many had already set off, Huang Mao's mother approached and urged, everyone, shall we leave too? Auntie, no rush. Through several encounters with strange tales, Chen Feng had discovered a truth: it was essential to find a few idiots to team up with so he could avoid all the pitfalls in the rules. Who should he choose? Chen Feng scanned the area and quickly locked onto his target. Among the believers there was a mother and daughter duo, and the girl was someone he recognized. Zhong Jielian. The girl who pretended to jump into a river just because she didn't want to go to school. She's not dead. That's right, to deal with the landlady, I summoned the water ghost to the internet cafe, so she naturally survived. Oh no. If she's alive, then what about Old Li? Chen Feng hurriedly went to greet her. After a round of indirect questioning, Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. Good news, Old Li is not dead. When he saved someone, he remembered Chen Feng's warning and did not rashly dive into the water. Bad news, Zhong Jielian is also alive. She was pulled to shore by Old Li using a rescue rope. Old Li, oh Old Li, you really pulled a demon out of the water. Chen Feng sighed inwardly but said, having survived such a disaster brings good fortune. Auntie, you should really thank Team Li. That day the rain was so heavy, if it weren't for her, it could have been dangerous. Zhong Jielian pouted, I didn't ask him to save me. Zhong Ma frowned, what is this child saying? Chen Feng thought Zhong Ma would teach her daughter to be grateful. But unexpectedly Zhong Ma suddenly shifted the topic and said, but that Team Li really isn't something. He didn't dare to go into the water. If something happened to such a small child, I wouldn't let it go with him. He saved your daughter's life, yet you are not only ungrateful, but also complaining. Truly not all families are the same. Seeing this mother and daughter pair, Chen Feng felt relieved. If this mother had a proper sense of values, he might have hesitated to take action. But now it seems that causing the demise of these two would be a great service to society. Shall we go together? Sure. Thus Huang Mao's mother Chen Feng and the Zhong family mother and daughter, a group of 7, began their ascent. Although the rules stated that the road was rugged, in reality the path to the mountain had already been trodden down by countless believers with a few stone steps here and there. So even Huang Mao's mother, over 50, was able to climb without breaking a sweat. Chen Feng had his doubts. Is this called a trial? The difficulty is remarkably low. Huang Mao's mother reminded. Everyone should be cautious of the surrounding woods. The booklet states that there are wild beasts. Let's not have a wolf come and carry someone away. Chen Feng looked at the old wolf. Did you hear that? I'm talking about you. The old wolf smiled wryly. Immortal, please don't joke with me. This weather is truly hot. Chen Feng wiped away his sweat. It was the end of August, and the weather had yet to turn autumn, making it quite oppressive under the blazing sun. If it weren't for the fear of triggering the rules and suffering a mechanism kill, he would have loved to speed up and dash to the summit. Speaking of which, this August seems to have dragged on for ages. Is this the endless August? Seeing the immortals sweating profusely, the old wolf had a flash of inspiration and immediately cast a spell to summon a refreshing breeze. Feeling the coolness wash over him, Chen Feng couldn't help but praise, not bad. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Luckily the old wolf learned the wind control technique, otherwise with the dog's brain of the husky, I would probably have been sun-dried. Thank you for the praise, immortal. The old wolf's eyes revealed flattery. India, observing all of this, couldn't help but murmur in her heart. During this time together she learned from the simple-minded husky that the old wolf was a 300-year-old monster. Such a creature could easily be rated as a level within the organization, yet now it referred to Chen Feng as an immortal. Just how powerful is he? What is that? With Huang Mao's mother's exclamation, everyone looked up to see a human-shaped statue appear on the road ahead. A very valuable statue. This was not because the statue was finely crafted with lifelike features and realistic posture, but because it was made entirely of gold. What a troublesome ability. Chen Feng's expression darkened as he recognized that the statue was one of the believers from earlier at the foot of the mountain. India whispered, I have calculated that these gold pieces should not be touched or disaster will befall us. Chen Feng thought to himself, why would that even need to be calculated? The most important rule when facing strange tales is to adhere to the rules. If one doesn't act recklessly, one will not meet a grim fate. Of course the premise is to confirm that the other party is indeed a strange tale, otherwise encountering those monsters from the zoo pretending to be strange tales would leave one dumbfounded. However, just because Chen Feng and the others could resist temptation, it doesn't mean others could do the same. Looking at the golden statue before her, Aunt Zhong's eyes gleamed with greed, and her mind instantly began to race. I've struck gold. Although the mountaineering manual says not to touch the statue. But why am I here if not to enjoy paradise? If I could chip off a piece of this golden statue and take it down, even if I don't go to paradise the rest of my life, would be no different from heaven. Seeing Aunt Zhong ready to take action, Chen Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath, calling her foolish. They hadn't even reached halfway up the mountain yet, and there were many traps ahead. These two little white mice couldn't just give in so easily. So Chen Feng quickly came up with an excuse and said, it's fake. Aunt Zhong turned her head puzzled and asked, fake? This orange-yellow golden light and its heavy appearance don't seem fake at all. Chen Feng quickly spun a tale. And think about it, how much would it cost to create such a golden statue? Such a valuable item would not be carelessly left on a mountain. Moreover, with so many believers attempting the trial, if it were real, it would have been taken away long ago, leaving no chance for us. Aunt Zhong was swayed. What you say makes sense. At this moment, Huang Mao's aunt also interjected. Little sister, this is a test from the master. Once greed arises, and we touch the statue, we will have sinned, and will not ascend to paradise. Aunt Zhong felt embarrassed. Thank you for the reminder, sister. It was my lack of reverence that almost led me to err. Chen Feng looked at Huang Mao's aunt in surprise. Unlike him, who was aware of strange tales, Huang Mao's aunt managed to suppress her greed solely with her willpower. After this little episode, everyone continued to ascend. As time passed, white mist began to appear on the mountain. It started as a little and gradually thickened, reducing visibility to a point that it affected climbing. Chen Feng asked the old wolf, "Can you blow it away?" The old wolf shook his head. "I've tried this mist, is strange, my wind has no effect." Chen Feng also sensed the strangeness of the mist. It seemed to cause a loss of direction for no reason. If not for everyone reminding each other, someone might have strayed from the main path and violated the rules. At that moment, a metallic sign suddenly appeared ahead. It read, "Congratulations, you have reached the sales point. According to the rules, this is halfway up the mountain. Only one trap after walking halfway." Chen Feng felt increasingly uneasy, as one of the 6 protectors under the bull-faced one. The danger level was equivalent to that of the Tiger King. Thus, the quieter it became, the greater the impending danger loomed. The sales point was an octagonal pavilion with various colored mountaineering sticks arranged in the seats inside, some yellow, some white, some purplered. The rules did not state that touching the mountaineering sticks was forbidden. Therefore, Aunt Zhong picked up the yellow mountaineering stick, took a bite, and exclaimed with delight, "This is gold. Gold, silver, copper. Are we playing the river god game?" Chen Feng felt that this strange tale was treating people like fools. Looking at wealth, as understood literally, means that people generate greed upon seeing material possessions. The rules also state that wealth is an external possession, clearly indicating that we shouldn't take anything valuable. Therefore, choosing copper is the safest option. Chen Feng picked up the purplered mountaineering stick and waited, finding it fell off. This was not copper, but solid wood. However, it was close enough. Among gold, silver, and wood was definitely the cheapest. Was it? Chen Feng's alarm bells rang in his mind, and he turned to grab the white mountaineering stick. Upon touching it, he indeed discovered something was wrong. This was not silver, but iron. The mountaineering stick appeared to be made of gold, silver, and copper, but in reality, it was gold, iron, and wood. Anyone who had bought furniture knew that solid wood items such as red sandalwood or golden silk nanmu were much more expensive than iron products. What a close call. Chen Feng almost didn't notice that this was a double trap. Firstly, the yellow mountaineering stick made of gold would surely stir greed in anyone unaware of the rules, leading them to choose the most expensive option. And those who knew the rules, upon discovering that the yellow was gold, would definitely reach for the cheapest purplered mountaineering stick, which would lead them into a trap. Who would have thought that white would be the cheapest? To verify his thoughts, Chen Feng decided not to remind the Zhong mother and daughter this time. In fact, even if he did remind them, it would be of no use. Seeing their ecstatic expressions, they probably wouldn't listen to a word. Aunt Zhong stuffed 3 mountaineering sticks into her daughter's hands. Come on, take more. Mom, this is so heavy." Zhong Jillian frowned. Aunt Zhong encouraged, "Trust me, dear. Once we take these down the mountain, you won't need to go to school anymore." "Really?" Zhong Jillian finally smiled. After her previous failed attempt to skip class, she had planned to try again, but it seemed unnecessary now. In contrast, Huang Mao's aunt, without any prompting from Huang Mao, still chose the correct white mountaineering stick. This woman seemed to be bewitched, disregarding gold, while capable of killing her own son without batting an eye. Chen Feng couldn't help but get goosebumps. After taking a brief rest, everyone continued up the mountain. Strangely, after obtaining the mountaineering sticks, the disorientation caused by the mist vanished. Chen Feng, well-versed in such matters, quickly understood that these mountaineering sticks were akin to door-opening tokens, much like keys to a happiness internet cafe or a mental hospital. Upon hearing Chen Feng's analysis, India was astonished. "You know so much." Chen Feng jested, "If you die a few more times, you'll understand too." As they chatted, Chen Feng suddenly looked ahead. Crack! A faint sound of friction echoed in the distance, sharply caught by Chen Feng's keen senses. Something was amiss. A second passed. Crack! Crack! The sound of friction grew more distinct, as if some creature was awakening. Then, with a loud rumble, the mountain path trembled, and a giant golden figure emerged from the mist, charging towards the Zhong mother and daughter. The statue has come to life. There was no time to react. Zhong Jillian was grabbed by the golden figure, and suddenly she no longer felt pain in her head, waist, legs, nor did her heart beat. In an instant, Zhong Jillian transformed from flesh to a golden statue. Her mother was right. After taking the mountaineering stick, she indeed wouldn't need to attend school for the rest of her life. "No, Xiao Yan. The sudden change occurred too quickly. Aunt Zhong froze for a second or two before regaining her senses and shouting her daughter's name. The moment her hand touched her daughter, her voice abruptly stopped as she too transformed into a golden statue. It was an instant transformation. Chen Feng was stunned. The speed of this golden transformation was far more terrifying than Shi Qingqing's petrification. At that moment, he suddenly felt a stiffness in his body. When he focused, he realized his skin had turned yellow, already showing signs of turning to gold. Just kidding, if it would transform even without being exposed. Is even a physically powerful body unable to resist this? Touching means instant death. Even proximity and sight can lead to the same fate. Truly a formidable mechanism. It's impressive. As Chen Feng sighed, he lowered his head. Fortunately, after averting his gaze, the yellowish hue on his skin gradually faded, and the three golden statues returned to tranquility, reverting to lifeless forms. Indeed, the white mountaineering stick was the correct answer. Seeing the danger past, Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. Let's hurry and leave. Wait a moment, let me catch my breath. In half a minute, 2 people had died in such a terrifying turn of events that even India, being a secret agent, felt her heart racing, still shaken. Huang Mao stuttered, "Feffing gu, is this dungeon too difficult?" Only Huang Mao's aunt and the old wolf remained relatively calm. The old wolf had lived long and seen all sorts of grand scenes, while Huang Mao's aunt casually remarked their greed was too strong, they deserved to die. Chen Feng couldn't help but reflect Aunt's Dao heart is remarkably steadfast. If she were to practice cultivation, it is likely that an inner demon would perish upon merely glancing at her. As they continued along the mountain path, 1, 2, 3 golden figures appeared one after another before them. Did the ones ahead get annihilated? Except for Huang Mao's aunt, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating fear. Finally, they reached the mountain's peak. The golden light shimmered. At the highest point of the mountain stood a golden treasure palace, lavishly decorated with the steps leading to the palace made of gold and the walls adorned with various gemstones. Golden statues surrounded the palace. In the center of the great hall, a man wearing a smiling mask and dressed in yellow training clothes stepped out. He simply stood there. Chen Feng felt every cell in his body issuing warnings of danger. This aura undoubtedly belonged to one of the 6 protectors, the Eye of Happiness. The man with the smiling mask spoke straightforwardly. "I am the guardian Yin Jinxi. Congratulations on passing the trial of greed, proving your devotion. Now you have 2 choices: 1, descend the mountain and continue with the trials; 2, stay and work by my side." With a thud, Huang Mao Ma knelt down, her face full of determination. "Master Guardian, I choose to continue the trials." "Then you may descend the mountain." After watching Huang Mao Ma leave Yinjian, she turned to the 4 of them and asked, "So are you ready to work with me?" Chen Feng glanced at the densely packed golden statues around and nodded yes. "Then follow me." Under Yinjian's eyes guidance, the group entered the grand hall. The smell of copper and money assaulted them, or rather the scent of wealth. Just like outside, the interior of the palace was resplendent with gold and jade, filled with piles of cash, jewelry, and golden figures. Huang Mao whispered, "Brother Feng, aren't we here to defeat the boss?" Chen Feng countered, "What type of boss do you think this is, eh?" Huang Mao looked around and said, "With so many minions, it should be a summoning type, right?" Chen Feng guided, "Then how do you usually deal with summoning type bosses?" Huang Mao answered without hesitation, "Of course we stop it from summoning by taking out all its summoned creatures first." "Oh, Brother Feng, I understand now. Gamers are indeed clever." Chen Feng gazed at the golden statues. "No physical contact, no prolonged staring, and do not get too close. To deal with this guardian, the troublesome little golden figures must be eliminated at the right moment, just like how he secretly took down the fake nurse when dealing with the rabbit-faced nurse." At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly spotted something in the center of the hall, standing frozen in place. It was a stone statue. In such an extravagant hall there stood a shabby stone sculpture which was quite odd. What was even stranger was that Chen Feng recognized this statue. With eyes tightly shut and a benevolent expression, one hand gestured to come forth while the other gestured to stay back. This was clearly the statue of the Bodhisattva of compassion. Chen Feng muttered to himself, those 5 monsters were extremely secretive about matters concerning the Bodhisattva of compassion. Any slight disturbance would trigger all their forces for suppression. But how could such a statue be hidden in the domain of the 6 great guardians under the Neo-Mian? Chen Feng felt that there must be a tremendous secret within. At times like this he longed for the daily intelligence system. Is there something unusual about that statue? For the first time India saw Chen Feng display such a perplexed expression, so she secretly performed a divination. Then a ticking sound echoed. What was that noise? Chen Feng turned to look, discovering India standing still, her face ashen. Blood was seeping from her eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, the previous ticking sound being the blood dripping onto the ground, forming a pool. Blood from all 7 orifices. Chen Feng was taken aback, thinking the guardian had attacked them. But with blood all over her face, India suddenly smiled, eerily showing her teeth. "I'm fine. The blood could paint an oil painting. Are you sure you're okay? Chen Feng glanced at the unaware guardian leading the way, then at the statue of the Bodhisattva, and immediately understood the cause and effect. Why did you choose to divine about that plague god instead of someone else? Curiosity killed the cat. This deepened Chen Feng's suspicions about the Bodhisattva of compassion. The blood lotus and the blood divination indicated that those 5 monsters were not good entities, but the Bodhisattva was also no saint. Perhaps they were dogs biting each other. Chen Feng and his companions followed the guardian to the back door of the grand hall. There were even more golden figures there. Yanjian, she said, from now on you will be in charge of managing the golden figures, bringing up the sinful offerings from the back mountain path for the believers. Sinful? Chen Feng was taken aback. Yanjian, she explained, money is the root of all evil. Then give me the sin so I can bear it. Chen Feng looked at the golden figures coming and going, knowing that moving money was a task for these mindless golden statues akin to fake beings. However, tasks like deceiving donations required real people to handle them, and to prevent corruption while dealing with so much money there was no choice, but through trials, only those without greed could be competent. Yanjian, she handed everyone a set of white robes and crowns. As long as you wear these clothes you can command the golden figures to work. Chen Feng put on the clothes, already formulating a plan in his mind. By nightfall he intended to find a way to drive all the golden figures down the mountain, and then give the guardian a righteous beating. Once I take down the guardian, want all that money be mine. No, I must hold back and not laugh. Chen Feng trembled with excitement, but before that he still needed to maintain appearances. So he took a wad of cash from the basket. Let's take some funds for transportation, we'll be transporting money. Sin. Yanjian, she immediately became anxious. No. Chen Feng hurriedly explained. Master Guardian, I'm not asking for your money, but using your money to do your business. Yanjian, she coldly replied. You cannot touch any of the money here. Only incoming, not outgoing. With no other choice, everyone had to take the bus and subway back. Along the way, Chen Feng first took India, who was bleeding from her orifices, back to the internet cafe to let her rest well. Upon arriving at the venue, Chen Feng and his companions once again witnessed the darkness of the church. To make money, Yanjian, she could be said to stop at nothing. First came robbery. A peer in a white robe was holding a paper instructing the golden figures, you go here. Chen Feng asked, what are you doing? The peer shook the paper. This is the rich list of Zihong City. These families are wealthy and deeply sinful. So you plan to clean out the top of the rich list one by one. Chen Feng thought to himself, this is not a rich list, it's simply a death note. Besides robbery, there was also deception. The church set up a charitable donation box claiming that the money would be given to those in need. But in reality, that money was packed into baskets by the golden figures and sent up the mountain. Sir, my son is about to undergo surgery. Oh, when will the donations arrive? Soon. Please just return the money my father donated to us. No way. Chen Feng spent an entire afternoon in the church feeling utterly numb. So on the subway ride back, Chen Feng gritted his teeth. I can no longer tolerate these beasts. Tonight, I will take action. When they returned to the palace, it was already deep into the night. Chen Feng made a round and got all the golden figures down the mountain. Inside the palace, a chewing sound could be heard. It was Yanjian eating. He was stuffing wads of cash into the cracks of his mask, enjoying the meal. No wonder he needed to transport so much money every day. It turns out he fed on treasures. Chen Feng suddenly had a wicked idea. What if he fed him counterfeit money? Would that be like poisoning the monster? This plan might be feasible, but creating counterfeit bills that would fool the monster would be a troublesome task. Chen Feng ultimately decided to keep it simple and take direct action. Following the methods taught by Gu Long and the moves practiced this month, Chen Feng clenched his fingers in the air, and the magical elements in the atmosphere converged from all directions into a large bow emitting a blue light. Then an arrow formed from blue energy appeared on the great bow. The Holy Tree Knight's great bow. The longer the charge time, the greater the range and damage when the magical arrow was shot. So Chen Feng charged for a full minute, maximizing his power before releasing his grip. With a whoosh, the sound of the arrow cutting through the air echoed as a streak of light shot toward Yanjian. At the same time, Old Wolf swiftly joined the attack. Wind blade. Hundreds of sharp wind blades surrounded the arrow, simultaneously striking Yanjian's body. After a breath, the explosion sent a massive cloud of white smoke billowing throughout the palace. A bad omen. Chen Feng uneasily remarked, please don't let it be smoke without harm. Huang Mao reminded, Brother Feng, don't be a jinx. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his ears. Demon slaying successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the Qi refinement stage. It succeeded. Was it that simple? Chen Feng sighed in relief, ready to rejoice, only to find that amidst the smoke, that familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was Yanjian. He was completely unharmed. The earlier explosion, let alone injuring him, hadn't even left a speck of dust on his clothes or mask. What was going on? If he was unscathed, then who did I just slay? What demon did I slay? Before Chen Feng could check the system log, he saw Yin Kashi rushing towards him. He must not let him touch him. Chen Feng was uncertain whether the golden version of himself counted as dead if he still retained consciousness and couldn't reload. That would be troublesome. Previously, when he turned into a pseudo-human, Chen Feng could use the water ghost to kill himself, but after turning into a golden man, any contact would spread the golden curse, leaving the water ghost with no way out. San Weiston activate. Chen Feng pulled on Huang Mao, instantly creating distance between himself and Yin. Now that he had gained a body of explosive strength, Chen Feng was completely immune to the side effects. Before, using San Weistand a dozen times a day would drive him insane. Now he could go a day without breaking a dozen San Weistands and still be in a suboptimal state. The old wolf also vanished into thin air using the wind step technique. As Yin Kashi missed his target, he was taken aback, suddenly sensing a shift in the airflow with dozens of wind blades striking at him. In terms of combat, the old wolf was indeed professional. However, Yin Kashi showed no sign of panic, bracing himself against the attack and enduring the full brunt of the skills. Unharmed, Huang Mao exclaimed as he noticed not a single scratch remained on Yin Kashi. Instinctively, he said, "Brother Feng, our attack power is too weak. We can't break through his defenses." Could it be invincible again? Chen Feng dared not engage directly, as casting his magical bow required charging, hence, he could only pry a golden brick loose from the palace and hurl it at his opponent. And that strike suddenly had an effect. With a bang, the moment the golden brick hit, Yin Kashi unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wind blades and the magical bow caused him no harm. However, the casually tossed golden brick proved to be remarkably effective. Chen Feng seemed to discern a pattern. This guy seems to be harmed by the concept of money. Not quite. The damage you inflict on me depends on the value of the objects you've recently interacted with. That wolf demon, you just tickled me, didn't you? So each wind blade you fire has a damage value roughly equal to a wolf pelt. As for you, that single hit with the golden brick obviously caused me significant injury. And you don't need to stay so far away from me. I can only turn someone into a golden man by touching them with both hands. Hitting my body won't cause any harm. Oh, so that's how it is. Truly a peculiar mechanism. As long as the items touched lack sufficient value, even explosive level attacks feel like mere tickles. Chen Feng initially thought about scratching his head, but then abandoned the idea, realizing it would reduce the attack's value from the golden brick to that of hair. He still questioned, "You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Although villains love to share their backstory, you don't need to reveal your weakness to me. Are monsters from Xihang City really that kind-hearted?" Yin Kashi, wearing a mask, revealed no emotion, but from his excited tone it was clear he was furious. "Do you think I want to? It's not my fault. Oh, I forgot you're a monster. Explaining the rules is part of your factory settings." Chen Feng awkwardly suggested, "Shall we continue?" "Come on," Yin Kashi beckoned. Chen Feng seized the golden brick and swung it fiercely. The old wolf also grabbed a piece of jewelry, and from that point on, every wind blade he unleashed finally carved wounds on Yin Kashi. The three engaged in a fierce battle within the palace. During this time, Huang Mao merely watched and did not make a move. Chen Feng could not help but exclaim, "Huang Mao, why are you just standing there? Get in the fight and smash the golden brick." Huang Mao pretended to be a master. "Brother Feng, you don't understand, the protagonist always strikes last." This internet-addicted youth. Chen Feng and the old wolf were exhausted, while Yin Kashi, despite enduring the onslaught, showed no signs of collapsing. Over time, Chen Feng could not help but ask, "Still claiming you haven't deceived us? We've been fighting for ages, and you're not even slightly harmed." Yin Kashi halted and said, "I'm not lying, you can't kill me, your punches are just too worthless." As he spoke, Yin Kashi removed his training outfit to reveal his chest, where a row of golden numbers was etched. Chen Feng counted the digits, which resembled a phone number, 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. "No need to count, the total is 600 billion. This is the amount of wealth I've consumed throughout my life. Much of it has already been depleted in previous battles, but the remaining 600 billion is still sufficient. Calculating a single golden brick at 3 million divided by 600 billion means you will need at least 200,000 hits to kill me. Come on, I can fight you all day, but the moment I touch you, you're guaranteed to die." What Chen Feng loved most showing off. What he hated the most, watching others show off. In a fit of anger, he retrieved the materials for the 10,000 souls banner and then returned them to storage, thinking, this item should be priceless. With that, Chen Feng threw a punch, but the numbers on Yin Kex's body did not decrease at all. Yin Kashi curiously asked, "What did you just take out?" "I forgot to mention that only things recognized by the secular world and capable of circulation count. Otherwise, if you touched the ground and claimed it was a planet, wouldn't I be doomed? You should have guessed this by now. After all, you all have been working for me all afternoon. I could have sent golden men to rob a bank, but I didn't, precisely because items not recognized by the secular world have no monetary value. There's such a setting." Chen Feng spread his hands, utterly out of options. "As far as I know, you monsters can be killed by ordinary people once they understand the rules. How do I deal with someone like you? Having started off poorly, Chen Feng began preparing for his next reincarnation. Unaware that Chen Feng would reincarnate, Yin Kashi fell for the trap. You certainly have a chance to defeat me, but before the palace is destroyed, if you touch it, you can kill me. Right? Chen Feng slapped his thigh. How could I forget the palace? So many golden bricks, how much would a punch be worth? Unfortunately, the palace has already been damaged, and you've lost your chance to win against me. You're doomed. Chen Feng waved his hand. But can't I just run away? Run, Yin Kashi said. You probably don't know that the moment you attacked, I notified our big brother Shin Benyu with my mind, calling for reinforcements. The previously pretentious Huang Mao instantly lost his composure. Cheating. Aren't you bosses supposed to stay in the dungeon, patiently waiting to be taken down one by one? Chen Feng was unfazed. Sihong City, standard procedure. Reality and games differ. Yin Kashi then said to Chen Feng, the leader informed us that a reincarnated traveler has appeared. That's you, right? The questions you asked before were just to set me up for death in the next reincarnation, right? But the reason I revealed my weakness is to lure my big brother over. The senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thought rank us in descending order, so Shin Benyu is the strongest among us, rivaling even the leader in strength. Moreover, he, like the leader, can invade memories. No matter how many times you reincarnate, you can never escape. You're already in a death loop, reincarnator. What a jumble of words. Chen Feng glanced at the system prompt, ready to deliver some bad news. At that moment, however, Huang Mao suddenly stood up. Looks like as the protagonist, I must take action now. Just hit him. Yin Kashi had already noticed this yellow-haired kid. Based on his punches, when the kid's combat power was less than 1% of the old wolf's, so even taking a hit wouldn't matter. Could it really be no problem? With a bang, Yin Kashi felt his insides churning and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, while the numbers on his body dropped significantly. What? How is this possible? Huang Mao's punch had bewildered Yin Kashi, who couldn't help but ask, why does it hurt so much? You're a poor kid who can't even afford a watch. How can you possibly hit me? Facing the questioning, Huang Mao puffed out his chest and flipped his hair, striking a handsome pose. You might not know what I came here on. The subway, which is quite expensive. A single subway car is priced at about 50 million or so. The cost of building a subway line is around 500 million per kilometer, and Chen Feng recalled that they took the 8th line, which has 30 stations totaling 40 kilometers, amounting to 2 billion. 2 trillion, is that a lot? That's just 10 punches. With a punch worth 200 billion, I wonder if you can withstand. Bang, bang, bang. With the continuous heavy strikes, the numbers on Yin Kex's body plummeted like the stock market. He never expected that by saving money and not reimbursing for travel expenses, he would ultimately lose his life for taking the subway back and forth. This aptly reflected his name, Yin Kashi. He was greedy for wealth, wanting to possess it all, only to perish due to his avarice. As his last breath faded, Yin Kashi, in a weak state, said, even if you kill me, it won't matter. My big brother will avenge me. He is the strongest, the strongest. Bang. Yin Kashi breathed his last. Demon-slaying success. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to the 2nd stage of Qi refinement. Chen Feng did not expect that in this battle Huang Mao would become the MVP, while he himself merely coasted to victory. But you shouldn't have killed him. I have something to tell him. Chen Feng originally wanted to inform Yin Kashi that his long-desired big brother had long since died. It turned out that during the recent battle, Chen Feng had looked at the system records, which indicated that the monster that had previously allowed him to break through Qi refinement was Shin Benyu. Although Chen Feng still did not understand how Shin Benyu had died. Let us rewind time to when the battle just after receiving the rescue notification, a man in a yellow training outfit wearing a sorrowful mask appeared at the peak of Yanfeng, looking at Chen Feng and saying, that must be the traveler mentioned by the leader, right? I can't show myself, though I must not alert the snake and let him escape through reincarnation. So he immediately cast a spell and entered Chen Feng's memories. Shin Benyu is the master of dreams. Anyone who has their dreams invaded by him, no matter how powerful they are in reality, will become a pitiful, ordinary person in dreams. This dream invasion operates on a memory level, meaning that regardless of reincarnation or resurrection, one cannot shake off this memory. Shin Benyu had prepared countless times to kill his opponents in dreams. Dare to strike at us. You are in a death loop, bastard. Upon entering the dream, Shin Benyu saw a vast and boundless universe. This kid is dreaming quite grandly. Does he want to become a sky god? Just as Shin Benyu prepared to wait for Chen Feng to sleep and give him a surprise, he turned and was met with a fright. A face of a planet 1,000,000 times, 100 billion times, 1,000,000,000,000 times larger than him suddenly appeared before him, licking a tongue as huge as the equator, and asked snack. At the peak of Yanfeng, the ruins of a treasure hall. Looking at the dying Yin Kanshi the protector, Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, as a summoning-type apparition, this guy's greatest ability is to create golden figures, yet we have already driven away all the golden figures, and it can still fight us back and forth. If it weren't for the coincidence of Huang Mao stumbling upon a cheat like the subway, it really wouldn't have been able to take us down. And this is only ranked last among the 6 guardians. How powerful could the strongest one be? How did I manage to defeat such a formidable monster? Chen Feng couldn't comprehend how he had won, but a victory was still a victory. Having already broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, it was the best proof. Except for a few body cultivators who refine their bodies. A cultivator at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement only possesses a body of brick-busting level, which is of little help to Chen Feng, who has already reached the building-busting level. However, in aspects beyond combat power, it indeed brought Chen Feng a lot of surprises. First is vitality. The Xuanwu longevity technique primarily emphasizes living a long life. Since breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, Chen Feng felt an abundance of life force within him, as if he had boundless energy. I feel like I can live for 800 years. Alas, if it weren't for the demon contract being a one-time hex, I could casually gamble with my life right now. Next is divine sense. Chen Feng can now project his thoughts outward, sensing the surrounding environment's spiritual energy and danger. For instance, right now Chen Feng concentrated his mental energy, and even in the darkness he could see the thick and pure white spiritual energy swirling in the world. I won't need to buy a flashlight anymore. Speaking of which, the density of this spiritual energy is comparable to the spiritual veins in cultivation novels, isn't it? No wonder everyone in Xihang City can cultivate. This thing really works for anyone. Yet it doesn't work for me. Chen Feng increasingly understood how miserable those humans without spiritual roots in the cultivation world must be. Luckily, I have the demon slaying and monster exterminating system, making breakthroughs as easy as eating and drinking. There is no problem the system can't solve. If there is, then just open another system. While Chen Feng was contemplating the universe, looking at the palace filled with cash gold bricks and jewels, Huang Mao revealed a delighted expression. Brother Feng, congratulations on your wealth. If we take these down the mountain, you could stay at the internet cafe every day and even add 2 hot dogs and an egg to your instant noodles. Look at your small ambitions. Chen Feng replied, don't take too much, just a couple of pieces will do. Tonight they killed a guardian. By the time dawn breaks and the believers go up the mountain, they will certainly discover it. At that point, whether the guardians choose to flee or unite to attack them, it wouldn't be good. So they must take advantage of the night and eliminate a few more. Chen Feng had already made plans for this. In the afternoon, he saw someone in a white robe like his, and suddenly realized something. Since Yin Kanchi has minions, the other guardians should have them too. Their minions must also be trial participants. According to the routine, Chen Feng should experience a series of trials, battling wits with apparitions, finding clues from those rules, and cracking traps before ascending the mountain to fight the boss. But that was just the conventional routine. Here in Xihang City, since the monsters can randomly rewrite rules and pretend to be apparitions, and since apparitions can conceal rules from being seen, Chen Feng didn't need to play the role of a virtuous gentleman. He decided to cheat directly. Hello, are you from the ear-listening Rage Guardian? I am a new subordinate of Lord Yin Kanchi. He asked me to convey a message to Lord Ear-listening Rage, but I don't know what the rules are at Ear Peak. Hello, are you from the tongue-tasting Thought Guardian? After some inquiries, Chen Feng managed to deceive all the information he needed. The dead end of Ear Peak is anger. When climbing the mountain, one must absolutely not get angry, or else they will inflate and explode. On the mountain, various curses will ring out to induce one to lose their temper. The most dangerous trap is at the foot of Ear Peak. There is a long road that offers free rides at the starting. The subordinates of Ear-listening Rage said, you must walk, absolutely do not drive, or as soon as you drive your mouth will itch and you will inevitably explode. The dead end of Nose Peak is lust. On the mountain, countless handsome men with 8-pack abs and beautiful women with fiery figures will show themselves, offering embraces to climbers. If one cannot resist the temptation, they will be drained and turned into dry bones. The dead end of Tongue Peak is gluttony. There is a strange power on that mountain, causing increasing hunger the higher one climbs, even if they just ate. At this moment, there would be an array of hot pots, barbecues, seafood steaks, roasted duck, and various delicacies hanging from the trees, with streams of fine wine juice and soda flowing on the ground. Just a single bite, and one would be unable to stop until they literally burst from overeating. The dead end of Intention Peak is power. Every climber is treated like an emperor. Upon ascending, they will receive a group of sycophants who will do whatever they ask. However, if one loses track of time, and it turns to night, those people will immediately turn against them and kill them. The dead end of Worry Peak is unknown. Those who pass the tests of Worry Peak have long gone to paradise. Who would stay back to be a subordinate? I didn't know the rules of Worry Peak, and it was quite troublesome. But I didn't expect that the strongest would die inexplicably. Perhaps it bumped into something and got infected. Whatever, it just saved me trouble. Chen Feng was about to set off when he suddenly heard the anxious voice of the old wolf. Immortal, not good, something has happened. What happened? Chen Feng turned to look and found a golden statue next to the old wolf. That was Huang Mao, isn't Yan Kanchi dead? The demon-slaying system even gave a warning. Why did Huang Mao still fall for it? Chen Feng hurriedly asked what happened. The old wolf said that Huang Mao was just digging at some gold bricks on the wall when he suddenly froze and turned into a golden figure. Chen Feng frowned. Strange. Ordinary gold shouldn't carry a curse of golden transformation. Could it be that the gold in the palace was made from golden figures? Then why was I unaffected? Chen Feng scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered the clue. It turned out there was a golden figure embedded in the wall, perfectly aligned with the bricks. The gold brick Huang Mao was digging at was actually the palm of that figure. How sinister. That guy Yan Kanchi understood that with the speed of the golden figures they could never catch up with me and the old wolf. That's why he kept reminding me during the battle to use the gold bricks to attack him, and told me that if I touched the palace I could kill him. This was all a trap for me. Chen Feng recalled how the great demon had told him to buy lottery tickets only to find out there was a trap, and he immediately resolved that every punctuation mark in what the monsters said had to be scrutinized. As for Huang Mao, he could only come back in the next life to save him. Chen Feng looked at the grinning golden statue of Huang Mao and sighed inwardly. Don't smile. Even if you do, you won't pass the second round. On Xingyou Mountain at Ear Peak. Under the moonlight, Chen Feng and Old Wolf stealthily ascended. According to the visitor's guide in his hand, and the information obtained in the afternoon, Chen Feng knew that a shadow resembling an inner demon would appear on this mountain path, hurling insults at climbers. However, he was already prepared. No matter what he heard, he would remain calm. As long as my heart is like still water, nothing can harm me. But is it really that simple? Just as he stepped through the mountain gate, Chen Feng heard the shadow cursing him as a fool, so stupid, dying so many times in the happy internet cafe. Can't you find a safe place to save your progress? Interesting. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. The fact that the monster knew about his time travel and save-load exploits was his greatest secret. No wonder it was an inner demon. As for the content of the insults, Chen Feng's heart remained undisturbed. Because when he first traveled here, he had brushed against the face of the small boss wife, and was instantly cursed to die if he fell asleep. No matter where he fled, he would still be killed. As for finding a safe place in Xihang City, that difficulty was no less than finding a penguin in the Arctic or a polar bear in the Antarctic. Seeing that Chen Feng was unmoved, the shadow immediately changed its approach against the heavens. With a training system, you don't train properly. The Internet Addiction Academy is so safe. Can't you train to S-level before coming out? Train to S-level. Chen Feng counted on his fingers. The S-level hero program required 100 points, and at that time, he only had 9 points in his pocket, unable to even activate the A-level program, let alone gather 100 points. Moreover, that Internet Addiction Academy, where staying too long could turn one into a fake human, was hardly safe. Had it not been for the water ghost allowing a restart, Chen Feng would have almost lost his progress there. Specific examples could not provoke Chen Feng's anger, so the shadow decided to directly attack. Chen Feng himself waste. Others wield the system like a weapon while you get humiliated every day. This time Chen Feng really felt like he couldn't hold back. Others wield the system like a weapon. I see them all hanging on the 3rd floor. At that moment of retort, Chen Feng felt a surge of pressure in his abdomen, as if it would burst his entire body. It hurt. It hurt. Cold sweat drenched Chen Feng's back. Had it not been for his high physical strength, that moment could have cost him his life. So Chen Feng hurriedly recited a little poem. Wine, lust, wealth, and temper are 4 walls. All beings in this world are concealed within walls. Some can jump out of those walls. They are not immortals, but live long. With continuous chanting, Chen Feng's mindset gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Old Wolf beside him was also suffering. Look at your current state. Serving as a dog for humans, you've lost all face as a wolf. Old cripple, even if you train for a lifetime, don't think you can become the Wolf King. Had it not been for Old Wolf's failures in the Wolf King competition and the ridicule he endured for a century, this moment would have already caused chaos. Chen Feng patted Old Wolf on the shoulder. If it really doesn't work, just plug your ears. Old Wolf thought for a moment, and suddenly conjured a fierce wind, which perfectly drowned out the surrounding insults. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up. Genius. As they got closer to the mountain peak, the number of corpses on the ground increased. He didn't know how many had died here. If it weren't for having seen the answers beforehand, both of us would have faced dire consequences. After many hardships, the two finally reached the summit. Unlike the resplendent Yen Peak, the summit of Ear Peak was exceptionally desolate.